Rejected by her alpha and true mate on her 18th birthday, Katerina Bathas was left with a broken heart and a life as a rogue. Years later, she has transformed into a powerful warrior within the formidable Untamed Pack. But as hidden powers awaken and a shocking alliance forces her back to the pack that once discarded her, Katerina must face the mate who threw her away. In a world of deep betrayal and buried secrets, will she reclaim her past or destroy it to protect her future?
Chapter 1. Guess who? A voice rang in my ear. And even though my eyes were closed, I knew who it was. The person I had to be best friends with was Renee Mollivert. She was beautiful. Brown hair, blue eyes, perfect smile. I envied her. "Why are you up?" I asked, ignoring her question and opening one eye. "It's morning, why else would I be up?" she said sarcastically, pursing her lips. I rubbed my eyes as I leaned up into a slouch. "My apologies. What are you doing in here anyway?" "You know if Cole catches you in here, he'll be annoyed." I shooed her off my bed, but she only stood at the end of it watching me with judgmental eyes. "I don't care, I could take the alpha. Show him a good one, too." She punched the air frantically. I half smiled at her. "Yeah, well, you can give him a good one, too, in the living room. Get out before he catches you. Go." She frowned at me as I got up and shoved her out of the door. I pressed my forehead against the cool wood of the now closed door and sighed. "Happy 18th birthday, Katerina," I told myself, turned, and looked at the clock. 7:38 a.m. 8 minutes passed when I should have been up. No wonder Renee came in. I sighed and turned around to get ready for school. I run my morning routine through my head as I go along. Shower, get dressed, run downstairs, and make my way in and around the kitchen, serving the pack breakfast. Once they're all finished, I'll need to clean up after them as well. All before 8:30 a.m. In 20 minutes, I'm brushing my dull red hair and ready to rush out of my bedroom. I'm behind in time. I run down the stairs in a black t-shirt and blue jeans. My navy blue pullover sweater was hanging over my arm as I did, my shoes screeching against the newly polished floor of the pack house. I made sure to do that last night whilst they were asleep. I reached the kitchen, shoved my sweater into a far corner of the counter, and begin grabbing food out of the fridge. In 15 minutes, I'll be frying bacon and eggs and making pancakes. Quickly, I grabbed some large serving plates from the cabinets, tossed them on the kitchen counter, and poured each pan into a separate serving bowl. There. I clicked the stovetop burners off one by one. It was a regular morning routine, and I was used to it. I grabbed some glasses from the cupboard and placed them on the counter. I take out a few cartons of juice from the fridge, along with an apple and an orange, and leave them on the counter. Lastly, I grabbed the necessary utensils and placed them beside the plates. I reviewed my work and was confident I hadn't forgotten anything. Breakfast was ready for my pack. And slowly the pack comes into the kitchen, filling their plates and glasses. Some head toward the dining room table, others sit at the island in the middle of the kitchen. I took my steps back, waiting for them to finish, picking at my nails with my hands at my sides. They never took long to eat. When they all got up to leave, I quietly cleared the table, wiped down the counter, and started with the dishes. It's 8:44 a.m. when I am finished. Shit. I grabbed my sweater from the corner, realizing my bag was still upstairs. I rushed to my room in stealth mode to grab my backpack, hoping no one would notice how late I was. But of course, I wasn't lucky. When I had closed my bedroom door, if you could call a single mattress and a broken dresser a bedroom, behind me, I smashed into the hard chest of a person. That person is my brother, Ace. I kept my eyes cast down and I mumbled an apology. "Move. Pay attention next time, will you?" He snapped, mumbling under his breath. Bumping my shoulder as he walks down the hall to his room, grabbing his own bag, I assume. I ignore that slight pang of sadness as I walk down the stairs and out to the graveled driveway. My eyes were damp, but I wouldn't cry. Stepping out of the pack house, I watch the expensive and gorgeous cars speed past me as I start walking down the street to school. I was so late. School starts at 9 a.m. and this walk takes approximately 20 minutes. I let out an exaggerated breath. Sometimes I wonder if Alpha Cole deliberately placed the order that no one was to drive me to school, so he knew I would be late and could yell at me for it. When I reached the mucky, greenish metal front doors of the school, it was 9:13 a.m. I swung the doors open, rushing down the hall. As I slid my shoes across the floor, I missed the door by about half a meter. I speedwalk quickly and open the door, breathing heavily as I mutter, "Sorry, I'm late," to Mr. Hilton, my English teacher. He waves my presence away as I walk to the back of the classroom. Melanie stuck her foot out, just as she did every morning, and, as usual, I stepped over it and sat at my desk, awaiting the painful lesson. I didn't pay much attention to the lesson. I had this feeling that I couldn't ignore, so I decided to stare out the window to distract myself, watching the squirrels run along the branches of the tree just outside. I found myself wishing I could shift and run through the woods for a while, listening to the animals around me. My thoughts were halted when I felt a piece of paper hit the corner of my cheek. I shut my eyes in frustration. Now what? I look around, looking for the gaze of someone waiting for me to open it. No one was meeting my eyes, though, which was weird. They always make it clear if they've thrown it. Grabbing the paper, that strange feeling was there again. I opened the crumbled paper slowly, confused by what I read. "It'll be okay, Kat," was written neatly in the middle. My breath grew shallow, and I retook a look around the classroom before crumpling up the paper, rising from my seat, and quickly going to toss it in the trash. I didn't like this gut feeling, and I didn't need yet another problem in my life. I went to retake my seat, taking a short look around, avoiding yet another leg sticking out to trip me as I walked to my desk. It seemed like the teachers at this school were blind or didn't give a crap. The discipline in this school was virtually non-existent. No one ever gets suspended, even when they make a grave mistake. I sat down at my desk again, trying my best to focus on the lesson. I took a few notes to forget the one I received. The bell rang, halting my thoughts. I let out a sigh of relief. I slipped my backpack over my shoulder and was the last to leave the classroom. I was met in the hallways with screeching teenage girls and groups of popular girls who were all surrounding my pack members, the ones who happened to be the jocks who play football. I slipped through the crowd like I usually would, finally reaching the end and making my way down the hall to my left and toward my next class. Then a strange scent hit me. It was strong, growing stronger. I had never smelled something like this, not in my 5 years of being a wolf, which was the last time I shifted, since I am no longer allowed to. My parents died that year. Another wave of the scent hit me, and I found myself smiling. This scent meant mate, and I was desperate to meet him. I turned around quickly, looking for the one behind the unique aroma. A shiver ran down my spine. He must be getting closer. And when I turned around once more, there he was. Tall, handsome. A mix of light and dark blue eyes. My lips parted, and I let out a breath. I felt drawn to him. Adrenaline started to run through, along with a strong pull I felt toward him. Please no. My hands were freezing all of a sudden, and it stung enough that I wanted to scream, but I didn't look down. All I could do was stare at him. I was numb as he approached me. I had no words. This can't be happening. He stood in front of me, backing me against a locker, one hand stretched out beside my face. I felt a connection to him. I let out another breath. No, don't say it. And I hold myself together, not giving anything away. Listen carefully, Katerina. He begins, his voice clear and firm. You're not good enough to be a Luna. Hell, I don't understand how you can call yourself a werewolf. You have to know by now that you're nothing but a small piece in this pack. And I can't even begin to understand why I was paired with you as a mate. He places his hand firmly on the locker, right by my ear. And then, in a deeply chilling voice, he states, I formally reject you, Katerina Bathas, as my mate. And I watch as Cole Knight, my alpha, turns his back on me like I don't even exist. I have a gut feeling that I'm being watched, and I find myself looking around frantically, my heart racing, only to find no one, thankfully. And before I can stop myself, I take a deep breath and scream, desperately trying to find any form of release from this pain. Chapter 2. I sank to the floor, watching as the crowd formed around me, following the scream they just heard. There was laughing from the pack and mumbling from the outsiders. The tears that rimmed my eyes were now falling freely down my pale, chubby cheeks. The hallways were now empty, and I was left alone. I was hyperventilating. My mate just rejected me. My brother hates me. He practically blames me for our parents' death. Everyone in this school seems determined to make me regret living here. And the funny thing is, almost everything they say about me is true. I am fat, or at least overweight. I'm not particularly skinny, and I'm not saying that because they've convinced me otherwise. Even before my parents died, before my brother started hating me, I knew I was a little too big for anyone's liking. I wasn't attractive either. My hair was a dull, dead, burgundy red. My eyes were such an odd color, also very boring and unflattering, a green with gray specks. My own reflection made me angry and sad. I didn't used to believe them when they said I shouldn't be here. But now, I was starting to accept them. Or worse, that it should have been me, not my parents. I slapped away the tears from my face and scrambled to my feet. Ignoring my backpack lying on the ground, I sprinted out of the school doors, pushing past the others in the hall and back down the street until I felt the gravel beneath my thin, worn-out shoes. I slowed my walking into a fast speed walk as I passed the familiar driveway. I stepped into the empty pack house, holding onto the railing, and stormed up the stairs, skipping 2 steps each until I reached my door, right above them. I burst through it, rummaging through the broken drawers of my broken dresser to take out the few clothes I did have and shove them into a duffel bag. I grabbed my mom and dad's picture from under the mattress that lay directly on the dirty floor, dusted it off, and placed it in the duffel bag. I zipped it up, slung it over my shoulder, and sighed. One thing I had to do before I left was visit Renee's room. When I reached her white, flowery door, I stopped. New tears are flooding my eyes. I had left a very brief explanation as to why I'm going on her bed. I wrote the note out myself, told her how she would never see me again, apologized, and then left the room with new tears. When I closed the pack house front doors behind me for the last time, thinking in my head, I, Katerina Bathas, officially withdraw my place in the Fallen Moon Pack. I felt a painful pull, and I held in a whimper. I was now officially a rogue wolf. And I knew the Alpha, along with the whole pack, would feel I was leaving. Not that they would care, I thought to myself as I approached the woods, desperate to get away from here. I knew the instant I crossed from our territory to an unknown one, I would feel another pang of pain, and so would the pack. Then would they know I was truly gone, not just from their pack, but from this awful town I can no longer call home. Placing the duffel bag near a tree, I shifted, and in a moment, a brown and beige furred wolf took my place. My bones feel free. The kind of release you feel only when you shift after 5 years of being trapped inside a human form. It was nice to reconnect with my wolf again. Her voice rang in my ears as I picked up the bag with my teeth and ran through the trees and off the territory, away from Ever Falls. Coles, PV. When we burst through the pack house doors, every pack member rushed around looking for anything they could find that Katerina might have left, by my order. Her name was being shouted, and pack members shifted, running through the woods in an attempt to find her, anything to see where she was going. I felt it when she left. We all thought it. The physical pain had the whole pack crashing to the ground in classrooms and hallways of the school. It was awful, made worse by the fact that we were all at fault. We knew she had left for good. She was no longer a part of this pack, and I had no way of connecting with her. What have I done? What did I do? I kept replaying the same sentences in my head, not understanding why I had started all of this in the first place. I was in pain. I wanted her here with me. I wanted the chance to show her that I wanted all of this to change. Rejection or not, she was still my mate. I groaned and rubbed my hands through my hair and down my face in exasperation. What did I do? Just then, Renee rushes down the stairs, a sobbing wreck with a loose sheet of paper in her shaking hand. I took it from her, and what I read left me furious, seeing red. Dear Rin, please believe me when I say I am so sorry. I didn't want it to end like this. It's just too much for me to stay. My brother hates me, and so does my pack. I have no one to protect me. I can barely protect myself, Ren. Our beloved Alpha is my mate, and so none of the above will change. What do I have left? I'm at my breaking point, Rin. I want to promise that I'll be okay, but I'd be lying if I did. No part of me is strong at the moment, and the only thing I'm hoping for right now is the chance to find peace, wherever that might be. The only promise I'll be making you all is this. No one in the Fallen Moon Pack will see me again. If you could please tell Ace that I'm sorry, but I want him to know that he was a great brother growing up, and I love him and wish him all the best in life. And please give this note to Cole. Have him read what's written below. I know this does nothing, but writing it down makes it official in my eyes now too. I, Katerina Bathas, accept your rejection. I'll miss you, Ren. Thank you for never listening and for being my only friend. Please, this time listen. Please don't come looking for me. I don't want to be found. I'm sorry. Goodbye. Katerina Bathas. Chapter 3. Katerina's PV. In 4 days, I heard the first crack of a twig that I hadn't made. I was far, far away from Ever Falls. I had shifted 3 times, back and forth to human and wolf as I traveled in and out of towns. I was now in wolf form again, walking through the woods looking for something, anything to drink. I was dying from dehydration, and I swear my tongue hung out of my mouth like a sloppy dog. Pun intended. The crack had me whipping my head around, a growl erupting from deep inside my throat. I barked as if to ask who's there. I wish I hadn't, because no sooner than I did, I was faced with 3 wolves, all in the formation of a triangle, coming at me. A black one, larger than the other 2, at the front of the triangle, a gray one at the right of the triangle, and a white one to the left of the triangle. I watched their lips pull back from their teeth in a snarl as they padded over to me. I cowered away in fear, my nose touching my front paws, my hind legs still in the air to show I surrender. I cast my wolfy eyes down at the muddy grounds of the woods and waited. Bone popping. No, bone cracking. They were shifting. I still kept my eyes down. There was a zipper and some rustling. Shift. A voice of authority rang, and I felt my body quiver in fear. Instinctively, I shifted, curling into a ball on my knees. Our eyes are closed. You may get your bag. He told me, the same voice that told me to shift. Quickly, I slipped on some random clothes from the bag and got back down on my knees. I'm done, I said slowly. You can stand up, you know. We won't bite. Another voice had said. I got up, finally meeting their eyes. They gasped. Who are you, rogue? The authority was ringing in my ears again. I figured he would be the alpha of the pack. I'm Katerina, I muttered to them. They were all wearing clothes, tight shirts and shorts. A duffel bag was on the ground to their left. I cocked my head to the side. Katerina, what? The one who told me to stand up asked. Bathas. Katerina Bathas. I said quickly. They looked at each other, sharing looks I didn't know how to identify before looking back at me. I'm Elijah. This is Cliff and Joel. Cliff was the gray wolf, Joel was the white, and Elijah was the alpha, the black wolf. I nodded, not understanding why they took the time to introduce themselves. You came across our territory. Why? Cliff asked me. I didn't realize there was another pack close by here. I ran from home, I'm only on the run. I swear. I defended myself. We're not going to hurt you. Stop cowering away from us. And there is another pack nearby, the Untamed Pack. My pack. Elijah said, and I gasped before I knew it had happened. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I told him, looking him in the eyes. He rolled his. I don't care that you crossed it. Clearly, you mean us no harm if you're just about ready to run and hide. I was just wondering why you had crossed us, and now that I know, I'd like to ask you what's up with your bruises. He said clearly, his eyes traveling over me. I cleared my throat. Fell, I said flatly. Once again, they all looked at each other with a look I couldn't identify. First, never lie to an alpha. Especially one who is soon to be yours if you accept. 2, I can easily tell that those bruises are all from different time periods, so unless you have 2 left feet or 3 extra toes, I suggest you rethink that answer of yours. Elijah told me smoothly. My eyes grew wide. Me? And an invitation to your pack? The strongest pack in the entire pack history. I asked in a small voice. Yes. All 3 of them said flatly at the same time. I blew up. Are you nuts? Why would you even think about accepting me into your pack? I'm weak. Gosh, you all must be on something. You must be out of your minds or extremely desperate. I can't fight, I'm meant to be fought, and I'm always meant to lose. Oh my, this is crazy talk. Holy crap. I rambled on, pacing back and forth. When I looked back at the three of them, they all looked extremely amused. I stopped. What's so funny? I asked in bewilderment, a bit of anger in my tone. You are. Of course, we know what we're getting ourselves into. You can be trained. Someone as slim as you can build muscle easily and can be taught to fight and defend as a wolf should. Cliff said, smirking at me. I let out a snort. Now I'm sure they're confused. There is no way anyone would classify me as slim, I said matter-of-factly. They shared another look. This time, I knew what it was. It was a moment of confusion. Okay then, Joel said. I took a deep breath. And to answer your question, I was abused, I told them. I was watching their facial expressions shift into ones of rage. Your pack did this? Elijah asks. I flinch at his tone, though I knew he was angry for me, not at me. Yes, I answer quietly. I could see they were talking to themselves again, trying to calm themselves down. I cleared my throat. We'll address this again later, Elijah states. Will you be accepting our invitation, little wolf? Joel asks me. I met eyes with the alpha, and he nodded, giving me a massive smile. Sure. I stutter. And they urged me to grab my bag and follow them. Let's go again, I shout to Cliff as I stand up from the grass. Come on. Take a break for the day. You've been working nonstop for the past 6 weeks, Kat. He told me, enveloping me in a hug. Yes, but that's what training is. Nonstop working out and training. I told him, pushing at his shoulder. Suddenly, I was flat on my back on the grass again. I groaned. I wasn't ready, I told him. Werewolves are meant to be ready at any given time. Learn to use all your senses. It makes a huge impact. Mainly hearing. He tells me. I pushed my red, fiery hair out of my face and stood up. I smiled to myself as I let it slip through my fingers. I remembered discovering it, how shocked and happy I had been. The same night that I was found, I was washing up before bed. I noticed something bright in the mirror. And when I met the gaze, I realized how much I had changed. My hair was a bright, fiery red. My eyes were no longer a dull green. Instead, they were an intense emerald green with little gray specks. My lips were fuller, and my cheeks and jaw were perfectly shaped. My body had changed completely. I was now slim and toned. I looked healthy and strong. I looked beautiful. And I didn't understand. When I asked Elijah about what was going on and explained how I used to look, he gave me the answers I needed. He told me that it was a mix of things. When my wolf was fully awakened, she and I grew stronger. All I had wanted was to be healthy and strong, and so my body began to change physically. My wolf is growing strong too. That, and the fact that I hadn't eaten in the days leading up to when they found me. That had caused me to lose even more weight. The boys still get mad if I don't eat enough. It didn't matter how I got to this point. What mattered was how much happier I felt and looked. I snapped myself out of it, pushing my memory aside. Come on. Let's keep going. I look up at Cliff. He groaned in an attempt to distract me. And I was right, soon he was starting up another attack, trying to grab me over his shoulder. Instinctively, I ducked, rising to my feet as I turned around and pushed at his back. He flew forward, but I was already in front of him again, grabbing him by the shoulder and slamming him onto the grass, my arms shaking. I let go immediately and smiled in triumph. Nice job. He grinned and started charging at me again. This time, I used one hand to grab his forearm and tug him to the ground like a sack of flour and kneel onto his back. He looks back, grinning at me. You're getting good. I'm proud of you. He tells me and pulls me in for a hug. Thanks. I smiled. We ran plays and scenarios for another hour despite Cliff being dead tired. Dinner was almost ready by the time we were finished. Stepping into the pack house, I smelled amazing food, and my stomach grumbled in response. After finding a seat at the table, the rest of the pack sitting around me, I felt relaxed. I was exhausted. Plates of food were set before us by the excellent kitchen staff. And the whole time we ate dinner, I couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 4. How is training, Katerina? Elijah asks, smirking in Cliff's direction. He groaned. She is one tough person. I cough and stop his sentence. He glances at me with a smile and says, she's getting really good. She's beaten me well over 15 times, and she's beaten Joel about the same. He grumbled the last bit, and I laughed. Nice job, babe. He told me with a huge smile. Thank you, I mumbled, embarrassed. So, when do I get to take you on? I grin. He narrows his gaze, his lips tugging at the corners. Dinner seems to be done. Let's go then, he says, then gets up and walks out into the backyard. I jump up and follow him out, Cliff on my tail, Joel hot on his. I watched as he waited for me in the middle of the training field, ready to go. You're sure you want this? He smirks. I'm sure. Let's go, I said, attempting to sound confident yet monotone. It was game on. I narrow my eyes, embracing my inner wolf, and we charge towards each other. What just happened? Elijah asks, his back on the grass. I wasn't sure who he was asking. He was staring at the sky, taking a breath. I took a deep breath of my own. I can't believe you beat the alpha, Joel says, his mouth open. I looked over at him, releasing my foot from Elijah's chest. I closed Joel's mouth with a smile. You'll catch flies, I told him and patted his cheek. He gaped again, which made me laugh. Who are you, Katerina Bathas? Elijah stood up from behind me and pulled me into a tight hug, lifting me off the ground. I laugh and kick in his arms. You just told me who I was. Can we get inside? It's getting kinda windy. I ask, picking a piece of hair off my lips. If you promise not to bring this up again, he whispers to me, and I laugh yet again. Let's go. Elijah finishes. We all nod and walk through the glass doors, through the kitchen, and into the living room. I plop down on the couch beside Elijah and lean on his shoulder. Cliff sat beside me, and Joel sat beside him. Did you want to watch a movie? Cliff asked me. The Lion King. I shout happily. They all groan. Dude, why'd you ask her? Joel smacks his arm. Oh, shut up. You want to tell her she can't watch her crappy Disney movie? He snapped back. No, thank you. That's all you, bud. Joel mutters and sticks a pillow between the two of them, backing away. First off, I can hear you. Second off, we're watching The Lion King, I said with as much intensity as I could. Then I smiled, bounced off the couch, grabbed the remote from the TV stand, and sat down. Clicking into one of our streaming accounts, I found the movie. Elijah pulls me into his lap as the introduction music begins and curls me up like a child. One arm was under my bent knees, the other around my waist, as my back lay on his chest. Of course, as always, I cried when we watched this movie. Why does he have to die? Simba has no father now, I sniffle, a pang reminding me of my own father, who has passed. Why do I watch this? It's so sad, I mumble, wiping my nose on Elijah's shirt. Sure. Go ahead, use my t-shirt as a tissue, no problem. He says in a dull amusement. I mutter a thanks and continue watching the screen. I feel his chest rumble with laughter. It means no worries for the rest of your days. It's our problem-free, Veloso Dash. I stopped singing when a hand covered my mouth. I followed the arm and the shoulder until I saw Joel. I glared. Hakuna Matata is a good song. Idiot. I mumble the last part. I could feel Elijah laugh again. Yes, it is. Just not when you've heard it one too many times. Joel replies with a smirk. I find myself distracted during the last bit of the movie. I couldn't stop thinking. When the movie ended, I asked if we could put in another. I wasn't ready to go to bed yet. I didn't want to be alone. Sure, babe. Which one now? Elijah asks me. I named the first movie that came to mind, not really caring about the choice. Finding Nemo. Cliff and Joel groan. Please. I use my sweet voice. It's not fair of you to use that voice so much. Cliff grumbles. Oh, come on, I laugh. You just don't like that it works on you. I stick my tongue out at him and grab the remote from beside me. And I find the movie on the streaming site, adjusting it in Elijah's lap. He whispers into my ear, "Careful, babe." And his voice gives me goosebumps. I adjust a little more slowly, settling in to watch the movie. I focus on the movie and find myself thinking of Elijah now. There were still a few things I didn't understand. Typically, an alpha shouldn't be so involved with hanging out with the members of his pack. He should be working hard, doing paperwork and phone calls. But the night they found me, he swore to me, "If you need me, I'm there, Katerina. Always. I promise." And I find myself smiling at his infectious grin in my memory. He had just held me after that, his arms wrapped protectively around me as I began to open up to him. It only took that first night for me to feel the safety he and his pack would give me. I sigh, remembering why they found me in the first place. I curled closer into Elijah's chest, pushing the memory aside. I didn't want to think about my old pack. I tried to watch the movie again. Seeing the turtles always made me smile. I find myself frowning as another thought occurs. He was sitting with us, sure, holding me, yes. Only Elijah wasn't anything more than my alpha and friend. Friends would do similar things, wouldn't they? I bite my lip. He started to stroke my back. He kisses my forehead, making me question my previous thought. Confusion begins to frustrate me, and after another rush of constant thinking, I start to grow tired, finally. The corners of my vision were blurring, and I yawned, taking a look around me. Cliff, Joel, Elijah. I had a pack. I had friends, a family. 3 men I trusted more than anything were sitting around me. Yet still, after 2.5 years, I find myself thinking how could I get from where I was to here? No answers come to mind, and I blink back to the movie. My eyes feel like sandpaper, and the warmth I was getting from Elijah only made me sleepier. Go to sleep, babe. And I close my eyes, his voice pulling me into a deep, much-needed sleep. Confusion is still evident in the back of my mind. Chapter 5. I felt around me. Sheets. I smiled and pulled the covers up to my chin. It was so cold in here that my hands were freezing. I yawn and rub my eyes, looking around. I was in my room. I didn't remember walking up here. Then it clicks in that I had fallen asleep downstairs. One of them must have carried me up here. I looked down and noticed I was in a button-up shirt and my underwear. Probably one of the guys put it on me. I yawn again and walk out of my bedroom and downstairs to the kitchen. Cliff was sitting at the table with a large plate of food in front of him. I sit beside him, grabbing 2 pieces of bacon. "Good morning to you too, Kat." He smirks at me. "Morning," I mutter, taking a bite of one. He laughs and takes a bite of his food. "Good sleep?" he asks, his mouth full. "Sure, I guess. How about you?" I ask. "Not bad, dreamless sleep." "What are you planning on doing today?" He asks me, taking the other piece of bacon back from my hand and biting it himself. I frown. "Well, I want to go for a run by the lake. Did you want to come?" I ask him. "Sure thing. Want to invite Joel?" And I nod, smiling at him. "We could go swimming." He grins back. "Yeah, I'd like to see you in a bathing suit again." He winks. Looks like I'll be swimming in a long baggy shirt then." I tease, and he laughs. "You'd still look beautiful." He smirks, and I roll my eyes, grabbing a piece of his toast. My chest started tightening just then. It was painful, excruciating. I started screaming. I was knocked off my chair and was leaning on Cliff's lap, clutching my stomach and chest. "What's going on? Please, stop," I screech, my voice getting weaker. "Elijah," Cliff shouted, pulling me to the floor with him. "It's okay. You'll be okay, Kat," he mutters, stroking my forehead. I scream again and see Elijah rushing into the kitchen. "What's wrong?" he asks Cliff. "Katerina, can you hear me?" And his voice is so faint. "What happened?" I hear Elijah shout, and I let out another scream, feeling his hands on my cheeks. I don't know, all of a sudden she was in pain. "Elijah, what's going on?" Cliff shouts at him. And things are becoming a bit clearer. Joel pulls him into the corner of the room. I whimper and groan. My head is starting to feel tight. "Can you hear me?" Katerina counted to 10. "Breathe." Elijah tells me, and I start counting in my head. 1, 2. I groan again, relaxing another scream. "Please." I begged, my face and neck soaked with tears. Start again, count again. Elijah shouts at me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I was breathing heavy, my voice trailing off, my heartbeat slowing down, before one last shot of pain ran through me. I opened my eyes slowly, no longer feeling any form of that pain. My eyes were stinging, and I was wet from tears and sweat. I take a calming breath. Elijah, what just happened to me? I asked him with wide, watery eyes. Confusion is settling in my stomach. Katerina, are you alright? Joel rushes to me, kneeling at my side. I go to stand only to stumble down and onto his thighs. I wanted to get up. I didn't want to be on this floor. I don't know what I am. I look between Joel, Cliff, and Elijah. Kat. And I meet Elijah's steady gaze. I hate to be the one to tell you this. It's your partner. He's just had an intimate connection with someone else, only this time, he confirmed a bond with her. Elijah tells me. My face fell. My eyes rimmed with more tears, but I didn't want to cry anymore. I remember all the pain I experienced when Cole had been intimate with other girls, but it was never like this. Never that excruciating. It must be because he formed a confirmed connection with her. That must be it, I tell myself. He's not her true partner, and she's not his. Their connection can be broken at any time so long as either wishes it. He told me as Cliff wiped my forehead with a cold, damp cloth. I see, I muttered lifelessly. I was trying my best to forget him, Cole. It was hard. And painful, I'll admit that. However, I was doing well until all this happened. I hated being constantly reminded that my partner was someone who often engaged in casual relations. I wiped my eyes and forced a smile at my boys. I refused to be sad any longer. Can I have more bacon? I asked to no one in particular, each of them laughing in response. I grin and wipe my face with the back of my hand, accepting a piece of bacon with the other. How can someone so small eat so much? Joel mutters into my ear as he passes by me to take a seat. Very happily, that's how. I grin and bite dramatically on my piece. He rolls his eyes, and I laugh. Cliff mutters something about me being emotionally reactive to Elijah, and he gets backhanded for it. As he rubs the back of his head, he frowns. The reason I was upset earlier came to mind for him. He turns and smiles sadly at me. I match his smile, showing him I'm okay. Elijah helps me stand and kisses my cheek. You're sure you're okay? He asks gently. I nod up at him and smile. I'm sure. Thank you. I was currently in my room searching for a bathing suit. I wasn't carrying excess weight anymore. I had absolutely no fat. I was pure skin and muscle, and yet I was still self-conscious. After years of being called hurtful names, well, it shouldn't surprise me how insecure I get. But there are rare times when I try not to eat, thinking that it would help me maintain my weight, as it had before, out in the woods. Every time I try, I get caught and warned by either Elijah, Joel, or Cliff. My weight is my blind spot, they say. I find myself shaking my head dismissively at the thought. I say suddenly, reaching for the smooth fabric of my navy blue bikini. I wiggle my hips in victory, a smile printed on my face. I close the bathroom door behind me as I step onto the cool tiles of the floor. I slip the t-shirt over my head and slip on the bikini top. There was no design on it, just like the bikini bottoms I slipped on. I bundled my previous clothes in my hand and walked back into my room, throwing them on the bed and grabbing a towel. You guys ready to go? I ask, meeting them in the living room. There were loud, cheerful exclamations, and I blush, sitting beside Elijah. Don't get too comfortable, we're about to head out. As soon as Rebecca gets here. Joel yells the last part. I roll my eyes. Nice. Could you be any nicer to the girl? You're just mad because she was successful the first time she tried. I scowl at him. He scoffs. She's a girl, of course, I should be mad. I'm that childish, he says, and it was his turn to roll his eyes. I won't hesitate to stand up for her if you're at all mean to her today. I smile at him. Hey, be nice. He'll behave, I'm sure. Cliff tells me, glaring at Joel and then grinning at me. I laugh, shaking my head. Rebecca came downstairs wearing a bright red two-piece bathing suit with a black towel draped over her arm. Ready to go? She smiled. I ran up to her and linked arms. Let's, I said, and glared at Joel as they all stood up and followed us. No, no, no. Put me down, I scream. And then the cold water splashes up and over my skin. I stood up, gasping for air and smearing my eyes free of water. Jerks, I shout and climb up the muddy side of the lake and to the surface again. Cliff was laughing with Joel leaning on his shoulder, and Rebecca was laughing as well. I glare at the three of them. I watched as Elijah swung on the long, tight rope dangling from the tree and plunged into the water. As Cliff grabs Rebecca, she screams at him to let her go, and I start to laugh. He throws her into the water, one of her arms tucked around her knees, the other holding her nose as her blonde hair flies straight up in the air, and she crashes into the water. I slowly step back and hide, creeping up behind them, using all my strength to chuck both Joel and Cliff in the water. It's a lot for me to use only one hand on each of them. I snort, seeing heads pop up, glaring. Rebecca is still in the water, laughing just to their left. I ran and took a jump off the edge, landing close enough to them that they got a massive splash of water. It wasn't long before they wiped their eyes clear and started to splash me back. Smiling at Elijah, he lifted me onto his shoulders, and I laughed, watching as Rebecca climbed on Joel. Cliff stood to our right, refereeing the chicken fights. All right, 1, 2, 3. I was sitting on the grass when Rebecca came and sat down beside me. Hey, having fun so far? I bumped her shoulder. She laughs and smiles at me. Yes, it's good to get out of the house, you know. She half frowned for a second. My brows furrowed. What's wrong? I turn to face her better. She takes a deep breath before saying, I sorta found my partner. And I raise an eyebrow. What do you mean sorta? I ask. I mean, he hasn't realized it yet. She told me, frustration evident in her voice. My lips form an O shape. It's not like they'll be unaware forever. They're bound to find out. Sometimes one person discovers it before the other. I tell her, and her eyebrows furrow. Who is it anyway? Why can't you just tell them? I ask her. She looks at me with sad eyes. Because it's Joel. She trails off, and I mumble, oh my, before I can stop myself. Yeah, he practically hates me. Men sometimes react poorly to knowing their women are at all more successful than they. I guess I'm afraid he won't accept me. She tells me, and I nod, understanding. Don't worry. I promise you, Joel isn't like that. I assure her. I have no way of knowing when he'll figure it out. That's got to be the worst part. She mutters and bumps her shoulder again. At least you know you've got some pretty good backup if anything goes wrong, I admit, and we both start to laugh, knowing just how true it really was. We turn to watch the boys. They're climbing out of the water and up the rocks toward us, ear-to-ear grins on their faces, and their hair soaking wet. Elijah met my eyes and gave me a pleasant look. I quickly turn my head and stare out at the view. It was such a beautiful day. Chapter 6. Gosh, I haven't had that much fun in such a long time, I tell them all, drying my hair with my towel as we walk in through the pack house doors. Elijah laughed, and soon everyone, including me, was too. We couldn't be happy. Glad we could contribute, dear. I'll see you guys in a few hours. Alpha duties to take care of. Elijah tells us, kissing my forehead before walking upstairs to his office. I'm gonna go get changed. Be down in a bit. I tell them and skip upstairs with Rebecca quietly behind me. She walks off down the hall to her room. I reach mine and close the door behind me. I start taking off my wet bathing suit, letting it fall to the ground with a wet thud. I dried the rest of my body before pulling on my undergarments. I rustle through my drawers and pull out a t-shirt and Joel's Care Bear shorts. Sometimes I wonder what he watches on his own time. I shake my head, pull my hair into a clip, and walk downstairs. I'd say you're about 6 meters behind me, closer to my left, I say out loud, knowing Cliff would hear me. We were standing in the middle of the woods clearing, and I was practicing my hearing abilities. I was supposed to be able to stop every attack Cliff tried to pull using only my hearing. Good job. He praises me, and I smile. So far, he has only had one attack where I didn't sense him coming. He ran off into the woods, hiding somewhere in the distance. I look around me, hearing quiet steps become clearer. I couldn't pinpoint what direction he was in until I listened to the wind pick up as he began to run toward me. I turn, ready to defend, and he stops in his tracks, grinning. You're getting good at that. It makes it easier to defend yourself if you can sense where they are before they attack. Ready for the next step? He asks me, and I nod, eager. Okay. Shift, and we'll do the same things we've been doing these past few weeks in wolf form. Got it. He tells me, holding my shoulders, looking at me with a serious expression. I take a deep, calming breath and put on my game face. Got it, I say and turn to walk away, taking a few steps before shifting and turning around yet again, facing Cliff as we're both in our fighting stances. He growls and I snarl in return. That's when we lunge. I whimper. He had me flat on my back, pinned to the ground. He nudges my neck and then jumps back, ready to start again. This time, it was a bit of a struggle before he crept up on me, pushing me onto my back again. I let out another whimper. Use your senses. You can do this, Kat. Come on now. His voice trails through my mind. I can do this, I tell myself. Taking a breath, I charge at him. He moves slightly, and I push my snout into his neck firmly. I shove my head under his belly and lift, flipping him over and onto his back. With my paw on his chest, I snarl down at him before I jump back, letting out a howl of triumph. We ran a few different scenarios. I felt great about winning. My body was pounding with excitement and adrenaline. My wolf needed this, too. Cliff's voice trails through my mind again. Hear me coming, focus. He tells me, and he runs into the woods. It was silent. I knew he was in stealth mode, hiding somewhere so carefully not to be seen. I close my eyes and try my best to focus. I take a breath, letting my ears perk up as I listen to the sounds of the forest. Crack! I whirl around and run as fast as I can into the woods, tackling him. Once again, I snarled at him in mock defeat, only to realize that this wasn't the same gray wolf I had been fighting. Instead, pinned underneath me was a large black wolf, whimpering. Chapter 7. Gosh, I haven't had that much fun in such a long time, I tell them all, drying my hair with my towel as we walk in through the pack house doors. Elijah laughed, and soon everyone, including me, was too. We couldn't be happy. Glad we could contribute, dear. I'll see you guys in a few hours. Alpha duties to take care of. Elijah tells us, kissing my forehead before walking upstairs to his office. I'm gonna go get changed. Be down in a bit. I tell them and skip upstairs with Rebecca quietly behind me. She walks off down the hall to her room. I reach mine and close the door behind me. I start taking off my wet bathing suit, letting it fall to the ground with a wet thud. I dried the rest of my body before pulling on my undergarments. I rustle through my drawers and pull out a t-shirt and Joel's Care Bear shorts. Sometimes I wonder what he watches on his own time. I shake my head, pull my hair into a clip, and walk downstairs. I'd say you're about 6 meters behind me, closer to my left, I say out loud, knowing Cliff would hear me. We were standing in the middle of the woods clearing, and I was practicing my hearing abilities. I was supposed to be able to stop every move Cliff tried to pull using only my hearing. Good job. He praises me, and I smile. So far, he has only had one move where I didn't sense him coming. He ran off into the woods, hiding somewhere in the distance. I look around me, hearing quiet steps become clearer. I couldn't pinpoint what direction he was in until I listened to the wind pick up as he began to run toward me. I turn, ready to defend, and he stops in his tracks, grinning. You're getting good at that. It makes it easier to defend yourself if you can sense where they are before they move. Ready for the next step? He asks me, and I nod, eager. Okay. Shift, and we'll do the same things we've been doing these past few weeks in wolf form. Got it. He tells me, holding my shoulders, looking at me with a serious expression. I take a deep, calming breath and put on my game face. Got it, I say and turn to walk away, taking a few steps before shifting and turning around yet again, facing Cliff as we're both in our fighting stances. He growls and I snarl in return. That's when we lunge. I whimper. He had me flat on my back, pinned to the ground. He nudges my neck and then jumps back, ready to start again. This time, it was a bit of a struggle before he crept up on me, pushing me onto my back again. I let out another whimper. Use your senses. You can do this, Kat. Come on now. His words float through my mind. I can do this, I tell myself. Taking a breath, I charge at him. He moves slightly, and I push my snout into his neck firmly. I shove my head under his belly and lift, flipping him over and onto his back. With my paw on his chest, I snarl down at him before I jump back, letting out a howl of triumph. We ran a few different scenarios. I felt great about winning. My body was pounding with excitement and adrenaline. My wolf needed this too. Cliff's voice trails through my mind again. Hear me coming, focus. He tells me, and he runs into the woods. It was silent. I knew he was in stealth mode, hiding somewhere so carefully not to be seen. I close my eyes and try my best to focus. I take a breath, letting my ears perk up as I listen to the sounds of the forest. Crack! I whirl around and run as fast as I can into the woods, tackling him. Once again, I snarled at him in defeat, only to realize that this wasn't the same gray wolf I had been fighting. Instead, pinned underneath me was a large black wolf, whimpering. Jumping back, I bow my head down. I'm sorry, Alpha. I didn't realize it was you. I tell him. He must have been on a perimeter run. He rises, shaking the bits of leaves off his fur. He walks toward me, using his snout to lift my head. He nudges a spot above my eye that I assume was injured. When did that happen? Don't worry, dear. Nice job, by the way. His words float through my mind, and my wolf shivers. I started to walk through the trees and toward my backpack. Elijah grabs his bag from a tree nearby and follows behind me. I shift, curling behind a tree. I hear him move, too. How did you get to me so fast? And where's Cliff? He asks, coming around the tree, slipping a shirt over my head. I pulled out a pair of shorts from my bag and slipped them on. I closed my eyes and opened them quickly. No idea. I tell him with a laugh. He laughs in response. That was some try. Come on, let's get your cut cleaned up, I frown, no clue as to how I got it. Cliff. Pack house. He shouts and wraps his arm around my shoulder as we walk back to the pack house. Ouch! I wince and pull away. Joel was cleaning my minor cut in the pack infirmary while Cliff and Elijah sat by asking me questions about training. Stop being such a baby. It's going to heal as soon as I get all the minor debris out anyway. He mutters, pouring a bit of cleansing liquid onto some gauze before pressing it to the cut. It stung. You can practically knock the alpha over, but you complain over a little scratch? Cliff smirks. I'm about to give you a scratch if you don't stop talking. I glare at him. It hurts, okay? By the time Joel was done, I felt the wound squeeze the skin together as it healed. Great. Can we get back to training now? I bounce up and off the countertop. No. If you want to train, we'll start with your flexibility, he says, and I blush. What was I supposed to say to that? I'll be in my office. If I hear you've gone back to training, I won't be happy, Elijah states clearly, and I frown as I nod. He leaves the room after kissing my forehead, and I stare at Cliff and Joel. I'm gonna go take a shower, I mumble to them both and head to my room. Slipping out of Elijah's shirt and my shorts, I step into the bathroom, turn on the shower, and step into the hot water. I wash my hair and body quickly before hopping out and turning the taps off. I dry my hair as best I can before heading out of the bathroom and to my drawers. I grab another pair of shorts and another long t-shirt before heading downstairs. Walking into the kitchen, I grabbed an apple from the fruit bowl before walking into the living room. Cliff and Joel were on the couch, talking to a few other pack members. I took a seat beside Joel and continued eating my apple, listening to them talk about hockey. The other pack members start to leave, and soon it's just the three of us, Cliff, Joel, and me. We talk like we always do, discussing random topics and asking questions that cause us to laugh or cringe. Rebecca came down smiling about a half hour later. Hey, wanna join us? We're just talking and goofing around. I wink at her. She was avoiding contact with Joel, but she smiled at me and sat down beside Cliff. "How'd your day go?" he asks her. "Good, actually. I didn't do much. How about you?" She smiles, directing the question at us all. "It went mighty fine, my dear." Cliff smiles back, ruffling her hair. I laugh at the glare she gives him. "I got some more training done, actually," I told her, and she grins. "That's great. How'd it go?" And I go to respond, but I see Elijah coming down the stairs. He picks me up off the couch and sits down on the lazy boy chair, placing me on his lap. "What's wrong?" I ask him. He feels like something is bothering him. He smiles at me. "I just wanted you near me," he says, and I blush, looking to my friends and joining in on a strange conversation about our favorite kind of pie. Come on, how did he even score? This is unbelievable. Cliff is shouting at the hockey game on the TV. I laugh now and again, watching him throw pillows around. He gets too worked up over these games. Rebecca gets up to use the washroom, and Cliff goes to get chips and snack foods from the kitchen. It doesn't take either of them long before they're back in the living room and ready to watch. "All right, I have some popcorn, potato chips, chocolate, soda pop, and some pretzels," Cliff says, placing a whole bunch of bags on the table along with a large bowl of popcorn and 2 bottles of pop, accompanied by plastic cups. I grab a handful of pretzels and curl up with Elijah as we watch the movie. Scream 2. This movie always scared me, and the whole time, Rebecca and I were screaming and hiding our faces. "Stop being so jumpy," Joel told me as I gasped at the sudden bang in the movie. "Holy cow," he screams as the masked figure thrusts his knife through a door. "Yeah, Joel, stop being jumpy." I stuck my tongue out at him, and Rebecca laughed. I yawn. "Tired, kitty cat?" Cliff smirks at me. "No. Are you Clifford?" I ask him. He glared jokingly. "I told you not to call me that. It's such a silly nickname." He rolled his eyes. "You're a silly nickname," I muttered childishly. I felt Elijah's chest rumble with laughter. I blushed and continued watching the screen. The movie was ending, and a lovely, peaceful piece of music was playing. "Something has to happen. It has to," Rebecca rambles over and over, worried. "Boo." Joel popped in her ear, and she screamed. "You were right, something did happen," he tells her and laughs. She slaps his chest and glares. "Come on, cheer up, Beck," he tells her and hugs her close. I watched as she smiled up at him, but he was already focused on the movie. Slowly, I watched as a slight frown took over, and she turned to watch the film again. This was my 8th yawn in less than 15 minutes. "Come on, let's get you to bed," Elijah says. I groan and whine. "I'm fine, really. It's only 12:07 a.m. I'm not tired at all." 9th yawn. "Yeah, sure you're not. Let's go," he says and picks me up, carrying me up the stairs and past my room. "Any reason we're going to your room?" I yawn again. He places me on the ground outside his door and smiles at me. "I thought you could sleep in here tonight," and he opens his door, pulling me by my hand. He nods his head toward his bed, and I crawl in, pulling the covers over me. Should I be thinking about this too much? I whisper into his ear, "No, you shouldn't be," and I realize I've said it out loud. "Shoot." He kisses my forehead like always. "Night, cat," he mumbles. "Night," I breathe sleepily. Don't think about it too much. My eyes were getting heavy. I heard his door open and close, and I yawned for the last time before falling asleep. I woke up, and Elijah wasn't beside me. I decided to get up and take a shower. Walking into the bathroom, I turn on the tap. When I scrubbed clean, I ran out my hair and wrapped a towel around myself, turning off the water. I step into the bedroom, holding my towel, and search for some clothes. I felt his presence. I press my lips to his warmly, our bodies close. We embraced each other with great feeling, showing intense affection. "You're important to me," he says softly. "Yes," I reply. Our hands held. A great sense of passion filled the moment. Every touch was an awakening as we moved toward the bed. We settled onto the sheets and embraced, our bodies close. My soft sounds matched his, and the moment became more focused and intimate. "Katerina," He whispers my name, holding me close. I love you. He breathes into my ear. I love you too. And I close my eyes, our lips meet again. Only to wake up again, for real this time. Chapter 8. I woke up suddenly. Elijah was asleep beside me. What just happened? No. I look over at him. His lips were parted slightly. I can't do this, he's an alpha, my alpha. As quickly and quietly as I can, I climb out of bed and speed walk out of his room, into mine, closing the door behind me. I lean my forehead against it. What just happened? I mumble aloud. You know what just happened. You just had a dream about our alpha. I hear my wolf's voice in my head and I groan, turning around to lay the back of my head against the door. How am I even supposed to look at him after this? I put my face into my hands and lean forward. I should have seen this coming. I should have kept a further distance from him because now I've succumbed to my feelings for him and can do nothing about it. I would never take away Elijah's chance of being happy with his mate. And once he meets her, he'll love her, their connection unavoidable and instant. He'd be forced to choose, and I know in the end I will no longer be his. You're not his, and if you keep it that way, he wouldn't have two choices to choose from. I close my eyes in frustration. I am not his. The connection between my mate and me may be broken, but Elijah's connection with his mate is yet to be discovered. And I can't be in the way when he finds her. I turn to open my door, speed walking into Cliff's room, and sit down on the bed beside him. I shake him a bit. I have a dilemma, wake up. He groans and turns away from me. This time, I curl in close to him. I said I have a dilemma and growl into his ear. I slap the mattress with my palms. He frowns and leans up. Okay, fine. What's wrong, Kat? He asks sweetly, his voice making me want to flick him in the face. I glare at his tone. I had a dream about Elijah last night. Beside him. I whine. He chucks his pillow at me. You woke me up 'cause of a dream? He shakes his head and tosses me off his bed and onto the floor. Jerk, I mumble and lie on my back. He's our mateless alpha. It would be selfish of me to start a relationship with someone who has a whole life ahead of him. I'd only get in the way. And even if things weren't so complicated and I actually were his, I could never be the Luna to our pack. Sure, I can defend myself, but I am no leader. I rant in frustration. Come on, Kat. Don't do this to yourself. Don't stress over something that hasn't even happened yet. He replies, rolling his eyes. What do you mean? I ask rudely. It's obvious he feels something for you. Something's going to happen at some point. And do you really want to disappoint the alpha? If it comes down to it. He smirks, trying to get comfy in bed again. You are no help. I get up from the floor and Cliff leans to grab my hand. I think you'd make a beautiful, strong Luna if it comes down to it. He smiles, and I half smile, squeezing his hand before strolling out of his room, heading downstairs. I pass by the living room and walk through the kitchen. Grabbing a piece of bacon from the bowl on the counter, I make my way through the back doors and outside, walking toward the trees. It's not long before I reach my tree. Grabbing a branch, I hoist myself up and begin climbing to a larger branch close to the top. I pulled myself up through the last couple of branches before sitting down, straddling the bigger branch and leaning my back against the tree, my feet dangling over the edge on each side. I take a look at the view, and memories of my time as a rogue run through my brain. Somehow being this high made me feel closer to the nature surrounding me. There was a slight breeze that made the trees rustle. Suddenly, what looked like a thick rush of wind curled through the air in front of me before blowing directly at my face. Squinting my eyes, I shake my head, and it stops after 5 seconds. What the hell? I look around through the trees and then down at the ground. I see Rebecca standing there. She gives me a small wave. Did you see that? I shout down at her before climbing down and hopping off the last branch. I meet her gaze. I did see it. And she grins at me. I stare at her, and she gives me another small wave, wiggling her fingers. It was you, wasn't it? I laugh. That sure was a strong gust of wind, I say, and tuck my hair behind my ears. She laughs. Sorry about that, still learning. I got the gift on my birthday last week. I can control the elements. She tells me, and I laugh. Sorta, I reply, and she gives me a fake glare. I'll get there. She smiles. Does Elijah know? I ask, nervous to say his name. Yeah, told him the day after. I was curious as to what was happening, wanted to see what I could do before going to see him. She flips his hair over her shoulder dramatically. It's an amazing gift, Becca. Congratulations. I hug her. You see, you shift for the first time when you hit puberty, and then, at the age of 16, we find our mates, mainly the females, who realize this first. The males sometimes don't until they are 18 or older. And then once you've turned 18, you have the possibility of being gifted by our goddess. Some do, some don't. No one will find out until it hits them. It could be years into their life. For all you know, you could be carrying the gift of breathing fire for the rest of your life. You won't know, and it won't manifest until it is deeply needed, or unless you will it too. So, what were you doing up there? She asks. Just wanted some time to think. I come here sometimes for a walk or a run. It is beautiful up there, and part of me feels like the forest is safest and where I need to be. It's a peaceful feeling. Freedom. It's how my wolf feels when I shifted. That's a similar feeling I get when I use my gift. That little bit of release, whether it be from your anger or your sadness. And knowing there's something that can make you feel that way. It's addicting, you're right, she replies sadly, and I try to give her my best smile. Did you want to show me something else you can do? I ask happily, trying to cheer her up. She grins at me before walking just past the tree to a pile of grassy dirt, scooping up a handful before coming back to join me. I was practicing this last night. She mumbles and shuts her hands so I can no longer see the soil. I watch as she closes her eyes, taking a small breath in and breathing out slowly, repeating herself that many times before she opens her eyes and meets mine with the same huge grin as before. She opens her hands, showing me the scoop of soil and little specks of grass. There's grass growing in my best friend's hands. You've just made something grow in dirt in your hands. That's such a strange sentence, but it's such a beautiful gift. Beck, I trail off now and again, pinching the grass in her hand between my fingers. I can't believe what I'm seeing. She laughs at my reaction before placing the scoop of dirt back where it belongs, filling in the little holes with more dirt. It would be nice to have something to make me just that bit more unique, I whisper into the silence. Werewolves are pretty unique as is, but I understand what you mean by that little bit more, she laughs, looking down at her hands. It sure is something, Rebecca says to herself, and I smile at her. Change of topic, I state, and we start walking toward the pack house. I tell her about my dream and how I spoke to Cliff. She rolls her eyes at the fact that I even went in there, and I groan in agreement, him suggesting that the yet would happen soon. I ask her what she thinks I should do about it, and her reply is quick. Do not say anything to him. She states, you and I both know how this'll end. You'll feel guilty and end up hurt, and it wouldn't be fair to him, to either of you. She says, wanting me to listen. Or I could just tell him, see what he says, and just see how things go. I mumble, and we both laugh at the idea. I'll keep this to myself, I say as confirmation, and she nods in agreement just as we reach the pack house doors. All I had to do was keep him at a friendly distance. Chapter 9. As soon as we entered that pack house, Elijah was in the kitchen, of course. I put a smile on my face and greeted him as I passed by, before yet again, speed walking to my bedroom. Shoot. The only word going through my head. No way am I going to be able to do this whole distancing thing. He looked so good just now. There was a knock that startled me. I didn't respond. I am well aware you're in there, Katerina. Just open the door. Elijah tells me. He was using his alpha tone, and I felt myself cowering towards it reflexively. Jerk. Soon enough, he was in my room, pulling me in for a hug and inspecting me at arm's length. Why did you run off like that? He asks me with a worried gaze. Sorry, nothing's wrong. I just got back from the trees. Saw Becca for a bit. She showed me her gift. I grin, not at all feeling awkward. He sighs in relief. It's amazing what some people can do, he says, sitting beside me on the bed. It is. It makes you wonder what's hiding beneath the surface of your own body. I smile to myself, once again hoping for some gift. Either way, I'm happy for my best friend. How'd you sleep? I woke up and you were gone. He says out of nowhere, eyebrow raised at me. I slept fine, nightmare is all, I told him, and of course, as if on cue, I started thinking about it. And I didn't put my metal block up this morning. He blinks and smirks at me suddenly. Oh no. I see you've had a dream about me. He says, his tone makes me tense up. He's staring at me. I push at his chest. That's not fair. This whole mind connection stuff with the pack is stupid. I mutter in frustration. I'm an alpha, so to be fair, I have no choice in what I hear unless you place your mental block up each morning. Now answer me. He says, and I part my lips, explaining what had happened. He smirks at me once I'm finished, responding with that's interesting. And I turn to glare at him. That's the word you use? I snap. I turn away and start picking lint off the sheets. Yes. I'm glad you find it so fascinating. I stare. He pulls my chin slightly so I am now facing him and meeting his eyes. My breath hitches. I find it interesting because it seems you have the same dreams I have about you, Katerina, and he leans closer. No, stop, I say just before he reaches me and steps back, rising from the bed. I stood in the middle of the room staring at him. Kat, don't do this. He says gently. I pace a bit. You're making a mistake, Elijah. What happens when you meet your mate? What then? He holds a hand out, and I stop for a second, meeting his gaze. I make it clear I cannot take another loss. If I can keep myself from you, I will not have to feel yet another one. Please, you don't do this. I beg, my eyes rimming with tears. He gets up from the bed, a look in his eyes I can't identify. He steps closer to me as I step back. This isn't about me, Katerina. It's about you. You're worried that when I find my mate, it'll be as if you never existed, correct? He asks, tilting his head back and facing down, trying to meet my eyes. I shake my head. You don't understand the pull, Elijah. You don't. It's overwhelming and, in a way, suffocating how much you feel for your mate in that split second of seeing them. It's stronger than love, and you can't help it. It takes over until one breaks it. I tell him, with stray tears running down my cheeks. I take a couple of steps back only to reach a wall. He is standing in front of me now. I shake my head. No, this isn't right. His hands grasp my cheeks to keep my head from shaking any longer. Enough. I am not leaving you. We shall see if it's stronger than love, he says, wiping the tears on my cheeks with his thumbs. He leans forward slowly, watching my eyes and asking for permission. Is that your way of saying you love me? I breathe. Yes, Katerina. I love you. And I look up to meet him, and he kisses me gently. I pull back quickly as a thought comes to mind. I can't be Luna. I'd never be a good enough leader to help you run our pack. I state quickly, and he groans. Will you shut up? And kisses me. When he pulls away again, he tugs me into his arms, holding me as I wrap my arms around his waist. I take deep breaths, trying to focus on what's happening right now. I was so confused. Thank you, I mutter and feel his chest rumble. Are you thanking me for our kiss? He smirks, and I laugh. I guess I am, I mumble in embarrassment. Well, you are very welcome. He replies, and I sniffle with a smile. I wipe up the last of my tears. You're okay? He asks, and I nod. I'm getting there. I laugh, and he joins in, kissing my cheek. Are you sure about this? I ask, and he ignores me. Come on. It's time for lunch. He says, and holding my hand, he leads me down the stairs to the dining room table. The whole pack was seated around, munching on sandwiches as we both took our seats. Cliff winks at me, and Elijah lets go of my hand. I blushed and glared. He mouths later, and I nod and start filling my plate. Chapter 10. I'm confused, Joel says, and I roll my eyes at him. We're all sitting in the living room, gossiping on the couch. There's really not much more I can tell you, I mutter. Cliff snorts. I don't believe that. He replies. I've explained to them both what happened up in my room. None of you know what's going to happen because none of you have found your mates yet. It's all different with them. The rest of the world is a blur, and your mate is who you see clearly. You're suggesting that Elijah is going to reject you once he finds his mate. Joel states, and I nod. He wouldn't do that to you. Cliff adds in before tossing a pillow at me. With a strained voice, that's just not true. The connection you feel for your other half, it happens so quickly, you feel dizzy. It's almost impossible to love another unless your connection is broken. I say, and they frown. Then why do you want Elijah? Cliff asks, confused. I shrug and frown along with them. My mate rejected me, and so those rules don't apply to me. I can feel something for Cole always. But our connection is no longer strong, and so both of us can love another without any try. I mutter lifelessly. I still don't understand how all of this can be happening. In the span of just one day, my life has undergone a significant change. It only takes a day for me. You're doing this to yourself. My wolf is angry and excited. She wants Cole more than I do, and it makes it harder on her. But right now, she's furious at the possibility of me being hurt again. Are you guys a thing now? Joel asks me, breaking the silence and my thoughts. I guess you could say that. I smile and blush slightly. I can't help but be happy, even if my gut and my wolf were telling me otherwise. I found myself distracted again. You shouldn't be doing this. Would you shut up? I shout in my head. Cliff jumps up, grabs a pillow, takes advantage, and smacks me with it. Come on, focus. Cliff grins, and I grin back. This is a much better distraction. I grab a pillow of my own and run at him, smacking away in an attempt to knock him down. It doesn't work, and soon I am pushed into the couch. I take fake deep breaths, and when he turns to look at Joel, I smack him on the back of the head and jump on his back. Haha. I shout in victory and hop right back off. I think you're just about ready to take on the world. He turns to smirk at me. I laugh, and Joel does too. You're a weird bunch, he says, and I laugh before turning to Cliff again. I'm gonna grab some water, I announce, and stupidly stare at the floor, turning to walk toward the kitchen. I hit a hard chest in the process. Oops, sorry, I start, but when I see Elijah there, smiling at me, my breath catches in my throat. Well, hello there. He chuckles. Hi. I laugh nervously. He pecks my lips and smiles at me. I agree with Cliff. You are ready to take on the world. Which is why I wanted to talk to you about something. He tells me. I grin. All right, talk about what? I ask, trailing off at the sad look in his eyes. You'd better sit down, babe. He tells me, and I do. Cliff and Joel were all ears, listening carefully, and so was I. What is it? I ask rudely, desperate for an answer. Well, our pack is about to get bigger. He states slowly. Do we have new members? I ask to cheer up. No. Sort of. He sighs. We're joining packs with another. The pack that ranks below us is in second. He scratches the back of his neck. Well, okay then. What's the problem? I wonder. Aya. He looks over at Cliff and Joel. I look between them as they exchange looks. I glare at Elijah. They were communicating without me. What's going on? I demanded. Babe, calm down. We're gonna make it work. Cliff, Joel, and I will do this together, okay? His voice was ticking me off. My hands felt cold. It was painful enough that I hissed, and then, staring at Elijah, I asked again, what is going on? My voice scared even me, and I watched as he let out a huge breath. My wrists, my arms, I was burning in pain. Elijah, I snarl. We're joining packs with the fallen moon. He states with as much power as he can. I looked around at the three of them furiously. Cliff was nodding, and Joel was looking away, avoiding contact. I was lost for curse words, so I settled for when, in a vicious tone. Elijah stared at me with sad eyes again. 2 days. He told me. I gasp. 2 days. I have 2 days before I have to face the people who ruined my life. I shout in his face. I turned around and stormed into a chest again. Relax, Kat. Cliff mumbles, and I struggle out of his arms. Let me go. I shouted and pounded weakly at his chest. A surge of strength runs through me, and I find myself shoving too hard, enough that Cliff's back hits the wall behind him. Joel wraps his arms around him as I try to leave. Don't fight us, please. He whispers, and I drop into his arms, my legs numb and my hands still ice cold. We were all sitting on the carpet, cross-legged in a circle. I don't know if I can face them, I whisper, my voice cracking. You're not the same woman you were when you left, Cliff tells me. I stop to consider his words, but don't bother continuing. I'm not going, I say bravely. Yes, you are, Elijah states. Jerk. I say in my head, and I see him frown. I'm sorry, Katerina. As Alpha, I order you to join our new pack. Elijah breathes, and I feel the pull of the command. Jerk yet again, I think grumpily. Please don't be mad at me, he begs. I sigh and look at him. He looked so sad. Quickly, I crawl over to him and sit in his lap. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at myself and at everything else. I swore to myself that I was never going back to that place. That I was strong if I didn't return. I don't know what they'll do to me, I admit. My chest heaves with pain as my mind goes into overdrive with the memories. How many times do we have to tell you? They won't have the chance to do anything to you. You've trained for moments like this. You're strong and you're ready. And you're dating the Alpha himself, Cliff snaps. I laugh. You do have plenty of protection, Joel says, and Elijah swiftly pecks my lips. You can handle yourself. We all know this, Elijah states, and I smile at him. And you and I have another secret weapon. She wiggles her fingers at me and winks. You know, my fingertips are just itching to try, Rebecca says, coming into the living room, sitting down in my previous spot. I laugh, and she smiles a warm smile at me. And what are you talking about? Cliff asks. Joel is staring at her, waiting for an answer. I wink at her this time. She thinks for a moment before looking at a glass of water on the table nearby. It takes a few seconds, but the water rises in a stream, traveling through the air, and she lets go, just above Joel's head. Chapter 11. I started to laugh. The look on Joel's face, soaked from head to toe, was amusing. I guess Becca wanted him to get a little payback from the teasing he gives her. I wasn't afraid anymore of seeing Cole again or my brother. I was confident and somewhat fearful of my best friend's power. Joel spits a bit of water out of his mouth, wiping his face with his hands. Cliff wipes his cheek from the droplets he got from just sitting beside Joel. I laugh again and feel Elijah's chest rumble too. I shouldn't worry, I shouldn't. I keep this in mind. Well then, do you think you're ready to face your fears when the time comes? Rebecca asks me, ignoring what just happened. I thought about it. Was I ready? I would have to see my brother, my old pack, the ones who mistreated me and made me feel like I had no place in the world. And I would have to see Cole, his new potential mate, and the faint trace of the mark he's left on her. I hear my wolf whimper. I frown into Elijah's chest. Could I really face anyone there, or defend myself from any of the trouble they might cause? I started to wonder what happened after I left. Was it nothing to them but just another day? They would all feel something when I was gone, but if it really didn't mean much to any of them, would they have even felt anything? I never understood how that part of the pack's connection worked. Perhaps they won't recognize me at all. The shock in their faces would certainly be a mood lifter. I find myself smiling slightly. I would need to tell them, though. Would they have even cared once they realized, though? I frown at the thought. Elijah had said that my pack here, my family, would all protect me. It's a comforting thought, but there was something they couldn't protect me from. The faint feelings I have toward Cole will rise again, bringing me unavoidable pain that can't be taken away. I can't be protected from what's inside me. My wolf whimpers again. I need to remember what I have and will not lose. I have Rebecca and Cliff. I look and smile at them both. I have Joel, and now I have Elijah, who is no longer just my alpha. He is the man who loves me. I smile to myself. A very small piece of me is ready for this. The rest of me is curiously scared. I mutter honestly to everyone. There isn't much more anyone can say. Hopefully, more of me will be ready when we leave this pack house and head to one full of hatred and disgust. I shiver and frown. Let's switch topics. What's for dinner? I ask. I hear a chorus of groans and a few laughs. We didn't finish lunch too long ago. How are you already hungry? Cliff asks, and I laugh and shrug. I just am. Does anyone know the answer to my question? I ask and get met with a bunch of nopes. Darn. As soon as I woke up the next day, I started packing. We would be leaving tomorrow, and I had to put everything I owned into suitcases. I was currently on suitcase 3 when there was a knock at my bedroom door. Come in, I shout and stuff some more clothes into the already full suitcases. Hey! I look up and smile at Elijah. He grins at me and hugs me from behind. I turn in his arms and peck his lips. Yes! I tease, pulling away. He leans in again. I got you something. He says, finally. You didn't have to, I begin, hush and turn around. He interrupts and I comply. He pulls my hair back and grabs my hand to place it over it, holding it in place. I feel cool metal touch my skin as a chain runs down and around my neck. I turn back around to face him, letting my hair fall loose down my back. I look down at the locket at the bottom of the chain, just dangling softly against my chest. It's beautiful, I say, stunned. I'm glad you like it. He smiles and kisses me. What does it say? I ask as I fiddle with it, reading a word on the back. Katerina, and Katerina means pure. It's written in Greek. He traces the design with his thumb. It says my name? I blush. I love it, thank you. I reach up and hug his neck. He kisses my neck in return, and I smile as we both pull away. Are you packed? He asks me. Just about. I groan and plop down on the bed. Well, I gotta get going, pack stuff to take care of. Why don't you go hang out with Cliff and Joel when you're done? Invite Rebecca along too. He leans over me and gives me a deep kiss. Okay. I mutter, and he leaves smiling. I started packing again, and it took me another hour to finish. I quickly get dressed and head downstairs. A few pack members were sitting around the living room. Hey guys, have you seen Cliff and Joel? I ask them. A girl I remembered as Kendra spoke up and told me they were out back. Thanks. I smiled at her and walked through the kitchen and to the backyard. Oh, you're already out here. I grin and hug Rebecca. She laughs. Yeah, was just practicing. What are you doing out here? She asks me. I take a seat beside her on the porch. I needed a break. I shrug. I turn and watch Joel and Cliff, who are doing rounds of training on the grass a few meters in front of us. I look up at the sky, squinting against the sun. It was so beautiful out today. She turns to me, her fingers twirling in a circular motion, and a single leaf follows her movement. Nice necklace. She smiles. I touch it gently. Elijah gave it to me, I tell her, and she nods. My best friend disapproves of my new relationship, but she doesn't say anything. How are things with Joel? I ask. Her hand drops, the leaf falling to her left. I'm guessing it's not going well? I ask sadly. Joel started seeing someone from our pack. She sighs. I frown, narrowing my eyes at Joel. He doesn't know yet, it's fine, she tells me. It's not fine. You're just having to put up with it. I say annoyed. I don't have a choice. She growls. He'll see it at some point. I glare at her. Just tell him. I half shout, half whisper at her. No, it's not the same. She half shouts, half whispers back. It's not going to get any easier, just tell. I shut my mouth as Cliff and Joel walk up to us, leaning against the rails around the porch. Hey guys. Cliff greets us. We reply with our own hellos. How's packing going for you guys? I ask. I'm done, thankfully. Cliff is just about done. How about you guys? Joel asks. Rebecca starts playing with her leaf again. Such a strange sentence. I'm good to go, pretty sure Beck is too, I reply for both of us. I looked up since he was a bit taller than me, let's do something. Elijah told me to get out of the house. I tell them. Let's go to the mall, Rebecca suggests. I groan. I'm not the shopping type. I could use a new pair of shoes, actually. Cliff adds in, and I mouth, you're mean at him. Joel, you okay with that? Becca asks him, and he nods at her, sure. She smiles back at him and turns to me. Okay, good. I need an outfit for the move tomorrow. I groan. I keep forgetting that it's them who are joining up with, I mutter grumpily. Elijah said that both his father and Alpha Cole's father agree it would be best if the two highest-ranking packs joined together, and some other nonsense about how it would strengthen us all individually as well as balance things out for our packs, etc. Cliff growls. You sound just as annoyed with me, I say, and push at his leg. Of course I'm annoyed. We're joining packs with the jerks who took a better life, one she deserved, away from my best friend, he snarls. Who knows what would have happened if we didn't find you, Joel adds, looking at me sadly. I smile reassuringly at him, and he takes a breath. I don't want to think about what could have happened to me if they hadn't found me. It makes me wonder if I'd even be alive. Okay, no more sadness. Let's get going. I tell them all, cutting my thoughts off and forcing a grin. Joel smiles, let me grab my wallet, and runs into the house. It takes Cliff a bit to push his anger away. His eyebrows are still furrowed. Cliff, get over it, I mumble, rolling my eyes. Rebecca and I stand up simultaneously and turn toward the pack house. Before my best friend can protest, I blurt out, Rebecca and Joel are mates, but he doesn't know yet, and she refused to tell him. And now he has another girlfriend, and I need your help in keeping her calm during all of this. I hope to catch my breath. Cliff blinks a few times before smirking at her. Don't worry, if you need to find another way to handle the stress, I'm sure you'll think of something. She holds her hand up. No, she states and looks to me, mouthing the word, which, at me as she walks into the pack house. So, when and how did you find out? Cliff asks her, following behind me as I follow behind her. 2 months ago. When the four and Elijah went for that run during the last full moon, we were all shifted, and my wolf went crazy. She almost got complete control over me. I had to shift back and head home just to calm her down. She bites her lip. I didn't see any change in him, and I assumed it was because he didn't realize yet, she finishes. You told me you were sick. I smack her arm. She laughs. I had to get out of there. I smile at her, understanding. She half smiles at me. Why aren't you telling him again? Cliff asks. I can't, okay? It takes away a romantic fraction of it all and just isn't the same. She says sadly. Neither of you can say anything, she states. I won't, don't worry. Cliff smiles and walks to the front hall to grab his wallet from his jacket. Let's go shopping, I say, dramatically excited. She laughs and shakes her head. She and I walk to the hall as well, grabbing our purses. All right. I walked by Elijah's office and told him where we were going while I was up there. Everyone ready? Joel asks as he makes his way down the stairs. Ready, we said in unison, and Rebecca grips my hand. Chapter 12. The mall was crowded and noisy. The moment we get to the doors, Cliff and Joel walk off ahead on their own in search of that new pair of shoes he wanted. Rebecca and I follow along behind them, stepping into the shoe store where Cliff is already trying on shoes. He notices us and waves us over. All right, which ones? He asks right away, holding up a pair of red and black shoes and a pair of black and gray shoes. I shrug. I like the black and gray ones, I tell him, and he stares at both pairs again before nodding. He puts them back in their boxes and grabs the black and gray ones, walking up to the checkout counter while we stay back to watch. Then all of a sudden, there was a sweet voice surrounding us. Joel! Hey, got your text. She smiles as she walks into the store and kisses him as she gets to his side. He smiles back. Hey, I was hoping you'd make it. And instinctively, I look at Rebecca. Oh no. Joel was oblivious as to what was going on. He was wrapped up in his conversation and no longer paying attention to us. I didn't recognize who she was, but she smelled familiar though. I felt my best friend begin to shake, enough that it terrified me to wonder what her next step would be. There was a low growl. Becca, don't, I whisper. She whimpers. I look down slowly and see a faint green glow running through her veins, from her fingertips to the middle of her palms. Walk away. Don't make a scene. I beg her. Shut up. She snaps at me. Quickly, I stand in front of her and glare. Let's go. I pull her away from Joel and his girlfriend, Cliff catching up with us moments after, and ask what happened. Joel's girlfriend showed up. I just had to get her out of there. I rub my forehead. I said I was fine. She shouts at me, catching a few people's attention. She leans on the railing outside the store. Crap, when did Tamara get here? Cliff mutters. About 5 minutes ago. Look, go hang out with Joel. We're going to go shopping. I'll text you when we're done and we'll meet you at the car. I tell him. Rebecca laughs. She is a silly name, she says, and I roll my eyes. I get it, she was jealous, but take it down a notch. I hug Cliff before dragging Becca away. Let go of me, I can walk just fine. She rips her arm away from my grip. I just saved you from doing something you would have regretted, I warned her, but I let the softness in my words show. I wouldn't regret confronting her. She gets his attention, his affection. She's not his mate like I am. In what way is that fair? She shouted, whirling around to face me. You think I don't know about how fair like can be? Joel hasn't noticed that you belong together yet. It's not like he rejected you. I said sadly. She softened her gaze. I'm sorry, I didn't, it's fine. Come on, let's go get you that new outfit you wanted. I told her and grabbed her wrist as we walked into the nearest dress shop. What about this one? She asked me, holding up a pink dress. I hide a laugh, it was not a good pick. She was finally calm and her usual, cheery self again. I like her happy, and hopefully she stays that way for the rest of the day. I don't like it, I tell her, and she nods, placing it back on a rack and continuing to search again. I smile at her back. Oh, hey, what about this one? She holds out a plain, yellowish shirt with a matching skirt, featuring a black, flowery print. That's not your color, like at all, I tell her and turn to my side, looking at a small black dress. Okay, what about this? She holds up a simple gray dress, and I smile at her. There you go, I say happily. She gives me a grin, and we continue to roam around the store before she checks out. My phone starts ringing while I'm in the dressing room. Hello. I hold it between my shoulder and ear as I slip my clothes back on. Hey, we're going to the food court, meet us, it's Cliff. Is she still there? I ask and hear him snort. I couldn't really give him a real reason why she would leave, so, think you should warn Becca. He says, and I sigh. All right, yeah. I'll let her know. See you in a bit. I tell him. When I'm back in my regular clothes, I knock on Rebecca's changing room door. Hey, we're meeting everyone at the food court. Yes, tomorrow we'll be there, and please try to control yourself. It'll be hard, and I'm sorry. I am starving, though. I beg, and I hope to hear a laugh, but sadly nothing. Okay, whatever. Let's go pay for our stuff. She snaps and opens the door. I smile at her, and she rolls her eyes in return. Hey, leave my fries alone, jerk. Rebecca glares at Joel as he reaches for her fries yet again, stuffing some into his mouth. I'm hungry. He mumbles, showing the food he hasn't swallowed in his mouth. Gross, I say, and drop my fork onto my tray of food, a poutine and a Diet Coke. I look at him in disgust as I wipe my hands on my jeans. Cliff laughs and nudges my shoulder. It was so far so good with Rebecca. She was controlling herself, even though Tamara was clinging to Joel's side. She didn't seem like a terrible person. Everyone deserved to be happy. It was just too bad 'cause I knew she wouldn't last all of 4 days before Joel was fed up. I frown and look at my best friend. She was picking at her food. I turn to look at Cliff, who had a frozen yogurt in his hand. Can I have a bite? I ask, and he hands it over to me. I take my bite and hand it back, feeling uncomfortable as I see Joel is now kissing Tamara. Thanks, I mutter to Cliff. I frown, seeing Rebecca grip the table, a faint dust forming as the table starts to crumble slightly beneath her hands. I clear my throat, and she lets go, glaring at me before continuing to pick at her food. I wish there were more I could do for her. Cliff hands me the last bit of his yogurt, and I grin at him, finishing it. I loved anything frozen. Chapter 13. Time had started to drag on, and for whatever reason, we had switched topics and my parents' death was being questioned. I was doing okay for the most part. Did you want to tell me what happened? Tamara asks gently. I look over at Becca, and she has a sad smile on her face. We were going on a family trip up to our cottage in Kirkland. I loved it up there, I miss it. My friends used to think that a small town with so few people couldn't be anything fun, but when I was tiny, I thought it was. And it was beautiful. A home away from home, I smile. I was 14 when they passed. Ace, my brother, was a year older. We had a great relationship back then. We were very close. I can't help but frown. I miss my brother. It was my 12th birthday when I was able to shift. Ace had gotten me a beautiful, bright white necklace shaped as a single snowflake as a birthday gift. He told me he had saved up 2 months' worth of allowance so he could get it. He knew how much I loved winter. I say, a rather sad laugh escaping me. He had placed it on my neck that year, and I had worn it ever since. The year our parents passed, on the car ride up to the cottage, I fell off. I had tried to sleep, hoping the feeling would pass, and luckily, I was able to. When I woke up, we were pulling in, and I didn't feel like myself. Something was missing. I felt warm, too warm. And then I realized I wasn't wearing my necklace. I explain. I touch my neck instinctively, knowing the lock on my neck that Elijah had given me was not the necklace I truly wanted to be wearing. The only other time I had felt like that was when I had forgotten to place my necklace back on one night after a shower. That's why I wasn't wearing it that night either. I had forgotten yet again to put it back on. I frown, meeting the eyes of my supportive friends. My family, and I won't forget that night easily. If I couldn't bear that one night, I wouldn't last a weekend without it. I tell them, explaining in the strongest voice I could, what had happened. Daddy, please, we have to go back. It's important to me. I beg, tugging on the sleeve of his t-shirt from behind him in the back seat. Ace smiles at me. Can you really not last a night without your necklace? He asks, and I frown. I'm not myself without it. You've seen what happens to me. It's scary, I tell him in a sad voice before I turn away, seeing Ace frown. Daddy gets out of the car, and I follow him. He goes to unpack some of the trunk, and I run to the moment on the other side of the vehicle. Can we please go get my necklace? I can't be me without it. I want to have a good weekend too, I frown. My mom holds me close and kisses the top of my head. She remembers that one night too. All right, we'll drive back. We want you to enjoy your weekend, love, but most of all, we want you to be safe. I smile, thank you. I hug her tightly, a cold shiver running down my spine, and rush to hug my daddy too. He has just slammed the trunk closed. They both climb into the car, and I'm just about to run off to meet them when Ace pulls me back and looks down at me, smiling. Your necklace means so much to you, he says, and I smile up at him. It's a part of me, I tell him, and he laughs. Just be safe, all right? I peck his cheek. You're sure you don't want to come with us? He shakes his head, holding up his duffel bag. I'm good. It's not too long a drive back, I'll see you soon. He smiles, and I laugh, knowing he has some gaming system in his bag or something. I shrug and mumble okay. I walk toward the car, and he follows behind me, pecking Mom's cheek through the car window before giving me one too. We love you, bye hun. See you soon. Mom shouts to him. I love you too. He shouts back and walks up and into the cottage doors. Buckle up, sweetie. My dad turns to face me from his seat. I buckle it with a click and smile at him. We're good to go. I laugh. Daddy starts the car and I smile. I'll have my necklace in just over an hour. We drive through the dirt roads of the cottage community and I look at the beautiful lake around us. This will be a good weekend. The weather wasn't all that warm and we knew swimming might be out of the question, but we might be able to go tubing, which would be fun. I yawn and my eyes start to sting. Get some sleep, hun. My mom turns to look at me and I smile. Closing my eyes, I fall asleep again. When I wake up, the dirt road is gone and we're on the main road now, maybe 30 minutes away from home. I watched out the window and all the leaves were falling at the end of the fall weather. Snow would be coming soon, I almost forgot. I wiggle in my seat at the thought. Careful, honey. My dad scolds me and I laugh. Sorry. I apologize with a smile. He meets my smile in the little mirror, and there's a loud honking horn that doesn't stop. The car swerved violently. There was a sudden impact, and then a splash. I was disoriented. Water began entering the vehicle. I felt cold. I tugged at my seatbelt, but it was stuck. The water rose quickly in the car. I tried to see through the confusion, but everything was going dark. I couldn't move. End of memory. And that's all I remember from that night. I woke up in the hospital in town a few days later. Our car was involved in a collision with a truck. The car had gone into the nearby lake. I was told within a few minutes of being awake that my parents didn't make it. If I could have just gotten my seatbelt to unlock, maybe I could have, I sigh, not finishing. I could have saved them. If I had gotten them out, they would have healed instantly. Instead, it was only I who was found alive. Only me. It was my fault. I wanted my necklace. I needed it. I really wasn't me without it. I had lost it that night in the crash along with so much more. I state, touching my neck on instinct again. This was getting too heated for a conversation at the mall. But I continue anyway, finding some comfort in talking. I had asked the doctors where my brother was, but they all told me they hadn't seen him. It wasn't until a couple of days after I woke up that I needed to be released from the hospital, so he came to pick me up. I frown. He made it clear on the car ride home that my wanting to get that necklace was ridiculous, and he blames me for what happened to our parents. He believes I caused it, and at the time, I did too. I didn't tell them, but part of me still feels like I am to blame. And I'm not sure if that will ever happen. There is silence around us until Joel says, "You never told us that story before." I know. I guess I just figured I had another chance in life when I met you all. I didn't want to bring my problems, so I put a block on the memory. It's hard to move forward when you lose the people who raised you. I miss them, and I also miss my brother. It just wasn't worth it to mention it all. I admit and take a cold sip of Diet Coke. Tamara is looking sad, holding on to Joel. I smile at her, Cliff, Rebecca, and Joel, letting them know I'm fine. We continued talking for a while, sharing random thoughts and laughs, and thankfully, nothing depressing or angry. The moods were being brought up again. And I finish my Diet Coke as we chat away. Chapter 14. Are we gonna get out of here anytime soon? 'Cause I'm bored, Joel mutters, and I laugh. Tamara whispers something in his ear, and she nods. We're gonna head out. See ya, guys, back at the house. He smiles and gives Cliff a wink. Rebecca slammed the table hard enough to crack it, then stormed off towards the restrooms. Tamara flinches. I don't blame her. She has no idea what she's up against. Sorry, she's not feeling well. Just a bad day. I mumble to Tamara, staring off in my best friend's direction. Why does she have to act like that sometimes? Joel mutters, annoyed. I glare and Cliff growls. I want so badly to shout at him. She's only acting like it because you're her mate and you have your hands all over another woman, whispering to each other. I'm in the middle of a mall food court. But I keep my mouth shut. Joel rolls his eyes at us and he and Tamara walk off. I grab Cliff's arm and pull him aside with me and we walk to the girls' bathroom. Yes, I even drag Cliff inside with me. Beck, come out. It's only Cliff and me. I tell her to knock on the door of the occupied bathroom. The voice that replied was hoarse. It sounded like she was choking on something. I frown, knowing her crying is out of control at the moment. I look up at Cliff. He looks even sadder than I am. What a big, much-needed softie. I pat his chest and he half smiles. Becca, babe, you want to come out here? Cliff tries tapping on the door. Not really. She mutters as if it were the stupidest question to be asked. Well then, I guess I'll just have to break down the door. She laughs at him and replies, oh sure, break public property. Cliff smirks at me. Next thing I know, the bathroom door was swinging on broken hinges. You idiot. I glare at him, but I hold back a laugh at Rebecca, who is currently standing on the toilet, up against the wall, with a mix of fear and anger evident on her face. You are so lucky I wasn't busy. She growls and rushes into my arms as Cliff laughs. You'll get your chance with him, Cliff tells her, stroking her hair, his voice gentle. I just want him to be mine, she says, and I nod, understanding her pain. How about we head back to the Pack house and get ready for the last dinner we'll ever have in that place? Cliff asks and adds, I'll even let you pick out my outfit, and she grins up at him before hugging him. We all turn to head out of the bathroom. Surprisingly, no one came in. Oh, and if anyone asks, we were just hiding out in the bathroom, Cliff says with a grin, and Becca and I roll our eyes as we continue walking. Passing by our old table, I frown. What are we going to do about the crack? I asked, pointing at it. Cliff shrugs. Make a run for it? Becca suggests. Yeah, good idea. Go. I shout, and we all book it with our bags and the hoods of our sweaters all flapping around behind us. We walk through the pack house doors, and Elijah is standing in the kitchen. Hey, I mumble, running into his arms the moment he meets us at the front doors of the pack house. Hey, are you okay? He asks worriedly. I'm just fine. I missed you. I reply. I still felt a little uneasy after the conversation at the mall, but I was mostly okay. I missed you too. Seriously. He tells me and hugs me. I smile. I expect him to pull away, but he holds me close. He smiles, and I laugh, pulling away. Well then, you did miss me, I state, and he laughs as well. How was the mall? He pulls me into his arms again. Dramatic, I reply, furrowing my eyebrows. What happened? He asks, and I open my mind block, unable to explain it in those words again. I replay my memories of the mall and the crash, showing him everything mentioned today. That must have been hard. He says gently. I've been through worse. I half smile and take his hand. You're so warm, I tell him. He smirks. Can't stand the heat, stay out of the kitchen. He says and adds, though I do believe it has a lot to do with the fact that my girlfriend is always so cold to the touch. He laughs and I smile. I don't understand why I'm always so cold. You do have a fair point, I laugh. I let go of his hand and fill up a glass of water for myself. When I'm standing in front of him again, he smiles at me, leaning back against the counter. I adjust my top. I wouldn't worry about that. It's just going to get messy. He whispers. What, why? I ask, confused. Because of this, he states. I raise an eyebrow at him. What are you? I gasp as he sprays me with a bottle of whipped cream. When did he even grab it? I step to the side of him, reaching into the pantry and grabbing the bottle of chocolate fudge sauce we use for ice cream. I pop the cap and glare at him. He is only smirking at me in response. I start squirting at him, and it's all over his shirt and pants in just a few seconds. He reaches unquestioningly for another weapon of choice. Oh well. I watched as he grabbed a handful of grapes from the fruit bowl and started throwing them at me. I rush into his arms. At least you're sweet now. I laugh. He smiles and wipes some whipped cream off my cheek. I do believe we made a mess, he says. I laugh. When we pulled away, we laughed at the sight. We took inventory around the kitchen, one hell of a mess. Chapter 15. Everything was everywhere. In our hair, over our clothes, in our eyes, which were now squinting with laughter. It was all over the floor and counters. We were grinning at each other. That was fun. I haven't done anything like that before, I say happily. That was fun. He agrees and pecks my cheek. So, have you ever done something like this before? He asks slowly. Something like what? I ask, confused. He sprays my neck with a bit of whipped cream before wiping it off, kissing my jaw. I lean into his embrace. He holds my waist. Nope, I mumble as I pull away. Good. He smirks. Come on. I got one other thing that'll be a first for us both. He says, wiping something off my face. I frown. I hate being sticky. Elijah takes my hand and tugs me upstairs to his bedroom. I had a feeling I knew what he had in mind. He closes the door behind us and stands in front of me, a smile on his face. Let's get this stuff off, he says, and I can only nod. He tugs me into the bathroom and turns on the shower. We step in, still in our sticky clothes, and soon we're washing the remaining whipped cream out of each other's hair. Elijah helps me wash his hair, and he assists me in rinsing mine. He doesn't overstep. He's respectful, and it makes me smile. Once we finish, Elijah and I throw on some PJs and head downstairs to clean up our mess. I kneel on the kitchen floor, wiping up some leftover chocolate. It was a mess in here, and I already knew I'd be showering again after this. I would do it all over again. I frown for a moment, Memories of cleaning up after my old pack were now trailing through my brain. I shake my head. I don't want to ruin my good mood. Elijah is in his office, working and making arrangements for the next day. I finished before the rush of mothers in the pack began gathering in the kitchen. They start cooking, gossiping away, and I slowly back out, hoping I cleaned it all up. In about 2 hours, we're all sitting down at the dining room table, eating our last dinner as this pack, and this pack alone. I sigh happily and take another bite of mashed potatoes. Elijah's mom, Esther, was smiling at me. "Is it that good, honey?" she asks me. I swallow and blush. "Yes, ma'am." "Sorry," I say and take a sip of water. Elijah's mom and dad live in the pack house with us, even though they don't run it. She's such a lovely lady. She cares deeply about her family. Elijah's dad is a good man with a strange sense of humor. He is good to his wife and son. A hint of jealousy picks at my brain, and I push it aside. "I'm glad you're enjoying it. Eat up, you're just skin and bones," she glares playfully. I nod with a smile and continue eating. Elijah is holding my hand under the table, rubbing his thumb across it. It feels good. I smiled sideways at him, and he winked. "Oh, you guys are so cute," one of the little girls from the pack says. I blush again and hide my face a bit more while eating my food. "Hey, don't hide." Elijah's dad, Ron, pulls my chin up and smirks at me. That's where Elijah gets it from. "You look very adorable like that, darlin' Dot." He chuckles, and I hide my face in Elijah's shoulder. "Dad." He groans. "Oh, hush." Esther scolds her son. I laugh, pull away, and begin eating again. "How's training going?" Esther asks me. I swallow. "Good, thank you." I was able to get the drop on Cliff and Joel a few times. I grin. Mr. and Mrs. Moore both smile. "Don't remind me," Joel mutters as Cliff laughs. "That woman right there," he points to me. "She scares me. And she picks things up so quickly," he states, and I laugh along with the table. "She's taking down your son as well," Joel says with a smirk. "Twice," I say and smile. Elijah smiles down at me. He can't help but be proud. "She really is something," Rebecca adds in, and I wink at her. Both of us are really something. "Tamara, honey, how are you liking the pack so far?" Esther asks Tamara, who's seated beside Joel, of course. Cliff was beside him, and Rebecca was beside Cliff. I watch as she clenches the table, enough that the tablecloth shifts a bit on her end. Crap. Joel glares in her direction whilst Tamara continues to talk. "It's been great, ma'am. Everyone is so kind and welcoming." She smiles, and a few pack members mumble some happy replies about her being welcome and at home. Not everyone. Joel frowns in Rebecca's direction. She frowns back, adjusting the tablecloth a bit. I want to kick Joel. She can't help it if she doesn't like the chick. It hurts seeing them with someone else. "Shut it." Cliff growls lowly at Joel. "It's the truth. I told you earlier, she's always angry when Tamara's around." Joel hisses back at him. He is stupid sometimes, really. I looked around, and the other members of the pack were talking away, not paying attention to us, thankfully. "I'm right here, you know," Becca says quietly. "Yes, you are. Why is it that you sit so close to us when you know you'll be pissed off?" He says to her, and she flinches. She doesn't want to sit near both of you. She wants to sit near you. I want to scream at him. "I am sitting with my friends, thank you." She replies in a soft voice. "If you continue to act like this, you'll be losing one," he says and glares. He yelps, as Cliff must have kicked him under the table, I assume. We get a few stares. "If you'll excuse me, please, I don't feel well." Rebecca mumbles and steps out of the dining room. "Oh, poor dear, is she all right?" Ron asks. I nod. "She will be," I mutter and glare at Joel. I am mad. I hear Cliff laugh, I'd watch out. He nudges Joel's shoulder, glaring, and he gets a glare in return. I'll deal with him later. I hope Rebecca is okay. Katerina, honey, I wanted to ask you how you were handling things, with the packs moving and such. Esther asks me. We now had dessert in front of us, trifles. It's jelly rolls, pudding, jello, whipped cream, and cherries. It tasted amazing. Okay, I reply, picking at my dessert. Don't you worry. It'll be for the best, you'll all see. Ron tells me, well, all of us. I nod slowly. I'll just take it one day at a time, sir, thank you. I smile at him. Oh, I didn't even notice. What a pretty necklace, Esther says to me. I look down at the charm and grin. Thank you. Elijah gave it to me, I tell them, feeling happy. Well done, son. You sure know how to pick 'em. He winks at Elijah. I wonder what he's talking about, the necklace, or me. Then I start thinking about Elijah finding his mate and how he wouldn't pick her, he would be given her. He would love her like Cole should have loved me. I found myself thinking this and my heart hurts. Elijah squeezes my hand and brings it to his lips to kiss it. I smile and kiss his lips. The world goes away for a second. I don't know what comes over me, but I find myself falling in love with him. There's a flash and I pull away embarrassed. Sorry, I say shyly. Cliff had snapped a picture with his phone. I glare at him. Oh, what cuties. He laughs and wiggles the phone at me. I think I'll put this as my phone's background picture. Maybe send it to a few people. He says with a shrug. I'm sorry, Esther, Ron. You might just lose your beta this evening. I growl, feeling embarrassed and angry. I rise quickly from my chair. Okay, you win. Mercy, he begs. Giving up so soon? I tease him. Yes, let me up, he begs. Members of the pack were surrounding us as I held Cliff down against the carpeted floor. No part of me knew why I was so strong at the moment, but I was. Maybe the anger. I stood there, arms crossed, foot pressed down into his chest, admiring my work with Elijah standing behind me. I take a look around the living room, and a few women catch my eye. Cliff tries to impress them often. I look back at him. So, are you ready to apologize? I ask him. I'm sorry, okay? It was a joke. He says, and I nod slowly. Well, I figure. I should teach you a lesson and embarrass you as you embarrass me. I tell him playfully. He groans, Cat, come on. And I laugh, releasing my foot. Don't worry, I wouldn't do that, I say with a smile and triumph. Knowing that a woman was pinning him down was embarrassing enough for the big, bad beta. Elijah pulls me into his arms, and we wave goodbye to Cliff, who is now leaning up on the living room carpet, taking deep breaths. We walk into Elijah's room, and he closes the door behind him. He starts to change, grabbing his sleep pants. I turn away, giggling. I know. I thought I'd try to be cute. I laugh and change out of my clothes, grabbing one of his shirts to slip over my head. When I finish, I turn to find him lying on the bed with his arms around his head. You look beautiful, he says, and I smile. Why, thank you, I reply and hop into the bed beside him. You're very welcome. He grins at me and kisses my lips. I love you, he says. I can't begin to wonder why you do, I admit, and he gives me a fake glare. Then don't overthink it. He smirks and traces my jaw with his finger. I smile as well. I love you, I tell him and meet his lips again. He smiles against them and hugs me close before pulling away. Get some sleep, babe. We have lots to do tomorrow. He tells me and kisses my cheek before I turn around. I find him pulling my back to his front after I turn off the light. I close my eyes. Night. I yawn at him. He laughs. Good night, he said and started rubbing my arms till I began to get fuzzy vision. I fell asleep sometime after that. Chapter 16. The ground was prickly as I walked barefoot along the ground of what looked like a forest. I find myself looking frantically around me. I could smell the moss and the stream somewhere in the distance. The leaves were bright, the sun shining through the tops of the trees. I smile. I can hear everything. The animals around me are moving, hunting their prey, and drinking from the river that flows through the forest. It's only a few meters ahead that I see the first line of a stream. I follow it, taking careful steps. Somehow, my feet don't hurt against the prickle. I reach my destination within minutes, a small pond surrounded by streams. I crouch down, running my fingers in the cool water. Looking down at my reflection, I saw I was in all white. My hair was in a long, beautiful braid that fell around one of my shoulders. White roses and daisies, all entwined in the crevasses of my braid. It was red, a bright, beautiful red. My dress was white, long and white. There was lace forming around the edges of the dress as it folded around me and lay gently at my feet on the mossy green rocks, the edge of my dress just barely dipping into the water. I feel a pulse and touch my neck. It's my necklace. Looking at my reflection, desperate to see if it was real. And it was. I was wearing the snowflake necklace my brother had bought me. I look beautiful. I smile to myself in my reflection. A sudden burst of water begins to rapidly rush down from a further stream, splashing against the rocks before reaching my feet, raising the stream quickly. It pools at my feet moments later, soaking my dress, making me sink a bit into the now soft ground. I look around me, but nothing is there. Everything is silent now. Mist and fog started to form around me, the view around me growing blurry and white everywhere. I start to panic, stepping back slowly when it all fades away. The last of a quick rush of water, and that's that. I breathe heavy, my heart beating, racing. I take a step forward, and when I look back down at my feet, I see my reflection again. I see my mother. I gasp. She's in white, just like me, a beautiful dress. We look so alike. She smiles at me. I missed her smile. I find myself frowning. This can't be real. My mother is gone. I stare at her, wanting to touch her, to have her hold me. Oh, Mom. I miss you. I say aloud, and my fingertips touch the brink of the water. The water starts to freeze over, and in an instant, I can see my breath puff out in front of me as I breathe. It's snowing, so many snowflakes are flurrying down around me. It covers the forest grounds, turning everything white. The trees are bright and the small streams are completely iced over. I can see her face, an image on the clear, smooth ice. I reach out, placing my palm on the ice. What was going on? Mom? I don't understand. I know you don't, love. I'm so sorry. Mom, I didn't mean for this to happen. You should be alive. Daddy should be alive. I trail off. It's all going to be okay. You're strong, stronger than you know. It's not okay. Part of me is weak and lost with you and Daddy gone, I tell her, my throat closing up. You are strong. Look around you, Katerina. Look at what you're doing. I look around. Winter, how could I possibly be doing this? I don't understand. I feel tears begin to run down my cheeks. They freeze into droplets the moment they run off the edge of my chin. I look down at the sound as they hit the ice beneath me. Soon. You'll understand soon, love. I watch as the ice cracks. No, you have to stay. Stay with me. I beg and place my palm against the ice. It only cracks further. No. Mom, please don't. I cry out. Things will fall into place. For now, fight like you've been doing since the day we passed. We love you. Please. I scream with everything in me, slamming my hands in a prayer to my chest. But the ice is shattered completely, and her image is now gone. Kat, wake up. I feel so cold. Wake up. And I do. I lean up in bed, gasping for air, my hand on my heart. I rubbed my eyes free of sleep. I'm sorry, I mumble, looking at Elijah. It's okay. You had a nightmare, you started screaming. He states, frowning at me. I did, something like that, I tell him, using a tone that makes it clear I don't want to talk about it. I sigh, memories of my dream running through my brain on overdrive. It started as a good dream, though it was confusing. Seeing my mom again was. I have no words. And then she was just gone. I pinch the bridge of my nose. Come on, get ready. We're moving today. He grumbles and kisses my cheek before leaving the room. I get up and grab the clothes I plan to wear off the dresser. I slip on the white, summery dress, which I'm pleased with the way it fits me. Soon, my love. The voice drifts through the air, catching me off guard. I scrunch my eyes closed. I didn't have time to think about this right now. I slip on my army green jacket. It was light and thin, perfect for the weather, I think to myself as I leave the room. My suitcases drag behind me, and I reach the stairs. They hit each step with a thud. I don't have time for breakfast. I pulled my suitcases out of the front door and into Elijah's Jeep. I lift them into the trunk and close it before letting out a loud, annoyed breath. I needed to talk to Ron and Esther. I had a very odd dream, or maybe nightmare, last night, I state, sitting in the chair in front of Alpha's desk. Esther is sitting to my left. Ron was handling things upstairs, while Elijah dealt with the things downstairs. What do you mean by odd, dear? Esther asks me, slightly confused. I go into detail, explaining what I had seen in my dream. When I finished, they looked at each other briefly. Ron gets up to join him, leaning against the desk between our chairs. You're sure it was your mother? He asks me. I frown. I'm sure. It's slowly fading away. There are parts now missing, but it was hers. It was my mom. I state. My heart hurts. I put my head in my hands. God, my hands are cold. We're just trying to figure this out, hun. And we will. Esther rubs my back. I nod and listen to the silence. You don't think, Ron began. No. I mean, it seems unlikely, Esther finishes. It would explain what's happening though. Ron finishes, and Esther nods with him before turning to look at me. I look at them with so much confusion, and they both chuckle. We believe we know what your dream means and what it entails, hun. And Esther holds my hand. Okay, but didn't you just say something about it being unlikely? I ask. It is not common for one pack to have so many gifted members, is all. Ron smiles at me. Okay, I'm confused, I state. You have a very strong gift, Katerina. One that you are meant to officially discover after having that dream. Ron tells me. What? You mean a gift like the one Rebecca has? I ask, confused. Yes. It really is unlikely for so many wolves to be gifted by our goodness. And it's even more unlikely that these wolves are in the same pack. Esther says. We do believe we are right though, Ron adds with a smile. I stare at them both. What the hell? Okay, if I do even have a gift, how would I begin to discover what it is? I ask, frustrated. It was clear in your dream what gift lies beneath your fingertips, Ron says, and I frown at him. We cannot tell you. It's best if you discover it on your own. He finishes. Esther squeezes my hand. Find somewhere quiet, where you can be alone. Focus entirely on your surroundings within your dream. Trace your steps and your thoughts. You'll see, Esther smiles at me, and I half smile back. I have my suspicions as to what my gift could be. I take a deep breath. It's up to me to discover what my gift could entail. Try to cheer up, child. There's a positive to this, you know, Ron says, and I can't help but laugh. There is something strong, clearly hiding beneath a part of me that is weak. And there is so much of me that is weak, I wouldn't know where to begin. Even if I did find out what my gift was. I tell him, trying my best to stay calm. You will figure this out, and you'll feel more proud that you'll have seen it all on your own, Esther says. And still, there's a positive in those sentences, 'cause you get to practice and explore what you find within you, anytime you want, for however long you want. He smiles at me, as does his wife, and this time, I smile a genuine smile at them both. He kisses his wife's cheek, and Esther wishes me good luck, and as I walk out of the office, she adds, tell Rebecca dear, either now or when things fall into place. She'll be able to help you. I nod and step out, closing the door behind me. I had no idea where to begin. No idea what to do next. And that last comment didn't help at all. I didn't even know what I could do, and it was suggested that I tell my best friend. Holy crap. Do you know how stressful this is going to be? My wolf's voice appears, and I frown. She's right. As amazing as it would be to discover my gift and to practice and use it, it's going to be a lot. I'm not sure how I'll feel having to focus entirely on the dream I had last night. It was painful, beautiful, and exhausting. I miss my mother so much, and when that dream started to turn into a nightmare, the image of her cracked within the ice. This will be yet another thing that I'll need constant answers to. I want to tell Rebecca that I need someone to talk to. She's my best friend, and as Esther said, she'll be able to help me. She knows what it's like to have a gift. I frown, remembering that she has her own drama right now, and I don't want to add to her burden. Should I figure this out? How am I going to do this? What do I say? Can I even find the words? I put my head in my hands and lean against the wall. I felt like I was thinking the same things in different sentences over and over. I haven't been up for more than a couple of hours, and I already feel drained. Please take a few deep breaths and let's get started. We'll handle all this gift crap better if someone else knows. I nod in agreement. My wolf must be feeling the same way I think, utterly confused and pretty damn annoyed. Rebecca will want to help. Alright, let's do this. Chapter 17. I walk downstairs, my feet echoing in the emptiness of the pack house. I see Becca in the kitchen eating an orange. You almost ready? She asks through a bite. My suitcases are in the car, my phone's in my pocket, and my purse is in the front seat. I'm good to go. I smile at her and she laughs, handing me a piece of an orange. I'm starving, but I'm also nauseous at the same time. How are you? I ask her and she knows I mean Joel. I'm hurt, annoyed, angry. I am a whole lot of negative words, and yet I am still in love with the man. She frowns at me. I sigh. I wish I could say it gets easier, but it won't, unless he's with you. I tell her, and she hands me another piece of orange. The love I still feel for Cole is addictive, and it hurts me every time he's with another woman, I add. Maybe that's another reason why I'm so scared of going back there. Because it won't be the same. He will no longer be far away, whilst I feel the physical pain of it all. I'll see him and hear him too. I'm being forced to, thanks to our move. I look at my best friend, a furrow between her brows as she frowns so deeply. Oh, Beck. She looks up at me now, and no part of her is hiding her pain. It's getting harder to resist him. My wolf is in hiding. She feels like he's rejected us, even when she knows he's only oblivious at the moment. It feels as if she's more hurt than I am. She takes a deep breath and tries to smile at me as I grab her hand and squeeze. He will figure it out. We don't know when, and I know that's a big part of what's hurting you. Try to remember, though, he is your mate. And he will realize someday that you're his. I tell her, and she smiles. She changes topics. Do you think you're going to be okay with this whole move? Becca asks, and I half smile. I don't even know anymore, I reply, and she raises her eyebrows. Something you want to tell me? She says, and I laugh. There is so much I want to tell you, I say, and she laughs now. She tosses the orange scraps into the compost and turns back to face me. Begin. She tells me, and I sigh. I had a nightmare last night that confused me enough that I had to talk to Elijah's parents. I left the office even more confused. I grumble, and she laughs. What is going on? And I sigh yet again, explaining the next steps I've been told to take. That I am meant to go somewhere quiet and alone so I can focus entirely on a painful memory that is supposedly going to show me the gift that I have had since birth, a gift I am told needs to be discovered for things to fall into place. Wow, she whispers, stepping closer to me. Yeah, I say, I'm lost for any more words. Rebecca takes a moment to think before smiling at me. Okay, first things first. We'll need to find someone we can both go with. And I frown. We'll never get the privacy we need. We're going to be on the road in less than an hour, I say, remembering that I'll be seeing my old pack, my emotionally abusive brother, my verbally abusive mate, and my abusive old pack today. Soon. I sigh for the billionth time. I won't bother to go on a rant right now. It's going to be a really long car ride. Don't worry. Once we get this thing figured out, you'll feel more powerful than ever. Beck tells me, and I smile at her. She would know. I nod in agreement. Let's do this, I say for the second time today. We walk outside the pack house, seeing cars lined up in front of it. Everything was packed away into our moving trucks, and the vehicles, including the cars, were loaded separately with all our individual belongings. Okay, we'll be riding with Elijah in the Jeep, and Cliff will be driving with Joel and Tamara. How are things with you and Elijah? She asks as we wait by Elijah's car for him. We were just about ready to go. Everyone was loading into their vehicles with their families and boxes of stuff. Elijah would be the last to leave the house, just like Cliff and Joel, for whom Tamara was waiting in Cliff's Hummer. I look at Becca. Intense. He's so sweet and charming. I say, grinning, only to frown in a split second. I can't ignore the thought of him finding his mate, though, I say sadly. Don't ruin this for yourself. She whines. I don't want to. I'm not trying to. I reply and let out a deep breath. We've admitted we love each other. But Elijah will no longer love me entirely when he finds her. All feelings for any other human or wolf will be less strong, less evident. I frown. No more sadness. That's enough for today, she states, and I laugh. I really don't think this is the last moment of sadness today. She stops as we reach the cars and glares at me. Then turn that sadness into rage. Bury the rage down and hold on to it somewhere deep inside you until we can find somewhere we can discover just how strong you are. Her voice scared me. I nod at her. Oh no. I had forgotten about my unknown gift. Okay, I'll give it a shot. I tell her with a smile. She comes to stand beside me as we lean on Elijah's car. She bumps my shoulder. It will all work out. Just like you told me it would. We'll do this together. Worrying will only give you wrinkles. She tells me, chin up in sass. I laugh and hug her arm tightly. Come on, everyone. Time to head out. I turn around and see Elijah stepping down the porch steps. He smiles at me, and I grin back. I shouldn't overthink this. Rebecca steps away and climbs into the car. Elijah steps in front of me, kissing me quickly and then quickly again. He walks to the driver's side, climbs in, and I do the same in the passenger's seat. We all snap our seatbelts, and I frown, hearing him start the car. I turned and watched in sadness as we drove away from the only life I've ever loved. A day later, about 3/4 into the drive, I pull down the mirror above me and reach into my purse at my feet, grabbing out my makeup bag. I slept for the first bit, thankfully, and now I was fixing a few things in my appearance. I apply some cover-up, add a bit of mascara, and lastly, a neutral tone of lipstick. Rebecca was snoring softly in the back, and I turned in my seat, smiling at her. She had already done her makeup this morning, of course. I had a flawless best friend. I turn back and give myself one last look before I pop the mirror back up and place my makeup bag back into my purse. I looked over at Elijah, and he looked handsome driving. I see him smirk, but he doesn't look my way. Like what you see? He asks me, and I laugh nervously. I do, yes, I reply, and he lets out a laugh of his own. I'm happy to hear it. We start talking, subject after subject. I ask him about his favorite part of being an alpha and his biggest goal in life. He asks what my favorite book was and how close I am to my wolf. It's not until my heart beats quickly that I look out the window. Oh no. Babe, Elijah says, and I mumble and I know. I have to keep calm. Rebecca, I shout and turn to shake her leg. She wakes up, takes a look around, and after a moment, she glares out the window. She fixes her hair and pushes her lashes up a bit with her finger. I turn and watch in silence as we pull into the all-too-familiar gravel driveway. We slowly reach the front, and I see the fallen moon pack house, only a few meters away. My wolf lets out a whimper, and my sadness starts to rise in me. This is really happening. It's really them. I glare out the window, my sadness turning into anger. Push it down, I tell myself. I close my eyes and take a deep breath as we park. I look at my boyfriend and then at my best friend. Both of them nod, and I nod in return, opening my door and stepping out of the Jeep. Elijah comes around to meet me, grabbing my hand. I smile and peck his lips. He pulls me into his side and kisses my forehead. I wrap my arms around his waist and sigh in relief. You're always so warm. I cuddle into his chest. Why, thank you, he tells me, and I laugh. Are you ready? Rebecca asks, coming up behind me. Nope. I smile at her. Elijah pulls me tighter against him and smiles into my neck this time. I've got you, he tells me, and I take a deep breath. How am I supposed to do this? My knees feel weak. I really don't want to be here. A few other cars pull up around us, then the moving trucks. They're all stepping out of their cars, grabbing some of their bags. I get waves from my friends and smiles from them too. I turn to look at the house in front of me, and they all come to stand beside me. Soon, my whole family was surrounding the home of my worst nightmares. We knock. The regulars, such as Cliff and Joel, Tamara and Elijah, H, and of course, Becca and I, were all standing in front of the doors to the fallen moon pack house. We were waiting for them to answer, and my hands started shaking. I felt cold. I clenched my fists, holding back a glare. How could I be back here? Just stay calm, babe. We won't let them hurt you, Elijah mutters, and I hold tighter onto his hand. I find myself thinking that I won't need anyone's protection if I don't get this anger under control. Just then, the door opened, and Renee was standing in front of me. Oh no, I mutter. She's going to be so mad. She smiles at everyone, greeting them and gesturing to the inside. I hid my face in Elijah's jacket. We moved closer to the back of the group. Welcome, everyone. My name is Renee, and this is the Fallen Moon Pack house. She stands in front of us, and I frown. I've missed her. She looks different, more mature. Beautiful as always. They must have gotten her to get the door while they prepare the pack meeting room. I take a look around my surroundings as best I can, being hidden in Elijah's shirt. It looked the same and almost felt the same. Almost. The angry part of me, which I keep trying to shove away, knows that we are stronger than this place and what it holds. I didn't feel the same fear I thought I would feel. I clench my fists again. I am freezing. I listen as Elijah speaks. Chapter 18. It's nice to meet you, Renee. He shakes her hand. I'm Alpha Elijah. These are my betas, Cliff and Joel. This here is Joel's girlfriend Tamara, our friend Rebecca, and he scratches the back of his neck. I roll my eyes. This is my girlfriend, Katerina, he says, and I take that time to pop my head out of his arm a bit and half smile at her. She told a lie, her jaw opens slightly, not understanding. And then she rips me away from Elijah and pulls me into a hug, crying. My eyes rim with tears. Oh, Ran. I missed you so much. We all thought you were dead. Why did you write me that letter? She sobs and smacks my arm hard. Ow, geez. Okay, I kinda deserve that one. I mutter and pull away, rubbing my arm. I look at her and her sad eyes. Are you okay? She asks me. I nod, smiling slightly, and she pulls me into her arms against blink twice if you are being held hostage, she whispers, and I laugh. I'm fine, Renee, really. I'm happy. I tell her, and Elijah pulls me back into his arms, kissing my hair. She smiles at me. Good. I'm so happy you're safe. Cole. He hasn't told anyone but me and Ace about the rejection. No one really knows why you left, she says, and I frown, wondering if my pack was at all worried by my leaving. He claims Melanie is his mate and the Luna of our pack. I find myself laughing. Everyone just stared at me. You really must be happy. She smiles at me, and I smile back. I know it should hurt more, but right now, I just find it amusing that the Luna of this pack has been involved with more than half of the members, I say, and I hear Joel laugh beside me. Okay, that is amusing, yes, Renee adds. I don't know how you're doing it, Cole is a total jerk. She growls, her voice rising. I covered her mouth. He doesn't need to know I'm here yet, I tell her, and she nods. I feel my wolf whimper. She's hurt. I feel a rush of anger toward Cole, the stupidity behind his choices and actions. I clench my fists and try my best to stay calm. I push the anger aside. I feel Elijah's arm tighten around me. He knows I'm tense. The rest of my pack is just listening quietly. How's Ace? I clear my throat. Her face drops, and tears start to form in her eyes. He's beaten up, Kat. He's not himself. He only comes out every few weeks, and he sits in his room, barely eating what we bring him. He doesn't speak, he ignores his surroundings, and doesn't want anyone near him. She wipes tears from her eyes. I don't understand why she was so upset. He's her fellow pack member, but I don't. Oh, he's your mate, isn't he? I demand. Yes. She breathed and wiped her eyes. He is so different, Kat. Everything about him has changed. He is now angry and violent. When he read your letter, he lost it. He kicked everyone out of the room until it was just him, Cole, and me. It was only a split second after the closing that he went after Cole. She says, and I frown. What do you mean, went after him? I ask. I needed to know more. She looked scared. What happened? I ask. He almost defeated him, Kat. I had never seen Ace so angry. It was terrifying. The fight broke out in the room, and I could only watch, screaming at them to stop. They weren't saying anything to one another. It was a moment of silence. I was waiting for a moment to get past them as I needed help. But when I opened the door, I didn't even take a few steps into the hall before I watched Ace shove Cole out of the room. He was leaning against the railing, his nose was bleeding, and he was holding his hand up for Ace to stop. It only made him angrier. She let out a sob. I grabbed her hand and nodded at her to continue. I was standing so close, begging them both to stop. I saw Ace crouch down in front of him, growling about you leaving, that his sister may be dead thanks to his rejection, that he'd never get the chance to fix anything now that you were gone. I started to cry silently. He was only loud enough for the three of us to hear, and when he stood back up, he struck Cole in the ribs before grabbing him and just shoving him down the stairs. Oh my God. What the hell happened when I was gone? There was more, I knew there was more. She wipes her eyes again. Somehow the fight made its way out to the law, and when I made my way outside, they were both shifted, growling at each other, inflicting actual pain on one another. Ace was relentless, and even with Cole getting weak, he kept going. Pack members were forcing the two apart, and Ace had attacked other members of the pack, too. Everyone was so damn confused, no one knew why this fight even broke out. By the time they were separated, both of them were in horrible shape. Cole was in the infirmary for about 2 weeks. His injuries took longer to heal. Ace was okay after a week, and since then, he hasn't left or shown himself to the pack very often. She finishes, and I am lost for words. Had things really gotten that bad since I ran? Ace had become a different person. He was still my brother. I had to do something about it. What Renee described is not the man he is. He was never that bad. Anger takes over. It changes you. I'm so sorry, Ren, I tell her, pulling her into yet another hug. I missed you. She sobbed. I rub her back. I missed you too. It's good to see you. I tell her and hug her tighter. And of course, we were interrupted by footsteps coming down the front hall. I freeze for a second before pulling away quickly. I head back into Elijah's arms, begging Renee with my eyes not to say anything. I hid my face again slightly. I could feel Elijah's grip. It was as if he couldn't hold on to me tightly enough. I didn't mind at all, though. Cliff even came up beside me, Rebecca standing on Elijah's other side. Joel and Tamara stayed back. I could feel the tension radiating off my boys. My breathing was altered as I tried focusing mainly on pushing back the anger that was turning my hands cold and my eyes red. 1. Finger. Joel snarls from behind us as a group of people starts coming towards us. I laugh. Renee stands back as well, wiping her eyes quickly and standing clear. It was time. I could smell them. And there he is. I peek out, see him stop for a moment, looking around, only to step down a bit more and begin. Hello, I am Alpha Cole. This is my mate, and the Luna of this pack, Melanie. This is my beta Ace, and I see you've already met Renee. And by the sound of his voice, I could tell he was smiling. I ignore his mate's comment. Cliff, not so much. I had to squeeze his hand to stop him from picking a fight. My ears perked up when I heard Ace's name, though. That means he came out of his room. Probably forced, but still. I'm Elijah, my betas Cliff and Joel, and my friends Rebecca, Tamara, and Kat. He replies subtly. He was hiding the fact that I was really there well. Well, this is our pack house. Both my pack and I guess, your pack is meeting downstairs in the meeting room. I'll show you to it. Come on. Cole says, and I stay hidden in Elijah's jacket, listening to him breathe. Cliff or Joel went and got the rest of the pack, since I felt their presence leave, then returned with a bunch more. We reach the meeting room and take our seats. I sit down beside Elijah. Joel and I are on the left, and Cliff was on Elijah's right. Rebecca and Tamara are on either side of them. I take a deep breath. We'll be okay. My wolf's voice is so soft. She's doing her best to keep it together. I smile to myself and lean over to kiss Elijah's cheek. He smiles down at me and pecks my lips before I turn my eyes to the speaker, hiding a bit behind Joel's shoulder. Welcome, Untamed Pack, to our home. It's great to have you here, and I'm sorry it's on such short notice. Cole's dad, Mr. Paul Knight, voice rings through the room. I hear shuffling, and then Cole starts speaking. Would the alpha of the Untamed Pack please come up and introduce yourself? He says in a charming voice. I stiffen. He stands with a confident smile. Well, I'm Elijah Moore. It is an honor to be here, and we, my whole pack and I, thank you for your cooperation in joining our packs together, he says. This here is my Luna and girlfriend. I start and I gulp. Katerina Bathas. He says with a smile, taking my hand, and I stand to say hello. Chapter 19. I stand tall and as strong as I can. Of course, loud whispers and gasps erupt in the room. Hi, everyone, I said in a small voice. I look around, meeting everyone's eyes with a smile. When I catch sight of my brother, his face lit up in confusion and happiness. He looks sick. His skin was pale, his body too slim. He looks like he needed a shave, too. Oh, Ace. What's happened to you? My heart panged with pain and regret. He stands forcefully, rushing toward me and pulling me into his arms. Is it really you? He asks, his voice cracking. Yes, it's really me, Ace. I tell him my eyes are flowing with tears. You look so different. He sobs, pulling away to look at me. I nod. I know, but it's me. It's really me. I grip him tighter. Elijah pulls me away from him, growling, and envelopes me in his arms. Ace backs away, understanding. It's okay, baby. He won't hurt me, I tell him, rubbing my nose along his neck. He growls. Babe, trust me, please. I beg and kiss his lips. He glares in his direction, but lets me in a looser hold. Ace's voice cracks, and it makes me want to burst into heart-wrenching sobs. I'm so sorry, Kat. I should never have. Brothers don't treat their sisters that way. Betas don't treat their pack members that way. And people don't treat people that way. I regret every second of treating you like that, Katerina. I'm so sorry. He breaks down crying, angrily wiping tears from his eyes. I searched for a week, but I couldn't find you. We couldn't find any trace of you since you left. I didn't want to move or breathe or talk. I just wanted you back. I needed you back to feel whole again. I felt shattered inside and out. It was all my fault you left. I will never stop blaming myself. I should have been there for you. I should have protected you, loved you. Instead, I was doing the exact opposite. I don't expect you to forgive me, and I don't want you to forgive me. Not this soon. I deserve to feel this new pain and guilt I feel seeing you again, here in front of me. I love you. I still love you more than anything, kitten. Please believe I am sorry. He told me, and I ran into his arms again, a sobbing wreck. I want to believe you. I'll try. I'm sorry, too, that I wasn't a better sister. No, he pulled away and glared at me. Never say that again. He growls, and I see Cliff standing in the corner of my eyes. I look over Ace's shoulder at him and mouth, I'm okay, and look back at Ace. I can't believe you're really here. He told me to play with my hair. It's redder. He mumbles, tears still running down his cheeks. You look beautiful, baby sis. You always have. He broke down again. I missed you too, I tell him, and he pulls me in tighter, once again, like Renee did, crying into my shoulder. I look over his shoulder and Rebecca is holding on to Cliff. How could things get so messed up? I was supposed to leave, and they weren't supposed to care. Everything should have been a balanced, win-win situation, but instead, I felt guilt. Because even though my brother hurt me and treated me exactly how he said he did, this was my real brother showing right now, in front of me. The one I grew up with, the one who gave me my necklace. Only, he seemed as broken as I was living here in the past. Not playful and goofy like when we were growing up. I couldn't help but feel hurt knowing it was losing me that caused Ace to feel this way. I couldn't pull away. He needed this hug as much as I did. I could feel it. The last hug my brother gave me was the day our parents died. A small part of me felt safe in his arms again. It was such a comforting feeling. I felt my wolf growl in my head. She was angry, desperately telling me to get away from him. I understood why she wanted me to, but I couldn't bring myself to walk away from him. I hadn't seen this Ace in so long. I didn't want to hurt her, though. and I slowly pull away, giving in to her pain. The connection we built was more substantial than others I'll have with others. I trust her and she trusts me. We're a team. Right now, we are both feeling the same yet so different. I still couldn't believe that I didn't get the chance to grow up with her entirely. Not being allowed to shift for years on end meant my wolf was as lonely as I was, hiding away in the back of my mind and soul as we grew up separately, not knowing one another at all. It was only in these past 2.5 years that we really got to know each other. The joy behind seeing her, hearing her voice. She's scared. She doesn't want anyone to force her to hide away from me again. And it may have been by Alpha Cole's order, but the pack made sure I didn't either. Ace made sure of it. Of course, she would be hurt and skeptical. I frown at my brother. I'm so sorry, he says again, and I nod. My heart started beating faster. My wolf was growling away in my head, and I felt myself getting cold. Are you okay, Kat? I hear Rebecca ask, and she sees my body tense, I assume. I look at her, explaining the best I can what I was feeling. Only she knew what it could mean, and only she knew how quickly I needed to bury it. I clenched my fists enough that I wanted to hiss, my nails pinching into my palm. I had a gut feeling that all this sad kind of happiness I've been feeling so far would be shoved away and replaced with rage. Stay calm, she whispers, coming up to hold my hand. It wasn't until my wolf's growling subsided and she started to whimper that I knew something was wrong. My gut was right. I take a deep breath, preparing myself for the next round of it all. Chapter 20. Clear the room. His voice is strong, demanding. Everyone starts to leave the room, quietly obeying the instructions. He closes the door behind him. It keeps my pack and my brother near me. Renee is beside him. My wolf cowers away in the back of my mind, scared by his voice. I look up, meeting the bone-chilling stare from my former alpha. Where did you go? Cole snaps. I flinch, eyes to the floor on instinct and into Elijah's arms again. Figures all my strength disappears. Cliff and Joel come to stand beside us. Elijah lifts my chin, there is no need to hide. My lips part, and I turn steadily to meet Cole's gaze. Where did you go, Katerina? He snaps. I hear Cliff growl in response, but Cole's eyes don't leave mine. I ran, like I should have done years ago. I state, glaring back at him with a new sense of courage. I know you ran, we felt you leave. He growls, his voice alone showing his strength. You left, leaving a single note, Katerina. One that talked about you seeing your parents again, for goodness sake. This pack searched for months trying to find you. They thought you were dead, he shouted. Because you didn't tell them any different. You knew I was alive, all that time you knew because you would have felt it if I died, you jerk. I growl. Elijah tightens his grip on me as I begin trying to step forward. I was your mate. I am still your mate. You couldn't admit that to the pack, though, could you? Instead, you let everyone believe the worst. I've stepped as far forward as Elijah will let me. I take a look back at him, my arm stretched out and holding his hand. I have to remember what's good. I take a deep breath, slowly turn around to meet Cole's gaze, and in a deathly calm voice I say, "You're a sad excuse for an alpha." And I turn my back on him, curling into Elijah's arms once again. Cliff steps forward, growling, and I assume it's because Cole tried to reach for me. Leave her alone, he snarls. She can fight her own battles, I'm sure. Cole responds in anger. Cliff bares his teeth and snarls at him, Cole creeping closer and growling as well. Before I know it, they're about to lunge. Cliff, enough, I scream. Guys, come on, we just got here. Rebecca yells in the back. Ace is trying to pull Cole away until finally enough. Elijah orders. Instantly, Cliff looks at his alpha and Joel growls, pulling Cliff back before he can attack. He's not worth it. Joel tells him, and Cliff gets up from the floor, his body shaking with anger. You're right. He walks toward me, pulling me into his arms. Cole's face falls at the sight before anger quickly takes over again. The energy in the room is thick with negative emotions. I have 3 male wolves desperate to pounce on the idiot who ruined everything for me. 4, since my brother was glaring and shaking to my left. I realize then what I should have known before. Nothing is going to happen to me. Cliff, I'm okay, I tell him. He glares hard in Cole's direction, once again looking like he'll lunge. Clifford, I whisper, and he looks at me with sad eyes. You of all people know how strong I am. Let me prove it to them. I'll be okay. He smiles at me and lets out a laugh before letting me go back to Elijah's side. I feel him breathe a sigh of relief. I assume you're with him, Cole says, glaring. That's none of your business, Rebecca states clearly. I wasn't asking you. He spits back at Rebecca. She rolls her eyes as Joel snaps, watch it. Cole ignores him. Katerina. He asks me. I glare at him. How dare he talk to Rebecca like that? Before I can respond, Elijah does it for me. Yes, Katerina is with me. I am hers. You can be sure that will not change. His tone makes me gasp, and I mumble under my breath, thank you. He smirks down at me. Cole growls, breaking my thoughts. Shut up. You wouldn't want your mate to get mad. I snap at him, glaring. You're right. I wouldn't. It's a good thing she's not here in the room right now, huh? He said after a moment's thought. I flinched slightly at his agreement, but hit it with a snarl. Elijah touches my cheek gently. Relax, my love. He says it gently, but loud enough for everyone to hear. I liked that he was making Cole jealous. Good-for-nothing jerk, I thought, staring back at him. Cole's face was strained. It looked weak and softened out more this time as he whimpered. I thought I lost you. He said. You did lose me, Cole. You lost me when you said those 3 little words. And you can't expect to gain me back. Not now, not ever. I rage at him, and Elijah holds me back. I didn't mean to make you run. I wanted you to stay. He said, and I heard the honesty in his voice. Yeah, well, I didn't. When my mate rejected me, I felt like giving up. I was broken and bruised inside and out. I had to leave, I wanted to leave. And I'm glad I did. I screamed at him. I'm sorry, Kat, I really am. Please believe me. He begged. His eyes were longing and burning into mine. My wolf whimpered, but she didn't want to go to him. She wanted Elijah. Only Elijah. Leave me alone. I spat, venom in my voice. Cole flinches, and I push past him, my shoulder smashing his as I storm out of the room. Babe, calm down, Elijah tells me, rubbing my hair. We were in the living room, sitting around trying to figure out what to do. Rebecca was trying to calm down Cliff. I thought about how much it must hurt to know you can't help comfort your own mate. Joel's girlfriend was doing that job. Don't tell me to calm down, I growl, but then whimper after I realize I was mean to him. I held onto him tighter. I'm sorry. I'm just angry and sad and tired. I tell him, and he hugs my side. I really hate that guy. Cliff growls, and I laugh. Feelings mutual, I mutter. I wanted to hit him with a tree trunk when he started yelling at you, Rebecca says with rage. I laughed. That would have been funny to watch. Sadly, there were no tree trunks in that room, and on a sadder note, I would have felt the pain 10 times worse. I tell her with a half smile, and she sighs. I look around at my family, all of them smiling at me. I was protected. Tamara was being quiet, though, and she couldn't smile at me. What's wrong? I ask her. She frowns, trying to force a smile. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. The anger in that room. I can't imagine what you're going through, Katerina, she breathes, her voice cracking. Joel pulls her close to him and kisses her. It's okay, baby. We'll all handle this together. He tells her, and Tamara nods up at Joel before meeting my eyes again. I am strong, just like you all tell me. And I feel like I am capable of more than we all realize. I tell her, smiling, again looking into the eyes of my family. Rebecca winks at me, and I smirk. I have no idea at the moment, just how strong though. I think grumpily to myself. On a side note, is this place even going to be big enough for us? Cliff asks. I was thinking about that too. 2 of the largest packs are in one pack house. Not so smart and not so roomy. We should start looking for something bigger. There's gotta be at least 100 from our pack alone, right? I ask, looking up at Elijah. Yeah, something like that. He tells me. Well then, we should start looking tomorrow, Joel adds, and I agree. The faster we do this, the faster we're wedged away from that jerk and the other jerks in his pack. Cliff glares at the door. I laugh. All right. Sounds good to me. Rebecca and I said at the same time. I grin at her. Oh, Elijah. Sometime today, do you think I could steal your girlfriend? Becca asks him. He blinks, then chuckles. Sure. What for? He asks confused. You've seen how many clothes I have, right? She raises her eyebrow at him, and he smiles. He nods, believing that she'll need me to help her unpack. I knew Rebecca's real intention was for us to begin discovering my gift, though. I don't understand why I have to start today, but I decide not to dwell on it. As long as you bring her back in one piece, you can have her as long as you'd like, Elijah tells her with a smile. Will do. She replies and turns to smile at me. Looks like that's taken care of. The next part would be trying to find some privacy in this place. There are a few spots around the land that come to mind. We'll discover something new. All right, guys, I suppose we should start unpacking stuff, Cliff says, and I groan. I don't even want to bother. I feel like we'll be moving again soon. Joel laughs. I'm feeling that a bit too. I sigh, knowing I'll have to unpack anyway. It's something to distract us for a bit. That's a positive, Elijah adds, and I smile up at him. I kiss his lips and pull away. That's a positive, yes. I agree, and he kisses my lips before smiling at me. This is already one hell of a day. Let's see what else comes our way. I say roll my eyes. That rhymed. Rebecca says happily, and I laugh. Well, look who's back. A snarky voice from behind me causes me to take a deep breath. I jinxed myself. I turn to meet her eyes with a glare. Chapter 21. Melanie, how good to see you, I say, fake kindness clear in my voice. This new appearance of yours doesn't change anything, Katerina. She says slowly. Rebecca growls. You'll never be accepted into this pack as an equal. You'll never be his, not while I'm around. She states. Oh no, okay? Let's make sure you're no longer around. Rebecca says, and I see her hands start to glow. Melanie looks at her briefly before looking back at me. Getting people to fight your battles? I knew you were just as weak as you always were. She smiles. This is what family looks like, you fool. If there were anyone who actually loved you enough to protect you like this, you'd see that. I state angrily. She glares and steps forward. This isn't your family, Katerina. Half of your family is gone, and the other half is in this house somewhere, broken. She tells me, her anger rising as well. How does it feel knowing your parents are gone because of you? She asks bluntly. Tamara slaps her. It happened so quickly that none of us could stop her. The guys are all standing back, wise of them. I watch as Melanie grips her cheek, glaring at Tamara before slowly looking at me. How dramatic. You never answered my question. How does it feel? She asks me again. I don't have a chance to respond. What is your problem? Rebecca yells, and Joel wraps his arms around her, lifting her off the ground and turning her around. I think it's best if you leave, Melanie. Now. Elijah states. No, I have something to say, I say to him and walk closer to Melanie. If you think you're wanted for any more than your appearance, you're wrong. You're a game to them, something for Cole to play with. And that means it would be easy for him to toss you aside. Especially now that I am back under his roof. She glares at my words. I am now standing in front of her. If you believe I won't be accepted into this pack, you're very wrong. You and I both know he won't be able to resist me. Let's see how long it takes for him to get tired of his game this time around. I pat her cheek before slapping it. Stay away from me and my family from now on. I growl, leave. She whines, running in the direction of the pack meeting room. There were a few pack members gathered around us, and I smiled in apology to them. They walk away, bowing slightly, confused yet again. Soon, I was left with just my group again. That was single-handedly the most amazing, bravest thing I have ever seen you do, babe, Elijah says, kissing my cheek and jaw. I blushed and laughed nervously before kissing him. My thoughts settled, the stress dissolving. He held me lightly. I held onto his neck, returning the kiss before he finally pulled away for a breath, both of us laughing awkwardly. Sorry. He mutters and runs his hand through his hair. Thank you, by the way. Becca, Tamara, I cannot believe how strong you both are. I tell them. That was some slap. I say, and she nods with a small laugh. My hand still stings. And I can't help but laugh too. Rebecca takes Tamara's hand and smiles at her before turning to me. We figured, since the guys couldn't do anything about it, we should take the chance to step in, Rebecca says, and I smile. This has been one hell of a way to start this whole move, Cliff says, and I groan. It really has. Did you seriously insult and assault my mate? Cole storms into the living room. I hold back a laugh, remembering the slap Tamara gave her. Go away, I tell him with a groan. Melanie is crying behind him, clinging to him like glue. The rest of the pack members were forming around us in confusion, both Elijah's and Cole's pack. Hi, Melanie, I said in a pitchy high voice and waggled my fingers in her direction. She sobs, faking tears harder. I roll my eyes. You have no right to treat my mate that way, or any of my pack members for that matter. Cole growls at me. My wolf snarls in my head. This coming from someone who willingly ignored the mistreatment inflicted on one of his own. I glare. This wouldn't have happened if you knew how to protect anyone other than yourself. He frowns, and I look and see Ace to his right. Cole turns to look at him as well before staring back at me. Well, maybe you can't always protect yourself, I state with a smirk. Ace handled him when I left. Can you show us to our rooms? We need to get ready for dinner, Elijah asks him with no emotion. I'll show you. Ace pipes up, a slight, sad smile on his face. I nod. Untamed, let's go. Ace, lead the way. Elijah's voice is stronger than Cole's, it's obvious. I felt calm again. Ace led us up and throughout the upstairs hallways. We don't have enough rooms at the moment for singles, so people will have to double up. Did you want a few seconds to think about the arrangements? Ace asks, his voice muffled and nervous. Yes, that would be helpful. Thank you. Elijah shakes his hand. It's no problem. We rearranged it so that the left hallway is yours, and our pack is to the right. We doubled up too. Take all the time you need. He tells him. I grab Ace's hand and squeeze it, his eyes meeting mine for a second. He turns to head back downstairs. All right, listen up. Mates and families get the doors at the end of the hallway. People who are doubling up with friends or others take the ones in the middle. Bathas, Tamara, Rebecca, Katerina, and I will have the rooms at the beginning of the hallway. Fill up, let's go. He tells them lightly but strictly, and we step aside as they all gather into their rooms. There were 4 rooms left. I looked to them all. Elijah spoke up, Joel and Tamara, are you sharing a room? He asks them. Joel grins, and Tamara blushes. Yes, sir. She says softly, and they disappear into a room, laughing. I frown in sympathy for Becca. Don't worry, babe. You can bunk with me. Cliff puts his arm around her, and she smiles half-heartedly. All right. She mumbles, knowing she doesn't have a choice. He took her protectively under his arm, and they went into their room. I stare up at Elijah. Well, would you like to be my roommate? He smiles, and I laugh. I would love to, I tell him, and he opens the door for us to walk in. I let out an exaggerated breath and take a look around. I'm gonna take a shower, I need some time to calm down, I tell him, and he smiles at me. Take all the time you need, babe. I peck his cheek and walk into the bathroom. I find myself shaking my head in frustration. I am beyond annoyed. After I get out, Elijah has won. I dry my hair, clip it back quickly, and apply a light layer of makeup. I put on a new outfit, wanting to surprise Elijah. I smirk at myself in the mirror. I make sure I am out of the room before Elijah gets out of the shower, so I can surprise him. Rebecca loved my plan. So did Tamara. Both reminded me that it would also make Cole jealous. I laugh nervously, feeling shy. We sit around the living room waiting to be called into the dining room for dinner. After dinner, we'll take a walk and find somewhere to go, Becca whispers to me. I nod, sure thing. I smile at her. Elijah comes down the stairs, and his eyes meet mine for a second before taking in my new outfit. Cliff smirks at me, and I blush uncontrollably. I'll get you back, Elijah whispers in my ear, causing me to shiver. Oh no. Dinner. Cole's mom shouts from the kitchen, and smiling at each other, we all go to take our seats in the dining room. Chapter 22. Elijah was on my left side, and his father was on my right. Rebecca, Cliff, Joel, Tamara, and Renee were all lined up in front of us across the table, and Cole and Ace were diagonal from us as well. Everyone was visible to everyone, meaning everyone could talk to each other without much turning and leaning. My stomach rumbles. I am starving. We're having a turkey dinner, almost like Thanksgiving, only better. I grin and chew happily on my food. Elijah holds my hand under the table, and I smile up at him. He smiles back. So, Katerina dear, how have you been? Oh, we've missed you in this pack. It's so good to have you home safe and sound. Cole's mother gushes, and I could see the sadness in her eyes. She and her husband never knew what was going on regarding my mistreatment back in the day. They were always traveling. I smile at her as best I can, though I wouldn't call this home anymore. I've been good, ma'am. When I left, I had stumbled upon Elijah and his betas. They offered me a position in their pack, and I've trained hard with them all to get to where I am. I tell her happily and confidently. Elijah squeezes my hand. That's great. What then? Cole's father urges, smiling at me. They seemed so happy I was here. So confused as to why I left. Everyone who was engaging in conversation was now listening intently, some smiling with sad eyes and warm smiles. I try my best to return them. Well, we had gone back to the pack house, and I had talked to Ron, Elijah's father. He gave Elijah the go-ahead to formally accept me into the pack. I grin. You look so different, darling. Mrs. Knight says. I nod slowly, yes, ma'am. My wolf and I were rogue in the days between leaving here and meeting my new pack. I trail off as she frowns. The room is silent. We didn't find much to eat, the common streams that run throughout the forests being our only source of water. We grew weaker with the heat of the sun, constantly sweating off bits of our water intake. I didn't realize until the night they had found me just how much weight I had lost. I frowned to myself, hiding the fact that even when my wolf and I found prey, we continued to run. Eating was no longer a priority for us in those days. That's not good, dear. We're sorry you had to endure that pain. I try to force a smile at them. I've done well for myself. I'm capable of much more, ma'am. I tell her, and Melanie snorts in the background, getting just a few glances. That was very unattractive. If you need a tissue, please excuse yourself, Tamara mutters lifelessly to her. I hold back a laugh. Melanie glares at her, and I meet eyes with Cole for a moment. I clear my throat to turn back to his parents. Elijah had explained to me that when you find your mate, things in your appearance will change. My eyes and hair being more vibrant in color are my examples. I tell them both. She smiles a sad smile. It's beautiful, as are you. I'm sorry to hear about your mate. She frowns and I shrug. No one knows who my mate actually is. It's okay. I have loving friends, an amazing family, and a man who loves me. I'd say I'm just about set in life. I let out a gasp suddenly, clearing my throat to cover it up. Excuse me, I say in apology. Elijah starts to trace patterns on the back of my hand gently, his touch sending a shiver up my arm. I do my best to hide my embarrassment in a smile and pick his hand up, placing it on his own thigh. I glance sideways at him, but he continues eating, giving nothing away. You're doing okay now then? Mr. Knight asks me. I nod. Yes, sir, Cliff and Joel trained me well. I learned how to defend. I trail off, trying to gather my thoughts, Elijah's hand sliding from mine to rest gently on my knee. I shove his hand away playfully this time and clear my throat again. Sorry. I've learned to defend myself from both sneak attacks and attacks coming at you dead on. I tell them proudly. That's amazing, dear. You're going to be one tough fighter. She grins at me. I bite my lip to stop from letting out a long-needed breath. Thank you, I tell her. Everyone starts talking amongst themselves, and I take a desperate look at Rebecca and Cliff for some form of help, but they're oblivious and talking to others at the table. He squeezes my knee tightly, suddenly, causing me to gasp again. Elijah's father catches my eye, and I smile quickly. Are you feeling all right? He asks with a frown. I squirm in my seat. pushing his hand away again, but not really wanting to. I feel my face heat up. How could he be doing this with his father right there beside me, though? Elijah laughs slightly, and Cliff joins in. I suspect he has caught on from the looks on my face. My face is burning red, my breathing shallow. Rebecca is chewing away, still no help. Just wait till we're upstairs. He whispers to me. I glare at him, and he smirks in response, his hand returning to my knee. Jerk. Tell me, Katerina, are you settling in okay? Cole's mother asks me. I clear my throat, feeling eyes burning into me, which are Cole's. For a moment, I feel guilty. I'm doing just fine, thank you. There was quite a bit of shock, as expected with my returning after 2.5 years. But I am settling in, we all are, no worries. I force a smile. I swallow air, annoyed at how easily he can fluster me. How does he look so calm while I'm a mess? I go to kick him under the table and stupidly miss. I find myself wanting the dinner to end. I slip my hand under the table and push Elijah's hand into his lap again. He's smirking, catching my sideways glance. He's enjoying this, teasing me. This is his form of revenge, I assume. That's great, Katerina. We're happy to hear it. Welcome, all of you. Cole's father holds his glass up, and the table does the same before everyone starts talking again. I'm getting too flustered. Enough. I huff under my breath. What's wrong? He frowns and I glare. You know what? Enough. I growl lowly. I've caught Rebecca's attention and no one else's, thankfully. She mouths, "You okay?" at me, and I purse my lips. I'd be better if my boyfriend weren't teasing me during dinner. I'm still learning how to accept one voice and to block out all others, so I have no way of telling her. If I try, everyone might get a memory show. I shake my head without realizing it, taking an angry bite of potatoes. Katerina, honey, are you sure you are all right? Maybe you need to rest? Esther asks me beside her husband. I'm okay, really. A little tired is all. I smile. Actually, I think I'm gonna go lie down, I tell them all, rising from my seat. Thank you for dinner. Excuse me. I smile at them and stroll out of the dining room. I think I'll go see if she's okay. I hear Elijah tell them clearly, and hushed responses follow. I run up the stairs, and just before I close the door, Elijah rushes in, closes it behind him, and pulls me into his arms, spinning me around before letting me fall back onto the bed. That wasn't fair or funny. I pout, wrapping my arms around his neck, glaring. He laughs. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. I love seeing you flustered. He smiles and kisses my lips, leaning over me and smirking. I didn't have a voice to speak. All I could do was laugh. I just stayed wide-eyed, breathing heavy. He smirks and reaches down, gently tracing my jaw. You can stop me at any time. He tells me, his tone growing slightly serious. I smile and peck his lips. He kisses me deeply, a new intensity behind it. He pulls back just enough to look at me. I want this, Kat. I want you. Are you sure? I nod, my heart racing. He kisses me again, and this time, as his lips move to my neck, I feel a sharp, brief sting. It's not painful, but electric. He's marked me. I gasp, and in response, I bite down gently on his shoulder, marking him in return. A wave of energy passes between us, a feeling of completion. He pulls back, his eyes bright, and rests his forehead against mine. We cuddled each other, relaxing in silence. The only sound was our breathing and heartbeats. I smile into Elijah's chest. Wow, that just happened. He strokes my back, and I peek up at him, a massive grin on my face. I love you, I mumble, and he kisses my forehead with a grin of his own. Chapter 23. There are a couple of loud knocks on the door that make me jump. Open up, Kat, Rebecca yells from the other side. I groan, not wanting to get up in the slightest. Elijah does a soft in my ear, pulling me closer. She's going to kill you if you don't let me get up, you know, I tell him, and his body rumbles with laughter. Yes, she probably will. He replies, and I laugh. His arms tighten around me. I turn in his arms and peck his nose. He smiles at me, and images of our previous actions run wildly through my mind, and I find myself blushing. She knocks again, quickly this time. I know you're in there. We have plans, let's go. She states clearly from the other side of the door. I groan again, shuffling out of Elijah's arms. Okay, geez. I'm up. I yawn as I slip on Elijah's shirt and my jean shorts, him watching me the entire time. The sun was shining brightly through the window, too brightly. Last night was exhausting, I smiled to myself. Katerina Bathas OP, I open the door just as she goes to knock again, her fist hitting me dead on. Ow! I shout, glaring at her, holding my nose. You just punched me. I shout again, this time more annoyed. I hear Elijah laugh from behind me. I turn to glare at him, mouthing the word ass. Rebecca ignores him, come on. Let's go for a walk. She tells me, giving me no time to reply before she drags me downstairs. That hurt, I grumble to her, and she turns to provide me with a smile. Sorry. You should be angry, though. It makes it a bit easier to channel your gift. She tells me, and I purse my lips. My impatient best friend. Yes, she does annoy me sometimes. I watch as she grabs 2 bottles of water from the fridge before taking my hand and leading me outside. How's rooming with Cliff? I ask her, walking a ways away from the house and a bit into the woods. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. He's trying his best he can to help me, but it's just hard. There's not much he can do. I love Joel enough not to hurt him by breaking them up. It's killing me. I can feel everything. You know how it is. She tells me sadly. I nod with a frown. I know, I'm sorry. I wouldn't wish that feeling on anyone. I tell her honestly. Cliff is a great friend. We're lucky to have him, I say with a smile. Yeah, earlier today, when we first got in, he told me he would sleep on the floor. That he wanted to respect my space and that he was sorry for everything I was going through. She starts picking at the grass. I told him it didn't matter, that I didn't have a mate who cared at the moment, and that he could just sleep in the bed. I ended up crying in his arms for about an hour, and he kept telling me it would all be alright. He's kind, he's gentle. I wish so badly that it could be Joel sleeping beside me. She finishes, pausing for a moment before shaking her head. I grab her hand to stop her from picking and give her a sympathetic smile. You'll just have to wait it out. When he knows, everything will change. And as I say it, I feel that painful pang reminding me that Elijah would feel this way for his mate if she were to come along. Hey, no frowning. Look, let's move on. Are you ready? She asks me, her game face on. I nod and take a deep breath. We both sit cross-legged, facing one another in a small open part of the woods. Think of something that angers you. She states, and I raise my eyebrow at her. There is plenty that does. She rolls her eyes. I'm serious. Try to focus. She urges me. I find myself thinking on overdrive. Everything was a blur, with thought after thought and emotions running through my head as memories popped up. I can't focus on one, and I give up with an exaggerated sigh. I can't do it, I tell her. Try harder, she tells me, and I glare at her. She winks in return. What makes me angry? I try to think again. The betrayal from my mate, the fact that he never told the pack why I left, the confusion I feel toward Cole is angering in itself. But overall, it just hurts, and I find myself frowning again. I meet Becca's gaze, and she frowns at me in return. This isn't working. It seems like everything that angers me causes me sadness, and I can't focus on just the anger. I groan and put my head in my hands. I have something buried beneath me, something that, in the end, makes me a strong being, and I can't even channel it. Okay, get up. She tells me, pulling me up to my feet by my hands. I tuck my hair behind my ears and stare at her in confusion. What now? I ask, and she shrugs. I thought we could try something different. I'm about to ask further into it, but I get my answer as she kicks my foot from under me, causing me to collapse on my side. Pain shoots through my rib as it hits the ground. What the heck? I scream at her, getting back on my feet. We need you to be angry for this to work. She says innocently and kicks my foot again. This is your plan? I shout at her, once again standing to my feet. I'm just trying to help, she states as I brush twigs and leaves off my shorts. You jerk, I say to her, and she shoves me enough that my back hits a tree. My hands start to feel cold. Okay, enough, I shout, trying to catch my breath. I've felt this feeling before. It's working, and you know it. She shouts back, grabbing my arm, tugging me, and throwing me to the side. I groan as my shoulder hits the ground a bit too hard. Damn it, will you stop? I growl through clenched teeth. Is this what it was like, growing up in that pack house? She asks me, stepping closer to me as I rise to my feet. Did you have this little control? She trails off, her voice scarily soft. I part my lips, my eyes blurring over with red. I shove at her chest, and she stumbles backwards for a second before turning around to trip me yet again. When I hit the ground this time, rage surges through me. Why was she doing this? This is all so familiar, isn't it? Have you learnt nothing? She asks, trailing off again as I glare up at her. There's a burning in my palms, and I find myself screaming in pain, pushing them further into the dirt. I scrunch my eyes shut, my whole body shaking. I don't want to hear any more. I've had enough. Enough. I howl, and I breathe heavily, my heart beating in my ears. I am no longer cold and strangled. I feel empty. I shake my head, attempting to squeeze my eyes shut further. Katerina, Rebecca says gently. I try my best to calm down before meeting the gaze of my so-called best friend. I am so angry at her right now. I blink open my eyes, seeing a puff of air leave my lips as I breathe out. I gasp and cover my mouth before slowly taking it away to breathe out, seeing another puff in front of me. I glance around me, small gasps escaping every few seconds. This can't be real. I tell myself, but I know I'm wrong. This is real, and I did this. Beneath me is a layer of ice, a vast circle that extends roughly 2 to 3 meters out. I look down and see my reflection, and I feel a wave of happiness. Things become clear, and I start to understand what just happened and why. I glance at my best friend, tears in my eyes. I can't believe you just did that, I tell her. I'm sorry, I had to help you, and I couldn't think of another way. She shrugs with a sad smile. I rise to my feet carefully, Rebecca grabbing my hands so I don't slip on the newly made layer of ice I have brought us. We step into the dirt, and she pulls me into her arms. That was mean, I grumble, and she hugs me tighter. I'm not angry though, I'm only grateful. I know, okay? It worked though, Kat. Look around you, she states, pulling away, turning me around by my shoulders. I glance at her from behind me, slightly glaring, before I turn around and really admire what I've done, a big circle of beautiful, clear ice. I lean forward, noticing my reflection again. Just like in my dream. There is so much more you can accomplish, I'm sure. She says, and I turn to smile at her. You're a pain, and I love you, I tell her, and she laughs. I know she's right. Why, thank you. Shall we practice some more? She smirks, and I laugh, shaking my head. I'm beat and seriously starving. Let's head back. I grin at her, and she nods before taking my hand. We begin walking back to the pack house, discussing ideas for a new pack house that is desperately needed. Chapter 24. We reach the pack house, and I rush to the kitchen, grabbing an apple and literally devouring it before grabbing another. I am starving, I didn't eat breakfast, and I was just so exhausted from last night and this morning as well. I grin into my second apple. I can't believe I was able to create something so beautiful and control something so beautiful. Winter. That's how it feels anyway. Rebecca smirks at me. I was about to say something, but her eyes turned sad, and I watched her body slump. What's wrong? I mouth to her. Joel and Tamara are coming down, she says, her voice a sad whisper as she reaches my side. Just then, Joel comes down the stairs, Tamara clinging to his hip as they laugh about something. I roll my eyes. He's my best friend, yes, but he's hurting my best friend. How can I not be mad at him? Hey, how are you guys? She asks us, grinning. Joel wraps his arm around her. We're fine. Thanks. Becca snaps, crossing her arms, and I see Tamara flinch. I want to mouth at her to stay calm, but everyone would see. Come on, Beck, keep your cool. Rebecca, I don't understand what I did to you for you to treat me like this. She says, frowning. You didn't do anything. She says with pursed lips, her attempt at staying calm. I sigh. Becca, talk to me. Tamara reaches out and grabs Rebecca's hand. She gasps, and naturally, we all look at her strangely. I didn't. Tamara trails off. Are you okay? He asks her, clearly concerned. She ignores him and walks toward Rebecca, pulling her aside a bit. I don't make a move to get closer. I see Rebecca frown, and I see Tamara touch her shoulder. I only catch one sentence, very faintly, I know he's your mate. She turns away and walks toward Joel with sad eyes. She pulls him toward the living room, far out of our sight. As rude as it may be, I use my heightened hearing to eavesdrop. Joel, I don't think we're working out. Please understand, something changed for me. I'm sorry. She tells him and pecks his cheek before rushing upstairs, I assume. Becca and I stand in the kitchen in silence for a few moments, no idea what to say. I don't even know where to start. What just happened? I mutter, still confused. Rebecca looks at me with sad eyes. She knows. Somehow, Tamara knows that Joel is my mate. She states in a whisper, and I gasp. Holy crap. I don't understand how the hell she just knew all of a sudden. Am I that obvious? Is Joel really just stupidly blind? She ran slowly to me, and I frown, holding her to my side. Men are confusing, I state, and she nods. What did you say to her, Rebecca? Joel storms down the stairs, stepping quickly toward her, shouting at her from the other side of the breakfast bar. I didn't say anything, I swear. She defends herself, her voice no longer strong around her mate's anger. Then why did she just tell me that things weren't working anymore, huh? He slams his hands on the counter. One conversation with you and something changed for her. You couldn't just keep your mouth shut and stay away, could you? He growls, his teeth clearly clenched. Rebecca's eyes start watering. Joel, I promise you, I didn't say anything. She says so slowly and clearly, her voice begging him to believe her. I can only stand by and watch. I step back slowly. I was happy, Beck. What did you say? I want to know what you said. He says his voice is still harsh. Why can't you just believe me? She shouts back, tears streaming down her face. I glare in Joel's direction. Look, just stay away from me from now on, okay? He tells her flatly. She whimpers and crashes to the floor. It's not a formal rejection, but the pain remains. Still excruciating. I stormed at Joel and shoved him hard. He bends over, holding himself. You idiot, what have you done? I yell and reach to help a broken Rebecca up to her feet. She's your mate, she's your mate. She didn't say anything to your precious Tamara. Somehow, she figured it out on her own. Unlike you. I scream at him, venom lacing my voice. She's my what? He asks, his face dropping. He slowly bends to stand straight, his eyes wide. I help Rebecca to her feet, and when she's steady, I let go. She meets Joel's gaze slowly. I'm your mate. I found out 2.5 months ago. I didn't want to tell you because you were so happy. Even though it wasn't with me, I wanted you to be happy. She says gently to him, barely holding herself together. I wanted to get her out of this kitchen and away from him, but I knew, even as hurt as she was, she wouldn't want to leave him right now. We hear him gasp. He stares blankly for a moment before blinking quickly, shaking his head and slowly meeting his mate's gaze. He comes around the aisle, walking toward her, and drops to his knees in front of her. I back away, giving them some privacy. I'm so sorry, I didn't know, that I didn't realize sooner. I know now, I feel it now. You're mine, you will always be mine. And I'll spend the rest of our lives making all of this up to you. Rebecca, please believe me, I am sorry. He begs her. She sniffles and wipes her eyes free of tears. You really hurt me. She tells him. I'm so sorry. He told her, tears pooling in his eyes and spilling down his cheeks. You have to believe me when I tell you that if I had known, I never would have said those awful things. He told her, tears flowing more freely. Becca cracked. Hey, no. You aren't supposed to be crying. Don't cry, please, you're hurting me. Stop crying, she begged him this time. All I could do was watch in silence. My heart was pounding with each word they spoke to one another. But you didn't know, and you treated me like Cole treats Kat. She told him, exasperated. My own face fell, but I kept quiet. I didn't realize I was so terrible, he said, surprised, new tears falling. Rebecca wiped them up and told him, please. Stop crying, in an urgent voice. I will if you promise not to leave me. You can't leave me, he whispered the last part. She looked taken aback, as if he was so stupid to think she would do such a thing. I promise, she told him, and he pulled her to him so fast I didn't even have time to blink. That's when I left them alone, alone together. Chapter 25. I rush to my bedroom, open the door, and look around, itching to see him. It takes not even a second. Elijah! I shout and run at him, catching him off guard. He smashes against the wall, and I wrap my arms around his neck, pulling his face down to mine. He didn't even have time to gasp before I crashed my lips to his with sudden urgency and need. He held on to me, responding slowly, which I guessed was because he was confused. I pulled away and hopped off of him. He was breathing heavy, running his hand through his messy hair. I smiled. Sorry. It's just. I told him about what Rebecca had done, and she was right. He wanted to kill her. I told him it was okay, leaving out the part about my gift until now. I want to show you something, I told him excitedly. He nodded. I extended my hand, palm facing the ceiling, and placed it between both of us. I swirled my fingers around in circles in it, cupping and curling my fingers, urging what I wanted to happen, and praying that it would and that I wouldn't embarrass myself. And it appeared. It was a wolf. Mist and fog swarmed around the little ice statue that looked as if it were howling at the moon. He jumped back, surprised, and snapped his eyes to mine. How? He asked with a smile tugging at his lips. It came to me in a dream. Your parents suggested I try practicing. That's what I was doing this morning. That's what Rebecca was helping me with, why she said what she did. It was to get me mad enough so it would break free. We had an idea of what it was, so the hard part was already accomplished. Your mother said, she said I'm a Winter Manipulator or something. She just made up the name. I shrug and laugh with glee under my breath. It's mainly element manipulation, but only winter-wide things. Snow, frost, fog, mist, the cold. I ran to him all in a long breath. He picks me up slightly, pulling me right against his chest. The icy wolf shatters to the ground, but I ignore it. You never cease to amaze me, Katerina. He tells me as my feet touch the ground again. I laugh uneasily. I'm glad. He winks at me. I have to go talk to Tamara. Something's come up. I'll tell you all about it later. I just wanted to make sure you were still here. I tell him and peck his lips. I'm always going to be here. He tells me. I nod quickly and smile, kissing him again before walking out of the room and down the hall to Joel's. I knock and step back, waiting for Tamara to answer. She opens the door with red-rimmed eyes and a tight smile. She ushers me in. I step in, and she slowly closes the door behind me. I look around her room, and she makes her way to the bed. I decide to take a seat on the bed beside her. We sit in silence for a while. So, I mumble awkwardly. So, she mimics her voice flat. How are you holding up? I asked her, not wanting to get to the point too quickly, but desperately wanting the silence to end. I'm okay, I guess. I mean, it's not like Joel was my mate, but I did like him. She tells me, her eyebrows furrowing. I nod slowly, and I hear her sigh. The sudden realization didn't help. But she meets my eyes quickly before turning her head away. It's like she didn't mean to say it. How did you know? I ask her, needing to know. She meets my eyes again and gets up, crossing her arms against her chest and pulling them in tight, pacing a bit at the end of the bed. Well, I have a gift. Just like you and Rebecca have one, she says in a low voice. My curiosity is spiked further. One touch, and I can know everything about a person, everything they've seen through their eyes since the day they were born. When I touched Becca, I knew. She retakes a seat. I saw how the relationship I had with Joel hurt her and why she hated me. I couldn't do that to her anymore. I had to let go of Joel, push him away," she says, and I see her blink over and over. I can tell she's blinking away tears. I refuse to stand in the way of what is, and it wasn't me who Joel is meant to be with. She finishes in such a sad voice that I find my throat tight. She meets my gaze for a second before turning away again. I try to take a different route to give her time to catch her breath. What's with everyone having gifts in this pack? It's kinda weird, I mutter honestly. She laughs at me, and I smile a bit. I guess that's 3, huh? Does seem kinda strange. I nod at her, agreeing. It's quiet again, and I fill it with the truth. You did the right thing, you know. I'm sorry it caused you this pain, but you're a good person. And I reach for her hand, squeezing it tightly before she takes a sudden breath, followed by a deep breath. She's letting my best friend be happy. Looks like things aren't exactly okay right now for them, she comments. I glance at her, realizing she knows it all now, one touch. I never wanted that to happen. She was supposed to tell him, and they would fall happily into each other's arms. She presents it as if it were a realistic scenario. I look at her with my eyebrow raised. Since when are fairy tales real? I ask her. She laughs with an off tone. Well, werewolves are real, are they not? She shrugs. Okay, you got me there. But still. I reply, and she half smiles. Do you think you're going to be okay? I ask her. She contemplates, her eyebrows furrowing above her nose. I'm sure I'll be okay at some point. She replies calmly, as if using this sentence as a starting point to maintain her composure. Congratulations, by the way. She winks at me, and my eyes widen. Thank you. I laugh awkwardly and clear my throat. You should forgive Ace, she says suddenly, and my fists tighten. I stare at her with no idea of what to say. Despite what he said, it's a lot worse. He bumped into me earlier today. If pain had a definition, it would be your brother, Kat. She tells me, and I find my fists loosening. I want to forgive him, I do. But I needed him. For him to support me, save me until my mate came along to take over. I say softly, my throat being what's tight now. She stays quiet. He did nothing but contribute to it. And then my mate rejects me, and again my brother does nothing. I tell her, my breath shallow. I get it. I do. I mean, I don't have siblings, but I know how hard it can be to battle with yourself over multiple things. She admits with her own sad voice. I nod slightly. On one hand, I love my brother, but can I let him back in my life? He's hurt me, really hurt me. He was never there, and I feel like I hate him for it. And yet, on the other hand, I love my brother, and I want to forgive him. I take a deep, exaggerated breath. I need time, as they say in all the movies. I roll my eyes, annoyed that it feels like life right now is some stupid story. It hasn't been long since he's been back in my life. I need to see if I can handle having him close again, I tell her, or maybe I was telling myself. I sigh, rubbing my forehead. Give yourself time. Even if it takes weeks, make sure you try your absolute best to forgive him. At least listen to him if he tries to talk. I know nothing would make him happier. And I know how much he deserves it. She tells me. I went into the bathroom of hers and Joel's room, or what had been there. I couldn't help but believe her words. She's practically seen everything he ever went through. It must not have been enjoyable for her, too, given the way she's describing him. She wasn't even his mate. Renee was, which meant she had no reason to feel this want for his happiness on purpose. It must mean she's being honest. I feel my stomach clench. Did I hurt my brother as severely as he hurt me? I didn't understand. I was so confused. How messed up was everything when I left? It can't be as bad as it seems to be lining up. I mean, Cole doesn't give a crap about me or anyone but Melanie and maybe his parents. Ace, though. I saw it in his eyes that time. The way they lit up when he saw me. How loving he had been, the bags under those eyes, how strained and scarily sick he looked. He still looks that way, too. I wiped some stray tears from my eyes. I didn't know what to do anymore. I missed him, maybe more than my mate. No, definitely more than my mate. My brother was the only family I had left. Despite everything, I couldn't help but still love him. No matter what, I still loved him, I always would. I just needed time. Sighing, I put my head in my hands. I also needed food. I was exhausted from the previous night, and Becca woke me up at 7 a.m. I blushed at the memories. Breakfast sounds fantastic after shaking out my previous ones. I grinned and rushed out of the room and back to mine to get Elijah so fast that I don't think I was even visible. Chapter 26. He was lying down on our bed, snoring softly, fully clothed in a black t-shirt and black jeans. I smiled and climbed onto the bed, leaning over him. Watching his reaction the whole time, I gave his cheek a slow kiss. He stirred, his face relaxed. I kissed it again. He grumbled and swatted me away. I laughed and pushed him. "Wake up, sleepyhead," I said in a funny accent. He pulled himself up from the ground and rubbed his eyes. "I'm tired," he whined and pulled me in for a hug. "Well, I'm hungry." "Unless you want me to starve," I challenged. He stared back playfully. "Maybe I do," he told me. "Okay then. No food for me." I pursed my lips and sat down on the bed. "No. Okay, let's go get some breakfast, baby," he told me and pulled me back up. I grinned and pecked his lips. "Mine," he whispered. I laughed. "Maybe," I told him, and rushed out of the room and downstairs. "Cat, get back here," he shouted, coming after me. I yelped and ran, meeting Ace in the living room. I hid behind him. "What's going on?" he asked me. I screamed when warm hands pulled me away from behind. "So, I guess that means I got you back 2 times, he whispered in my ear. "Let me go." I started squirming and laughing. Ace watched in amusement. What he said had me stop fighting against Elijah and freeze. "I'm glad you're happy, kitten." "Thank you," I told him, smiling. I rushed into his arms and hugged him. "He makes you happy." "Happier than Cole ever could." "I love you so much, Cat," he whispered to me. I nodded. "I know," I told him and pulled away, going back into Elijah's welcoming arms. "So who's hungry?" Renee asked. "Me," I shouted, jumping up and down, excited. "Well, of course you are, look at you," Melanie said, coming down from upstairs. I rolled my eyes. "Yep, plenty right here," I told her, poking my stomach. She glared, and I glared back harder. "Enough," Cole growled. All eyes snapped to him. I thought, annoyed. "It's time to eat, let's go," he told everyone who was sitting around. There was shuffling, and soon everyone was grabbing plates filled with eggs, bacon, and pancakes. We all crowded around the living room, the ones who were waking up and who hadn't eaten yet, I figured. I was eating happily. I didn't even realize how hungry I was. Elijah seemed pleased. I glared, and he laughed. "I see you remarked," Cole pointed out. I looked over at him, pancake half hanging out of my mouth. I pulled it off and placed it on my plate. I told him. Elijah bent over me and, with his thumb, wiped some syrup off the corner of my mouth. "Yep, by me." He grinned at me and then at Cole. "Well, I figured," Cole said snarkily back at him. "Shut up, Cole," I defended. It was odd, going against my mate for someone who wasn't him, but somehow it felt right, better even. Well, except for the fact that all eyes were on us, and I felt an unignorable pull towards Cole. I saw his features change, and suddenly he looked weak and contained. I cocked my head to the side. "By the way, Alpha Cole, Joel, Cliff, Elijah, Katerina, and I are all going out after breakfast." Rebecca spat the word alpha at him like it wasn't meant to be mixed in the same sentence as his name. I wondered where we were going. Everyone else did too, well, except for Joel, who was holding Becca tightly, trying to keep his anger under control. "Where?" Cole asked her, his voice normal, almost friendly and inviting. "Just around." We figured Katerina could show us around, give us a tour. Rebecca shrugged and looked this way and that before meeting his eyes again. "Sure, just keep her safe," he corrected quickly. I rolled my eyes. What a jerk, I thought, more annoyed than before, and went back to eating. "We will, thanks." She said she was equally annoyed as I was, and she, too, began eating. The room was abuzz with conversation, Ace smiling at me, which I caught with sideways glances, Cole looking deathly mad at me, and Elijah's position. I sat beside him, enjoying breakfast. I grinned every time, and not just to annoy Cole, but because I was actually happy. Being with Elijah made me feel safe, loved, and protected. Everything mates should feel for each other, except I was stuck with Cole as one. I wanted so badly for Elijah to be mine, to really, truly be mine, but without the bond, we couldn't be anything but potential. I was hoping it would hurt Cole as much as it hurt me when he marked Melanie, with the marking serving as a reminder of the one between Elijah and me. Even my wolf agreed we were better off. She turned for his touch, for his love, but she knew we had all that from Elijah, so why would we need a mate who rejected us? Who didn't and doesn't want us? We were left with more questions and estimated answers than anything. But I figured I'd prefer the estimated ones over the cold, hard truth any day, because that meant I would feel rejected all over again when Cole told me it was because he really didn't need or want me. And I thought of him, a slight smile crossing my face. Elijah pulled me out of my thinking with a soft peck to the lips. I didn't know why, but it was as if I couldn't get enough of him. I leaned toward him, ignoring the gasps and giggles around us, and it all faded again. We kissed. That is, until Cliff pulled me away from him. I glared at him. "Oh, shut up, babe. I'm trying to eat, and you're both making me want to vomit," he told me and shoveled a forkful of eggs into his mouth. All right. I'll stay here. Please don't let me back at him." I whispered the last part, but I knew Elijah had overheard, since he was right beside us, chuckling. I grinned and leaned against Cliff's side. I whined and moved to try to get comfy. "Stop whining, you're making my arm shake with your constant wiggling." He rolled his eyes and pushed my head under his armpit. I popped my head out of my hair, standing up at every end as I glared at him. Gross. I fake-gagged, and he dropped his fork, shoving my body slightly behind him. "I'm not comfortable," I told him and smacked his back. "Tough and deal with it," he said, mocking my high-pitched voice. I stuck my tongue out, knowing that he can't see me. Elijah and Rebecca both chuckled. I leaned my cheek on his back and waited for him to stop eating. It took forever, but finally, he allowed me to sit properly as he cooperated with me. I sighed in relief and met eyes with Cole. He was glaring at Cliff and my position now. Why is he being such a jerk? He pushed me to my breaking point, not the other way around, I thought angrily. I knew it would be bad to get angry at them cause someone might turn into a human ice cube, so I decided to play with the loose strings on Cliff's shirt to distract myself from Cole's judging eyes. Chapter 27. Done, I shouted. I think it scared the crap out of everyone else because there were a few yelps and gasps, which made me break out laughing. Jeez. I heard Tamara squeak. I giggled again, hiding it in a cough. "Okay, Beck, let's go get ready," I told her and grabbed her hand. She didn't budge, even though I was already pushed off Cliff's lap and trying my hardest to pull her away. "I don't want to get up." She groaned and wrapped her free arm around Joel's neck. You're such a winner," I told her and smacked her hand. "Ouch!" He growled at me. "Good. That's for punching me in the eye," I told her, and 2 growls erupted. I looked around to see Elijah and Cole. I shot glares at both of them. "Becca, do not make me hit you with an ice block," I told her very clearly in a whisper. I figured Elijah had told Joel and Cliff about my little gift, since they were laughing as if they knew what was going on. "Okay, I'm up. I'm coming. Keep me warm, blooded, please," she told me, pecked Joel's lips, and then we walked upstairs to her room. "So, I was thinking we could match today," she told me, racking through her closet. Suppose that Joel Cliff is placed and that Cliff is now rooming with Tamara. Oh hell, wonder how that's going to work out, I thought, almost laughing at the possibilities. I forgot to answer Becca, so she was snapping her fingers in my face. "Oops, sorry." I smiled. She glared. "Yeah, whatever." "Now, did you want Superman or Batman?" she asked me. "Superman," I told her instantly. She clapped her hands, jumping up and down. "Okay, here, put this on." She threw me a shirt and some leather stockings. I walked into her bathroom, and I got dressed in the clothes. I looked in the mirror. I looked so adorable, I need to fix my hair, I told myself. Taking a clip that was clipped to Becca's bathroom sink, I put my hair half up, half down. It fell into bright red curls down my back and around my shoulders. I looked excellent. Smiling like a dork, I walked back out to see Becca. She was dressed and ready to go, her hair just like mine. Come on. Let's go search for a new pack house. She told me. Wait, that's what we're going to do? I asked her. MHM. It's like Cliff said, the farther we find something bigger, the faster we're wedged away from those mutts. She told me, smirking slightly. You know, I always thought it would be Cliff that was your mate, not Joel, I told her. Really? Huh, she said, fixing herself. Well, whatever. Come on, let's get going. She smiled at me, and we walked out of her room only to smack into a hard chest. I felt the tingles before I saw the face. Move out of the way, Cole, I told him, but he didn't move at all. Can we talk? He asked, then looked at Rebecca. Alone, he added. Over my dead body. Becca spat at him. I saw the sad look in his eyes. It was the least I could do, to talk to him. I mean, he was my no. I shook my head. Beck, it's fine, I told her. She looked at me for a moment and nodded, fully knowing I could handle myself. I'll be waiting right outside this door. If you so much as touch her, insult her, or hurt her in any way, you will regret it. She snarled at him, bumped his shoulder, and closed the door behind him as he stepped into the room. You have 10 minutes, I told him, and sat on the bed. He sat beside me, putting some space between us. I'm so don't. I cut him off. But it's true oh well. I cut him off again. Would you let me talk and explain myself? Why do you have to be so stubborn? He asked me in a low voice. I crossed my arms. Okay, go ahead, I told him and closed my mouth. Kat, I'm sorry. Please, try to see it from my point of view. I didn't know you would turn out to be so beautiful and skinny and perfect. I just wanted I don't know what I wanted. But I know now that I want you and only you. I want my mate and you're my mate. He told me, tears in his eyes, making them all glossy. Are you high? I said past ground teeth. Me see it from your point of view? You wanted a blonde Barbie as a mate, not someone like I used to be, and now that I'm good looking and all that, you can be proud of you want me. I growled. You are screwed in the head, you know that. You want what you can't have, and you know why you can't have your own mate, Cole? I asked him. He was about to say something, but I cut him off. You can't have your own mate because you rejected her. You rejected me, I told him, but I didn't stop there. I was on a roll. Did you know I was this pack's punching bag? Yeah, all those bruises and scratches were mainly from Melanie and a few other pack members. Does that make you feel good, that you slept and marked the person who abused me? I asked him, my eyebrows scrunching together. Or, does it make you feel better seeing as you lost me, and that I wish for nothing more than for Elijah to be my mate, and not you? I asked him. None of that makes me feel good, Katerina. I love you, I want to be with you. I was the stupid one not to see that before. He told me. Yeah, you were and still are the stupid one, stupid, I told him, annoyed. Everyone makes mistakes, and I made the biggest one of my life, rejecting you. How can you even be with Elijah? He's not your mate. How can you love him? He shot at me. I laughed a bitter laugh. You mean how can I love and be with someone who isn't my mate? Kiss them when I see them and fall asleep in their arms every night? Act as if they're my mate, my one and only. I asked him as if he were stupid. He flinched. Yeah, that's what I thought. You told everyone Melanie was your mate. Now you got her, I'm not seeing the problem. I told him matter-of-factly. So tell me this, he began. You don't feel that strong pull towards me? He asked, smirking slightly, almost like he knew he was going to win. That desirable need to be with me and in my arms? He added, then grabbed my hand and placed it over his chest. Every time my heart skips a beat, it's because of you. It's beating only because I know you're alive, that's what I lived on. It didn't matter that you might have been with someone else. All that mattered was that I never felt you die, so you had to be living and breathing, which meant you were still mine. Are you telling me you don't feel that? I see how I affect you, Kat. Physically, emotionally. The spark in your eyes when you see me, whether you're glaring or not. He laughed slightly. I couldn't speak. The way your skin heats up when you sense me. I wouldn't be surprised if you had a dream about me, either. I can feel how tempted I make you feel. Uncomfortable, every hair on your body stands on end at the smell of me. That feeling in your stomach just to be with me, the way your heart drops when you see me with Melanie. How I wish it were you I marked with every ounce of energy in your tiny little body. I'm your mate, and it's undeniable how much you want me. He told me, my hand still feeling his heartbeat a mile a minute, matching mine perfectly, it pounding in my ears like it was meant for only me to hear. My breath caught in my throat. So I tried to clear it. So what? Even if everything you said was true, it doesn't mean I'm running back to your arms open and begging. Absolutely not. I told him, regaining my self-control. But you're right. I can't push back all my feelings for you, but this is all they are, forced. I have to feel love for you because you are my mate. I have to feel that pull, that desire in my gut. My heart automatically skips a beat when I'm near you and with you, and all I can think about is how much I want you, but it's not by choice. It's all forced because we're mates. You ruined my life by rejecting me, and now you want me back because I have a different figure now? Yeah, right, Cole. I told him, angry, lacing my voice. So you can forgive Ace, your own brother, who hurt you as I did, and not me? Your mate? You know you only wrote out that you accepted my rejection. It's not official. He asked angrily, too. I haven't forgiven him yet, stupid. I need time, I want time. Why can't anyone give me a break? I shouted and put my head in my hands. Chapter 28. Kat, give me time too, please. Let me show you I can do better. I need you in my life. I died 1,000,000 times when I felt that you had left. I didn't want to talk to anyone, and I lashed out at my parents. He told me. I flinched. Poor Mr. and Mrs. Knight, I thought sadly. Like I said, the only thing keeping me alive was the fact that you were. I was begging anyone and everyone for them to bring you back to me, so I could tell you once and for all how much you actually mean to me. You are my life. Could you please let me try to fix this? I know I can do better. I want to do better for us. I promise, please. He told me his voice was strong and begging. I can't give in. I can't give in. I can't give in. I told myself over and over again. Okay, just. Okay. You want Melanie, you marked Melanie, you have Melanie. Not me. I have Elijah. Hell, I even have Cliff, Joel, Becca, and Tamara. We might have joined packs, but I know when I'm not wanted and I know my place. I know where I belong, where I deserve to belong. And it's not with you, Cole. Time can't fix this one. But go ahead and try. I told him and got up to walk out. He reached for my hand, and I felt the tingles rush up my skin. I urged to zap him, willed to make his blood cold. He yelped and let go of my hand instinctively. What was that? He demanded. That was a warning. Back off, she's stronger than you. Rebecca said suddenly between us, attitude in her sassy voice. I smirked and let her drag behind me. When we reached the living room, it was only Elijah, Ace, Joel, and Cliff sitting around, looking worried. They all stood up when they entered, and Elijah ran at me. Hey! I grinned and hugged him. Hey, B.A. He scratched the back of his neck, trailing off with wide eyes. What is there something on my face? I asked about touching it. No. He cleared his throat. You just look beautiful, he told me and pecked my lips. I blushed. I was debating telling him what happened with me and Cole. Should I? Would he be mad? Was there even anything to tell? Well, let's go, Cliff said, rubbing his hands together and wrapping his arm around my shoulder. Elijah glared, but let him lead me out of the house and to his Hummer. Becca and I sat in the back with Cliff, while Joel and Elijah were in the front seats, Elijah driving. The radio was playing in the background as I lay staring out the window. Cliff was between me and Rebecca. Suddenly, she screamed, turn it up, and I jumped, smacking my head on the window. Ouch! God, Beck, calm down. I told her to rub it. You all right back there? Joel asked us, and I groaned, saying no, grumpily. Elijah turned up the radio, and I heard that the song Life is a Highway by Rascal Flatts would be blasting through the speakers as soon as this stupid song, whatever it was done. I knew why she had screamed, "I love this song." "Everybody shoo. I need to hear this." I told them that they were rude and demanding. Seriously. Love when she takes charge, Elijah said through clenched jaws, and I couldn't help but laugh nervously. "Shut up," Becca yelled when the song started playing. We sang along happily, humming to the beat, wiggling around. I didn't know if I could ever be more joyful. It felt so good, just relaxing with my friends. After Cole upsetting me, I liked being calm again. I tapped my hand on my thigh, bobbing my head around, a massive grin on my face. Even Cliff was singing. Terrible, but still singing. When the song ended, I couldn't help but be sad. But as soon as Rebecca started laughing, I joined in, grinning again. "So, guys, did you have any ideas as to where we were going to find a place with 200 plus bedrooms?" Cliff asked after it got quiet. "None whatsoever." Elijah groaned. "Everybody put on your thinking faces," I told them. Soon, everyone was scrunching their eyebrows together as I sang do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-da-da-da-da-da, do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-da-da-da-da-da, to pass the time. "What about just building one? We could wait out our arrangements for a bit," Cliff suggested. "We could, but that would be twice as much money as we have, even with 2 packs. Elijah dismissed that idea. "Well, what about 2 different pack houses near each other? I mean, it's cheaper, right?" I asked. Baby, that's a nice thought, but it kind of defeats our purpose," he told me in a soft voice. "Okay," I muttered grumpily, thinking. It was a good idea, as far away from Cole as I could get. "Ugh. What about an apartment building?" Joel asked. We all eyed him as if he were an idiot. "Right, sorry," he said, running his hand through his hair. "We would just need the nature, too many humans, you know?" I tried telling him to cheer him up. He grinned at me. "I'm stumped," Cliff muttered. We were all about to give up after about 20 minutes of thinking and driving in circles, until Rebecca screamed again. Only this time, she screamed, "I know a place," once again making me hit my head. "God, if you get any more ideas, I'm going to go into a coma," I shouted at her, stroking the back of my goose-egged skull. She giggled shyly. "Sorry, yeah, I muttered, and Elijah asked her what she had in mind. "Well, I remember that in the news a few weeks ago, an indoor water park went out of business because they weren't bringing in enough money. It was a huge hotel-like establishment featuring a water park, a buffet, a game room, an outdoor pool, and numerous rooms. Sadly, they just couldn't keep it, so I think it might be up for sale," she told us, smiling like she had a secret. "Well, where is it?" Joel asked her, his voice serious. It was all business at the moment. "It's, I think, a few miles from here. I went there as a kid a few times. It's the coolest," she said, with a glint in her eyes. "Well, that's great. I mean, how many rooms do you think it has?" I asked her. "And could it fit over 200 people?" Cliff added. She nodded eagerly. "Totally. I think it fits like 350, possibly. All I know is it's a family vacation place, or at least it was. It was amazing. The water park is huge, and the rooms are all unique. Plus, there's even a registry. This means that people could be programmed to have access to certain rooms and keys. As I said, it's almost like a hotel." She was getting more and more excited, as if it were the most brilliant idea she had ever had. I couldn't help but laugh at her reactions. She looked so adorable, all giddy and smiley. "And it's all cabin-looking, like wood railings and chairs and bed frames and whatever. It looks warm and fuzzy. I loved it there as a kid," she said, grinning. "Wow, it sounds perfect," Elijah said. "So, what's this place called?" he added, asking her. She smirked with that secret smile. "Great Wolf Lodge," she told us, her eyes light with humor. "Oh," I said. "My," Cliff said. "God," Joel finished. And then Becca started laughing. Chapter 29. After 2 hours of driving, we were pulling into the long driveway of the Great Wolf Lodge. Becca was right. It was huge. There were large wolf statues outside the entrance, and the whole place had at least 4 floors. There were approximately 100 on each floor, starting from the ground floor up to and including the top. There were balconies and even a parking space. It looked brand new. Why would anyone not want to come here? How did they even lose money? I found myself thinking confused. It looked perfect for a pack house, absolutely perfect. We pulled into a parking spot and got out. All around was grass and flowers that needed to be trimmed. Rebecca was also right when she said it looked like a large cabin. It resembled big wooden logs piled on top of each other all over the place. Elijah was stunned and staring. This is amazing, Rebecca. Can you imagine how easy it would be to live here? It looks ginormous. It would be spacious and just enough room for families with their cubs and for new families to start. I said, smiling and looking around us. Elijah pulled me into his arms. Thinking about cubs, are we? He asked. I blushed and cleared my throat. I didn't mean that I mean. Not that I wouldn't, I'd love to, I envy him. I breathed and kissed his lips. He smiled. I was only teasing. I agree with you completely, come on, let's go look around inside. He told us all, and we piled up to the large front doors. How do we get in without a key? Joel asked. I smirked at Rebecca. Staring at the lock, I swirled my finger around in a circle, watching frost and ice form over the lock enough to freeze it solid. That's when Rebecca smashed it with her foot. Like that, I told them, and Becca pounded my fist. We both said as we did it. What just happened? Joel and Cliff asked, shocked. What is it that 2 people say the same thing at the same time? Elijah complained. I stared at him. Okay, not my best argument, but let's go. He exaggerated and pulled me inside the lodge with him. We all stopped dead in our tracks. Massive was an understatement. You could fit 6 packs in this lobby alone. It was wild. And there was a registration system, just like Becca told us. Wow, this is all we ever wanted. Holy crap. Cliff roared, and it echoed. Look at all the art and paintings and stuff, they're all wolves. Becca said, laughing and bouncing around. This is seriously cool. I can't believe it's for sale. Joel breathed, stunned. I know, I can't believe it either. I said, equally stunned. It's perfect. I can really envision cubs and families, along with our pack members, running around here, living a good life. Elijah said and touched my stomach. My heart stopped. That was so sweet. Getting slightly blushy and shy. He kissed my mark, and I had to hide my face in his chest to stop from blushing. I hate it when he does that. Almost as much as you love it. He whispered in my ear. Stay out of my head. I glared and smacked his stomach. Stay close. He mumbled, and I started tracing patterns on his shirt. He pulled me tighter to him, and I smiled in happiness. So, for floors on 2 different sides, we could even divide the packs and yet still be 1 pack, Joel said in a bright tone. That's so true. Becca agreed, kissing his cheek, making him smile. So then once we get this thing figured out, we can move everyone in, stay in the lobby, and assign everyone rooms with individual passkeys. It will help with the privacy. Cliff added. Yeah, exactly. Also, there are singles, doubles, and bunks, and singles and bunks. There are a million different types of rooms, and I'm guessing the whole system shows each one, so that helps to get who in the right ones. Plus, this whole place is about wolves. Kids' rooms are called wolf dens. There's even a children's playroom called Cub Club, if I remember. It's like it was made for us. She sighed, looking around with warm eyes. I have one smart mate, Joel told her and hugged her closer as she giggled helplessly. He's right, nice job, Beck, Cliff told her and gave her a high five. So could you explain once again what kinds of rooms are in here so we can go over it? Elijah asked her. Oh sure, Beck said. Okay, well, first off, from what I remember, there's the water park and the outdoor pool. The water park featured water slides and rides, as well as a kids' castle water feature, which I'm not sure what it was called. Also, a wave pool. Mostly it's for kids and families. Then there is the outside pool. mainly for adults and teenagers. It's just a pool, some chairs with umbrellas, the standard setup, you know. Game room. I remember a game room. It was so much fun, you know, the work down there, loads of games as well. A buffet with a huge cafeteria deal. It could fit 2 packs, at least 3, so that's good. Each room had a backyard or balcony for storage and whatnot. There's even a forest a bit away from here. They cut down most of it, but I know there's got to be at least 300 acres, which is perfect for us, and there's no problem with other people coming on our land either. Also, they made this place out in the wilderness for a reason. They wanted it to be secluded, so it's really like running with the wolves. There's a sound system around here somewhere. It makes howls and barks and other sounds. We could use that for alarms, I guess. There are fields all around this place, and it's really open, yet somehow still our own little home. She dragged on and on. I could see she really wanted this badly. She looked so hopeful, as if it brought back family memories that she loved to remember. I smiled. It sounds great, Rebecca, I told her, trying to let her know she was doing well. Thank you. I really think this will be good for us. I mean, how ironic is it that it's called Great Wolf Lodge, and we're a pack of wolves trying to find a pack house exactly like this. She cheered. I love seeing her happy, I whispered to Elijah, squeezing his arm. He closed his eyes before regaining himself, grinning a shy smile. Me too. And do that again, and I might just have to tickle you to death. He told me playfully, glaring. Yes, sir. I saluted, pulling my hand away from his shirt. Well, it certainly sounds big enough. We'll have to look around later. We don't have the time since we aren't exactly supposed to be here, Cliff said mischievously. It looks like it could use a good cleaning up too. Spiders and cobwebs and whatnot, but other than that, it looks brand new. Joel added. Becca squeaked at the word spider and curled into Joel's chest. I laughed. Baby, I told her, and she stuck her tongue out at me. Careful, there's bats too, she said, and I yelped this time, curling into Elijah. Everyone started laughing while I glared. Jerks, I muttered under my breath. Okay, well, let's get out of here, go talk to Alpha Cole, and let's buy this thing. Elijah grinned. Yeah, sure. 'Cause he's an alpha. Cliff muttered, annoyed. Joel laughed. God, I really hate that guy, he said, shaking his head. Me, too, Cliff added, pissed off. I rolled my eyes at them. Come on, let's go. Long drive back, I said, and everyone started scattering out and back to the car. When we arrived at the pack house, no one was in the living room. I bet Cole's in his office. We'll go get him, I said, and kissed Elijah's lips before dragging Rebecca upstairs with me. No, I don't want to, I'm tired. Take Cliff, she whined, tackling Joel to the couch before they started kissing. Ew, I said under my breath, and instead, I dragged Cliff upstairs to Cole's office. You really think he's up here? Cliff asked as we walked down their hallway to the end of it. Yeah, no doubt. He had no life, I said and rolled my eyes. And then I heard it. But I think that even though I knew what I would find behind that door, knowing it in my gut, feeling that just now, the one I was so used to ignoring because it had happened through all that was telling me no, don't go in there, and even though my wolf was howling, I knew it would hurt me. I had to see for myself, just had to open his office door and witness it with my own eyes. So I did. And I was faced with Melanie in Cole's arms, kissing him deeply against his desk, and sounds of their embrace erupting like I wasn't even there. Chapter 30. I ran out of the doorway and into a hard chest. Cliff's. He held onto me and pulled me away from the scene. Why did I do that? I found myself thinking. Because you're stupid, that's why. My wolf shouted at me, not so much hurt, just angry. I nodded, knowing she was right. I'm sorry you had to see that, Kat. Cliff rubbed my arms and hugged me tightly. He's such a liar. I spat with a clenched jaw. Little liar? Cliff laughed like I was being ridiculous. Okay, big liar. I talked to him earlier. He told me he would try to fix his mistakes, that he really cared, and he promised that he could do better. He just wanted time to prove it. He lied. I spat, no longer heartbroken, just furious with him. Why did you trust him, Kat? Why did you believe him? Oh, babe, he said and pulled me to him, tighter, dragging me into his room. I don't know. I thought that he had changed, but nothing had changed. He's still a jerk. I growled. Yeah, no kidding. Look, stay away from him, Kat. I mean it. Mate or not, I don't care. If he can be trusted, which Joel and I both guessed in the first place, then stay the hell away from him. He told me, raising his voice. It's not like I can just stay away from my mate, but I get where you're coming from, and believe me, I'll do everything in my power to keep him on his side of the house. When we move, it will only get easier. He's good for nothing, I can see that now. I wish I had seen it sooner. I told him. Me too, I wish you'd told us about your little convo, though. He glared at me. I shrugged. I want to see Elijah, I told him flatly. I know you do, but you need to calm down first. No offense, but if my girlfriend were this pissed off, I wouldn't want her to be kissing me. She might accidentally freeze me. He told me. I sighed. I get it. But who says I'm going to kiss him? I raised my eyebrows. Well, he's your boyfriend. You love the guy, don't you? He raised his own eyebrows at me. Yeah, I guess. No, yeah, you're right, Cliff. You are so amazing. Amazing. I love you so much. Is what you should have said. Cliff mocked, poking my nose. I giggled. Thank you, by the way, for picking up my broken pieces, I told him and rested my head on his shoulder. You think you're going to be okay, bud? He asked and leaned his head on mine. Yeah, I do. But you were right about the Elijah thing. It's like if I were holding him, I might accidentally squeeze too hard and hurt him. I shivered at the thought, causing him to laugh. Yeah, something just like that. But don't worry, we could hang up here. We could practice your little wolfy magic if you wanted. He grinned and bumped my shoulder. Sure, I shouted, getting excited. Okay, Becca told me I just have to breathe, relax, and wait for stuff to happen, I told him. Sounds easy enough. What are you going to try first? He grinned. I thought about it. What could I try? I've already experienced snow, fog, mist, and ice. Oh, I have an idea. Okay. Rebecca said I should stick to the basics, but I really want to try this, so you gotta keep it hush-hush, okay? I told him that I was feeling increasingly excited. Okay. My lips are sealed, he said, and metaphorically locked his lips and threw away the key. I stared at him. That was really stupid, I said as a matter of fact. He laughed. Just do your little winter thing. He told me. All right, I said, and I put my hands on my knees as we faced each other, cross-legged. I closed my eyes and thought. It took less effort than ever before. It was the easiest thing, and I knew then that my powers were fully out, just like Rebecca's. That made me grin like a goofball. When I opened my eyes, there was a complete ice wall circling us. It was thick, breakable, but you know, thick. That's so cool. So then you're good with protection, too? Cliff asked me, looking around us. It was almost like the world was blocked out. It was perfectly sculpted, round, and celled, sealed off at the top, I thought to myself, looking around. I smiled. I guess so, I told him, meeting my eyes again. Can I try something? He asked me, holding out his hand. Sure. I shrugged and put mine in his. He held one of my fingers out and guided it, pointing it to the ice. I watched as it started carving out words into it, Cliff's name. Holy cow, that's so cool, he said, wide-eyed, and dropped my hand. It was cold in our little ice circle, but it was nice, almost unnoticeable. I started waggling my finger around, Cliff using my other hand to write what he wanted. We ended up laughing so hard and writing so many things that the ice shattered into 1,000,000 small pieces, and that vanished. That was fun. Cliff breathed. I laughed. I needed that. So now, can I please see Elijah? I asked him using puppy dog eyes. Sure. Come on, kiddo, he told me, and, grabbing my hands, lifted me off the bed and out into the hallway. Now remember, don't take your anger out on him, and be gentle. He winked at me, and I blushed. Oh, shut up, I told him, and smacked his arm. Hey now, I was only telling the truth. He told me and ruffled my hair. I glared, fixing it again. I'll show you the truth. I snarled playfully. He held his hands up and wrapped his arm around my shoulder, grinning. Hey, Kat, wait up a sec. Cole came down the stairs behind us, smiling. I whirled around to face him, my eyes blazing over. Stay away from me, I yelled at him. Whoa, what did I do? He asked, backing up a step. What did you do? Nothing. And that's exactly it. I screamed at him. I'm not following, he said, taking a step closer. I saw you with Melanie in your office, Cole. You didn't keep your stupid promise. I trusted you, and you blatantly lied. I'm done. I'm done trying to believe in you. I'm done trying to trust you, trying to let you prove yourself. So you know what? I asked. Something flashed across his eyes, but I didn't care. Before he could say anything, I finished with, Cole Knight, I accept your rejection. How's that for official? I said, venom drenched in my voice. Chapter 31. With that, I turned back around, dragging Cliff with me as I walked away from my mate. All that I could think about was that you can get rejected, but once you accept it, it becomes halfway official. I rushed downstairs, or I was, until Cliff yanked me back. Kat, you're leaving frostbite on my damn skin, he told me and ripped his wrist away, rubbing it. I'm sorry, I told him and pulled him in for a hug. I was just angry, I told him, and he sighed in relief when I made his wrist ache disappear. No, I know. I'm sorry too, he said and pecked my forehead. I am so proud of you, Kat. The way you stood up to him, it was really brave of you to reject him. He told me in awe. Then why do I feel so crappy? I muttered, tears escaping my eyes. He wipes them. Because you kinda. Sorta. Just lost your mate, he said and pushed the hair out of my eyes. I nodded. It was by choice. He told me writing it wasn't official, and I gave him official. Maybe now I'll lose that stupid pull towards him, and I can be happy with Elijah. I sobbed. Speaking of Elijah, if I let you go, are you going to be able to contain yourself? He asked. I laughed nervously. Yes, I swear, I told him. He nodded and pecked my forehead again. Okay, let's go, he said, and we walked further into the living room. Elijah rushed up to me in an instant. Oh my God, baby, are you all right? Are you feeling okay? How's your head? He asked me to inspect my body. I smiled shyly. I'm okay. I promise, at least I will. I accepted his rejection. I told him in a low voice, but since everyone was a werewolf, I'm sure they all heard. He looked at me for a moment before kissing me long and hard and hugging me to his chest. I'm sorry you had to go through that, he told me. I nodded. Although nothing really happened. I guess there isn't any pain, I told him. He smiled at that. Good, I couldn't bear to see you in pain, he told me and pulled me in for an even harder kiss. When we pulled away, I couldn't stop smiling. My cheeks started hurting. Don't worry and don't panic, but we need to go to the pack meeting room and talk to Cole, Joel said. Oh yippee, I said sarcastically. Don't worry, the emotional bond is broken. It's only the physical one that makes you guys still have the title as mates. Emotionally, you will have no urge, need, or want to be with him. Physically, you are still connected to him, Tamara said. It was like I hadn't seen her in weeks, but that wasn't true. I smiled at her. But then what she said clicked in, and I fully understood. Then let's get this thing over with. I am starving and would like to buy our new home. I told them cheekily and skipped to the meeting room, Elijah pulling behind me and everyone else following. So I understand you wanted to talk with us about something? Cole's father asked. Everyone was in the room with us, quiet and listening to Elijah. Cole was in the corner of the room with red-rimmed eyes. I wanted to laugh, but I didn't. I heard along with everyone else. Yes, I did, thank you, sir. Elijah started. I wanted to bring to your attention the arrangements of rooms and space. This house doesn't have enough room, so I figured that we should try to find one that does. A few of my pack members and I discovered an old water park/lodge, spacious, fit for family, and has enough room for 3 packs if not more. We can fit with room to spare. Our pack members can make families. Cubs can grow up in a big home. It has everything since in its former days it was practically a hotel vacation place. And it's for sale. Elijah said in his alpha tone, clear, calm, and collected. Elijah's mother spoke up. Oh honey, that sounds perfect. She praised him, and he glared a half-smile towards her, then stared at Cole. It's your pack too. It's also your decision as much as it is mine. Elijah told him. Cole cleared his throat. It sounds perfect, like Mrs. Moore said. I think it will be good for us. We'll put in half of the money, buy it, and we'll move into it in 4 days. Thank you, Alpha Elijah. Cole said his voice was not so powerful. It's no problem. My beta's mate, Rebecca Mayer, is actually the discoverer of this place. You should thank her. Elijah said to everyone in the room, a proud smile on his face. Oh, Rebecca dear, well done. And congratulations on Joel, Esther told her and pulled her into a hug. Thank you, ma'am, Becca said shyly. I laughed. Do you know how much the place goes for, son? Elijah's father asked. Oh yeah, 80 million. I checked about 10 minutes ago. And it's all included, electricity, gas, water, heat. And everyone started grinning and smiling. Well, that's nothing compared to the two of our packs. We've saved up 265 million for college funds and such in our pack alone, Esther said. And our pack has saved a little under that. We've got it all covered, Cole said, sounding a little impressed. Well then, we'll take care of it, and you guys will start packing up here. Sell all the furniture that isn't heirlooms or important for extra money. This place did not need it, and all rooms are already furnished, boxes, bags, and suitcases. There's wilderness and seclusion fit for our needs as wolves. Additionally, this place has registration, and everyone will be assigned a room suited to their lifestyle. Family, single, mated, or friend. You will need to make a registration for a room beforehand, so just wait in the lobby when the day comes. The Untamed Pack, please work with the fallen moon. No hassle. That's an order from your alpha. Elijah told him in a firm voice. I felt the pull and nodded in agreement with our pack. Also, take any breakable items with you in your car. It's better that way. Take a full day to buy anything and everything you may need. Keep in mind that there is a water park. Be sure you don't forget anything. We won't be coming back. Cole added. All right, my regular group, let's head out. We have a home to buy. Elijah grinned and pulled me in for a long kiss. Chapter 32. We arrived at the real estate office in a little over an hour. We stopped at McDonald's to grab something to eat on the way, and we are now waiting in the lobby to discuss purchasing the lodge. A lady in sleek black clothing, looking very professional, came out to greet us. Hi, I'm Mrs. Hearn. I hear you want to buy one of our largest owns. She asked, shaking Elijah's hand. Yes, I'm Elijah, and this is my wife Katerina. He told her, and I blushed. Would I ever really be his wife? Stop thinking that ahead, I scolded myself. He's only saying that to be professional. I shook my mind free of thoughts and smiled sweetly. Nice to meet you, ma'am, I told her and shook her hand as well. Now let's talk business, she said and led us to her office. So, the Great Wolf Lodge Indoor Water Park? All right, let's see, she said and started typing away on her computer. Elijah and I walked out of Mrs. Hearn's office grinning widely at the rest of our friends. How'd it go? Cliff asked us. Elijah held up the keys to the lodge. We got it, he told him and adjusted his tie, smiling in victory. We went all out in formal attire for the occasion. What did she say about policy? Like how we aren't exactly allowed to move in for another couple of weeks? Becca asked hopefully. Yeah, well, we made her an offer she couldn't refuse, he winked. So we can move in sooner? She asked, cheering. Today, if we wanted. He laughed and pecked my cheek. I smiled. Come on, let's go make sure everyone is working together and behaving. I rolled my eyes. Sure thing, Cliff said, and we stepped into the elevator. When it dinged again, we stepped out and walked through the bright white lobby to the back parking lot. So did you and Rebecca complete the mating bond yet? Cliff asked Joel. Elijah and Becca walked ahead while I stayed back with the doorknobs. No, idiot. And keep it down, she's going to kill me if she catches us talking about this. That means you hush too, Kat, Joel said. agitated and nervous. I laughed, and Cliff did too. Dude, you're totally whipped, I told him. Shut up. I am not. She's just that amazing, he breathed, dazed. Quapas SJPT, Cliff said. Whipped like cream. I winked and nudged his shoulder. Cliff laughed. Anyways, I was planning to mark her the day we moved into the new place. Yeah, no, roses, I want to make it all special. He told us, scratching his hair. Ah, that's so cute. I gushed and pinched his cheek. Shut up, or I'll make Elijah come back here and kiss your mark. He challenged. My face drained. No. I'm okay. I told him quickly. Why must marks be so sensitive that they make you want to jump a guy's bones at the sudden touch? Ugh. I groaned inwardly. Joel laughed. Good for you though, bro. I'm glad you're happy. Cliff told him and patted his shoulder. Me too. I grinned and hugged him. Baby, come on, it's time to go. Rebecca smiled at Joel and got inside the car. We followed her actions and boarded in. I was about to get in myself when I felt a sharp pain. It was excruciating. I dropped to my knees on the cement, crying out. Everything started burning. Elijah running to me, Rebecca screaming out my name, Cliff and Joel holding me down, trying to calm my lashes. All their voices muffled into one. I blinked, trying to figure out what was happening. Elijah was shaking me. I saw all their lips moving, but nothing was coming out. I can't understand. I don't understand. And then it all blasted into action. Katerina, wake up, wake up. Stay with me. I heard a voice yelling. Who was screaming? Why the hell were they so loud? Oh, it's me. Stop screaming at me. I have a throbbing headache. I scolded myself. Cat, can you hear me? Cliff shouted. I nodded my head, blinking again and again. There was a line of images flowing through my mind. Cole. He used to be so nice before my parents passed away. Cole, when he rejected me. Finding Elijah, Cliff, and Joel. Rebecca. Oh, my best friend. Elijah, oh Elijah, I love you. I screamed again. It hurts so bad. What's happening? Stay awake, don't sleep, Cat. How many fingers am I holding up? Joel asked. Where was Elijah? Oh, he's there. He's beside me. No. Stop crying, Elijah. I love you. Why are you crying? I blinked, listening to Joel. I focused my vision, but it was blurry. Everything was still blurry. Focus, Katerina. Focus. I blinked again. 3 fingers, a voice told him. It was mine. It was so weak, so small. What was wrong with me? Now, when is your birthday? It was a girl's voice who asked Rebecca. When was my birthday? God, I couldn't think past this screaming. Think, Cat, think. Oh, December 13th. I said. Good, now what day is it today, Katerina? Elijah asked me. Elijah. I couldn't think of anything else. Think, you have to think. What's today? What's the date today? December 1st. It's December 1st. I told them. And I started screaming in pain again. It was like I could feel my eyes roll back into my head. Everything was throbbing like a million needles. Mid-scream, I stopped. Everything stopped. The pain, the screaming, the blurriness. It was all clear, almost as if it were all a bad dream. I leaned up, catching my breath. What was that smell? I met the eyes of my friends. Rebecca. She looked worried, but she was smiling at me, or trying to hold back her tears. I touched her hand, smiling back at her. Joel was holding onto Rebecca, a worried look in his eyes too. Cliff, same thing. Only he was all red and sweaty. I laughed. Aren't you beautiful? I mocked. Then I smelt it again. Ugh, what is that? I met eyes with Elijah. Holy crap. Mate. My wolf shouted at me in victory. Chapter 33. I'm sorry, what now? Cliff asked. Oh, I knew you'd figure it out, baby, Elijah told me and pulled me in for a long kiss. Wait, what? I'm so confused, I told him, tears running down my face. Hey, don't cry. Please. And accept me, I'm begging, Cat. He now had tears running down his cheeks. Reject? What? No, hell no, I would never reject you. Are you crazy? I told him, gasping with wide eyes. But I do want to know how this is possible. I thought I was mated to Cole, I asked. And what about your mate? How am I your mate? I wondered as well. I'll explain. Just calm down and breathe for a second, babe. He told me and pulled me into his lap. Okay, I'm calm. Now explain. I demanded, but the moment I did, I felt the pang of regret. Don't treat him like that. My wolf yelled at me. Sorry, I told her in my head. About 2 years ago, I found my mate. She had a boyfriend at the time and rejected me. I had no choice but to accept the rejection. So our emotional bond had broken. It was terrible, but I knew it was better for me. I left town as you had, only I left with my parents. We joined a new pack, but their pack alpha was sick, and my family members, being the only ones with the alpha trait, took over, first my dad, and then me. We have reached the top of the ranking. The former alpha had died, my dad stepped down after his term, and then I took over. And next thing I know, my betas and I were going through a perimeter run, and we came across a gorgeous girl with gorgeous eyes and gorgeous red hair. You. And the instant I saw you, I knew you were my second mate. You didn't see it though, because of Cole. I knew all along that you would be mine, and now you are. Later that night, after you had told us your story and so on, my physical bond with my old mate had broken, allowing me to meet a new one. On infrequent occasions, it happens. Who's stupid enough to reject, accept, and then leave their mates forever? But I'm glad I did, and I'm so happy you did. And now, that's what just happened to you. Your emotional bond broke, and now your physical bond has, and you've met your new mate. Me. Elijah told me and kissed my hair. I let it all soak in. It was so much. Bond breaking with Cole, Elijah knowing the whole time and not telling me, and Elijah being with someone else before me. I growled. He's mine. My wolf snarled. No. He's OURS. I told myself I was getting furious in my mind. Babe, what's wrong? Elijah asked me. You're mine. No one else's. If I ever hear you even mention your old mate's name, I'll be furious. I told him, growling again. He laughed. You're mine, I told him positively. Yes, yours. He told me and pecked my lips. I pushed him away. Why didn't you tell me sooner? And what's gonna happen to Cole? I asked, not really caring. Well, that's the thing. Technically, Cole is mated to you, you are mated to me, and I'm mated to you. He told me, scratching the back of his head. So, you're telling me that we have to live in the same house as my ex-mate, in the same pack with him while we're mated, and he feels the same pull, a strong attraction to me even though I don't, meaning his wolf, and he will both be aggressive toward you, and he's still attached to me. I asked, slightly confused. The wording was all wrong, but whatever. I don't even know if I could explain what just happened to me. One word would be pain, but it's all a jumbled mess. Whatever. Yeah, babe. That's kinda it. He told me and kissed my hair again. Wolf love triangle, Cliff muttered. Oh, kill me now. I groaned dramatically. Oh, come on, it won't be that bad, Becca told me. We all stared at her like she was crazy. Okay, it's bad, she agreed. Yeah, no kidding. Cliff glared. Oh, shut up. Nobody asked you. Becca said coldly. You shut up, go bother Joel, Cliff said. What are they fighting about? I asked Elijah. While you were screaming, they got into an argument about what to do. Beck said hospital, Cliff said wait it out. He told me. Well, that's stupid. I still don't see the argument though. I said honestly. Well, Cliff thought Becca was stupid for even thinking about the hospital. With the werewolf thing, it would be a waste. Becca thought Cliff was stupid for thinking you could wait it out, given how badly you were hurt. She thought he was being a total jerk. So, yeah, that's why they're arguing. Elijah cleared it up. Oh, makes sense. Sort of. I said, squinting my eyes, still in confusion. He laughed at my facial expression. The scent was intoxicating. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I asked him, my face dropping. Because it would just confuse you and add more stress. Look, our whole relationship isn't based on the fact that I knew about us before you did. I love you, even without the bond. He told me and touched my cheek. I couldn't take it, so I embraced him strongly. We were right there on the concrete as our lips met. I was overcome with emotion. I felt drawn to him, his touch, his lips, his scent. Ouch! He laughed and pulled away. Sorry, I mumbled shyly when I realized how intense the kiss was. It's all right. I know how new this mating thing is. He told me, rubbing my hair and pushing it out of my face. I blushed. Yeah, sorry, I might have had a mate before, but not a real one. Not you. I told him. Hey, you want to know something? He asked me, smiling. Sure, I told him, adjusting my weight so I could look up at him. Since I marked you when we weren't mates, that means the bond needs to be solidified. All over again. He whispered in my ear. Chapter 34. Are you serious? I asked him, shocked. Yeah, we essentially get the same experience again, only this time, we're not potential clients. You're really mine, and I'm really yours. He told me and rubbed my arms up and down. I laughed. What's so funny? He asked. Silly, Elijah. I shook my head. I've always been yours, Elijah. Really, truly yours. I smiled at him. Well, I guess now it's official, he grinned. I laughed again. Always, I assured in a goofy tone. Oh, shut up and kiss me. He told me and rolled his eyes. I stuck my tongue out and he bit it. I gasped and smacked him playfully. Watch it, Alpha. I can beat you to a pulp. I threatened. He laughed. Bring it, he challenged. I looked back and smirked at Rebecca. She winked, and I waggled my finger around in a circle. I watched as Elijah's hair froze over into spikes, sort of like Jack Frost from those Santa Claus movies with Tim Allen. I couldn't wait for Christmas. It was going to be amazing, I found myself thinking. Okay, I take it back. You win, baby, you win. He pleaded with big eyes. I laughed and blew on his hair. It melted away, leaving him wet. He ran at me and started shaking like a wet dog. I screamed. No, stop, you're wet. I started pounding against his chest. Nope. He grinned and began rubbing his hair up and down my neck and around my face. I giggled and tried pulling away again. Sorry, you're stuck with me, baby, he told me and rubbed his wet hair on my neck again. I squealed and finally got away, running behind Cliff. Cliff, move, Elijah ordered him in his alpha tone. My face dropped. That's not fair, I shouted and ran into the car, locking all the doors behind me. I stuck my tongue out at them as they started trying to get in. Open the door, Cat, Cliff growled and groaned. No, I growled back. Come on, babe, open the door, Elijah told me. Apologies from all of you, and I will, I told them snootily. Hell no, Becca shouted. For what? Elijah smirked. Yeah, no, I think I'm going to see you guys at home. Stay warm. I winked at them and pounded on the gas, driving away. Despite the yells and screams for me to stop behind me, I floored it down the street. Once I got home, though, I regretted it almost instantly. 1, I'd be left alone. 2, I just hurt my mate's feelings. 3, I'd be left alone and possibly see Cole. I groaned and put my head in my hands on the steering wheel. Why did I do that? I asked myself, feeling stupid. Just breathe, Cat. You can do this, I told myself and got out of the car, turning off the engine and walking into the house, the car keys spinning around my finger. It was quiet. Well, in the living room, anyway. I could hear loud uproars coming from downstairs in the pack meeting room. My eyebrows furrowed, and I stopped spinning the keys, walking down the stairs towards the doors. The screaming and shouting were getting louder and louder. Who are you? I heard Cole snarl. Who was he talking to? I listened carefully. Who was in there? I shook my head, not understanding, and pounded on the door. The yelling came to a stop, and suddenly Cole opened the door for me. He stared. What are you doing? Who is that? I snapped, peering over and under his shoulder, seeing a few other pack members, the ones who are the fighters of both the Untamed Pack and the Fallen Moon Pack, standing around staring into the middle of the room. I couldn't see who was there, but I needed to. Let me in, I told him. He laughed. I'm stronger than you, and as one of your alphas and your mate, I forbid you from stepping into this room. He told me, his voice booming. I glared. Forbid me my foot, I told him and pushed past him. I stood, frozen in my spot, staring at him. He was beautiful, soft eyes, warm smile. Even though he was slightly angry, he showed no threat to me, just to everyone else around him. When he met my gaze, I noticed how big he was, grinning. I must have looked confused, with a funny face or something, because he chuckles lightly. I cocked my head to the side. He was slumped in a chair in the middle of the room, his arms tied behind his back by a rope. I could see the irritation it caused him. The rope looked as if it were rubbing against his skin, judging by the red marks around it. I frowned. Who is he? I asked Cole in a whisper. I took notice that Ace wasn't around. Wonder where he might be. Cole shrugged and glared evilly at the guy. We don't know. He was a rogue who came onto our land. He's not speaking up. He told me, almost seeming professional, forgetting that we had a past. I was both proud and surprised to look at him. And then what he said clicked, and I turned around to face the guy again. He seemed so familiar. He was practically a building of muscle, though, so I didn't understand. Had I even known him before? I found my eyes narrowing in consideration. He smirked, then smiled, and finally broke into a grin. His face was getting wider and wider as he looked me over. I blinked. Holy sweet mother of all that is good and miss me? He asked, winking. I grinned. Stark. I stretched, screamed, and jumped into his arms, hugging him tightly, knocking his chair back to the ground. He chuckled. I knew you had room in that little memory of yours. He told me, and I got instantly mad that he couldn't hug me back. I froze his ropes, watching them break apart, and he finally hugged me back harder. Geez, I know I'm great to see, but did you have to knock me over? He asked, and I could tell he was smirking. I smacked his arm and then frowned, remembering everything from our past. You left, I told him, scattering away from him. Stay away from him, Kat. He's dangerous. Cole shouted at me. I flinched. He's not dangerous. He would never hurt me, not on purpose. He wouldn't. I told Cole, meeting his eyes hard. How could you possibly know that? He shouted at me and ran his hand through his hair. Because he's my brother's best friend. Well, he used to be. I told him, feeling the pang in my heart as I met eyes with Stark again, the whole room going quiet. Chapter 35. Hey, I'm sorry I left, Stark told me, bringing my gaze back to him. Why did you do it? How could you leave? I asked, my voice level to rise. Where was Elijah? Oh yeah, I left him. Why did I do that? God, I was so stupid. And Rebecca, and Cliff, and Joel. Ugh, I want my friends. I want my baby. I miss his touch, my mate. I frowned, trying to calm myself down. I found my mate back then, he told me slowly. Stark had left the week after my parents died. He's always been older than my brother and me. I'm 3 years old, Ace is 1. He was 17, He must have found his mate early. I nodded for him to continue. A little after your parents died, so did Carly, my mate. My mom and dad noticed how torn up I was, so they made us move. I was broken, Kat. I didn't bother trying to stay, but I'm fine now. He told me, and I felt bad about it. He lost his mate? I frowned deeper. It's been 2 years, Stark, I whispered to him, my voice dropping. Cole just stood behind us, watching intently. He was rubbing circles on my back, and I was giving in to his touch. I felt the tingles, but they were so faint that it was almost like a painful electric shock. I ignored it, though. I needed comfort. I was cracking. And then I began thinking about what Ace would do if he knew Stark was back, and I pushed that thought out immediately, imagining that he would be furious. I know. But I'm back. And I'm planning on staying. He told me, and I lunged for him again, hugging him. I missed you. You were my first crush. My first kiss. My first Valentine. You bought me my first stuffed bear, the one with the little I love you on it. I sniffed, sliding my fingers around my eyes and wiping the tears. You were my best friend too. I trusted you, you protected me. I told him. And then you left, and now you're back, I concluded, telling myself more than him. He chuckled, remembering slightly. Yes, and now I'm back, and I'm not leaving, Kat. My mom and dad are here too. They're talking to your alpha's dad about us staying with your pack. I'm not leaving, he told me, and furiously started wiping my tears. I nodded, feeling only a little better. Kat, why don't you take Stark up to your room and catch up? Cole asked/told me. I blinked at him. What? Did he willfully ask me to take a guy up to my room? I'm sorry, what? Is this Cole? Did someone brainwash him? He smiled at me. I'll talk to my dad and make sure that they can stay. I'll tell him that he isn't a threat. Go on, have fun, he told me and ushered me out the door. I blinked again, and Stark was the one who took my hand and had to pull me out of the room. I was so confused that I laughed nervously. You okay? Stark asked, raising an eyebrow. We stood in the middle of the living room, and I was trying to focus my screaming, rambling brain thoughts. I cleared my throat. Yeah, I'm fine. That just took me off guard. I told him and led him up to my room. We started talking, laughing, and catching up on memories. We were both laughing so hard that he fell off my bed. I just grinned at him and fell to the ground, thinking how fun it was to hang out with him. He was my grade school crush, but I no longer had feelings for him. At least I didn't think I did. Are you ready to see my brother? I asked him. He slumped. I don't know, Kat, he said, scratching the back of his head. I haven't even forgiven him myself, I told him, feeling sad and my heart constricted. Forgive him for what? He asked. I was tormented. Ever since Mom and Dad died, everyone bullied me, abused me, and treated me like total crap, including Ace. I ended up running away, and that's how I met Elijah and his pack, the Untamed Pack, and all my friends. I was so happy, Stark. But then we had to come back. Join this pack, become the biggest, strongest pack, blah blah. I rolled my eyes and curled my knees to my chest. Did he apologize? He asked me. I nodded. Everyone did. Well, besides Melanie, but I don't care about her. Ace and Cole both apologized for making me run. But Cole, he still rejected me. He's still rejecting me by being with that plastic troll, and you know what? I couldn't care less. Because I'm no longer his mate, he's only mine. I'm mates with Elijah. True mates. My bonds are broken with Cole, his just aren't with me. I told him, grinning, as I thought about Elijah. Whoa. So, 1.5 mates and a brother who is torn up with how he treated you. He asked him to clarify things. I nodded grimly. I just don't know if I can forgive Ace. I mean, I want to, but I'm just scared that he'll hurt me again. I can't exactly run from my pack, 'cause I'd be leaving more behind than I could ever take. I'd never leave Elijah. I told him. My heart is hurting just thinking about it. He was deep in thought for a moment. You trust me, right? He asked me. I nodded. Of course, I told him, furrowing my brows. Forgive Ace. Right now, believe me, trust me, forgive him. He told me and pulled me into his bulging chest for a hug. I sighed, taking in his scent. I had my best friend back, I thought happily. I shot away from him, grinning. I'll go get him, I said, and bounced off the bed to look for Ace. Cole's POV. I didn't even understand why I sent Katerina off with that guy Stark. But I could tell she missed him, she needed him, and I'd do anything to make her happy again, whether she accepted my rejection or not. I frowned, thinking about it. I needed her. I missed her. I wanted her. I shook my head, feeling regret deep in my stomach. They knew each other long before I'd even met her. I wasn't sure how I was supposed to interpret that, but surprisingly, I managed to do it very well. I was trying to show Kat that I could keep my promise and make things better. I was giving her space to be with other guys and have a life. Showing her she has freedom, that I love her, and that I want her to be happy, and that's all. I smiled, imagining her beautiful red hair drifting around in the wind as she spun in circles with our little pups around her ankles. It was a low blow to be with Melanie. I know what I promised Kat, and I know that I broke it. All I have to do now is make sure I never break it again. We were mates. It's not like that's ever going to change, and I don't want it to change. Our bond is unbreakable. I don't know when she's going to forgive me, and even though I don't deserve it, I want a fourth chance. I'm not sure when that will happen. When she talks to me, accepts me as her mate, lets me hold her in her arms every night, and wakes her up with a kiss every morning. The only thing I do know is that I love her. Unconditionally, utterly in love with her. And not just 'cause I have to be. Not just 'cause she's my mate. Not just 'cause she's skinny, beautiful, and perfect now. Because she always was, even before when everyone found her repulsive, and I played along because it's what they all wanted. I was begging with every ounce of my energy that she would turn out to be my mate. When the time came, somehow my reputation took over everything. I was left mateless and broken. I love her so much it hurts me. It hurts me to see her with Elijah, but in the end, I know that he's better for her. That he was there for her when I wasn't, and that I can never change how he makes her feel. I see it in her eyes how much she cares about him. And why wouldn't he? He's frickin' gorgeous. I rolled my eyes at that. I know what's best for her. I know it's me leaving her alone, letting her be with Elijah, love him, marry him, have pups with him, but I can't. I can't watch her be happy, no matter how much that's all I want for her. She can't be with anyone else. I sighed, slamming my head on my desk a few times. Why? 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 I repeated over and over again. 'Cause you're a total jerk and don't deserve love. But hey, who didn't know that? Renee told me, leaning against the door frame of my office, making kissy faces. I sighed. I know, but I want her. I growled lowly to her. She chuckled. Every day that I snuck into her room to see her, she was afraid you were going to hurt her, she told me. I never wanted it to be like this, Renee. I just want her to be happy, no. You want her to be happy with you, and not Elijah. You're jealous and pissed, and you want to hurt him. Admit to that. And also, while you're at it, apologize, she told me. I flinched. I have apologized, I told her as a matter of fact. Not just an I'm sorry I ruined your life, please love me, apologize and accept her, you idiot. All my best friend wants is for her mate to accept her, love her like she thought she was supposed to be loved by her mate. Do that, be her hero, save her, and she'll want you just the same. Rin told me as if it were the easiest thing in the world. And I thought about it. Could it be that easy? Say that I accept her? 'Cause I do. I accept her as my mate. I want her as my mate. I'd tell everyone and anyone too. But first, I have to wait. Let Katerina be happy for once before I ruin it. I nodded at Renee. I'll just give her some time, 'kay? I asked her. She smiled. Sounds good to me. She just stole my mate away from me, so I'm left with nothing to do, she said, shrugging. I thought about it. Did you wanna help me plan the perfect birthday gift for Kat? I asked her hopefully. Sure. She said, grinning, and bounced over to me as we started planning exactly what to get the girl who has everything she needs and wants. I would never include those in the list, though. Chapter 36. Katerina's POV. I left Ace and Stark to catch up in my room as I waited in the living room for Elijah to get back. I had a brief conversation with Cole upstairs, and I actually liked talking to him. I never thought I would forgive him for rejecting me. All I had ever wanted from him was acceptance, and now that I no longer felt the pull of him, I was happy to try to be friends with him. We talked for an hour or so, random things, all positive, no meanness. It was relaxing, and it didn't bother me that we were past the hating stage and were now just in the strongly dislike stage. I felt him getting closer and closer, my mate, so I thought I should beg for forgiveness? Nah. Play another perfect trick on my beautiful mate? Hell yes. I smiled inwardly, and I thought over what I was going to do. He did it to me once, so I figured, hey, what the heck? Let's go back to him. Just more extreme. Now I had a blush on my cheeks. I had to swallow past my emotions. Are mates supposed to be this out of control? I didn't think so, but here I was getting slightly flustered thinking about him. I flushed and shook my thoughts as he came through the door, a scowl on his face. Although it was instantly swiped off when he saw me, I ran into his arms and grinned, hugging him tight. Rebecca, on the other hand, wasn't so happy to see me. "You! Witch!" She snarled and pulled me from Elijah. I laughed nervously. "You all got ahead of me." I defended weakly, trying to contain my giggles. She glared. "You are so lucky we have a pack meeting right now, otherwise I would be dealing with you slowly and painfully." She spat and stalked off. Joel and Cliff grinned at me. "Best prank ever." "Nice job, kiddo," Joe said and ruffled my hair. I laughed, and Cliff wrapped his arm around me as we watched Joel go after Becca. It was a nice one. "I'm proud, babe," he told me and kissed my temple. I grinned shyly. He smiled back and followed Joel's footsteps down to the pack meeting room. I turned to face Elijah. "I missed you," I told him and pecked his lips long and hard. He grinned against them. "I can tell. I'm gonna go get changed. Save me a seat." He pouted, and I felt a blush creep up my neck. Why did he have this effect on me? I never felt this way with Cole when we first started being mates. Elijah winked at me and rushed upstairs. I walked down towards the pack meeting room and took a seat beside Rebecca. She was ignoring me, but Cliff and I had a brief conversation. There was a seat in the middle for Elijah, and then the one beside him at the end would be Cliff's. He was sitting there wondering what was going on, and I already knew. It was about Stark. We were in the back corner of the last row, which would be perfect for what I wanted to do to Elijah. There are many things I like. Want know. I stopped my thinking before I got too heated. Elijah came through the doors, looking around. He spotted me, and I smiled. He trotted over in some baggy sweatpants and a black t-shirt. I almost yelped with victory. It was practically as if he knew what I had planned. "It's nearly too easy," I thought to myself, grinning inwardly. There was some chattering and laughing throughout the room before Cole silenced it, and we got quiet. I took this opportunity to ensure no one was looking before I placed my hand on Elijah's lap, slipping my hand into his. I saw him look at me, confused, from the corner of my eye, and I tried to contain my excitement and laughter. Slowly, I began tracing distracting patterns on his palm with my finger. He gasped quietly, and I wondered if I should stop. I almost pulled my hand away, but thought, he did this to me and didn't stop, while his parents were there. At least it's just our friends around us, so we decided against it and continued. He bit his lip and squeezed my hand. "Baby, stop," he said, slightly amused. I chuckled and looked over at clueless Rebecca and Cliff. Instead of stopping, I squeezed his hand back insistently. I felt him stiffen, and then I was pulled into his lap. He growled/moaned in my ear. "Thanks for making a visual for everyone," he teased playfully, scolding. I giggled to myself and moved my hand behind my back. I sat forward, my knees bent and somewhat elevated. He held me tightly, his own breathing becoming uneven from the simple, close contact in the quiet room. Somehow, the fact that anyone could catch us was just a bigger thrill. I wanted him. No, scrap that, I needed him. I looked around, and no one was even paying attention. Well, Cliff had an odd look on his face, but other than that, he turned back towards Cole. He was nibbling on my shoulder, and I felt him tense. I loved that I could have such an impact on him. He pushed deeper into my embrace, and I went stiff, my own breathing hitching. "I'm close." "Go, slow, baby, slow," he stuttered. I got slower, savoring it. He tensed, holding me tightly. At the same time, Cole addressed him to come up to the stage. I had to hold back my laughter as he lay his head on my back, biting my shirt between his teeth to keep from making a sound. I gulped, meeting eyes with Cole. "Alpha, sir, could you please just excuse us? He's not feeling too hot." I almost smirked at my choice of words. He was feeling nothing but hot, most likely flushed from the attention. "Kat, are you all right? You look a little flushed," he asked me, concerned. Skillfully, I tried to hide my blush. "Oh, I'm fine. Just worried about Elijah. Can we be excused?" I asked sweetly. Cole looked taken aback. Crap, I knew he would be difficult about it. I knew he wouldn't let me go. Let us go. Sure. Feel better, he said and smiled slightly at me. My eyes grew wide, and I nodded, smirking slightly as Elijah groaned as he stood up, and we walked calmly out of the doors. I broke out laughing when we were out of earshot. Strolling up the stairs, he kissed my neck over and over. I sighed and leaned into his touch. He pressed me up against a wall, kissing me urgently. I responded, fully engaged and wanting to be closer. He growled. That was a risky move. He was nibbling on my shoulder, and I sighed again. That was quite a scene, I grinned, my eyes closing in pleasure. I think I can take care of that, he told me and tossed me playfully on the bed. I giggled furiously, pulling his lips to mine. He hovered his hand over my stomach, and I whimpered. Please, I begged, feeling my skin on fire for his touch. Nah, he smirked and began kissing me like no tomorrow. I squirmed under his touch, begging for release from the pleasure. It was so much, too much. I need this. I was throbbing, panting, moaning, and crying out in pure bliss as he kissed my neck, biting and grazing his teeth against my skin. Please. I begged again, and finally he began kissing me, deeply and passionately. I met him with every bit of emotion I had. God, you're so amazing, he mumbled against my lips, and I sighed again. He got slower, harder, kissing me with intensity, and I bit my lips, my eyes closed tightly. I was so close. Keep going. And suddenly he stopped. I looked up at him, glaring, and he had a wide grin. Don't think you're getting off that easy, baby. I'm saving you. I'm gonna make you feel so good, he started and then leaned closer to my ear. You'll never bounce back, he whispered, and I pulled his lips to mine. I kissed him deeply, running my tongue over his. I hid the moan that wanted to erupt as he slipped his fingers back into my hair after a few moments of me losing that tingly sensation. He was going slowly and softly. I just want you. I moaned. I want release, I begged, and he smiled against my lips again when they met and started kissing me harder. Yes, I want this. I need this. I scraped my fingers down his arms as I groaned into his neck. I closed my eyes, feeling him circle my lips in and out, fast, then slow, fast then faster, then slow, then hard. God, please. I pushed against his chest. Please, I begged, and he rubbed my back with his thumb, kissing me deeper and faster. Soon. He growled, and I sighed, the intense moment passing. He pulled away slowly, my moan caught in my throat with all the emotion and pleasure built up. I was gasping for breath as he kissed my cheek, nose, forehead, and lips. Holy, wow, I muttered, feeling breathless. He licked his lips and I blushed. He chuckled lightly. I joined in between catching my breath. Intense, right? He grinned and lay beside me, kissing my neck, and I mumbled, in content. I needed that. He growled playfully. I met his lips again, smiling, and we tumbled around making out for the next half hour, never letting it get further. I love you, I told him, pulling away slightly. I know, he said, and I laughed, kissing him again before I lay on his chest listening to my mate's heartbeat. Chapter 37. It was a while before we got up and got dressed again. Our bond isn't complete yet, anyway. I felt myself smile at that thought. We were currently resting on the bed, feeling tired. Sorry about that meeting thing, I smirked at Elijah. He chuckled. I'm not. Although he shook his head. I have one beautiful, daring, brave mate, he said and leaned half his body over me. I wrapped my arms around his neck. And I have one amazing, sweet, gentle, gorgeous, and caring mate. I love you. I grinned at him, and he smiled, pecking my lips quickly. I realized that's exactly what I assumed he would leave me for, what his mate would be to him. But it's me, that's what he is to me. Then he started tickling me, and I squirmed, screaming for help. Stop. I gasped between breaths and nudged him. He yoofed, but didn't stop, and I ended up tangled in his arms, my face red as a tomato from laughing so hard, and Elijah just playing with my hair. I glared playfully at him, and soon met his lips slowly and carefully, smiling. Okay, can you get away from him? It's bad enough I have to feel it. I'd rather not hear it as well, a voice snarled from the door. I jumped away from him, staring at the rager. Wait, what? How? I don't. How could? What? Tamara? What do you mean by feel? What? I stuttered, confused. Surprise. Guess your beloved mate didn't tell you everything about himself, She snapped, and air quoted the word mate. I looked at Elijah. Pulling away from him, I was standing in the corner of the room. Elijah, what's she talking about? I asked in a small voice. Cat baby, just breathe, he told me and stared at Tamara. I couldn't breathe. There was no breathing. Breathing was bad. It meant that I was alive and really experiencing this. So are you going to tell her, or shall I? Tamara spat, yet somehow still calm. I looked between the two of them. What's going on? I demanded, my voice cracking. Cat, I can explain. Just let me explain. He told me. Tears well up in my eyes. Explain what? I said, trying not to let my emotions show. Oh, for crying out loud. I'm his mate. His real mate. She corrected when she saw my face, confused. I snapped my gaze to Elijah. You said she rejected you. I shouted at him. She did. But he invited me back into the pack the day he found me in the woods. I mean, why do you think he disappeared for so many hours? He was spending time with me behind your back. After that, it was just the two of us talking alone in his office from time to time. When he said he had alpha stuff to do, yep, he was with me. She cut him off in a snarky voice that I didn't remember to be like hers at all. I held the tears back. But you were so nice to me, and you were my friend. You were all our friends. How did you? I asked Tamara. How did I what? Keep myself from hurting you? Simple. I had Joel. And then Rebecca ruined everything, Anne. I can't take it anymore. He's mine, you pathetic girl. I was only nice to you because it was Alpha's order, but he doesn't have that power over me anymore. I'm his actual mate, and he lied when he said there was no pull. There is. She said her voice was firm. Mine was as small as it could get. But you congratulated me on Elijah. I didn't ask it like a question, but it came out that way. You weren't mates then. And nor did I think you ever would be. I did what I had to do to avoid blowing my cover. I saw him hang up on you when he should have hung up on me. You have a mate who doesn't want you. Go back to feeling broken about him. She snarled, a growl erupting from her lips. Elijah. I turned to him. He looked torn and silent. I cleared my throat past the uncomfortable lump. Cat Bab, don't you call me that. Is this all true? I shouted at him, getting my voice back. Yes, he said. You knew this whole time she was your mate, and you never told me. Even earlier. I haven't had you as a mate for 24 hours, and you've already lied to me. I screamed. I don't feel the pull towards her. I love you. She's lying about that. He shouted back. Yeah, right. Then why'd you kiss her? I screamed, losing it. I was shaking furiously, my wolf whimpering and snarling from inside me, but I pushed her away. I was dealing with this on my own. It was a test. To see if I still loved her and wanted her. It was just a test. He said, his voice breaking. And what if you did still feel the pull? What if you saw she was still fully your mate, and she ended up accepting you? Would I have been nothing? 'Cause you know we were dating then, right? When you told me you loved me. I said, my voice firm and steady, shouting in anger. No, you won't. You would have just dropped me. I knew it. I knew in my gut that I shouldn't have been with you because of your future mate, who, I guess now, was your former mate, and that happens to be Tamara. But still, you told me you would never leave, never hurt me, and I believed you. Then today, oh God. Today I found out you were my second mate. I thought you would be good for me. Love me, not turn out to be like Cole, who you know something funny. It's just a little bit better than you right now. She lived with us, your mate lived with us, and you knew and lied to me the whole time. Our whole relationship is a lie. I screamed at him. It's not like that. Cat, please. Don't. I cut him off. Don't say I love you, 'cause it's not true. You don't want me, you shouldn't want me, and I shouldn't want you. We have mates, and even though mine might not want me, yours do. So be with her. I growled at him, even though it hurt to say the words. Kat, I don't want her. He said, tears streaming down his face. What, why not? Tamara asked in a small, sad voice. I looked between them. I have to do this, I have to do this. You can do this. Because I love Kat. It was you who rejected me, Tam, he screamed back at her. Tam? I felt my pulse stop and freeze. I hate you. You broke your promise. You said, you kept saying things would be okay, that you would never leave me, that you would always be here. But they're not, you won't. What's wrong with me? Did you want to see me hurt? Does it make you happy to see me in pain? I'm your mate, or I was your mate. You're supposed to tell me everything. I can't believe I almost completed the bond with you again. I'm glad I didn't. You two deserve each other, and I want nothing to do with either of you. I shouted, bundling my fists, feeling my skin cool over, my blood freeze all over. What do you mean was Kat? Elijah said, his voice breaking, his eyes stopping from staring at Tam. I looked at him. His eyes were watering, my eyes were whitening, frosting. I could feel all of my anger, rage, heartbreak build and build. Are you really that stupid? Do I have to spell it out to you? God, you are unbelievable. I can't believe all those times you cheated on me. What part of that doesn't click into your head? I shouted. Katerina, please. He begged, but my heart only cracked further. And that's when I hit my breaking point. He's not allowed to pray for someone he doesn't love. He's not allowed to pray for me. No. Don't you get it? I hate you. Please stay away from me. Did you think I was going to be okay with all of this and say, oh yeah, it's okay that you lied, Elijah. I love you, let's be together. No. You were supposed to love me as a mate should. I screamed. I held back the tears, the pain, and I just ignored it all. I had to do this. And I promise you something now in return. I will never love you again. I take it all back, everything I've ever told you. I promise that I won't mean anything to you anymore. I won't stand in your way, I won't talk to you unless I have to talk to my alpha. That's all you are to me, that's all you should have ever been to me. My alpha. I told him, meeting his eyes. I ripped off my necklace, feeling it break in my hand as I threw it at the floor in front of him. Building up all my strength, feeling my insides shift, I met his eyes again. I reject you. I spat at him and stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind me. Chapter 38. I kept running down the hall. Running down the staircase, past the crowded living room of my family. I couldn't meet their eyes. Not Cliff, not Rebecca, not Joel. I had to keep running, despite them calling my name. I had to get away from that place. I pushed my feet to the clearing in the woods and finally dropped to the ground, tears flowing down my cheeks as I howled in pain. It was dark out, but too dark to see around you. It just looked gloomy, almost night. The grass felt cold, but in a nice way. Either way, I didn't pay much attention to it. My heart was shattering all over again. I guess it wasn't looked after all, why I got rejected in the first place by Cole. It's just me, I wasn't meant to be happy. I wasn't meant to have a mate who loves me, or pups who I adore. I was meant to die with my parents. It was so obvious now. Well, maybe not that extreme, but close. I felt utterly hopeless. Worthless. Lifeless. I couldn't even feel anything. I was so numb, so frozen. I shook my head, laughing bitterly. My foot, he loves me, I muttered, wiping my tears and curling into a ball, closing my eyes. How can she still be beautiful with snot running down her face? A voice asked. Beats me. But she's still breathtaking, another replied. I sniffled and opened my eyes to meet the soft, sad eyes of my two best friends while they crouched in front of me. New tears welled up in my eyes, and my lips started trembling. A sob erupted, and I flung myself into their arms, letting the tears fall into Cliff and Joel's shirts. They rubbed my back, shoulders, arms, and hair, telling me everything would be all right. He lied. Elijah has a mate. I sobbed, no longer infuriated, just broken. I felt them both tense. What do you mean Elijah has a mate? You mean you? Joel asked, confused. I shook my head, my red hair whipping around dramatically. No. I mean, the mate he told us before. That rejected him. It's Tamara, and he knew the whole time. I said, my heart cracking further, and I yelped in pain as I felt myself drain of our bond. My bond with Elijah was no longer there. My eyes threatened to close, and I felt myself getting weaker, but I pushed it all away and focused my eyes on two worried faces, assuring them I was okay. Tell us exactly what happened, Cliff said, jaw clenched and tightening further. Joel was shaking. I sighed, taking an unsteady breath before explaining how he kissed Tamara, let her live with us, the mate thing, everything I had told him, everything she had told me, and he had told us. My rejecting him. When I was done, I couldn't catch my breath. I literally felt my world spinning and all the wind leave my body. I was a snotty mess, but they didn't seem to care. They were far too pissed too. I wiped my face with the back of my hand, my head on Cliff's chest, my feet tangled with Joel's. I sniffled and wiped some stray tears, meeting eyes with them. I can't believe he did that, Joel said first, breaking the silence. I felt their bodies shaking underneath me, and I tried to calm them down before I got shredded by wolves. What the actual heck is wrong with him and Tamara? Pretending as we would never find out, as Kat would never find out. Cliff raged, joining in. I'm going to be fine. I don't feel the pull anymore. I stuttered, trying to catch my breath. I coughed a bit, feeling sick to my stomach. It gurgled as I bent over and was sick into the garbage. I looked around, and my eyes grew wide with confusion. Looks like you're a lot stronger than you think, Joel muttered, pushing the hair away from my face. Don't worry, babe, come on, let's get you cleaned up, Cliff told me. Around us was a circle of pure ice and frost. Nowhere was it just because I was angry. Trying to let go of my tension so that I wouldn't ruin a place this beautiful, I took a deep breath. Cliff picked me up in his arms, and I lay my head onto his chest, tarring my gaze from the ground as it started to melt back into its natural glory. I stared ahead, feeling myself getting weaker and weaker. I wanted a mat. I wanted love, but I didn't wish for Elijah. I meant everything I said about Cole being better than him. At least Cole was honest the whole time. He didn't lie and say he wanted me when he didn't. Where was Ace? I wanted my brother. I sighed, though, feeling safe under Cliff and Joel's protection. I tried to smile, but I couldn't. I couldn't do anything but breathe in, breathe out, and repeat. It's okay. We'll get you cleaned up, I promise. Cliff told me, and I realized I was covered in my own sick. I scrunched up my nose and nodded emotionlessly as we walked through the pack house doors. Cliff handed me to Joel as he walked off upstairs. Joel placed me on the couch beside Rebecca, then sat on my other side. Becca curled me into her arms, not asking any questions, and I was thankful. The living room was silent, and it wasn't just us in it either. Except that no one was whispering, it was just silent with pity. I felt myself break all over again. Cliff came back and crouched in front of me. I have a shower running, do you want to get CL? Kat, can we talk please? A voice burst up and I flinched, hearing Elijah booming and Cliff and Joel growling. They were both standing up in front of me, shaking. Stay the hell away from her, Joel said first, his voice deathly calm. I can't do that, move aside. I want to speak to my mate. Elijah replied, his voice weak, but the alpha command still standing. I flinched again, tears welling for the fourth time in the day. Rebecca let go of me and stood up too. Elijah, you have 5 seconds to leave this room before I hit you with a tree branch, she said, also calm. All I could do was listen. I felt like an empty shell, only able to use my senses, nothing else. I hated being this weak. Rebecca, stand down. Elijah snarled at her. She bowed, losing against him. Joel and Cliff, on the other hand, weren't having it. What do you want her now? Cliff started. Is that it, Mr. Alpha? Did Tamara not need you like she thought? Joel finished. It wasn't like that. Katerina didn't let me explain. I just want a chance to explain myself. I love her more than anything. I'm not Cole, he shouted, becoming vulnerable and unthreatening. I already told you that you weren't Cole. You're worse than him, a voice shouted, and with a jolt of realization, I found that it was me shouting it at him, pushing past Cliff and Joel. In a split second, I was back behind them as they growled. How am I possibly worse than him? Elijah yelled at me. He actually yelled at me? Like it was my fault? Oh, screw yourself, Elijah Moore, I thought, and my anger built up once again. He didn't lie. He was honest the whole time by rejecting me. He didn't once say he wanted me when he didn't. But you? You did. You lied, you had a mate, you have a mate. And it's not me. It will never be me. I told him, feeling the tears fall down my face once again. Why am I crying over you? I asked him in a weak voice. Please, just stop. I don't feel anything towards her. There is no pull. There is nothing between me and Tamara, he shouted to me. Oh, just shut up. I screamed back. Elijah, I think you should back off, Joel said firmly. I can't back off. He said back. Let go. She doesn't want you. Cliff shouted at him. What's going on here? Tamara said, coming downstairs. Oh great, the witch is here, Rebecca muttered from her sitting position on the couch behind us. Tamara raised her eyebrows. You want to see a witch? Fine. She replied and pulled Elijah in for a kiss. I watched in horror, my heart that was thudding with adrenaline just stopping altogether. But then what happened next had me reeling in pain all over again, just 10 times worse than before. Elijah was now kissing her back. Chapter 39. He was right in front of me, embracing Tamara as if holding on to her was vital, kissing her. I heard more growls, but a new kind of pain struck through me, and I had to run out of the house. I heard everyone call out my name a million times, but no one followed. It was pitch black around me, but I still just kept going, walking up the road, the streetlights shining overhead when I came out of the forest surroundings. He did feel a pull towards her. He did love her. He lied, again. More and more lies, it's all just been lies. I felt my wrists burning like fire, sizzling and cracking like it would against ice. I wanted to yell, but I ignored the feeling and kept walking until I saw an old park. There was a baseball field, along with some old, rusted bleachers. Halting to a stop, I turned and started walking around past some stray trees. I didn't know what I wanted to do. Scream in pain, cry with heartache, or laugh with gut-wrenching bitterness. So I settled for hitting the rough bark of the trees around me. My arms and fists scratched against the bare bark. And still, after I let out my anger that way, I kept walking till I reached the bleachers. Climbing slowly, step by step, until cool metal froze my backside. I felt more alone than I ever had in my life. I didn't know what I wanted or what I needed. My stomach was churning, I felt sick, my skin was sticky with tears, and my head was throbbing. Closing my eyes, I tuned into my wolf. Are you okay? She asked me, her voice angelic despite its raspy sound. I nodded, biting my lip. Are you okay? I asked back. I've lost 2 mates in less than 3 years. I'm far from being okay, Catty. She told me, using a nickname she's always had for me. Not only was she my other half, but she was also the only person in the world I knew would never and could never leave me. I liked that thought the most. I'm so sorry. I screwed everything up. I told her, emotion building in my voice. No, you didn't do anything. Elijah was a mistake. That's final. You and I, we have each other. We'll always have each other. She told me. She sounded so young, her voice only slightly different from mine. I wanted to laugh at the thought, but I couldn't bring myself to. Yeah, he was. I agreed grimly. She stayed silent. Do you ever wish we were with Mom and Dad? I asked her softly. I can't think like that for 2 reasons. 1, being that my thoughts don't matter since you're in control, and 2, being that I have to stay strong. For you, she said, equally soft back, and I smiled slightly, only to have it turn into a grimace. Neither of us said anything. We just listened to the wind around us, the leaves rustling, the skitter-scatter of the woodland animals around us. It was nice and quiet. But then my thoughts were interrupted, and I found myself wondering things that I wished I hadn't. Why us? I asked suddenly. Why not us? She replied, and I darted my eyes open, letting our connection falter. She was right. Why not us? I've been feeling sorry for myself this whole time when people around me could have easily gone through the same thing. I shouldn't care. I shouldn't get worked up over someone who didn't want me. I gripped the bottom of the bleacher's bench and ground my jaw together. I shouldn't show any emotion over him, no tears, no nothing. I was beginning to think that running from my home was a mistake in the first place, but then I never would have met Rebecca, Cliff, and Joel. My wrists burned again at the thought, and I had to look down. A gasp left my lips, and I rushed out in a puff of cool breeze. It must be a chilly night. Being me, I wouldn't know that, but focus. I looked down at my wrists again. There lay 2 words tattooed in Greek. Par Omicron Sigmat Alpha Epsilon Upsilon Mu Epsilon Nu Eta and Alpha Pi, which means protected by, and then there were 2 names tattooed under it, one on each wrist. Cliff. And Joel. And then my eyes noticed the marks over the new tattoo. I turned my hands over, palms out flat, and realized that hitting the trees wasn't my best idea. My skin was scraped and bruised. Great, I thought sarcastically. I then noticed the stinging sensation across my knuckles. Shaking my hand in obvious pain, I didn't know what else to do. I was stumped. Option 1 could be go home, get cleaned up, and deal with drama. Option 2, stay here in pain. I liked the last one, so I just sat there, clenching my fists together, wondering about my wrist, about my life, about what everything around me meant. Or at least I was, until a voice startled me by saying, "Need a hand," and I jumped. I looked to the person who had just scared me and felt my heartbeat drop and pick up. Depends. I pursed my lips, clutching the bottom of the bench again, my knuckles going white. Another voice asked, "Do you have cookies?" I wondered, childishly. They both laughed. "I knew you'd want some. We're coming up," one of them called up, and I nodded even though they couldn't see me. The bleachers creaked as they both climbed and sat down on either side of me, handing me a bag of cookie crumbs that should have been whole cookies. I looked between them both. Sorry, kinda got squished along the way. I almost laughed, but once again couldn't bring myself to do anything but grimace. Instead, I sighed, leaning my head back against the metal bars, staring up at the night sky's stars. Do you guys ever feel like if you blink, everything that is beautiful around you will just disappear? I asked them. They both leaned in the same position I was in and stared up as well. Like it's almost too good to be true, so you want to save it forever? Ace added. Almost like, if you lose it, you lose yourself? Stark joined in. I nodded, yeah, exactly like that. I told him in a weak voice. Yup, they said together. I know that feeling, Ace said, grabbing my hand and squeezing lightly, and I flinched, not wanting to let go despite the soreness. The day you came back, I was afraid to blink, wanting to savor the moment forever when you finally told me it was really you, he told me. And every day after I left, I was afraid to blink. Because I knew I couldn't see anything else, but how sad your face would be, Kat. Stark said, grabbing my other hand, and I didn't flinch this time. Do you think everything's gonna be good again? I asked no one in particular. We can't make any promises. Stark started. But we'll try our hardest to do our part in making it good. Ace finished. And I felt newer tears fall down the corners of my eyes. Only not in sadness this time. Just because I knew I wasn't ever going to be alone. Chapter 40. We should get your hand cleaned up so you can heal, Stark said, snapping me from my thoughts. Then we're going to get you something to eat. Because from the smell, there's no doubt you're wearing everything you ate from the past 7 years. Ace added, teasing. I frowned, wondering why I didn't do this sooner. Ace, I forgive you, you know, I told him, leaning against his chest with my shoulder. We'll see about that after I pull out every piece of wood from your hand, he said and kissed my forehead before they both worked picking and plucking. Stark slipped a backpack from his shoulders and started pulling out rubbing alcohol and bandages. All things medical, and it had me confused as to how they knew I was even hurt in the first place. So I asked, Kat, I know how you get. Why wouldn't I know you would lash out at everything around you when you raged like a teenage girl with hormones on overdrive? Stark said matter-of-factly, and I felt myself blush the deepest red. And even though I didn't always act like it, I'm your brother. I know you just a little bit better than Buzzo over here. Ace said, pointing to Stark. He just grinned and gave a cheesy smile before pouring rubbing alcohol directly over my hands. I flinched, yelping and gasping, but I ground my teeth together against the sting, knowing I would heal faster this way. But that didn't mean I had to like it. I just wanted it to stop, I screamed in my head. And then it was over and both my hands were wrapped in white gauze. I flexed my fingers, sighing, utterly defeated. Don't worry. It'll all work out. Come on, let's go back to the house and get your friends. We're gonna head out to the diner and get something to eat. Sound good? Stark asked. I nodded, smiling. Oh, nice tats. Ace said, running his thumb over one of my wrists. I shrugged. I need to talk to them about this. I'm not sure what it means. I admitted. Well, I do. It means you have two official protectors. Basically, anything happens to you, physically speaking, like pain-wise, it happens to them. Stark summed it up. I stared at him. How could you possibly know that? I asked him. Well, I was rogue for a while, was I not? He winked at me, and I laughed uneasily. This is what I needed. Laughs and smiles, not pity and tears. I breathed a sigh of content this time. Oh, and the coolest thing is, you have your own connection, linking-wise. Almost like an unbreakable barrier between just you three. No one will know what you say to them through your mind from the outside. Stark added, and I grinned at the thought of privacy. Do you think you'll be okay? Ace asked me, pushing hair away from my face. I'm mateless, and I feel completely broken. I don't know if I'll ever be okay. I admitted, my voice faltering slightly. I just need something to make me feel whole again. Everything keeps slipping away right before my eyes, and it's like I can watch it. But I can't do anything about it. It's just dangling before me, just out of my reach. I said, my eyes crinkling with sadness. I was gonna wait till your birthday, but 6 days early isn't that bad, right? Ace said, scratching the back of his neck in wonder. My brows furrowed. Wait until my birthday for what? I asked, unsure. He slipped his hand into his pocket, his face pursed as he searched for something. And when he found it, a smile formed on his lips, and he met my eyes again. For this, he told me, and dangling between his fingers was a necklace. No, scrap that, my necklace. The one he gave me the day Mom and Dad died, my snowflake. I gasped, my wide eyes meeting his calm ones. Is that? The original. I went on a little fishing trip 2 days ago. Found it wedged between two rocks. It was rusted, and it still is, but I figured it's the thought that counts, he told me with a shy look on his face. I beamed at him, taking it in my hands, grinning before throwing myself at him with a hug. Thank you, oh my, this is amazing, I told him, not able to stop myself from smiling wider and wider. Well, I figured with your power thingies and all, it kind of just worked. He told me. Who would have thought someone who loved winter so much would get a manipulation gift for it, huh? Stark added, smiling. I love it, I said, and passed it to Ace to put around my neck. It felt bare, from the moment I removed Elijah's necklace from my neck. It felt alone, empty, and now it was radiating warmth. I couldn't help but squeal in excitement. I didn't care that it was rusty, it was beautiful nonetheless. I loved it, just like I said I did. I beamed at them. How's about that food now? I asked them. They both laughed. Come on, kiddo, let's go, Stark told me and wrapped his arm around my shoulder, leading me down the bleachers. Ace packed up the backpack, then joined us, following quietly behind. We didn't need any words. Everything had already been said, and the silence wasn't awkward. But of course, I had to say something. It was killing me. So you guys made up? I added lamely as we started walking. They shared a look and then stared at me. No. We hate each other, and that's why we came to find you together, acting nice. Stark said sarcastically, and I frowned. Suck an egg. I pouted. Come on, you know we love you, Ace told me and kissed my temple. I sighed. I'm scared, I told them honestly. Of what? Stark said, grabbing my hand instead of wrapping his arm around my shoulder. I sighed again. I'm scared to see him. I'm scared to take a deep breath and accept reality. I said, my body hurting and my heart crushing under pressure even further. No one is going to hurt you, Kat. Not him, not Tamara. No one. Ace told me sternly. How could you possibly know that? I exaggerated. Because we won't let them. When are you going to get it through that thick skull? We're in it for the long run, baby. Elijah can go. Don't. Let's not talk about it or him. Please. I cut Stark off and said, with sad eyes, looking at them both. Whatever you want, princess, Ace told me, and I nodded and stalked off ahead. Only to stop dead in my tracks at the person who stood in front of me. No, that's impossible. But when I blinked, the figure was gone. Chapter 41. What's wrong, Kat? Stark asked me, coming up to my side again. I shook my head. Nothing, just thought I saw. I looked back. Never mind, I mumbled. Okay, Ace said, joining my other side. I glanced at him and back in front of me. I could have sworn I said, "You're just hungry and tired. Come on. Let's get some food in your system, then some sleep," Stark said, cutting off my ramble. I nodded and started walking home with them by my side. However, I couldn't get the feeling that I was being watched on my chest. Shrugging it off, I continued walking in silence. We reached the pack house and stood outside it for several minutes. Did you want to go inside? Ace asked me. I looked at him with sad eyes, nodding slightly. He opened the door for me, and as soon as I stepped in, I was enveloped in a vast group hug of Rebecca, Cliff, Joel, and even Renee. I was smothered, but in a nice way. When they pulled away, I was yelled at. "What's the matter with you? Do you know how worried we've been? Ever heard of an invention called the cell phone?" I tried to smile, but I couldn't. Although I wanted to when I noticed that Elijah wasn't in the room, and neither was Tamara. Instead, I turned towards Cliff and Joel and began getting one thing off my chest. "Do you?" I cleared my throat. "Do you have them too?" I asked. They shared a look, then each held out their wrist. On it was tattooed the same thing in clear, dark black ink. Katerina's protector. This time, I did smile. I felt whole safe. So, it's official then. I breathed. Nothing comes between us. Cliff's voice rang in my head, and I actually jumped back at the suddenness of it, causing them to laugh and worry simultaneously. My bad. I rang back, and the images of them smiling filled my mind. "Neat necklace," Joel scribbled, snapping me back to reality. I grinned. "Thanks, it's a little rusty, but my brother gave it to me. It's the one he gave me the day Mom and Dad died. I told him, Cliff, and everyone in the room. And I was rewarded with odd/confused looks." "What are you talking about?" Cliff asked. "It looks brand new, no rust?" Joel said, his eyebrow raised. I looked down at the charm, and it was perfectly intact, as if it were actually brand new. I gasped lowly and rubbed my thumb over it. It was rusty. I don't know how it changed, I said, glancing up and down between the necklace and them. "I think it's gotten its color back because of your special gift." Becca winked at me. I could tell they were trying to avoid my situation, and I was thankful as heck for that. But then what she said clicked, and I knew she must be right. My gift had made my necklace new again, only this time, it wasn't fake snow that glistened on my necklace, but all real. My necklace was winter itself. I didn't even feel the coldness of it until now, and it made me shiver a bit. But I loved every second. "How are you feeling?" Renee asked, eyeing my bandages. My mouth formed an O shape, and I unraveled them, showing clear, clean, unscared hands. I shrugged my shoulders. No one can see the inside. And that's what's most destroyed, I admitted. Her eyes grew teary and blazed, a mixture of anger and heartache. "I'd say I can't believe he did that, but it would be déjà vu, because you've gone through this before." "I'm so sorry," she said, pulling me into her arms, her tears leaking down my neck. "Shouldn't I be the one crying?" I teased half-heartedly. I could feel Ace behind me protectively, so I pulled away from her to let him comfort her instead. I yawned, tired out of my mind. But I didn't have a room. I had Elijah's room to go to, and I would never recover from this night if I did that. I wanted to cry all over again. "You'll stay in my room with me," Cliff said, reading my thoughts. I nodded weakly, wanting to go up there now. "I think we should get you cleaned up now. It's long overdue." Joel half smiled at me, and I nodded again, my eyes sad, as I walked up towards Cliff's room. I heard a sound, though, from behind us when we passed my old room. And then I knew. How far can someone's heart break before they lose it? I breathed, my throat closing up, becoming raw all over again. They both stopped and turned around to face me with worried gazes. "Why do you ask?" Cliff said, his voice soft. I gulped, feeling a lump bigger than ever before. "Because I don't think I have one to break anymore." I sobbed, letting tears fall freely down my cheeks. "Kat, I'm freaking out." I cried harder, rushing into their arms. "What happened? What made you?" But he was cut off when he heard the noises. "He isn't?" Joel asked. I shook my head, tears spilling as I brought my hands up to my face and cried into them. Stepping out of their arms, I pushed past them both, walking into Cliff's room and locking myself in the bathroom. I could hear Cliff and Joel banging on it, begging me to come out. But I couldn't. I just sank to the floor, my back against the bathroom door, my face blank. Things were getting muffled again, the voices, the banging. It was like my insides were sealing, like I was losing all my senses. I felt weak, and I haven't felt this bad since that day Cole rejected me. I didn't know what to do with myself. I wanted my emotions to freeze solid, so I would never have to feel them again. Guilt, pain, heartache. That feeling like you're being stabbed in the stomach, as it churns and churns to the breaking point of your hysteria. I was lost and lost for everything. Lost for words, lost for thoughts, lost for sounds. I wanted everything to be over. I shouldn't feel this way. It shouldn't be this way. I was given a second chance, yet I still managed to make everything go wrong. Elijah was in his bedroom with his true mate. Cole. Well, I didn't know about Cole. He was nice, nicer to me than he'd ever been before. He was really looking up to being a good friend, and that's what made me count him as my friend. However, there was still no one who could take this pain away. Not one person, aside from me. All I had to do was turn it off. Like in my favorite TV show, The Vampire Diaries, we werewolves, like the vampires, have a switch. We can turn off our pain of suffering. But that just meant I had to turn off all my emotions, including love, friendship, and just being nice. Did I want that? Was it worth it? To be free of my own gut-wrenching pain, with the cost of not showing anything towards the ones I love, because I wouldn't think about what I did anymore to anyone? I didn't know how long I had thought about it. Over and over, again and again, the thoughts swirl around in my head like fish in a pond. And then I decided. I didn't need this, and I was going to get rid of it. I was flipping my switch. I wouldn't care anymore. No matter who got hurt, as long as it wasn't me. I felt myself drain again. Only this time, it felt good, I felt better. Actually, I didn't feel. That was the point. A huge weight was lifted off my chest. I liked being this empty. And then a cold, genuine smile smeared across my face. Chapter 42. I wanted everything to be over. I shouldn't feel this way. It shouldn't be this way. I was given a second chance, yet I still managed to make everything go wrong. Elijah was in his bedroom with his true mate. Cole. Well, I didn't know about Cole. He was nice, nicer to me than he'd ever been before. He was really looking up to being a good friend, and that's what I counted him as, my friend. However, there was still no one who could take this pain away. Not one person, aside from me. All I had to do was turn it off. Like in my favorite TV show, The Vampire Diaries, we werewolves, like the vampires, have a switch. We can turn off our pain of suffering. But that just meant I had to turn off all my emotions, including love, friendship, and just being nice. Did I want that? Was it worth it? To be free of my own gut-wrenching pain, with the cost of not showing anything towards the ones I love, because I wouldn't think about what I did anymore to anyone? I didn't know how long I had thought about it. Over and over, again and again, the thoughts swirl around in my head like fish in a pond. And then I decided. I didn't need this, and I was going to get rid of it. I was flipping my switch. I wouldn't care anymore. No matter who got hurt, as long as it wasn't me. I felt myself drain again. Only this time, it felt good, I felt better. Actually, I didn't feel. That was the point. A huge weight was lifted off my chest. I liked being this empty. And then a cold, genuine smile smeared across my face. The voices and banging on the bathroom door became recognizable, and I stood up, wiping the last of my tears, and unlocked and opened the door. Katerina, are you okay? Cliff jumped at me. I sighed. Mind? You're kinda loud. I snapped back. Only I didn't feel regret like I thought I would. I didn't care at all, no guilt. I smiled again, a wide grin from ear to ear. Cliff furrowed his brows. Kat. Joel said my name like he didn't know it was me. I pressed my lips. What? I asked back. You feeling okay? He asked. I shrugged. When I feel again, I'll let you know. In the meantime, I'm going to take a shower, I said, and closed the door in their faces yet again. I heard muffling again, urgent, confused voices, but they were cut off when I turned on the water and finally started to relax. When I got out, I looked at myself in the mirror. Nothing seemed different about me. I looked the same. Red hair, loose curls falling around my shoulders and back. Bright eyes, alluring emerald green. My teeth were perfectly aligned and white. I didn't feel the same. Shrugging it off, I walked out of my bathroom with a towel wrapped around me. Cliff and Joel weren't in my room, so I dropped my towel and started getting into my PJs, picture to the side. Once I was fully clothed, I plopped down on my bed. Good night, cruel world, I muttered, yawned, and closed my eyes. Folding under the covers and drifting off into a sleep sometime after. I woke up and Cliff was sleeping beside me. Well, I share a room with the guy, whatever. Shrugging it off, I get up to go to my old room and get some of my clothes. I glanced at the green numbers on the bedside clock, and it was 11:34 a.m. I put my chin up and walked out of my room and into Elijah's. It was only he sleeping in there. Tamara must have already woken up. Not caring, I rummaged around, not so quietly, and grabbed as many boxes as I could. With everything being packed, it was easy. I had to move them from under Elijah's boxes. He was mumbling, stirring awake, and I just piled and piled my boxes in my hand, dropping them off in my room, then coming back for the rest. Cliff was gone by the second round, but whatever. Kat? Elijah's sleepy voice asked as I got into his room again. What? I snapped. He flinched slightly. What are you doing? He groaned. Grabbing my stuff. Now shut up and go somewhere else if you don't want to hear it, in a monotone voice. I grabbed a few boxes, then took them to my room and came back. He was still staring at me, in the same position as when I left. I rolled my eyes. Can I help you? Like, honestly, go. Places. I said and waved my hand in a shooing motion at him before going into the bathroom and grabbing my essentials, before I forgot. When I came back out, he was still leaning up in his bed. Blinking at me. Are you? Okay, Kat, he asked. I laughed a bitter laugh. I'm peachy, thanks for asking. Why don't you be with your mate some more? Eh? Bet you'd love that. I exaggerated, my voice rising in pitch at the word love in mockery. He flinched again, and I just had to roll my eyes. This isn't you. What happened? What did you do? Kat, what are you talking about? Be with my mate, clearly. I haven't been with you, he told me. I scrunched up my face in annoyance. Tamara, you idiot. I'm not your mate. I told him. I told you I didn't feel a bond towards her. He shouted at me. I shrugged. I don't care either way. Not like I love you anymore. I told him flatly. But I love you, he whispered. Isn't that sweet? I patted his cheek. Little Elijah has a crush. Ooh. I pouted fakely and then glared. Get over it. I snapped. I saw a few tears roll down his cheeks and I rolled my eyes again. You have Tamara. I told him in a tone that implied, duh. I don't want her. He hiccuped. I laughed again, scrunching my face. Well, you got her. I winked. I began to turn around when my face smoothed out and an idea struck me. On second thought, I said, bouncing my head from side to side, glaring towards him, willing it to happen, wondering how funny it would be, how he would take it, how Tamara would take it. I froze him, solid. I snorted at the look on his face when he realized what I did. Dork. Cat. Take it off. Ugh. This is cold. Take it off. He gasped with wide eyes. Sorry, I could, but I don't want to. And the only other way to break that ice is with a chisel. Good luck. I told him, made a kissy face, and spun out of the room with the last of my boxes in my hand. When I placed them in my room, I grabbed a random pair of shorts and a nice top. Why should I hide what I have? I licked my lips and pulled it over my head, walking downstairs to the dining room table where everyone was sitting for breakfast. They all started cheering happily, saying hello to me. Gwa, good God, shut up. I groaned and took my seat beside Rebecca. Everything was then silent. I just shrugged, grabbing a glass of orange juice and a piece of toast. Hun, are you feeling all right? Elijah's mother asked. I snorted. She shared a glance at her husband, who looked confused and frustrated. Kat, do you need to see the pack doctor? He asked me. I snorted again, rolling my eyes. No. But maybe you should, you're old, right? I asked, taking a sip of my juice. His wife choked on her coffee, and everyone began cleaning it up instantly. Katerina, she snapped. I looked up. What? I snapped back. Kat, why don't you come for a walk with me? Rebecca asked, jumping into the conversation before it got too heated. How about no? I suggested, squinting my eyes together. Kay, we get that you just got dumped, but do you need to be such a pain? A naggy voice snarled at me. I glanced at Tamara in disgust, feeling my blood freeze over. First off, I didn't get dumped. I rejected Elijah. And second, why don't you shut up and go back to wherever you came from? I growled. She stood up. You're just mad that Elijah and I are mates, she said, shouting back. I laughed, throwing my head back and holding my stomach. That's, oh geez. Funny. No. I boomed. I'm mad that you think you can disrespect me like that, I told her, standing up for myself. I can do what I want, I'm Luna, she said, smirking. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, Luna in the head, I muttered under my breath. Enough. A voice demanded of us, and once again, I rolled my eyes. Leave me alone, Elijah. Stay out of this, I told him in a monotone. No. I'm part alpha between these two packs. You'll do as I say. He told me in his alpha tone. I snorted for the third time. Yeah, okay, bud. So tell me how's your little problem? I asked, smirking. He flinched slightly, but recovered quickly enough. Kat, he started, but I cut him off. Look, I don't have time for this. I'm going for a run, I said, and as I was about to bump his shoulder, he caught my wrist. Kat, stop. Can't we talk? He begged. Nope. I popped my lips and stepped hard on his toe before strutting off. When I reached the woods, I ran, further, farther, shifting midair, then much further and much farther. Feeling the wind through my fur was angelic, and I pushed myself up the cliffs and mountains around the pack house, right to the top. Staring out over my surroundings, I saw it all as beautiful. Actually, really beautiful. I never thought I could feel or see beautiful again. Kat, what have you done, my little girl? A voice whispered from beside me. Turning my head, I gasped at who was in front of me. Or the who's who were in front of me. Chapter 43. Cliff's POV. When I woke up, I heard Katerina scattering around and then leaving the room. I took that time to yawn, get up, and go downstairs for breakfast. I greeted everyone, taking a seat beside Joel and Stark. There was a faint, distant smell. It was distracting, and I wanted it. Whatever it was. I couldn't tell what it actually was. Determined to shrug it off and ignore the distracting feeling, I got some juice and started chatting it up with everyone. Did you guys notice Katerina acting kind of mean yesterday? I muttered, stopping everyone's conversations. Mean how? Cole's mom asked. I don't know, not normal. Not human. Well, you know what I mean. She was just weird. I tried to explain. Yeah, like she wasn't herself. She treated us poorly. Joel added in, and I nodded, biting into an apple. I'm sure she's just tired, guys. She kinda just rejected Elijah. She feels hurt. Rebecca defended. Elijah's parents frowned at their son. I rolled my eyes. He's not all that innocent, you know. I snapped at them. They bore their eyes into mine. We were frowning because of his actions, not the actions that had happened to him. We know our son has done wrong. His mother shouted at me. I gulped. Sorry, I muttered. She cursed under her breath, but went on ignoring me. The distracting smell lingered, and I felt an uneasy tension beneath the table. I gulped down a glass of water. Are you okay, Cliff? Becca asked me. I held back a whimper and nodded. I inhaled the air, wanting to take in as much of the intoxicating scent as I could, without looking odd. I knew I couldn't stand up right now, I thought to myself grumpily and rubbed the bridge of my nose. Cliff, are you sure you're okay? Joel asked, raising an eyebrow. I took out my phone and sent him a quick text. Me, I've got an issue, and it's excruciating. Do you smell that? I motioned for him to check his phone with my eyes. He furrowed his brows, reached into his pocket, and pulled out his cell phone, scrolling and typing. No one noticed us. They were talking among themselves, and I was thankful for the almost private moment. I didn't need people to realize I was about to be embarrassed. I cringed at the thought. Joel, smell what? What are you talking about? Why? Why don't you take a cold shower? He texted me back, and I held back another whimper of defeat. Protectors shouldn't be this weak. What is happening to me? I shook my head, sliding my fingers over the iPhone touchscreen keys, replying sadly. Me, could I would. But this reaction is strong, it hurts. I have no clue what's going on, but someone in this room smells amazing and candy and everything amazing, and I want it. I dropped my phone into my lap angrily and had to bite my lip to suppress a loud gasp. I twitched and shuddered from the discomfort. How is this even possible? Is it even natural? Am I a mutant? And what was that smell? I hate whoever it is. Go roll around in mud, mask it, something. I put my head in my hand and hesitantly picked up my phone from my lap before it vibrated from a text. I would be in trouble if that happened. I glanced at Joel, and he looked at me confused, but with sympathy. My phone stirred in my hand, and I read his reply with an almost smile. Joel, want me to distract? I got your back, bro. I typed thanks, man, yeah, and awaited his cue so I could get out of here and shower. But before he could open his mouth, Katerina walked into the dining room, and everyone greeted her. Gwa, good God, shut up, she said, groaning and sounding rude. She took her seat beside Rebecca, and everything was awkwardly silent as we watched her. I felt myself wanting to burst. The scent was just more pungent, with no one moving. She just shrugged, grabbing a glass of orange juice and a piece of toast. Hun, are you feeling all right? Elijah's mother asked with concern. I can't handle this. I found myself getting distracted, knowing that with everyone quiet and watching Katerina, I would never get out unnoticed. She made a snorting sound and bit into her toast. Elijah's mother shared a glance at her husband, who looked confused and frustrated. Kat, do you need to see the pack doctor? He asked her. She snorted again, rolling her eyes. She really wasn't herself lately, gosh. I twitched again, and I clenched my fist under the table by reflex. No. No. But maybe you should, you're old, right? She asked, taking a sip of her juice, sounding almost venomous. His wife choked on her coffee, and everyone began cleaning it up instantly. Katerina, she snapped. She just looked up at her. What? She snapped back. I flinched, from both the discomfort and her harshness towards the former Luna. Kat, why don't you come for a walk with me? Rebecca asked her, jumping into the conversation before it got too heated. How about no, she suggested, squinting. I flinched again. I wanted to tell her to relax, but if I opened my mouth, I'd moan. I wanted to cry, literally, bawl my eyes out. I was going to end whoever smelled this good. Kay, we get that you just got dumped, but do you need to be such a jerk? Tamara whined, and I glared at her. But it hurt to do anything but focus on the discomfort, but I knew I couldn't do that in public. No, I need a cold shower, and I need one now. I quickly texted Joel to hurry up, and he nodded at me, but Kat spoke up again after snarling and growling. First off, I didn't get dumped. I rejected Elijah. And second, Why don't you shut up and go back to wherever you came from? She said. Tamara stood up and I rolled my eyes, biting harder on my lip. What's gotten into Kat? And what's gotten into me? What's going on with this pack? Who smells good? I internally groaned and rubbed my forehead. You're just mad that Elijah and I are mates, Tamara said, shouting back at Kat. She just laughed, throwing her head back and holding her stomach. I flinched. What is going on with her? That's, oh geez. Funny. No. Kat boomed. I'm mad that you think you can disrespect me like that. She told Tamara, standing up as well. I can do what I want, I'm Luna, Tam said, smirking. Yeah, Luna in the head, Kat muttered under her breath. The protective side of me wanted to pounce on Tamara for being so rude, but Kat was just as bad, and I couldn't exactly focus on anything but my intense, distracting reaction. Enough. A voice demanded of us, and I saw Katerina roll her eyes in an annoyed kind of way. Leave me alone, Elijah. Stay out of this. She told him in a monotone. No, I'm part alpha between these two packs. You'll do as I say. He told me in his alpha tone. I wanted to bow down, but I also wanted to rip his heart out. Katerina is like this because of him, because of our alpha. He didn't pick up the pieces like Rebecca, Joel, and I did. She snorted for the third time. Yeah, okay, bud. I don't have time for this. I'm going for a run. She said, and as she was about to leave the room, he grabbed her wrist in his hand, spinning her around to face him again. Kat, stop. Can't we talk? He begged. Nope. She popped back and stepped hard on his toe before storming out of the room, which was now silent. Everything screamed in an uproar. Things were being said and whispered among everyone. She is meaner now. What's happened to that poor girl? It's Elijah's fault. Team Tamara, Kat can suck it. Cole, can't you do something? What just happened? I'm so confused. That child has some explaining to do. Elijah, what have you done to her? MOM. I flinched and everything got silent. Recent events, explain them. His father demanded Elijah. It was Elijah's mom who shouted, halting everyone. I was glancing around, wanting to find some way to escape. I need this shower more than anything. It had basically become a rant in my head, and I glanced around nervously. Joel, Rebecca, Stark, and Cole all caught my eye, but I just shrugged and pretended to be interested in my food, waiting for Joel to tell me to go. I looked over at him sideways every few seconds to see when he would nod, as we listened to Elijah and his parents argue. Halfway through Elijah explaining everything that's happened, consisting of being with his true mate, Joel nodded for me to sneak out. I silently got up, left the room, and ran upstairs to mine. I was breathing heavy, dying of heat, by the time I closed the door. Rushing into the bathroom, I turned the water to cold and began taking off my shirt. I undid the button of my jeans and the zipper and felt the tension only grow. I bit my lip, trying to relieve the tension, but it didn't work. I could take a cold shower afterwards, but no. It hurt. It hurt to even move for more than a few seconds. I was stone. The tension, bigger than I expected, throbbing, pinching, piercing against just my boxers now. So strong, so intense, I wanted to yelp and drop to the floor. So that's what I did. I slid down the wall and put my head in my hands, gripping my hair in frustration. Need a hand? A voice asked. I smeared my hands along my eyes and jaw, cupping my nose and mouth in an almost praying hand position, my eyes wide, staring at who was in front of me. Chapter 44. Cliffs, PV. I was lost for words. A wave of emotions washed over me, leaving me confused. This was the scent. The scent that was causing an intense, painful reaction. God, how is that even possible? I stayed still, stone, staring, no longer keeping silent. Huh. I blurted, lamely, and I felt my cheeks actually turn pink in embarrassment. Do you need a hand? Mockery. Childish mockery. And I blushed deeper, trying to clear my throat. Yet, even though I felt this pull, I was still so confused. He crouched in front of me, nothing showing on his face but wonder. Stark crouching in front of me, now showing a small knowing smile. My breath hitched, and I stared into his eyes. Why do I feel this way? I breathed. He cocked his head to the side and touched my cheek. I hissed, feeling an intense jolt and sparks shoot through my body. "'Cause I'm your mate," he smirked, and he looked amazing. Amazing? Can a guy be amazing to me? Yes, because Stark was. He chuckled, as if understanding my thoughts. He lifted me to my feet, and I pressed my back up against a wall. He took a hesitant step back to look at me. Still smiling. I blinked to make sure he was real. Building up all the courage I could, I tried to stutter and failed. "So, how about that hand?" I asked. He smirked wider, reaching back to kick the bathroom door closed with his foot, and pulling my waist towards him. It all happened so fast I felt winded, but found myself smirking back. He rubbed his hands at my sides, then back down to my hips. His grip was tight, dominant, and I was highly overwhelmed. He held my hips. Still gripping tightly, he caressed my sides, getting more complicated and more complex, then slowed again, building until it was unbearable. By the fifth time he did it, I whimpered, feeling like the submissive, and just wanted him to hold me tightly, to take control. But he continued doing it, still pressing his thumb into my side as hard as he could, going back to slow and starting up again. Only now he was kissing my neck, blowing, biting, teasing. It all felt right to me, sparks, heat, flaring through my body. He was my mate. It was undeniable. I arched my back and pressed closer to him. He stopped kissing and sideways glanced at me like I'd been bad, smirking, taunting. And before I knew it, he was holding me firmly, his touch sending shivers down my spine. I wanted to scream. The sensation wasn't anything I felt before, only it was so strong it hurt. "Please," I moaned, gripping the edge of the sink. "Just relax," he told me. My knees felt weak, but I held myself up the best I could. Stark, noticing, smirked, and stopping again, he nudged me towards the sink, so I leaned my lower back against it. When he gripped me again, I moaned, resting my head on his shoulder. "There, keep going," I begged. I begged so much of him. I liked how that made me feel, how he made me feel. Was it because he was my mate? He squeezed my waist, gripping, his hands sending waves of sensation through me. Everything was building. My thoughts clearly didn't matter because I was about to lose control if he didn't back away right now. But instead, as if he knew what I was thinking, he stopped. Stopped and smiled at me. I whimpered again. "Why'd you stop? Keep going." I urged myself to arch my back and go on my tiptoes. He chuckled and played with my hair. "The bigger the reaction, the better. You won't have to go through this again, at least not with the pain," he smirked. My breath caught in my throat again. "Like, it won't hurt to have this reaction?" I asked, confused. Why did I feel so defeated around him? "Nope. You'll actually want to have this reaction for me," he teased. Then, leaning close to my ear, his breath caressing my neck, he whispered, "So I'm gonna make this intense for you." His voice was husky, daring, and full of promise. I moaned, begging him to start again. He laughed again, but granted my dying wish and gripped me, keeping me still in his hands. Licking my lips, he smiled down at me, and with two hands, going opposite directions, he started building the pressure up and down my sides. But once again, just before I couldn't take it, he would stop. He started kissing my neck, but never my lips. I wanted to cry in frustration. After a whole lot of begging, he began again. Rough, no mercy, and before I knew it, I was warning him to back away. "Stark." I stuttered, feeling myself throb, tense up. He ground his whole palm, fingers wrapped around me most tightly, and pulled me forward, towards him, making me explode with sensation. I felt relief when my previous intense reaction went down, and he let me go. My eyes went dazed, and my breathing became heavy pants. He just winked, a smirk lacing his lips. I gripped onto him, though, scratching at his chest as I met my lips with his, wanting to be closer now, in some way. He was shocked for a second, but quickly recovered and kissed me back for a few seconds, before we just had to pull away and rest our foreheads on each other's to catch our breath. Sorry about, well, this. I laughed, regaining my strength and bravery. He chuckled, too, reaching down to gesture towards my flustered state. He shrugged. I think it's interesting. What about you? I barked out a laugh and punched his shoulder. Perv, I muttered. He gripped my waist. Want me to show you Perv again? He smirked. My eyes grew wide. No, oh no. I don't think I could last through that again. Let's wait till next time. I mimicked his smirk, and it was his turn to burst out laughing. His grip didn't loosen. So does this mean that you accept me? Stark asked me, and I raised an eyebrow. Duh. I asked, confused. He smiled. Well, you have a rep. Once a ladies' man, always a ladies' man. He told me, and I smirked. I'd rather just be yours, I told him honestly. Good. 'Cause when stuff like this happens, and it will again, trust me, he gestured towards my flustered state. I'll always be the dominant one, baby, he grinned. A gasp escaped my lips, and all I could do was nod as he caressed my sides again. So then it's you who smells so good? I asked. He laughed. Yeah, I guess you could say that. He smirked. So am I gay then? I asked, a little breathless. Do you feel gay? Stark asked me. I shrugged. I know that I love you. And I definitely love what just happened. I nervously laughed, and he smiled at me. Well, sorry, I'm just not into you, I'm straight, he said in a high-pitched girly voice. I laughed and shook my head, punching his shoulder again. Just shut up and kiss me, jerk, I told him, and met his lips halfway, only to be interrupted by a knock at the bathroom door. Chapter 45. Katerina's PV. That's impossible. I breathed. Nothing is impossible, sweetie, my mother cooed. I didn't breathe this time. I couldn't breathe this time. All I could do was stare at my parents, Bradley and Jennifer Bathas. The dead parents that were in front of me, and indeed, not looking so dead. I couldn't speak or blink. Nothing. What have you done? My father asked. But his voice wasn't rough or harsh. It was gentle and soothing. I shook my head. I didn't do anything. How are you here? You are supposed to be dead. I asked. I must be going crazy. I'm seeing ghosts now. I need therapy. We are dead, sweetie. You're hallucinating. When you turned off your emotions, you left yourself open to more. More of the world that you keep fighting against, more of the world that others can't see. My mother was trying to explain, but I didn't understand. I don't think I wanted to understand. But my father was going to try to explain this time. When you shut out your reality, you can no longer feel anything around you that you would normally feel. So you start feeling and seeing things that are unusual. Things like the dead. Like us. I blinked. Finally able to do something other than stare in shock. But I saw you before at the park. At least I thought it was you, Daddy. I mumbled to myself. Well, sometimes when you feel empty, sort of in a depressed state, that's when your mind, your body, is debating turning off your emotions altogether. You caught a glimpse of your father, only because you were so down about yourself, baby. My mom looked at me with sad eyes, and I nodded, letting it sink in just a little bit. You weren't supposed to die. It should have been me. Why did you have to leave me? I screamed. Oh, honey, things that happen are always meant to happen. It wasn't your time to die. It just wasn't your time. My mother told me and pulled me into a hug. I wanted to struggle against her, but I didn't fight the warmth that rushed through my body. To say I felt selfish was an understatement. Although my mother was holding me and my father stood slightly behind her, smiling in my direction, I couldn't let my emotions flood back into me completely. I felt little. Very little. But that's only because this was so much to take in that it felt like my barriers, my wall that's keeping me from mushing down with guilt, had a crack in it. Tiny enough to go unnoticed, yet still very effective. And I couldn't let it lead to any more cracks, because the possibility of feeling everything I've done wrong, well, it scared me more than the fact that I could feel and see the dead. Is what my mom said true? Are those things that happen always meant to happen? Was I meant to be rejected by my true mate and deceived and lied to by my second mate? I shook my head just as my mom let me go. So why am I hallucinating you now? I mean, there must be a reason. I asked. My parents shared a look, then looked back at me with worried eyes. There is. My dad looked at me with a half smile, half grimace, and I wasn't sure what to expect. I squinted my eyes. Well, I asked. Oh, right. You want to hear it? My mom laughed, practically glowing. I had to brace myself. She looked so stunning. I had no idea where I got my looks from, but that was the least of my worries at the moment. Well, duh, of course I'd like to know, I replied. She raised her eyebrows at my tone, and I instantly added, please. She smiled again and nodded at my father, who took a deep breath. We're here to convince you of something, he started. I sat there, listening, scrunching my hands around the grass that surrounded me as my feet dangled over the edge of the mountain cliffs. Convince me of what? I asked, gazing out at the view once more. Something you should have done a long time ago, that is meant for you, that everyone is expecting you to do, he added. Geez, no pressure there, I muttered under my breath. I sighed. Okay, so what's this big, crucial thing you need to tell me? I sideways glanced at them. We don't have to tell you anything. We're convincing you to turn back on your emotions, baby girl. My mom said. I shook my head. No thanks, I'm not ever going to be convinced, I told them both. You know the best thing about being able to touch you, sweetie? My dad asked. I shrugged. What? I replied, slightly confused. The fact that if we can't convince you, we can force you. Dead or alive, we're still your parents. He added, looking me straight in the eye. I gasped, and as loudly as I could, I screamed. No, the ground rumbled, trees shook, and I cleared my throat. I didn't expect it to be that loud, I said to myself. Shaking my head, I added to my parents, I'm not asking to see you. I don't want to turn my emotions back on. Well, if you keep them off, you will lose everyone who cares about you. Do you really want to go through that, baby? My mom asked, stroking my hair. Thinking it over, I didn't know what I wanted. This isn't fair either way. I raged at them. Dead or alive, we are still your parents, Katerina. My dad believed. But you're not alive, you're dead, and that's the way you should stay. I screamed back. If you think that's so much, turn your emotions back on, we'll be gone if you do. If you want to remember the way we died, forget all that's happened just now. Turn them on, let yourself feel again, and the moment you do, you can get the goodbye you wanted, a chance to let us go for good, the real way, the better way. My dad told me, Katerina, we didn't want this life for you. Please know that we were meant to die in that river, not you. You were meant to live a full life, a life with your mate and cubs, not living with a seal on your humanity. My mother added in before I had the chance to respond. The love radiating from them was all sinking in. Please, don't stay this way. Look at it from Ace's point of view, sweetie. Do you want him to go through life without parents and without a sister as well, or do you want him to have some family? She said. I blinked and then felt a drop fall on my arm. I looked down at it, then back up to the sky. Is it raining? I asked, my voice hoarse, and I cleared my throat, looking back at my parents. No, honey, those are called tears. My mom soothed my hair back behind my ears. I can't cry though, I don't feel, I said, sniffling and wiping my nose. This is only the first step, my father added. What's the second step? I asked, wiping my nose again. Saying goodbye, he said. I shook my head. You can't just leave me again. I gasped between hiccups. Oh, sweetie, don't think of it as leaving, think of it as a first goodbye. I look at my mom, tears running down my face, my neck, and soaking my shirt. We love you. My dad said to me. I closed my eyes. I love you too. I mumbled. Let go. My mother whispered into my ear, and I took a deep breath. With that, I felt my walls shatter completely. Guilt, sadness, and a lonely feeling rushed through my blood, fueling my soul with emptiness. A tremendous rush of wind crept up my spine. I tightened my eyes, urging them to freeze over my core again, begging anything and everything to seal it up, but it wasn't working. I could feel again. I could feel everything. My eyes shot open, and I looked around me. Mama, Daddy? My neck whipped back and forth looking for them, but no one was around here but me. I took another deep breath and headed back towards the pack house. I had a lot of apologies to make. Chapter 46. Cliff's PV. I adjusted my clothes, which were a flustered mess, and looked at him with wide eyes. He put his finger to his lips and slipped into the shower behind the curtain just as the door opened, revealing Rebecca and Joel. "Hey guys, what's up?" I asked, still trying to catch my nervous breath. They looked at each other and then at me. "You feeling okay?" Becca asked me, taking a step closer. "No. I mean, yes, I'm fine. Let's get out of the bathroom." I rushed out and closed the door behind me. "So, what are you guys doing here?" I asked. "We just came to check up on you, make sure you were feeling all right," Joel asked, giving me a look. I nodded. "I feel fine. Better now." I gave him a look back, and he nodded, relieved, just like me. I wanted to know whether to tell them yet, because I was still confused about what I wanted. No, I wasn't confused about what I wanted. I wanted Stark. What I was confused about was whether my friends would accept the fact that I was gay and had Stark as a mate or shut me out and hate me. I didn't know much about Stark, so I wanted to find out. I could either tell them about my mate, and Stark could say to us all, or I could wait, go downstairs, and relax for a bit. Nodding on the inside, I shrugged. "You guys want to go downstairs and watch a movie?" I asked. "Yeah, sure. Everyone left, so I guess it's just us." Rebecca smiled at me, grabbed Joel's hand, and pulled him out of the room. "Be there in a bit," I called out to them and closed the door behind them. When I turned around, Stark was there, kissing me. I smirked against his lips. He pulled me closer. But of course, I had to pull away before Rebecca or Joel came and ate me alive for taking forever. When my lips left his, I sighed, causing him to laugh and smile at me. "You want to come watch a movie with us?" I practically urged him while trying to catch my breath. I guess so. But you might want to calm down, baby." He winked at me and left the room. I cleared my throat and looked down, still flustered and tense. I ran my fingers through my hair. Why me? I asked myself. Not having time for a long shower, I went to the bathroom and stepped under the shower head. When the water was cold enough, I let it run over me until I calmed down, then turned everything off, put on some new pants, and rushed downstairs. Stark sat on the love seat with an empty seat beside him. I blushed as soon as I saw him, but quickly recovered and walked over. Grabbing a pillow from beside me, I put it over my lap and saw his smirk from a sideways glance. Rebecca and Joel were on the love seat across from us, cuddling. "What movie?" I asked. "X-Men," Joel replied. I nodded and felt my hand wrapped in Stark's. A blush crept to my cheeks and Becca pressed play on the movie. Joel left for a few seconds before coming back with 2 large bowls of popcorn, handing one to Stark and me. "You guys don't mind sharing, right?" he asked. I shook my head and Stark smirked again. Throughout the first half of the movie, he just kept rubbing my hand. He wasn't being demanding, he was being a loving mate. And I didn't care what anyone else thought. I was going to take advantage of this. So I leaned over and lay my head on his shoulder, tightening my fingers around his. He smiled, looking down at me, and I grinned back as he kissed my forehead and we watched the movie. Joel and Becca knew something was up between us, but they never said anything in all the times they glanced at us. Just then, the pack doors burst open, and everyone jumped up, popcorn flying everywhere, and Kat rushed in, looking around like a wild woman until she made eye contact with us. She ran over, collapsed to the floor on her knees, and that's when she blew up and started ranting. "I'm so sorry. Oh Lord, you have no idea how sorry I am for treating you all so coldly and cruelly, and I'm sorry I shut off my emotions. I just couldn't take all that pain. God, it was killing me. It felt good though. I won't lie. I liked being empty, not having to feel any of the bad. But I'm sorry, so sorry. I saw my mom and dad, and they told me that I should turn back on my emotions because I would lose Ace and everyone I loved and cared about, and that's you guys. I couldn't lose you guys, so my emotions took over by themselves. And I feel so guilty, I can't stand it. I tried to turn them off again, but it didn't work. I hate all this pain, and oh God, I froze Elijah's lap. Oh gosh, I know I did some terrible, bad things, but I'm begging you, I'm sorry. Please, please, please forgive me. She gasped for breath at the end, bending over her knees, trying to breathe while the rest of us attempted to process what the hell was going on. Did you just say you froze Elijah's lap? Rebecca asked, brilliantly dumbstruck. We all looked at her and broke out laughing. She sniffled and stood up from her knees. Yes, it's coated in ice, she giggled and wiped her nose. Good for you, girl. That boy deserves it. Bika grinned at her. Oh, Kat, it's so good to have you back, I said, pulling her into a hug that turned into an enormous group hug. It's good to be back, you guys, she whispered. And that's when the great cold decided to come downstairs. Chapter 47. Katerina's PV. I felt my body flame up and the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I knew he was close even before he made himself noticeable. And I didn't know whether I wanted to see him. I wasn't sure whether my feelings for Cole were positive or negative, or whether I had feelings for him because he was my mate or because I genuinely did. Everyone pulled away from me and stared at him. His eyes locked with mine, and I could tell he was confused. I sniffled again and took a few steps towards him. He still looked so confused, and I didn't know what made me do it. The emotional buildup, the heat of the moment thing, but I ran at him, tackling him with the tightest hug I could. His arms didn't miss a beat, and they wrapped around me. Are you back? He whispered. I could feel the wetness soaking the shoulder of his shirt, but he never once pulled away. Is this the same Cole? The one who rejected me? I classified him as a friend, or at least I was starting to. I nodded, my chin bouncing against his collarbone as I hugged him tighter. I should have never left, I told him, and finally pulled away to look at him. I went to open my mouth, but Cole stuck his index finger in it. It was cliché, but for some reason it made me blush. Please, just don't say anything. And get back in my arms for a little bit longer. He begged, and before I could object, he pulled me hard against his chest and tightened his hold. I knew that my friends were standing back watching this whole thing in silence, but I didn't care. For the apparent reason, I loved being in Cole's arms. I rejected Elijah, and that meant I could feel the pull towards my first mate. My life was becoming a soap opera gone wrong, from having no guys to having one guy, to having two guys, to having no guys, and now just having nothing but confused emotions for Cole, who started this long line of confusion in the first place. When he rejected me, this time, when I pulled away, he let me go. And for the first time, I saw my alpha's eyes gloss with unshed tears. Don't cry, I'm fine, see? I told him, twirling in a circle. He laughed, but surprisingly didn't try to cover it up with flimsy excuses like, I have something in my eye. He just flat out said, you bring out the sensitive side in me, and I think it's time you get to meet the Cole I've been hiding from you this whole time. And I was shocked, to say the least. Literally stunned, jaw dropped, bulgy eyes. Way to ruin a moment, Kat. Cliff's voice floated through my head, and I shook it to recover myself. Why are you changing? I mean, why now? I asked him. His forehead and nose scrunched up, and it was the cutest thing I've ever seen. He does that when he's thinking. When his face smoothed out, a small smile laced his perfected lips as his palm rested on my cheek, and his fingers rubbed circles on it. I'm changing because you are, he told me. His voice was so deep that I felt drawn to him the instant I felt the minty cool breath wash over my face as the words left his mouth, and a gasp left mine. His hand left my cheek and went around the back of my neck, running through my hair and tugging slightly, like he was hesitant. Then, in a slow movement, he pulled me forward, leaning closer to me. My heart was on overdrive, pounding in my throat, no longer in my chest. I could feel my breathing pick up as he got closer, and just as his lips were inches from mine. It all crashed, and Rebecca tugged me away while everyone started saying random things about what I needed to do when I didn't need to do anything but kiss my mate for the first time. You have that thing you were gonna do, remember that, she told me and tugged my arm further, her eyes widening and begging me to come with her. Nope, I don't have a thing, I told her, tugging back. Yes, you do. That thing we were talking about before that thing came, you know that thing? she said, and when I blinked at her and shook my head, she groaned, looked over my shoulder, and suddenly I was being picked up and hauled away. All I could do was look at Cole as he smirked and shrugged. When I was placed in Cliff's room, I glared daggers at my so-called friends. What was that for? I shouted, throwing my previously crossed arms into the air for dramatic effect. Do you not remember all that he's done to you? Joel asked. I shrugged. Maybe I just want to forgive him, I told her, but I couldn't stop my voice from cracking in sadness as I thought about all the moments I wished for that to happen, and how all those times it didn't happen because Cole didn't want me. Kat, babe, come on. We're doing you a favor by stopping you from any contact with that toadstool. Becca told me. You only feel affected by him because of your humanity bond breaking, and because Elijah's being a jerk, and you don't want to be alone. Cliff added in. I tilted my head from side to side, thinking about everything they said, and I angrily stomped my foot. Fine. I growled and went to push past them. One tiny thing like me against 3 angry protector people like them, and I was bounced back just as fast. Where are you going? Joel raised his eyebrow. To get rid of Elijah's little problem and apologize, I told them. And it was honestly the truth. I was going to apologize to him and try to melt the ice away. They all seemed skeptical, though, so I sighed and offered to take them with me. That cleared everything up, and before I knew it, we were standing in front of Elijah's door, waiting for me to man up and knock. I looked back at my friends, and they could barely contain their laughter. That only made me feel twice as bad, and I shook my head and knocked 3 times on the door. Coming, a squeaky voice shouted, and I frowned, stepping back, getting ready to bolt if anything. When Tamara answered the door, I was more than willing to do just that if I had to. But instead of running, I cleared my throat to stop her vicious glare and asked to speak to Elijah. He's in the shower, she said, and just then Elijah asked, Who's at the door, babe? And I rolled my eyes. Sure, he's in the shower. I air-quoted and pushed past her into the room. Elijah instantly stepped back with his hands up. I'm not here to hurt you. I just wanted to take it away, so that you can finally be happy with your mate. I stuttered, trying to contain my emotions, and I waited for him to reply. Ka, please, can I do this now? I begged, feeling my eyes well up with tears. I guess he still affected me. I think everyone still affected me. My ghostly parents should have told me that once it's broken, I'd feel this guilty, heart-aching pain 1,000,000 times. He nodded. If that's what you want. He told me, and I followed him into the bathroom. Where's she going? That squeaky voice shouted, and I could tell Cliff and Joel both grabbed at her to stop her from coming after me. Sighing, I sat on the toilet while he sat on the edge of the tub. They're turned on, if you were wondering, I mumbled. What is? My humanity. I breathed, making eye contact with him. So that's why you're doing this. 'Cause you feel guilty, not 'cause you want to. He said more to himself, nodding and chewing his lip as he thought about it. I shrugged. Isn't it mostly guilt that we do things out of? I asked. He shrugged this time. Sometimes. Other times it's anger, or, he started and paused for a moment. I kept my eyes cast on the ground, but he lifted my chin and finished with, or love. I nodded and pulled my chin away. I think I'll stick to guilt and anger if that's okay with you, I muttered and looked up at him after taking a deep breath. Let's get this done and over with. I have more apologies to make than I can count on 2 hands, I told him and boldly told him to drop his pants. He blinked, eyes wide for a second, but nodded understanding and closed his eyes, looking away. I held back my own laughter when I saw it again, still coated in ice like a popsicle. I closed my eyes too, taking a calming breath, visualizing a crack in my masterpiece, one that would shatter his hold, but not hurt him. When I broke, the ice pieces hit the floor. I kept my eyes closed. Put your pants back on, I told him. He sighed in relief, let out a soft sound, and told me I could open my eyes. I licked my dry lips and got ready to stand up, but he blocked the door before I could leave. Kat, I want to talk. He begged me. I shook my head and bit my lip. There's nothing to talk about. We're given one true love for the rest of eternity. We should have known we couldn't cheat on that by getting another mate given to us. It just wouldn't work out. We shouldn't have let it get that far. You were given Tamara first, and I was given Cole. Those are the people we are meant to stay with, and those are the people who decide whether our lives turn out badly, depending on whether they choose to be in them. At the rate you're going, I'm sure Tamara would love to be a part of your life, and I think it's time we both moved on from each other, and just got over. I told him, pulled the bathroom doorknob as hard as I could, and left the room to meet up with my friends before I broke down crying. Tears made me weak. And if I were going to be weak in front of anyone, it would be my brother. That's who I was saving my tears for, and that's who I was apologizing to next. I turned around and faced my friends. Did you guys want to come to see Ace with me? I asked. Secretly, I was begging that they would, so I wouldn't be alone for this, and I almost burst with joy when they all mumbled yes and sures. Before I could turn around, I was stopped and pulled back by Rebecca. We're in this together, Katerina. Stop worrying if we'll leave you alone, 'cause we won't. She told me, and I looked to see them all smiling at me. I nodded and turned back around to walk towards Ace's room. But before I could knock, Renee opened the door with a big grin on her face and screamed, "Katie," and tackled me to the ground with a hug. Chapter 48. Recap. Tears made me weak. And if I were going to be weak in front of anyone, it would be my brother. That's who I was saving my tears for, and that's who I was apologizing to next. I turned around and faced my friends. Did you guys want to come to see Ace with me? I asked. Secretly, I was begging that they would, so I wouldn't be alone for this, and I almost burst with joy when they all mumbled yes and sures. Before I could turn around, I was stopped and pulled back by Rebecca. We're in this together, Katerina. Stop worrying if we'll leave you alone, 'cause we won't. She told me, and I looked to see them all smiling at me. I nodded and turned back around to walk towards Ace's room. But before I could knock, Renee opened the door with a big grin on her face and screamed, "Katie," and tackled me to the ground with a hug. Katerina's PV. Good Lord, get off me, you goof. I teased and wiggled beneath her. She laughed and jumped off and pulled me up to my feet. Welcome back to reality, you goof. She smiled and hugged me tight before walking back into the room. I blinked and shrugged, walking in behind her to see Ace. He smiled at me and walked across the room to hug me as well. I missed you, he told me. I hugged him tighter. I missed you too. When we pulled away, we both sat on his bed while the rest of my friends sat around his room on whatever they could. It was strange to be gone for what seemed like forever, feeling like a walking shell, and then coming back to everything being just the same as it was. Besides the fact that I felt incredibly drawn to Cole, I had no idea what I should do about it. Or I did, but I didn't. Shaking my head free of my battle with myself, I looked to my brother. After a lengthy explanation of what happened when I saw Mom and Dad, he was silent, just staring at me. You really saw them again, he breathed. I nodded. I'm so sorry, Ace. Leaving you behind, it was selfish of me. I now know you can't run from your problems. You have to face them head on. It wasn't just me who lost Mom and Dad, it was you, too, and me going off the wall wasn't the best thing for you. I'm sorry, I love you. I cried and hugged him again. Hey, whoa, it's okay. I knew you'd come back. It's okay. He told me and rubbed my back. It was a mindless conversation for a while after that. Everyone was telling me how much they missed me, and after I begged for Renee's forgiveness, they were all on my good side. Hey guys, since everyone's here, can I explain something? Stark asked, halting our conversations. I smiled at him. Sure, what's up? Rebecca asked. Well, you all know the story I told you about why I left Kat and Ace so long ago. My mate is dying, my parents are making us move, yada yada, blah blah. Well, it's not exactly true, he said, scratching the back of his head, and I felt my face fall in confusion. The truth is, I never found my mate until today. My parents did make me move, but they made me move when they found out I was gay, not because I was depressed, he said slowly. It took me a few minutes to understand what I was hearing. But when I did, I pretty much glowed with happiness. More and more odd things are happening, so maybe things weren't so the same. So wait, you're gay and you have a girl mate? Ace asked. Stark met his eyes and then mine. Not exactly. I have a guy mate who is also gay, he said equally as slowly as before. Really, who is it? Rebecca asked, a smile matching mine. Stark scratched the back of his neck again. It took him a while, stuttering and opening and closing his mouth like a confused fish out of water. He muttered as if trying to find the right words. But before he could say anything, Cliff spoke up and said, "That'd be me," making everyone choke on their spit. "Are you serious?" Joel asked in utter shock. "I mean, not that I care or anything, I'm not judging, but are you serious?" he added with wide eyes. "Yeah, I'm serious." That sent before. That got me so worked up. Yeah, that was Stark. Cliff said back to him and shot daggers at Stark, but all he was doing was smirking, looking intense and intimidating. I wonder who the man was in their relationship. Cliff was always a player, strong and independent. He seemed like the dominant one, but then Stark. I mentally shivered. He scared the heck out of me. Congratulations. Becca pulled them in for a big hug, and I snapped out of my head thoughts to grin and join in, tackling them with my noodle arms. We were all smiles while Ace and Joel were all confused. "I'm sorry, can we just rewind for a second here?" Ace said, squinting his eyes while Joel pulled at his lip. "Okay, I'll break this down for you." "Really slow, all right," Cliff said, facing the two no-brain dorks. They both nodded, trying to wrap their heads around it. Me. Stark. Mates. Gay. In love. I prefer a partner. We good? He told them, and after a few seconds of thinking, it hit them both, and they grinned, man-hugging each other. I guess I couldn't be mad at Stark for lying to me. His parents always pegged me for the type to be judgmental if their son turned out to be gay. They never really liked the whole idea of man-on-man, or boy-on-boy, because, well, I didn't know. I would have never guessed, though, that Stark is gay. It was honestly a bit startling. Maybe that's why Ace was so confused at first. His best friend suddenly turns out to be gay. Same with Joel, Cliff. With all the girls he's caught in his lifetime, I can imagine why Joel was shocked, to say the least. I blinked, only to realize Renee was snapping her fingers in front of my face. "Earth to Cat, you there?" She laughed nervously, and I shook my head, smiling up at her. "Sorry, I'm fine," I told her, and then faced everyone else in the room. "Well, I kinda interrupted your movie before, so how about we go watch another one?" I told them, with a grin from ear to ear. Muttering okays and whatnots, we piled out of the room and back down to the living room. It was empty, as per usual. Gosh, people in this pack seem to have lives that we apparently don't, because I never see them anywhere. It's a good thing we're moving in pretty much a day, because I need a new space to adapt to. "What movie?" Ace asked. I hummed like I was a monk, swishing air inside my mouth like it was mouthwash as I was thinking. "Scary." I nodded, my eyebrows furrowing together. They all blinked at me. "That doesn't even answer the question." He shook his head and turned to the rest of them. I huffed and mumbled about making popcorn and stormed into the kitchen to do so. "That didn't even answer the question." I mocked in a deep, manly voice and stomped around, looking at the cabinets. I knew this kitchen like the back of my hand. I slaved in it for almost all of my life. Sighing, remembering being terrified to look people in the eye, being abused, scared, I shook my head free of those thoughts, punched in the numbers on the microwave, and waited patiently in front of it. I decided to spin in circles. Keep myself occupied. Round and round and round and round and oops. I lost my balance for a split second before crashing into the table and chairs, laughing slightly to myself. "That didn't seem like one of your best ideas," a voice said from behind me, and I turned around, nearly jumping out of my skin. I breathed a shaky laugh, feeling my body flame up again. Shaking my head and biting my lip, no, it wasn't, but hey, what's like without a few? I took another breath to steady my heartbeat. "Risks," he finished for me, smirking and lifting me from my awkward, tumbled position over the chairs. "Thanks." I stuttered and took a little step back from my sudden face-to-face contact with my gorgeously hot mate, Cole. "Gorgeously hot, huh?" His smirk deepened. Did I say that out loud? I thought to myself, my eyes growing wide and worried in shock. He laughed and shook his head. No, that wasn't out loud. Though it might as well have been, I would have liked to see you blush after you said it. He smirked again, meeting my eyes dead on. I pushed and waved him off like it was nothing. He doesn't affect me. No, crap, that was a lie. He has had a greater impact on me than Michael Jackson's death on the world. I felt as if I were in a closed box, struggling for my breath. Beep, beep, beep. My eyes snapped towards the microwave, then back to Cole's. Popcorns are ready, he said, winking and brushing past me, his hand rubbing off my thigh. I felt like I was going to drop. My knees buckled, but I steadied myself, grabbing onto the counter as if nothing was happening, as if I was cool. I'm cool. I pushed the hair away from my face. I watched Cole take the bag from the microwave, grab a bowl from the cupboard, and pour the contents into it, that same mischievous, knowing smirk implanted on his face that I wanted to hide away and press my lips. Whoa there, girl, your thoughts keep going in that direction. I might get the wrong idea, Cole said, his voice ringing with cockiness. I eked and covered my cheeks from blush. You wouldn't, I told him, clearing my throat. Gosh, was it always this bad? Was I always like this around him? Well, I wouldn't know 'cause I wasn't always around him. You're right, I wouldn't. I trailed off. Then, giving me a sideways glance, biting his lips and looking me up and down, he looked back at the popcorn again. I'd do so much more than that, Katerina, he said in a low voice, and my eyes grew wider as my cheeks flamed. Gulping, I shook it off, calling his bluff in my head and taking the bowl of popcorn from him. Watching the movie with us? I asked, trying to seem casual. Is that a personal invite, my lady? He grinned most sarcastically. I laughed slightly, taking a breath. It is. How about it? I bit my lip waiting for his reply. I don't know, he said, tapping his chin. I rolled my eyes, gaining back my confidence, taking abuse of the fact that Cole didn't know Stark was gay, and smirked silently to myself. All right then. I'll ask Stark to be my cuddle buddy for the movie. It's scary, you know, and I'm a hand holder, I told him, turning and taking a step to walk away. My wrist was suddenly yanked back, and like I was Tango ING, or doing a Latino dance, I twirled, my hair swirling around my neck. The breath left my throat, staring up at him, feeling the closeness of our bodies, nose to nose, forehead to forehead. Popcorn rattled around in the bowl, spilling out slightly, but I didn't notice it. All I focused on was the minty breath washing over my face. That hand will be mine, he said, his voice carrying power. Yes, I told him, feeling a trickle of sweat run down the side of his cheek and onto mine. I think I was beyond out of control on the scale of my feelings, but still, I managed to resist kissing him, pull away, and watch as the corners of his lips pulled into another mischievous, knowing smirk. Good. Now let's go watch a movie, he winked at me, grabbed the popcorn, and walked out of the kitchen. I gulped, my throat dry, and followed him out. 2 words came to mind when I took a look at my surroundings. Just my luck, I muttered, realizing that there were no seats whatsoever available, and Cole was patting his lap while sitting in the chair across the room. This was going to be one heck of a movie, I told myself, and walked over to a very, very happy Cole night. Chapter 49. Katerina's PV. Don't go in the closet. No, 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 it's dark in there, don't open, boo. Cole boomed in my ear, and I let out a terrified scream and buried my head into the crook of his neck. You jerk, what the hell is the matter with you? I shouted at him and pounded my fist on his chest repeatedly until finally, he just took hold of me, spun me around in his lap to face him, and smiled at me. I'm sorry, he told me, and I stopped breathing for a second. Recovering myself, I pulled away gently from him and turned around to watch the movie again. I hate this movie, I hate this movie, I hate this movie, I chanted below my breath and shook my head back and forth. The skeleton key. Really? It's not even scary, Joel commented, obviously using his stupid wolfy ears to hear my mantra. I narrowed my eyes. Shut up, it is too. I grumbled. He laughed, shaking his head, and pulled Rebecca into his arms even further, kissing her. I felt a pang, wishing someone would kiss me like that. No, wishing Cole would kiss me like that. Sighing, I just curled back under his arm and stared at the screen. I felt his breath over my neck before his lips pressed into it. I tilted my head back. Your wish is my command. He huffed, and suddenly my face was being grabbed, and I was spun to meet Cole's beautifully beautiful, gorgeous lips. Really, girl, seriously, that whole tramp comment just more realistic-like. Every day, a snarky voice added before I got my lips touched by his. Groaning, I turned around to face Melanie. She had one arm crossed across her chest, the other lifted near her face, and a single bitten apple in it as she chewed and smirked at me. You know something. I would say I missed you, but I really didn't, I told her, pushing the hair away from my face, seriously annoyed that fate wasn't allowing me to kiss my mate like I wanted. I didn't really go anywhere, you did. But I have to say, I liked the emotionless you just a little bit. She seemed like she knew what she wanted, she said, and took another bite of her apple with her stupid glossed lips. I rolled my eyes. Figures you would like that version of me. Well, I'm so pleased to tell you that I'm not here anymore, so run along, peasant. I growled and adjusted myself on Cole's lap. All eyes were directed towards Melanie, him, and I. Darting between us in silence, even the movie was paused so they could hear. Some friends I have, God. She growled right back and whipped her apple at me. I gasped with wide eyes. Did you just throw your slimy, disgusting, saliva-filled fruit at me? I asked, trying to stay calm. I did, what of it, pest, she snarled. That thing is probably covered in germs. Do you know how gross that is? I shouted, trying my best not to get sick. Well, considering I know you, I know what gross is. You're about as bad as it gets, so, she shrugged casually. I glared at her, and she took a single, perfectly pedicured nail and urged me to come closer to her. I'd like to keep a safe distance, sorry. I could drop dead at any moment. I'd like to use my last ones up peacefully. I told her. I didn't know where all this bravery was coming from, but I liked the feeling it gave me. She growled again. Mutt, I muttered under my breath. Becca laughed. Seriously, Mel, baby, just go back to your cave. She told her. Joel tried to hide his laugh, and I could tell everyone else was too. All Melanie did was glare at her, though. Stay out of this fizzball. No one asked you to speak, she said. Becca just rolled her eyes. Why are you even here, Barbie? Cliff asked, narrowing his eyes and protecting both Becca and me. I have reasons, Jock, now shut up. Melanie dismissed him, and Cliff began to shake. With the help of Stark, for once, I didn't have to calm him down, and that was a relief off my chest, to be honest. What reasons would those be? I asked her, taking her eyes off of Cliff and directing her back in my direction. After a few moments of silence, she spoke again. Cole, baby, did you want to meet in the closet upstairs? You know, like earlier today. She commented, and my eyes snapped up to meet his. He clenched his fists on the armrests of the chair. Melanie, leave. He growled. What's wrong? Was that supposed to be a secret, baby? She said, trying to sound seductive, but honestly, she sounded like a deranged horse. How did guys find that stuff attractive? Seriously, I would never understand. What the hell are you even talking about? Cole spat back. I snapped back into reality, wondering what Melanie was talking about, too. Was Cole really with her? You know, like an hour and a half ago, the closet, you, me. She winked and fluttered her eyebrows. Can I say gag much? And then it clicked into my head, and I went off like a firecracker. God, you're such a manipulative, lying witch. Is that how you go through life? Making people feel bad about themselves for things that aren't true. I growled. How are you so sure it's not true there, hun? She smirked, leaning forward. I rolled my eyes, stood up, and walked closer and closer to her with each word. I'm sure, positive, 100%, because about an hour ago, I was here, in the living room, wrapped in Cole's arms, like you wish you were, I told her slowly, as if talking to a child. Growling for the last time, she lunged for me, and I let her smash me to the ground. I let her pull my hair and scratch my face with her demon claws, she calls nails, because at the last second, while we rolled around on the ground, squeaking and struggling away, I spun us over, pinned her shoulders against the ground and glared. "Got anything else to say?" I screeched. She looked defeated and tired, just the reaction I was hoping for. I remembered Elijah teaching me to let my opponent grow weak, then pounce at the last minute. Who knew I could take Elijah's words seriously? No, that was a lie. Partly a lie. I couldn't deny the fact that I had feelings for Elijah, but I also couldn't deny the fact that I wanted Cole, in every single way possible, and that I was scared out of my mind, and confused as hell by why it was such a sudden change in emotion. However, he seemed to be enjoying it. I glanced back at Cole, and all he looked at the moment was slightly worried. Shrugging it off, I looked down at the troll. Melanie's face was scrunched up, squished, and looking angry. But in a few seconds, as I waited for her peanut brain to think, her face smoothed out. Her features became more normal, and then a very cocky, annoying smile broke out on her face. "What's that look for?" I demanded. "You're not the only one with secrets, you know," she snickered, and I growled, pushing harder on her shoulder. I didn't like violence, but she deserved it. I mean, come on. She's like Tamara, but with blonde hair. "What are you talking about, Melanie?" I demanded once again from her. All she did was laugh, though, and when she finally settled down, she dramatically wiped a tear from her eye. I could practically hear Rebecca's eye roll at that. "Our pack's going to have a baby running around soon." She smirked. My eyes widened, and my grip dropped completely. Only she didn't push me off or take advantage. She just kept laughing. "Whose baby?" A strained voice from beside me asked, and I realized just a millisecond after that it was Cole who had asked. Was everyone thinking the same thing I was? That it was his baby, that my mate got another girl pregnant? She smirked, stopping her laughing fit. "Don't worry, gorgeous, it's not me who's going to get fat. It's Tamara," she said, pushed me off of her, dusted herself off, and click-clacked away on her stupid heels, leaving the rest of us completely stunned. Chapter 50. You have a few moments in your life when you pause to reflect. Really, honestly believe, long and hard about everything that has happened in your life, and start wondering, could I have changed that by saying yes instead of no? Could I have prevented that from stepping in and taking charge? Could I be with him instead of him if I just grew some courage and confessed hidden feelings? Well, for me, these were one of those moments. The only problem was that I was confused, as if all the decisions I made were for better or worse. If the road I decided to take, that stupid, bumpy, deathly road, was like that for a reason, and that everything happens the way it was meant to, no matter what. Would I be pregnant with Elijah's baby instead of Tamara if I forgave him for cheating and lying to me when I first found out? Would I expect to see results within 5 months, since that was how long it took for a werewolf gene baby to be born? Would I be picking out names and finding out whether it was a boy or a girl in the ultrasound room, with Elijah at my side, holding my hand, happy tears rolling down my cheeks as we told each other we loved one another? It's true when they say one word can change your whole life, because nothing is set in stone. We make mistakes simply because they are meant to be made, because that's just a part of life. But did I want to be all those things anyway? The mother of Elijah's child, his love, someone whom he would marry, even if I weren't his true mate? I had to think longer and harder about this than about anything else. There were just too many questions and thoughts running through my head, and, honestly, I was scared out of my mind to face them. I guess this was the kind of thing that made me turn off my emotions in the first place, but I was determined, and I wasn't backing out of facing this problem. Even if it hurt me, even if what Melanie said wasn't true, and she was slicing my core over and over until nothing was left, I wasn't backing down. Like I was stuck in my own world, I just took in the warmth of the arms around me and the curious, worried gazes burning holes in my flesh. "I'm not backing down," I told them, meeting every single one of their eyes. "Good," Becca smirked. Her eyes tinted black, and I could feel the determination radiating off of her. 'Cause as soon as we're done moving, she looked around the house, her lips tugging, pulling until they were in a full-out grin. We're going to have to do the most dangerous thing you could ever encounter in your lifetime, she told me. I looked around at my friends, all of them with smirks matching Rebecca's. Was I the only one not clued in? I turned back and glanced at Cole. Even his lips were laced with that smirk I loved oh so much. But before I could focus too much on his lips, Beck pulled me from my thoughts, halting all my questions and worries, and filling me with that same determination. Only, I was filled with revenge as well. Cold, calculating revenge. Guess what? We had it in exactly 2 days. High school, she concluded, and Stark and Cliff both dramatically brought the backs of their hands to their foreheads and faked fainting. Cat. He groaned, stomping his feet like a baby. I rolled my eyes, clapping my hands together. Bravo, very manly, I told him in a monotone. Suddenly, I was pushed up against the wall, currently outside Cole's bedroom door, completely winded from my breath. I'll show you manly in 2.5 seconds if you don't get yourself into my room. Now, he said, playful venom dripping from his voice, and I gasped with wide eyes as he leaned in closer, causing me to bite back a gasp. Gulping back the lump in my dry throat, I recovered myself. I told you, I'm not stepping foot into your room, let alone your bed. I'll sleep on the couch, I said, attempting to slip from under him, only to have him lean in closer, with absolutely no space between us. So tell me, Katerina, how do you expect to sleep on the couch when we just spent the past 4 hours moving every piece of furniture out of it and into the truck parked out front? He asked me, and I frowned. It was currently 2 a.m., and we were all pretty much set to move the packs out of the house and into the new one. I was bone-crushingly tired, and all I wanted was to sleep. But of course, Cole had to remind me that Stark and Cliff, being newly mated, would most likely be occupied, and I would no longer be able to sleep in Cliff's room. And when I went to comment how Stark's room was now empty and I could sleep in it, he just had to make my day by telling me he already took his stuff to the donation center along with the other truckload of things, since he wouldn't need it anymore. That really put a cherry on my ice cream sundae, I tell ya. It wasn't that I didn't want to sleep in Cole's bed either. It was just that feeling this drawn to him, practically desperate for his touch, made me seem desperate, needy, and highly embarrassed, almost all the time. Now to sleep in his bed, him being that close to me, and not being able to touch him, it was too tempting, and I had gone through way too much to be embarrassed like that. Sighing, he took my face in his hands. Katerina, listen to me. I would never hurt you. Not anymore. Please don't be shy or embarrassed near me, because I'm drawn to you too. If you want, I'll sleep on the chair in my room, and you can have the bed all to yourself to avoid temptation, all right? He said, looking into my eyes, his soft and concerned. Biting my lip, I scolded myself for thinking so much about him, around him. The whole mates reading your mind thing really didn't help me whatsoever. Sighing as he had, I shook my head, which was still placed gently in his hands. I don't want to sleep alone. I breathed, being completely honest with him. I looked down at my feet, feeling myself drain, and all my problems floated back in. Hey, baby. He lifted my chin with his fingers and made me look at him. I'm not going anywhere. All your problems have a solution, and it might take days, weeks, or months, but they'll be solved, Kat. And in any way possible, I'll help to solve them. He promised and wiped the tears that I didn't even know escaped from my cheeks. And just like that, I felt more. More tears ran down my cheeks, leaking from my eyes, and now pouring as broken sobs wrecked through my body. Instantly, I was enveloped in a Cole sandwich, my head on his chest, his shirt soaking, his arms around me as he rubbed my back. He kept kissing my hair, my forehead, my temple, and tightened his grip around me. It pains me to see you like this. I'm so sorry, he told me, and his voice cracked as he laid his head in the crook of my neck. Lifting me by my waist, he carried me to bed and laid me down under the covers. As soon as he let go, I pulled him back, not letting him do whatever he was going to do. I meant it when I said I didn't want to be alone, I told him, my voice hoarse as I attempted to calm myself down. He pushed away the wet hair clinging to my neck and cheeks and looked me in the eye again. And I meant it when I said, "I'm not going anywhere," he told me. His voice hushed as he stroked my face with his hand, wiping away the last remnants of my tears. Nodding and biting my lip to keep from sobbing, he turned me around so my back was to his chest, and he cuddled me. Just cuddled me, nothing suggestive, not perverted, nothing rough or rude. Just cuddled me, laying his head on my shoulder, wrapping his arms around my waist, our legs tangled together as we lay in silence. I could feel his frantic heartbeat against my skin, thumping at a rate that told me he wasn't calm, that something was bothering him. And before I could ask what was wrong, I felt wetness on my neck, dripping down it, running across my neck at a constant rate. "Cole," I whispered. As I heard him sniffle, I knew what was wrong. He was crying. My mate was crying into my neck as he held me, and I was the reason for it. Holding in my gasp, I turned around in his arms to face him. I opened my mouth to say something, but before I could, in a cracked voice, he blurted out, "I accept you, Kat. I accept you as my mate," and then broke down completely as I rubbed his back and told him it would be okay. He fell asleep soon after, his eyes puffy, his nose running, and he looked vulnerable, scared and utterly broken with his eyes closed, and his ragged breaths. And even though he couldn't hear me, I still had to say it to him. I had to say it out loud just for it to be real. "I love you," I whispered, and curling him in my arms, I closed my eyes and fell asleep too. Chapter 51. When I woke up in the morning, it hurt to take a breath. Fluttering my eyes in confusion and rubbing the sleep from them, I looked down to see that my shirt had risen a bit and Cole's head was fast asleep, lying on my belly. It was the cutest thing to see him sleeping. His eyes weren't as puffy as last night, and his face looked calm and peaceful. Running my fingers through his hair, I looked up at the ceiling. So I confessed the previous night, a huge confession. Loving Cole, my mate who had rejected me and now accepted me. But he didn't hear me because he was fast asleep after a long night of crying in my arms. I never knew someone as tough as Alpha Cole could be so open. I could see it in his actions, in his eyes, how destroyed he was for hurting me. And even though it wasn't any excuse for doing it, I still couldn't help but forgive him for doing it anyway. I had a million problems in my life at the moment, and knowing Cole would be there every step of the way made it just a little bit easier to deal with. Looking back down at him, I saw his lips parted slightly, and a slight breeze dusted against my hip as he breathed in and out. It was beginning to tickle me, but I bit my lip to keep from waking him up. Goosebumps rose on my skin, and I figured I had to do something before I burst out laughing and woke him up from his dream. Twisting my head to look at him, I lifted his chin slightly, and as swiftly as I could, I adjusted my top and let him lie back onto it. Sighing with relief when he didn't wake up, I smiled to myself and continued to run my hands through his hair. Glancing at the bedside table, I saw that the clock read 8:36 a.m. No wonder he was still asleep. It was way too early to be up after the night we both had. Attempting to fall asleep again, I closed my eyes and took slow, steady breaths. Within 10 minutes, I was opening my eyes again, annoyed that I wouldn't get back to sleep. I didn't want to wake Cole up. It would be selfish of me, considering he poured his heart out to me last night, and I was the reason he was so exhausted. So I let him sleep there, lying on my belly, his hands curled around my waist, his body close to mine, as I let myself reflect on my to-do list for the day. First things first. Move out of this pack house once and for all. Secondly, move into our absolutely perfect new pack house. Thirdly, set everything up in the new place. Water, heat, security systems, room arrangements. Fourthly, unpack and, hopefully, share a room with Cole. Fifthly, have some fun with my friends and mates. Sixthly, confront Elijah and Tamara. Seventhly, get ready for school the next day. Eighthly, confess to Cole that I love him, only this time when he's awake. I could only come up with 8, and figured it was about as good as I could get, considering most of that stuff won't happen according to plan, because life often gets in the way. Taking a deep breath, I felt Cole's head sink in my stomach as I did so, and I giggled to myself before slapping a hand over my mouth and looking to see if I woke him up. Thankfully, I didn't. He just groaned a bit and ran his hands from my waist, up my shirt, and left them there. I mentally groaned as his breath started tickling me again. Even in your sleep, you are a pain, I muttered and huffed like a 4-year-old. Suddenly, I felt a cramp in the bottom of my stomach, and I realized with dread that I had started my time of the month. I looked around near my thighs and gasped with wide eyes. Trying not to freak out over the fact that I started my time of the month while Cole lay on my stomach right beside me, I took deep breaths. Was this karma? 'Cause I take it back, whatever it was. I take it back. Okay, you can do this, Cat breathed. Looking down at Cole, I tried to push his head to the side and off me. He groaned and tightened his arms around me, pressing closer to my body. Oh no. He stirred awake and looked up at me with confused, sleepy eyes. Cat? He asked, his voice hoarse and tired. My eyes grew wider, but I tried to hide it and failed. Looking around him, he grew more confused. Why is there blood? He asked, his voice a little clearer. I whimpered and threw my arms over my eyes as I collapsed into the pillows. Cat? He asked again, trying to move my hands away. I wanted to cry with embarrassment. Cat, move your hands. He told me, but I shook my head. Cat. He told me, and finally moved my hands away, holding onto my wrists. He looked down at me, his face all confused. Did you start your period? He asked slowly. Crying out in embarrassment like I wanted, I tried to pull my arms away from him. Since he wouldn't let me, I just turned my head and closed my eyes. He groaned and turned my head to face him again. Would you stop? It's just blood, babe. He told me, and I slowly opened my eyes. It's not just blood, it's embarrassing, I whined, causing him to chuckle. If I don't mind, why should you? He asked, stroking my cheek. Because I ugh. I shouted. He chuckled again and shook his head. Pulling away and kneeling at the bottom of my feet, I sat up to look at him. Seeing the mess on his shirt, my eyes grew wide with more shock, and I felt my cheeks flame. Nah, you're blushing, he mocked, and I felt my blush go all the way to my ears. Shut up, I told him, my voice caught in my throat. Why today of all days did I have to get my period? Why now of all times? This was beyond embarrassing. It was on his shirt. I actually wanted to break down in tears. Hey, stop. He told me, obviously realizing where my thoughts were headed. He was lying beside me, his face directly over mine. I told you, if I don't mind, then you shouldn't either. It's okay. He told me in a calm, hushed voice, and I nodded my head. He smiled at me and lay his head in the crook of my head, hugging me. Sighing with relief and content, I felt him kiss me. After a few more deep kisses to the neck, he pulled away, smirking. I'm gonna go wash this out before it stains. Just go take a shower and relax, try and breathe, would you? He told me and walked out of the room. Noticing how fast my breath had become, I coughed and tried to clear my dry throat. Sitting up and pulling away from the bed was difficult. Walking into the bathroom, I turned on the tap and slickly pulled off my clothes. After washing myself free of all my mess and taking care of business, I wrapped a fresh towel around myself and walked to the mirror. Wiping away the steam, I gasped in horror. Cole! I screamed and stomped my foot. On the side of my neck was a massive mark the size of England. I guess those kisses were a bit too much. Groaning, I walked back into our room. Grimacing, I rummaged through his drawers and pulled out some baggy track pants and one of his shirts. I slipped out of my previous undergarments and pulled on his shirt. Smirking evilly to myself, I grabbed a pair of his boxers and pulled them up over myself. Slipping on the track pants, I quickly dried my hair and put the towel in the dirty laundry basket in the bathroom. Sighing, I flopped on the bed. I'm hungry, I told myself out loud, skipped down the stairs, and walked off into the laundry room. Cole was there, scrubbing at his stained shirt, and I blushed again. Clearing my throat, he looked up, confused at first, then grinning, ushering me to come over. I'm hungry, I told him. He laughed. Girls on their periods, gosh, so demanding, he teased. Blushing deeper, I smacked his arms. I wasn't being demanding, I just wanted food, I said nervously. He smiled at me. I was just teasing. He told me and pulled me in for a hug. I sighed in relief, feeling his arms around me. My stomach rumbled, ruining the moment. While I blushed again, he laughed. Right, food? Going out to breakfast with everyone sounds good. He asked, still slightly amused. I glared, but smiled when I heard food. Yes! I bounced up and down, and he laughed again. He looked me up and down and smirked. I like you in my clothes, he told me. I laughed this time. It was all you had. My stuff is mostly packed, I told him. He grinned. Good, he said. Blushing for what? The 100th time in the past hour? I stood there in silence, a smile planted on my face. Hey, guess what? I almost got this stain out. He told me in a mocking tone and winked. I felt the color drain from my face in embarrassment. He chuckled to himself, seeing my reaction, and shook his head. Getting an idea, revenge for putting this mark on my neck, I smirked to myself. Leaning close to his ear, I got on my tiptoes and whispered. Blowing in his ear on his neck, I felt him shudder. Guess what? I told him, running my fingers through his hair. He shivered. What? He asked in a tight voice. I'm wearing your boxers. I breathed and walked off smirking in victory and went to wake the rest of the gang up so we could go out and get some food. After getting everyone from their rooms, we all waited around the living room for Cole. I was feeling giddy about getting back at him, but I was starving, and if I needed to apologize to him just so he would hurry up, I would. The rest of the older pack members were scattered around the house, grabbing last-minute things to bring to the donation center or the new pack house. With it being fully furnished, we didn't need beds, couches, or TVs, since everything was already there. To say I was excited was an understatement. I was over the moon excited. I didn't exactly like being in the pack house, where I was abused and tortured. So, starting anew and moving to a new place was making me want to scream with happiness. Plus, a water park, a game room, and a spa? That was beyond cool. Hey, Kat, what's on your neck? Stark asked. Snapping out my thoughts, I looked at him. Huh? I asked. He smirked. You have something on your neck. Red, round, big. He raised an eyebrow, and I blushed, covering it with my hand. I just got pinched, that's all, I told him. Everyone looked at us now, and I tried to shake off that embarrassed feeling. A pinch my butt, that's a total mark. Renee said bluntly, and I glared. Shut up, it is not, I told her. She rolled her eyes. Stop lying, girl, she said and waved her hand in my direction. Sighing, I shook my head. Don't ask questions, you guys. I'll tell you all later, I promised. You better. Joel glared, and I smiled. Yeah, I told him, and that caused everyone to smile at me. I listened to footsteps coming down the stairs. When Cole came into view, I felt every ounce and inch of my body burst into flames. He was in a tight, and I mean extremely tight, black t-shirt that clung to his muscles and made him stand out in the most obvious way, paired with black skinny jeans, a chain for a belt, and his hair looking messy in a good way. He was gorgeous. I wanted to gasp just at the sight of him. I mean, holy crap, are you serious? Trying to recover myself before I jumped him on the steps, I took a deep breath and put on a forced smile. Let's go, I'm dying over here, I shouted, making everyone jump. I rushed to what I guessed was Cole's car and hopped into the back seat. No way was I trusting him in the passenger's side. He might touch me, and I'd combust. Giving a nervous glance at Rebecca and Joel behind us as they sat in their car, I sighed a little to myself. Cole was getting closer. Closer, there we go. He's in the driver's seat and is currently staring at me like I'm a loony person. I did a small wave. Hiya. I grinned cheesily, and judging by his expression, it came off scary. I cleared my throat to cover it up and started coughing like I was barely breathing. He raised his eyebrow at me. Reason why you aren't up front? He asked. Reason. I clicked my tongue. Nope, no reason, I said and fiddled with my fingers. He squinted at me. Yes, I asked, confused. Get yourself up here, he said, shaking his head and grinning. Knowing he wouldn't move until I did, I climbed through the middle of the seats. Once firmly in the passenger seat, Cole gave me one last confused glance before starting the car and driving towards IHOP. When we arrived, a line of vehicles behind us pulled in and parked wherever they could. We met in the small lobby-like area of the store and looked at the waiter. "Table 4?" she asked. "8." I smiled at her and she nodded and stalked off. We followed behind her. Rebecca, Joel, Ace, Renee, Stark, Cliff, Cole, and me. We sat in a rounded booth, and instantly I picked up a menu and scanned through the options. Deciding on what I wanted, I handed it to Cole. None of my friends seemed to comment on mine and Cole's activities. I needed to talk to Becca about us, but for now, they just left it at that. A new waiter came to our table. Blonde, well-built, and bubbly. 3 words that described her perfectly. "I'm Kami. I'll be your waiter for this morning. Drinks?" she asked, grinning at someone in particular. I followed her eyes to see that it was Joel, who was staring with furrowed brows at a menu. She cleared her throat, and when he looked up, she batted her eyelashes. He looked up at her, confused for a second, and then smiled. "Drinks?" she asked in a pitchy high voice. No thanks." "Beck?" he asked her, and she glared at Kami. "Water, please," she replied, giving a snarky look to the waitress. Kami glared back, and I hid my laughter behind cuffs. The rest of us just ordered teas and coffees. I placed my food order, but the rest of them were still deciding, so Kami left a bit after writing it all down. A millisecond after she was gone, Rebecca slammed on Joel's shoulder. People stared at our table, and I smiled a half smile at them all before looking at the two fighting. "You're such a flirt," she shouted at him. He blinked and stared at her. "What are you talking about?" he asked, confused. "Ow," he added and started rubbing his shoulder. "I mean that whole smile, grin, nonsense." "God, you're unbelievable," she told him and crossed her arms, sitting back against the booth. Joel just sat there while the rest of us laughed at the two. When Kami came back, she took the rest of their orders. By the time she wrote it down, her eyes looked at Joel's again. "Did you want anything else?" she winked and leaned forward on the table. Rebecca gagged and stepped in before he could say anything. "It's called Taken, girl," she snapped at her, and Kami looked back, stunned. Someone must have kicked Becca under the table because she winced and bent down to hold her shin. "It's called self-control, girl." Kami snapped back. Wide eyes, Rebecca looked like she was about to start shaking. This wouldn't be a good place to shift, so I asked Kami to leave quickly, and she nodded in agreement, walking off. I narrowed my eyes at Rebecca. "Bathroom. Now." I demanded that she follow me, and she nodded quickly, then rose. When we got inside, I rounded on her. "What's the matter with you?" I shouted. She was all over him. I was just jealous, she said and looked as if she was about to cry. Sighing, I shook my head. "Joel has no interest in that girl, or any other girl, Beck. He loves you and only you," I told her and took her hand. She nodded and took a deep, unsteady breath. Our heads snapped towards the bathroom door, which was now open, to see a concerned Joel. "Baby, what's wrong?" "I felt your heart rate drop," he said, and pulled her into a hug. Without saying a word, I walked away. Getting back to the table, I noticed the food and instantly brightened up, digging in. "Where's Rebecca and Joel?" Cliff asked. I shrugged. "Having a moment in the bathroom." I laughed. Everyone joined in and began the usual conversations. Forgetting that Cole was there, he took a napkin and wiped some syrup off my chin. I blushed, dropped my fork and knife, and pulled away from my food. He furrowed his brows. "You can still eat, you know," he told me. I shook my head and put my hands in my lap. Sighing, he took my chin. "Stop being so nervous around me," he told me, directly meeting my eyes. I sighed and looked down. "I can't," I told him. He groaned. "Why not?" he asked. "'Cause of what you're wearing," I blurted. He looked at me with his eyebrows raised, and I broke out in nervous laughs to hide it. "Because of what I'm wearing," he stated it more like a statement, but I answered anyway. "Yes," he laughed. "What's wrong with it?" he asked, amused. It's distracting, and it's attractive, I told him, and with wide eyes I turned away. Not feeling too well. Bye guys. Love ya. Mwah. I muttered and ran out of the restaurant with Cole hot on my tail. Cat, wait, he called, but I rushed towards his car anyway. Just as I was about to open the door, he slammed it closed again. Within seconds, he had me pressed against the door with his lips attached to mine. What started slow and sweet became passionate. Our lips were moving in sync with each other as he held onto my cheek, and I held onto his hand. He held me close, and I wrapped my arms around his neck, pulling on his hair, making sure there was no possible space between us. He sighed as I responded to the kiss, and he pulled me closer. Soon, it returned to slow, sweet, and soft kisses. He placed me down on my feet and kissed both my cheeks and my nose and then my lips again. I pulled away, his hands on both sides of my face, our foreheads against one another. Our breathing was heavy. Stop running away from me, 'cause I'm not gonna watch and do nothing this time, he told me, a serious look on his face. Wrapping my hands around his, I intertwined our fingers. Good. It's about time you stepped up and chased me, I told him, and once again, our lips met together. Chapter 52. Well, welcome to our new home. I mumbled to my wolf as I stood in the lobby of Great Wolf Lodge. Welcome home, she whispered, her voice soft and gentle and content. It had been fixed up since the last time I visited with my little group. Sighing, remembering the times when I was with Elijah. Thinking about being his wife, talking about cubs and families. It was all wiped away by an act of stupidity. Wiping the corners of my eyes, I turned to face the two packs that crowded around our new home. Everyone was staring in awe and talking amongst each other, smiling, stunned with shock and amazement. I twirled around, following their eyes, looking along the walls, seeking the beauty of the new addition to this place. For weeks, the pack members had been rebuilding what was broken, washing down everything, and getting it ready for the move. My group, which included Joel, Rebecca, Cliff, Stark, Cole, Ace, Renee, Elijah, Tamara, and me, was on systems duty. We were to assign everyone their official rooms and get all the heat and water systems up and working. I knew for a fact that Elijah would try to start a conversation with me. I wouldn't say that Cole was in my picture yet, considering no one knows about our kiss, and I haven't told him that the feelings I have for him, the ones I've kept hidden for 2.5 years, are finally being unraveled, that I loved him. I've been careful to keep my mental wall up so he couldn't read my thoughts, and even then, I tried my best not to think about it, so he didn't get a heads up before I could talk to him about it. I had to speak to Elijah, though. I would like to know if I should wait and see if he'll tell me himself, but either way, I can't deny that my love for Elijah hasn't simply disappeared. It was still there, beneath the surface of my new healing heart. Once again, wiping the tears from the corners of my eyes, I looked to the group. I was standing slightly behind Cole with Rebecca at my side, watching as he hushed the pack members to a halting stop so he could begin giving them their instructions. First things first. He started, catching the eyes and attention of every single person. Welcome. He grinned, and I felt myself get winded by the beauty of it. Why didn't he smile more? Why was he always a smirk? He looked like perfection. My eyes traveled down the length of his body, slowly, admiringly, and I was practically mesmerized. I was hungry. I was starving for Cole. It hasn't even been 3 hours since our first official kiss, or affectionate moment, and I wanted more. Licking my dry lips, I trailed my eyes back up his legs. Don't look at him. Don't look at him. Don't look at him. Trying to hide it as best I could, I fanned myself. He was big, no, he was impressive. He was attractive. I bit the inside of my cheek and closed my eyes tightly. Stop thinking about it. Stop thinking about it. Stop, STO. Kat, you're giving me a bit of an elevated feeling. Mind keeping your thoughts in check? Cole's voice rang through my mind, and I scolded myself for letting my mental wall shatter. I could hear the smirk on his face, but I was too scared to look at it, though. So instead, I nodded, knowing very well he could see me, and just kept my eyes closed, using my willpower to lace my face with ice to keep him away and out of it. Sighing after a pinch of brain freeze pain, I felt relieved that he couldn't hear my thoughts. I was unbelievably drawn to him, and he was trying to talk to a large group of our pack members. It would not be good for me to rush him here and now. I wasn't about to potentially disrupt the children's experience. Pinching the bridge of my nose, I listened to the rest of what he had to say. Apparently, he was finishing up. Leave all your luggage and whatnot in the lobby, and send one person from each family, group, or partnership up to the registration so Katerina, Rebecca, or Tamara can assign you to your official rooms in the new pack house. And with that, he walked away with Cliff, Joel, AC, E, and Elijah trailing behind him. Wait, I'm sorry, what did he just say? Becca said, bursting with anger. She glared at Cole's back, and I sighed, rubbing my temples. Looks like you're stuck with me, Tamara said, coming up alongside us and shrugging her shoulders, a smug look over her plastic Barbie face. Get back to your corner. No one asked for your assistance. Rebecca snarled back. Before I knew it, they were growling at each other, stepping, inching closer to one another with fierce looks. I stepped quickly between them and pushed them both back a little. Enough. Beck, come on, just let it go. I told her, now facing her completely. I saw her look over my shoulder with pure hatred. Yeah, let it go. Tamara mocked me, and I caught her sticking her tongue out like a 4-year-old. Seriously? I just stopped you from getting into a fight, and you're acting like a child. I questioned with my eyebrows raised. She shrugged and scoffed. She wouldn't touch me, Tamara said so positively and with certainty. Rebecca glared and rolled her eyes. Yeah, you're right. Wouldn't want to hurt your developing child in there, she said, pointing to Tamara's bloated stomach. With wide eyes, Tamara covered herself, wrapping both arms around her belly. So it's true. I breathed, staring at her with a curious look. She bit her lip and looked sideways. How did you know? She asked, her voice cracking. Melanie told us, I replied, and Becca stood beside me, her arms crossed against her chest. Tamara glared before wrapping her arms tighter around her. You can't tell anyone. Not yet. Elijah doesn't know, she said with venom. Becca laughed. I know what I'm doing tonight, she said with a smirk. Tamara growled again. I mean it, don't tell him or anyone. Is it just you two that know? She asked, looking between us. I shook my head. Nope. Melanie has a way with timing. I know, Cole knows, Cliff, Joel Ace, Renee, and Stark too. I told her. She face-palmed herself. Damn it. Damn, damn, damn. She stomped her foot. What's so wrong with everyone knowing? Once Elijah finds out, it's not like anything is changing. Rebecca added in. Tamara rolled her eyes. You're joking, right? You expect me to have a kid at my young and beautiful age? How about no, she said, sounding like Melanie. Stupid snarky voice in my head. Well, not much you can do now, he's gonna find out and you're still gonna be, oh my god. I stared at her with wide eyes. Tamara, you can't. I begged. Can't what can't she do? Rebecca urged, confusion taking over her voice and features. Tamara just shrugged again. I can and I will. It's my choice, Kat, she said, her voice stating like it was final. She was right, it was her choice. But I wasn't giving up. I needed to convince her. He doesn't deserve this. And you shouldn't do this to yourself. You split us up, you tore us apart because you wanted him. You have him, and now what? I glare at her. Do you really want to take away his first cub, Tamara? Your first cub. I saw her face drop for a split second before regaining her glare. If you think getting rid of it will fix anything, it won't. And he will find out eventually, and it will only be worse for you. I told her, my voice getting high in the end. She steps closer to me. As I said, it's my choice. You know it, and I know it. Elijah isn't carrying this cub, I am. He won't experience weight gain, he won't crave certain foods, he won't get emotional and cry, and he won't need to use the restroom every time he sneezes. I will, all that will happen to me, and I don't want that, she believed, her glare once again disappearing as she tried to keep her voice as calm as possible. I could see how it was affecting her. And I feel like it will hurt her more if she goes through with this. Within a month or two, you'll be noticeably pregnant. You don't have the chance to hide something like this. You've only been pregnant for a few days at most, so I guess if you were going to do this now, it would be a wait what? Tamara interrupted me. I stared at her confused. Rebecca must have caught on to what we were talking about, because she was staring at her with the same look as I was. What? I repeated. A few days, you think he just did this to me? She asked. My face fell and all the color drained from my skin. I felt my blood go cold, my mind went rigid, jumbled, nothing could be formed together but the obvious truth. Tamara was about 2 to 3 weeks along at most, dating back to the time when Elijah and I were dating. Elijah had relations with Tamara while we were dating. Elijah got Tamara pregnant while we were dating, and during that time, he was telling me he loved me. Another piece of the puzzle to break me. After letting it all sink in, I had no feelings for Elijah whatsoever, not as a lover, not as a potential mate, not as a friend, and not as a pack member. I hated him with every fiber in my being, and it wasn't just because he cheated on me. It was because he lied about it, even after the central lie was revealed. I knew he had kissed Tamara while we were dating, but that's all he ever admitted to. He promised me that that's all they ever did, and now I have living proof, the kind of proof that is being formed in someone else's belly, that he had been intimate with her while we were together, that he took his cheating to an unforgivable level. I had reached my climax breaking point, and I was ready to lash out at Elijah's existence for all I cared. Closing my eyes and taking a deep breath, I sighed. Looking Tamara in the eye, with all seriousness, I told her the truth. You should think twice about having that baby. It's your choice, yes. But you are carrying his cub. You intended to get rid of it without him even knowing. I will not let you get away with another lie because, despite what you both have put me through, Elijah deserves to know, just as you two deserve each other. I spat. Giving her one last look of disgust, I walked away, pulling Rebecca's elbow along with me as I walked up to the registration counter, hopped over it, and stood in front of a computer. My emotions were a mess, all but one. Determination. Let's do this, I told Rebecca, and a slight smile spread across her face. She nodded and smiled in return. 2 hours. That's how long it took for me to assign 100 rooms to 100 families. I was beyond exhausted, and I really just wanted to curl into bed, close my eyes, and never wake up. The worst part was that I still had 150 rooms to assign. With Tamara storming off somewhere, hopefully crying, and seriously thinking over what I said to her, Rebecca and I had to split 500 room reservations into 2, instead of 3, so that we could get it done in time. I could feel the dampness in my shirt as it clung to my skin, making me sweaty and a bit uncomfortable. I shivered. Typing in the last of the information, I scanned the wristband and handed it to the pack member in front of me. I watched as he walked back to his family, broad with a smile on his face. I groaned and smacked my head off the desk over and over again. I have so many more to go. Kill me, I begged Becca, and I could tell she was rolling her eyes. I need a nice, hot bath with Joel, and some quiet time when I'm done with this, she replied, and I groaned and started smacking my head again. What? She asked, all innocent. I rolled my eyes this time. I don't need to know about your and Joel's private moments. I scolded her. She huffed. I shook my head at her. Don't do that. Don't act all cute and sweet. We have a lot of talking to do, she said, and in all seriousness, too. I pursed my lips and acted like I didn't hear her. No, you can't ignore this. What's going on with you and Cole? She asked bluntly. I bit my lip nervously. Nothing big. I lied, and she knew it, huffed again. My Aunt Fanny's expression, she exaggerated. Ew, I said, trying to shake away that awful image. Look, I get it. You're scared to open up to your friends about him because we're all against him for what he did to you and how he treated you. But, she sighed and rubbed her forehead. I've never seen you glow like this before. Not with Elijah, not even when you look at Pickles and Penguins, Kat. Despite what he may have done to you, and despite how much I still dislike him, with a fierce passion, and wish to throw a brick at his pretty boy face in hopes it makes his nose a little less attractive, I can't help but be happy for him for making you just a little bit happier, she told me. In the I want to confront you 'cause you were unfair kind of way. Which is why I need to know what the hell is going on between you two, she added quickly. I sighed, fiddling with my fingers. We kissed, I mumbled, and clearly it wasn't audible, considering how much Rebecca raged at me. Finally giving in to her death glare, actually fearing for my life, I blurted, we kissed, and stomped my foot like a childish 4-year-old who lost her cookie. Her eyes grew wide, and she wiggled around with a pointed finger at me. I knew it. You mischievous friend, she teased playfully, and her voice was beyond loud. I rushed up to her and put my palm to her mouth, hushing her. I don't want anyone to know yet. I'm still so confused about my feelings, but yes. Cole and I kissed, okay? We shared a long, pure, magical embrace, like a cliched story, but he hurt me, and I'm stuck on what to do, so don't tell anyone. Promise? I breathed in one big huff of breath, ranting to her my exact thoughts. She didn't say anything, she just stared at me. I shook my head for like the 80th time that day. Does the term unaware mean anything to you? I asked casually, letting my hand go away from her mouth. Her jaw dropped, and she humphed. It just took me a second, sorry, I don't understand, I'm rushing talk, Miss Speedy. She glared, and I shrugged. You didn't answer, I told her flatly, referring to my previous question, and she nodded. Yes, I promise, I won't tell anyone. Then, as if realization hit her, her eyes grew wide again. Did you say long embrace? She exaggerated, whisper yelling at me, and I nodded, biting my lip. My dasha. I cut her off by putting a single finger to my lip. She nodded and popped her collar. I'm cool, she said, brushing it off and rubbing her nose playfully. I gave her a blank stare. I can't believe I know you, I said, honestly, and just walked away from the counter. Back in a few, you guys, I told the still huge group of people who were yet to register. Rebecca squeaked, wait, and hobbled after me, very slyly jumping over the counter and rushing up beside me. Don't walk away from me. She whined and humphed again. I rolled my eyes. Where are we going anyway? She asked, confused. We're going to find Cliff and Joel, and they're going to take our places while we go shopping, I told her. She raised a confused brow. Why do we need to go shopping? I mean, not that I'm complaining, a girl's got needs, but what's the occasion? She asked me, running over the ideas in my head that I had just thought of. Well, with school tomorrow, I have a feeling we're going to have to deal with a whole lot of unpleasantness from people, and I think we should put up a reputation to start us off for our last year, I smirked, giving her a sideways glance. Her eyes lit up. What are you thinking? She asked, linking arms with me. I bit my lip, a wide grin spreading over my face. I think it's time to start planning a party for this weekend. I told her, and she squealed, jumping up and down before pulling me along behind her, rushing to the meeting room where the alphas and betas would be. I laughed along with her, feeling a bubble of excitement rise in my gut. When we reached the door, we didn't bother knocking. We just burst through, laughing like we were high-spirited and stumbling like we were clumsy. Everyone gave us confused, concerned looks, but we just coughed and hid our giggles. Is everything okay? Elijah asked, but I ignored him. Can Cliff and Joel take over for us? Rebecca and I have some serious shopping to do. I asked them, trying not to give away too much. Shopping? You do realize you have a duty towards this pack, right? Tamara added rudely, and I hadn't even noticed she was there until she spoke up. Shrugging, I ignored her and looked at Cole and Elijah. Please? I have a plan, and it's a really good one too. Come on. I dragged out the N at the end and batted my eyelashes all innocent-like. Fine, Cliff, Joel, and you take over for them? Cole asked politely, and I grinned. Rebecca once again jumped up and down beside me. I was about to rush out the door, but Elijah was already blocking our way. I jumped back, slightly surprised. What? I just got the go-to, move out of my way. I asked, trying to keep my emotions in check and remain as calm as possible. Well, that was from one half of the authority, and I for one would like to know what you are planning, he replied just as sternly. What, you don't trust me? I asked as a joke, but when he pursed his lips, I noticed that he really didn't. I narrowed my eyes. Are you kidding me? After everything you've put me through. It was you who cheated. It was you who broke my heart by lying straight to my face every day through our entire relationship. You can go and say you don't trust me? Even I have trust in you. It may be slim and close to none, but I have trust in you. But you know what, Elijah? The only thing I don't have for you is respect. I growled. To say I was extremely upset was the least. It was a massive understatement. How many times do I have to apologize to you? I'm tired of this, Katerina. You're making me feel guilty, always bringing it up in every disagreement and argument we get into, only because you know it hits a nerve. He glared at me. Is that what you think? I asked, appalled. He shrugged. Yeah, that's what I think, he said flatly. Taking a deep breath, I pursed my lips. You inconsiderate, lying person. I don't bring it up 'cause it hits a nerve for you. Were you dropped as a child? I raged. But I wasn't done. I bring it up because that's the one thing that made me crack. I held my head up. I kept walking straight, even after I was abused, mistreated by my pack members and schoolmates, and even then, I didn't let myself down. I still kept going. Then you happen. You are what destroyed me. You are what made me turn off my emotions. You are what ruined my life. I told him in all honesty. A flicker of sadness showed in his eyes, but soon they were being narrowed like mine. I'm glad I cheated on you, he said bluntly in monotone, and I felt my face strain. I wanted to say something, but he interrupted me. I'm glad, because if I didn't, I would still be stuck with you as my potential. I would be stuck with you by my side. I would be loving you, and not Tamara, and I would most likely end up feeling terrible because of it, he told me. If that wasn't enough, he had to go and finish with, I don't think Cole did any wrong by rejecting you in the first place. You know what you were to me, Katerina? He asked. I shook my head, not letting the buildup of tears in my eyes spill. You were my temporary partner, he snarled at me and shook his head, looking at me like I was an embarrassment before opening the door behind him and slamming it shut. I bit my lip and turned around to face my oh-so-quiet friends with a sad smile. I shook my head, cutting off Ace. I'm fine, I told them, and as the words left my mouth, I knew they were true. The whole realization of it is what I needed to move on. I had an irrevocable hatred towards Elijah, and it's that hatred that had replaced any confused feelings I had for him before, and showed me how much I loved Cole. With wide eyes, realizing what I just thought, I checked to see if my wall was up. Sighing with relief, it was, and my little slip-up left Cole in the unknown for now. Taking a deep breath, a genuine smile laced over my lips, and my friends smiled back in the most comforting ways. Cole? I asked. Kat, he said, recovering himself. I grinned and shook my head. Am I still allowed to go shopping? I asked, smirking slightly. He chuckled. Sure, go ahead. He ushered me to leave, and I turned around, pulling Rebecca along with me. Stopping, I suddenly felt a burst of adrenaline and bravery all mixed, and I dropped Rebecca's hand. Having a perfectly timed moment, I turned around, ran at Cole, and met my lips with his, firm, potentially knocking him over. He was sitting behind the desk he had previously been sitting on. Laughing, I pulled his keys from his pocket, leaving his lips a millisecond before I met them, and rushed back to Rebecca, dragging her once again behind me. Katerina Bathas. I heard him shout in his alpha tone, and with wide eyes, we rushed to the parking lot outside and towards Cole's car. Throwing Becca the keys, I ran away from the front of the car, hopped into the driver's seat, and started the car, driving away just as I sat in the passenger seat, slamming the door beside me. Do you think he's upset? Becca teased, referring to the loud music he had played earlier. I grinned. I know he's upset, I said. She looked at me with wide eyes. Aren't you scared? She asked, her voice filled with disbelief. I bit the inside of my cheeks. Letting my wall down slightly, I hear his ranting thoughts. Stop her. Stop her. Cat. Kiss. Tricked me. Cute. Revenge. Something mischievous and ho. You are so paying for that. He shouted in my head, and I heard the excitement and determination in his voice. With a flash, I realized what he had said, and that he knew my wall was down. I eeked, brought it back and laughed slightly. Maybe just a little. I sideways glanced at Rebecca, and she laughed along with me, shaking her head as we drove to the mall. Chapter 53. With winter being nearly over, I need a new wardrobe. I was really bummed, though. My powers wouldn't be as strong, but they'd still be strong, since winter was 2 months or so away from being over. I still couldn't believe my birthday was in a couple of days. With all the drama going on in my life, there wasn't that much drama, now that I think about it. Once I got home, I knew I would get scolded with questions about my impulsive kiss to Cole, and also get whatever consequence I had coming to me from Cole, since I left him hanging with no car keys and a strong reaction while in a pack meeting. I held back a giggle and focused on the surroundings around me. We just walked into the mall, and were deciding what store to go to first. With a bit of arguing, we decided to head towards TNA. I was filling Rebecca in on what I'd heard Cole saying to himself. "Do you think it's some big plan for a consequence?" she asked as we trailed our fingers through the shirts folded around the stores. I shrugged, biting my lip and thinking, "It's possible," but I blushed, not finishing my sentence. She laughed, seeing my expression. Flustered, she suggested, and I blushed deeper, nodding my head. Anything could happen, but I don't know that he'd want to, I told her, laughing. She smirked. "What makes you so sure?" she asked. I shrugged, remembering the very embarrassing encounter of Cole finding out I was on my period. After explaining briefly to her about it, she broke out in a horrified look. "Okay, good point," she nodded, eyes wide, and I laughed nervously. We walked out of the store wondering where to go next. "So, I'm sure he won't try anything," I assured her, and she agreed once again. "What are you going to do then?" she asked. I sighed. "I have no idea." I groaned. It was quiet for a while, and then, as if something clicked into her head, she screamed as if she was being murdered. I ducked down into a semi-ninja position, looking around for danger. She just stared down at me. "What the flying heck are you doing?" "Get up, I saw something you can wear to the party," she said. I glared at her, standing up and dusting my pants. "You screamed like that because of an outfit?" I asked. She smiled. Yes, I did." "Let's go," she said, and strutted off towards. "Wait, Becca. This is Victoria's Secret. All they sell is—" I looked at her with wide eyes. "Exactly," she grinned and rushed off. Quickly, I scurried behind her and walked into the store, knowing this wasn't going to end well. And I was right. What she had bought me was not me, whatsoever. It was terrific, but I didn't think I could pull it off. And I don't want to spoil any details about her outfit until the night of the party. Sorry, readers. Sighing to myself, I held on to my Victoria's Secret bag and my Jean Machine bag, walking alongside Rebecca, 2 hours after our little shopping thingy. Earlier, Rebecca told me she would meet me and walk off, and I had a feeling she was buying me a birthday present. Once we met up again, we were in our predicament now, with nothing to do, standing in the middle of a mall. So instead of leaving, we sat down on a nearby bench and talked. I had already gotten my whole Cole as my partner business out of the way. Besides the fact that I was in love with him, I had left that part out, so I decided to round on her with questions. "How are you and Joel going?" She blushed. "Good. Great," she sighed dramatically. I smiled. "He hasn't marked me yet, but it'll happen soon. We've been talking about it for a while." She smiled and shrugged. I knew better than to ask anything else, because I would never hear the end of it, so I just switched the subject and started randomly talking about school and the party. With us starting school tomorrow and it being a Thursday, we only had 2 days to get everyone invited and pumped for the party Friday night. I found the idea of us starting this Thursday, not Monday, completely stupid, but Elijah and Cole agreed that it would be better for the Pack's teenagers to be away from the house while things were unloaded and placed in the new Pack house. I had nerves the size of Texas fluttering around my stomach thinking about my outfit for that night, though. Trying my best to forget about it, I chewed on the inside of my cheeks, listening to Rebecca's drink choices for the night to come. After grabbing smoothies, we decided to head home. It was only slightly gloomy out, so I grinned at Rebecca with a knowing smile. She winked, swirled her hands around by her sides, and suddenly the sun was shining brightly, and I sighed in relief as the vitamin D soaked into my skin. We walked out into the parking lot and took the long drive home in silence. I was going crazy with the idea of what Cole would do to me the entire time. Tickle me? Assign me extra chores? Not let me kiss him? Make me take my mental wall down and invade my head? Lock me up, make me drink 60 gallons of water, and do not let me pee? Okay, so the last one was drastic, but still, I was losing my mind with fear and nerves. It wasn't just Cole. It was Alpha Cole, my mate, who knows all my weaknesses. Without recognition, we pulled and parked in the Great Wolf Lodge, and I climbed out of the car with bags hanging from my fingertips. I don't think it will be that bad. He is your mate after all, Becca told me, and I nodded, silently hoping she would be right. When we walked through the lobby doors, pack members weren't really around, which meant that Cliff and Joel, and possibly Stark, had finished all the sign-in stuff, and everyone was happily in their rooms with their families. Rebecca stopped for a second, halting me as well. Wait, it just occurred to me that you don't have a rooming buddy. Does that mean that you and Cole are sharing? She asked in a hushed voice, very well knowing werewolf hearing was intense, and anyone could eavesdrop that we didn't want to. I shrugged, answering her question as honestly as I could. I was going to ask him, but I never got the chance. Now I'm just sort of afraid too, considering the whole planning a consequence thing. I told her, equally as hushed, and she nodded before we started walking again. The first thing we did, even before putting away our shopping bags, was go to the pack meeting room to return Cole's keys. Everyone was there, though, which meant karma was on my hand, and not Mother Nature, because this was going to be even more uncomfortable with his parents standing around. Gulping, I gave a nervous glance at Rebecca, who was already enveloped in Joel's arms, and I decided to glare at her head instead. Sighing and giving a silent prayer to our goddess, I walked forward towards the center of the room. Hi, Cole. I smiled innocently and didn't dare step forward anymore. He smirked. Hello, Mrs. Bathas. Here to return my keys. He asked, clearly amused. I nodded shyly and placed them in his upraised palm. Good, thank you, he chuckled, and I stared at him with wide eyes. That's it? I asked, slightly shocked and confused. He shrugged. What else would there be? He asked, smirking wider. I blinked. No yelling? No consequence tactic? No tackle? No anything? I asked as he shook his head to every question. I took a dangerous step closer to him, ignoring the odd stares I was getting from everyone. But all he did was smile and kiss my forehead. So you're sharing a room with me, aren't you? He asked, a full-out grin on his face. If you want, I stuttered, feeling the pressure and excitement build up, mentally letting my guard down for a brief second. Yep, it's what I want, he said, and pulled me in for a hug after placing a key into my hand. And then, like a bolt of realization, I jumped back, my eyes in slits. I'm on to you, Cole Knight. I will find out what you're planning and stop it. It's on. I pointed at him, slowly stepping backwards. Cat, honey, you're scaring everyone. Mind not making your face so hideous? Cliff muttered, but I just ignored it. It's on my mud on a dirty pig, I added and stormed out of the room. 219. He shouted behind me, and I heard his deep chuckle drift away as I ran towards our room, my guard no longer down. But I didn't get very far, only 2 hallway turns before I smacked into someone so hard that we both flew back. I heard a cry of pain, and I jolted up with surprise in my eyes at who was in front of me, attempting to kneel and lift herself. Melanie. I gasped and rushed forward to help her to her feet. Usually, I wouldn't show any sympathy to someone who practically ruined my life, but this was an exception. You want to know why? Because she was covered in bruises, red marks, a split lip, a black eye, head to toe, tears streaming down her face, her eyes puffy and irritated, sobbing, her body was racked with pain, and she leaned on me for support. All this couldn't have happened by accident, meaning someone must have done this to her. Melanie, what happened? I asked, my voice gentle. I didn't care about our past. This was the now, and she looked just about ready to despair with all the pain she was in. She shook her head, leaning onto my shoulder. "Stay for a second, and we'll talk," I told her and leaned her against the wall before quickly grabbing my scattered bags, taking her around the waist, and leading her slowly down the hall to my room. It was a struggle, but I couldn't care less. After a while, I opened my shared room with Cole and scurried inside, placing Melanie on the bed and throwing my bags into the corner. "I'll get a towel, just stay still, and use sniper breath. As Cole taught us, it helps with pain management." I told her in a rush, and scrambling around the bathroom, I found a towel and quickly wet it with warm water. I heard her sobs again, and I frowned, walking back over to her. "Here, put this on your lip," I told her, sitting beside her on the bed and just waiting. I sat in silence as she winced and cried in pain, pushing the hair out of her face every few seconds. Finally, after taking a deep breath, she just let tears flow down her cheeks. "Melanie," I urged. "He did this to me," she sobbed again, and I hugged her sideways. And with that, my assumption was correct. She was harmed. But what happened next, I wasn't surprised. She actually hugged me back. She turned around and wrapped her arms around me, crying into my shoulder. I knew it would be a while before she spoke up. After my many years of being harmed, I knew how these things worked, and it was never good. It took me almost 3 years to say it without flinching, and even now, my heart cracks a little just thinking about it. Despite what Melanie may have put me through, I wouldn't wish this on anyone. Getting harmed hurt just as much as losing your parents in a car crash and being the only one to survive. So I just held her, rubbing her back as gently as I could, feeling my eyes prick with silent tears as her whole body convulsed with fearful cries. I would have assumed it was half an hour before she finally started calming down. I could tell she was in pain. Everything about her appearance screamed pain, and I felt for her. I didn't care that it was Melanie. I wanted justice for whoever did this to her. She pulled away slowly, biting her lip and keeping her eyes closed tightly, and I knew she was trying not to inflict any more pain. Quickly, I went up and locked the door so Cole couldn't walk in on us. As I sat back down, she sighed a shaky breath. "What happened to you?" I asked and kept looking down, playing with the towel in my hand. There was a large bruise in the shape of a handprint on her wrist. It looked blue and yellow and extremely painful. Whoever did this must have been a werewolf, because if they were human, she would have healed by now. When a werewolf attacks a werewolf, the healing takes longer. She took another intake of breath and blinked. As she did, a single tear fell from her eye before she met mine. "My mate," she said, and bit her trembling lip to keep from sobbing again. My hand swung to my mouth, and I gasped with surprise. I was about to say something, but she stopped me by laughing. "I guess this is karma biting me in the behind, huh?" She sniffled and pressed the towel to her lip. I shook my head and moved closer to her, instantly objecting. "No, Melanie, you didn't deserve this. Karma isn't this cruel. No one deserves something like this," I told her in a stern voice. All she did was nod and pull the now damp towel from her face. "I didn't even know it was him until we bumped into the hall like you and I did earlier," she said, and her voice cracked with remorse. I didn't try to say anything. I didn't need to. She just continued talking, not bothering to wipe the tears from her eyes or hide the chokes of pain and regret. When I felt the spark, I was so excited to have finally found the man of my dreams. The thoughts running through my head were amazing. A huge wedding, a husband to be with when I came home, children running around our feet, and all this showed in his eyes, she told me and laughed again, shaking her head. Dreams rarely come true, she concluded, and she brought her knees up to her chest, resting her chin on them. He had helped me up, obviously feeling the sparks as I had. He looked older, though, not really our age. But he was my mate, all right, everything about the pull towards each other proved so. And she snorted in, letting out another sob. I tried to contain my tears for her sake and my emotions as best I could while listening to what she had to say. So far, I was doing a good job considering all the bad memories flowing through my head at that exact moment. He had asked me if I wanted to go for a walk with him. Her voice cracked, and she started shaking. I figured this was the part of the story where things got bad, and I shuddered, trying not to think about all the possibilities. When I agreed, he smiled, and it made my heart skip miles a minute. He even held my hand as we walked out through the back entrance. When I asked him why we didn't use the lobby, he said this way was faster. Thinking nothing of it, I followed along beside him. More tears flew down her cheeks, and they weren't so silent anymore. She was struggling with her voice and her thoughts, and hyperventilating. I tried to reach for her, but she flinched, and I stopped instantly. After a few moments, she spoke again. Once we got outside, we walked through the woods. We didn't really talk. It was just silent, and he wrapped his arm around my waist as we walked further in. The sun was going down slightly, but the birds were practically singing to me, and I couldn't be happy. She slapped away her tears, but didn't hesitate to continue. I told him how happy I was to have found him, and he stopped all of a sudden, and the pressure on his hand got too tight. I tried to pull away, but when he smiled at me, I stopped, thinking maybe he didn't want to let me go. She wiped her nose, and in a softer voice, one I almost didn't hear, she added, "Boy, was I wrong," and I saw some stray tears flow down her pale, bruised cheeks. She once again pushed the hair from her eyes and turned around to face me. Before I knew it, we had stopped, and he had roughly pushed me up against a tree. I get it if you think I was being too forward by trying to connect with him, but I didn't care about my past at that moment. I just wanted my mate. I wasn't trying to be inappropriate. She defended herself, and I shook my head, grabbing her hand, not needing to say words. At first he was soft and sweet, and things were getting intense, and I knew I had to stop it, so I did. I pushed him away with a ghost of a smile on my face. I told him that I wasn't going to be that way with him for the first time in the woods. It wasn't romantic. I was trying to make light of the situation, so I didn't scare him away, but before I knew it, the stinging pain came, and I collapsed to the floor, realizing he had struck me hard. She stuttered, and she started shaking once again. Her breaths were coming out fast and hard, and she was hyperventilating. I held tightly onto her hand, the best I could, trying to let her know someone was here for her, but I saw the pain in her eyes. This experience distressed her, and I couldn't do much of anything until she was finished getting it off her chest. From there, it got worse. I cried to myself as he kneeled in front of me, calling me difficult, telling me to stop playing games because I was his mate, and I should want connection from him. And even though it hurt, I still felt drawn to him emotionally, not physically. I couldn't help it. He was my mate, and he was right about that. The more I fought against him, the more he struck me. It got harder and rougher with each impact, and I begged and begged him to stop, but he didn't. Instead, he became even more aggressive. She gasped, covered her face with her hands, and started sobbing again. I held in my own gasp. He didn't. I breathed, and she nodded quickly up and down. He attacked me, and he held onto my arms so tight, and it hurt. I was crying the whole time, squirming around, trying to push him away, but I couldn't. He was so much older. I knew that now he looked like he was in his 20s. I cursed myself for being blessed with an older man for a mate. But I guess fate just wanted this for me, she sobbed, her chest heaving as she choked for a single clear breath of air. I wanted her to stop and try to calm down, but she didn't. She just kept bawling her eyes out and rushing out her words to finish the story. I thought it couldn't get much worse than that, but it did because after he finished, I crawled away quickly, putting as much space between us as I could. But it didn't work. He still edged closer until I was sitting up against a tree. He smirked, meeting my eyes, and then gave me another hard strike to the face. Her distress just kept getting worse. I was so afraid she was going to pass out, and I was practically begging her to slow down and breathe, but she waved me off. With a final sob, she completed with, "Then he rejected me and left me there injured, and crying in pain, and she ran into the bathroom." I heard the gut-wrenching sound of her crying, mixed with her sobs and cries of pain. I was left with no words. What she had been through was so much worse than what I had. Yes, I had been harmed. Yes, I had been rejected. But this was all in one day. It was worse to have it all in one day, and what she's going through must be excruciatingly painful. I walked over to my purse and pulled out a bottle of Advil. Taking out 4 pills, considering we have to up our dose, I followed her into the bathroom and filled up a cup of water. When she had a break from being sick, she thanked me and took the pills and water, sipping slowly. I kneeled in front of her and she watched me with sad eyes. Those eyes, filled with pain and heartache and regret and sorrow, glazed over with salty, shedding tears, red-rimmed and burning. "I'm so sorry," I told her, and she nodded, holding onto my hand. "I'm sorry too," she breathes, her voice raspy. And I knew the hidden meaning behind it. She wasn't just sorry for bumping into me or intruding on my night. She was sorry for everything she's done to me, everything. And I could see the honesty in her cold, sad, lonely eyes. That alone made my heart break. Chapter 54. After a while, Melanie said she was going back to her room to try to sleep. She hugged me, but because I was trying not to be too rough, it felt very awkward. She thanked me again and left, still distressed, and I felt her new tears soak into my shirt when she hugged me as well. I didn't know what to do after she left. I just sat down, sliding to the floor, leaning against the door in silence. 1,000,001 thoughts were running through my head. Was the person who did this a part of this pack? I mean, he had to have been, right? Melanie had made me promise not to tell anyone before she left, but should I keep that promise? Should I speak to Alpha Cole, pack member, to her leader, and ask him to go on a search for the one who harmed her? I shook my head. I was so lost for words, it was unbearable. I couldn't get the thought of Melanie being hurt by some scary, evil person out of my head. And then my own memories flew back in unexpectedly, and I was thinking about the first time Ace was unkind to me, and the kids at school caused me to fall, potentially breaking my leg in 3 different places. All the memories flooded in, and with everything I had, I tried to push them out. I didn't want to remember those times because they were in the past. But after Melanie told me the story, it was hard not to focus on anything else. She didn't deserve that. And to think she felt unworthy because she wanted to be close to her mate, that hurt to hear. Did she really think so lowly of herself because of the reputation she brought on herself? I shook my head again. Suddenly, my bedroom door swung open, and I was pushed forwards on my knees by the impact. Although it didn't hurt that badly, I still rubbed my head. "Oh, goodness, cat baby, are you all right?" A familiar voice rushed through me, fueling me with warmth, love, and strength, and I took a deep inhale, and Cole's arms wrapped around me, helping me up. I needed this. I need him. "Are you okay? Did I hurt you? What were you doing behind the door?" he asked, taking my face between his hands and looking at me with concern. I rubbed the back of my head and blinked rapidly. I was just too lazy. "I'm not hurt too bad," I lied to him, getting distracted by his appealing musky, vanilla scent. But then I thought of Melanie and her bruises and her scars and her emotional and physical pain, and I felt wrecked. And I didn't know what made me do it. My emotions being in a bind, my thoughts being too jumbled, my body being too weak, the need to get everything off my mind. But I edged up on my tippy toes and kissed him. I brought him closer and closer towards me, needing him to help me block out the world. It took him a moment, but I urged him to respond, and soon he was kissing me back, taking it gently. But I didn't want gentle. I need him to get everything off my mind. I needed him to stop my thoughts, halt them if only for a little while. I need his scent, his smile, his presence. I pushed up back on the bed and sat with him. I moved closer to him, seeking a deeper connection. He hesitated, for whatever reason, but he held me close, and I focused on him, trying to forget everything else. He tightened his arms around my waist, and I brought one of my hands around to the back of his head. We lay on the bed together, his hands on my waist, as he tried to soothe me with soft kisses. He was being so gentle, but my mind was still racing. I needed to feel grounded. I pressed into him, trying to feel his strength. I moved my hands around his neck and his hair, feeling the comfort of his presence. I felt the strength of his frame through his shirt, and I wanted to be closer to him. I helped him pull his shirt over his head before leaning back into him. This was helping. I wasn't thinking about bruises and pain and harm, and I mentally shook my head and squeezed my eyes shut, holding onto Cole tightly. He held me in return, which made me let out a shaky breath. I leaned into him, seeking the comfort only a mate could provide. Just when I thought I was starting to relax, he pulled away and looked at me with worried eyes. "Kat," he asked slowly, and I tried to pull him back to me, but he hesitated. "Babe, why are you crying?" "What's wrong?" he asked, and he leaned up so that I was sitting in his lap. I looked at him funny, wondering what he was talking about. And when I felt the tears slowly flow down my cheeks, I chose to jump into action. "Mark me," I demanded of him, and he looked at me with wide eyes. Then, looking down at his chest, he noticed the pool of tears washing over his skin. "Kat, you're upset about something." I pulled him close again, desperately wanting that permanent bond. "Mark me," I demanded again, and with a slight sound of distress, he hesitated, leaning closer to my neck. Still, I felt the dampness on my cheeks as his breath washed over my face. I turned my neck to the side, waiting for the bond to be sealed, for my mate to claim me for the first time. I took a deep, shaking intake of breath. But all I felt on my neck was the soft, gentle kiss of Cole's lips meeting it. I met his eyes quickly. My lip quivered, and he looked worried at me. "I'm not going to mark you while you're so vulnerable and upset. I love you. Way too much to do that to you," he told me in a soft voice. I ignored it, though. "Please," I begged and went to touch his face, but he held my wrists in his hands. "Kat, it's okay. Please," I begged again, cutting him off, and I shook my wrist from his grip. He shook his head, and then I cracked. I bawled my eyes out, collapsing in his arms, convulsing with tears and shaking as I thought about all that's happened in my life and all that's happened in the past 24 hours. I felt like I was free-falling into a world of bad memories and heartbreaking tears. My mate held me in his arms, rubbing my back, his face buried in my hair, telling me over and over again how it would be okay. My forehead was lying on his shoulder, and I soaked his skin with my tears. "Why did you let it happen?" I sobbed to him, referring to the times I was treated poorly by the pack in the past. I think he knew what I was talking about, and soon, I felt his own emotions as he held me. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry I didn't stop it," he said, his voice cracking. But I couldn't reply. I was lost for words again, only left with tears and heartache. But even then, I couldn't be mad at Cole. I knew what was done, and that the real reason I was crying was that I felt so helpless in the face of Melanie's situation, and I couldn't do anything to fix anyone's problems because I could barely fix my own. I had run away from my problems, and tomorrow, I had to face the same people who were unkind to me. The only difference was that I had my friends and a mate who accepted me this time around, and I didn't have to be afraid anymore. But then why was I still crying? I broke into pieces while lying in his arms, and he held me together. In an attempt to calm myself down, I thought back to what had happened. I had reached out to him out of vulnerability and begged him to mark me. He didn't, though. He chose to protect me instead. My sobbing stopped after a single intake of breath. I felt relief flood me, and more of my mate's warmth and strength. I felt safe in his arms, and even though he was sharing in my pain, I smiled because he had told me he loved me. With a hoarse voice, I mumbled the words I had been waiting to admit for a long time. It might not have been the best scenario, but it felt right to let them go. "I love you, Cole," and he shivered as my breath hit his skin. "Thank God," he mumbled. He just brought me full against his body, kissed me lightly, and held me until we both fell asleep. One that was much needed. Chapter 55. Cole's POV. I love you. 3 words. 8 letters. 3 syllables. 5 vowels. 3 consonants. 2 nouns. 1 emotion. And many meanings. And the only meaning it had for me was Katerina. Telling her I love her, and hearing her say it back, made my life. I was currently lying on my back, Katerina fast asleep on my chest, her nose all scrunched up, her eyebrows furrowed, as she snored softly. It was the most adorable thing I had ever seen, and I'm guessing this is how she felt when I had been sleeping on her the morning of her cycle. I had to bite back a chuckle at the thought. Everything about her is just too cute. The way her face flushes, how many facial expressions she can burn through in under a minute, how she bites her lip when she thinks, her incredible smile, her infectious laugh, the way her eyes glow. I winced as her nails dug into my side. Suddenly, she felt tense as she lay on me, fear striking through her body. I could feel it radiating off her in waves. I tried to move from under her so that I could see if she was okay, but with a burst of realization, I noticed she was still fast asleep and having a nightmare. Her nails were pressing into my skin, and I tried not to let it bother me. I tried just focusing on her, my beautiful mate who was shaking for an unknown reason, but it was hard not to feel the tension as I did. "Baby, wake up," I urged in a strained voice. Her breathing became heavier, and I wondered if her nightmare had anything to do with why she was so distressed last night. And even though I knew it was wrong and an invasion of privacy, I wasn't doing it for my own selfish reasons. I was doing it because no matter how hard I tried, she wouldn't wake up. So I used our connection as mates to sink into her thoughts, her head, to see what she was dreaming. "Focus." My wolf shouted at me, and I nodded, ignoring the pressure of Kat's nails, and let my mind watch hers, like a movie on a screen. I needed to know what haunted her, and I needed to know so I could protect her from it. The walls were long and practically empty. Wooden, shiny floors, lines of doors, and I noticed it was the pack house, the old pack house. But it looked different, like before when Katerina was around, but when I hadn't realized she was my mate. Everything seemed so spotless, and my heart constricted when I remembered why. I had been so demanding as alpha, expecting everything to be immaculate. Shuddering, I quickly dismissed it. It was almost like I was walking around invisible. No one could see me, but I could see Katerina. And I could see Ace. She had been walking down the hall when she brushed past him, and he knocked her over so hard she hit her head off the side of the wall, resulting in an injury to her temple. My wolf growled, fury building up. "Watch it, annoying person." He snapped at her, not even giving her a second glance to see if she was okay before walking away. I looked back at Katerina, who was trying to lift herself. She looked so small and vulnerable. How could I have not seen her worth back then? Her eyes, sure, they were an odd color and kind of dull looking, but look at her now. They're still a bizarre color, just more vibrant. How could I have let any of this affect how I treated her? I see myself. I'm walking towards her. I don't remember this day, but maybe that's because I was always trying to forget how poorly I had treated her. Staring at how different I looked back then, I watched myself stop Katerina from going forward, and an unkind glint appeared in my eyes. "Well, good morning, nuisance," I had said to her, pinning her against the wall. "Morning." Her voice was laced with fear as she quivered under my gaze. "Did you make breakfast yet?" I had asked her, and she shook her head nervously. I had chuckled, touching the injured spot on top of her head and frowning. "Clean up your head. No one needs to be sick today. You're unpleasant enough," I had snarled at her. I had watched as she bit her lip, tears swarming in her eyes before leaking over her cheeks. I growled at her once more before letting her go and walking away. I didn't realize I was that harsh to her back then. That was something I never wanted to watch, let alone remember. I had been so unkind. There were marks on her wrists, and she rubbed at them desperately, trying to calm herself down. The new, older version of me, the me now, wanted to run to my mate's rescue, but I couldn't because I played a part in this nightmare. And then the scene changed, and I was watching Katerina come out of the house, tears still in her eyes, and walk out into the backyard. A group of my old friends stood near the woods entrance, and when they saw her, they started walking towards her. It was a game to them. They were rough with her, snarling rude comments at her. She accepted every painful moment, every push, and every fall without saying a word. Silent tears were all that was seen in her reaction. She was being broken down, and she wasn't doing anything to stop them. And then, as if my unspoken questions were answered, one of them decided to ask her the same thing. "Why aren't you fighting back? Or do you enjoy being treated this way? Did they do this to her every day? Why had I not known?" "I was ordered not to, by our alpha," she replied, gasping for breath. So they continued to mistreat her, not caring that she was already hurting. I felt my own face fall when I heard that. I ordered that? So I didn't know they were rough with her. How could I have forgotten? I allowed my own mate to be treated this way for 5 years? Oh, Cat, baby, I'm so sorry. But before I could even finish the thought, I was in a car, back seat, sitting beside Katerina as she screamed for her life, her parents in the front, the vehicle going over the bridge railing into the bottom of a creek with a dreadful crash. As it filled with water, I knew Katerina's parents weren't breathing. The scene was devastating. My Katerina was still struggling to catch her breath, working on her seat belt. I wanted so badly to help her, but I couldn't. All I could do was watch her stop struggling and go limp in her seat. Soon, I felt like I was choking as I leaned up in bed, Katerina still fast asleep and no longer squirming. My first thought? I was terrible. My second thought? I hate myself for how I treated her. My third thought? I need to make things right. With that thought still in place, I gently stroked Kat's cheek and coaxed her into waking up. She rubbed her eyes sleepily, looking up at me with a slight smile. "Morning," she said. I chuckled. "Morning, baby," I told her and pulled her closer into the crook of my neck. This is where I like to be. This is where I wanted her to be. To think that if I had just accepted her back then, all these nightmares would go away, but I didn't. I gently rubbed her back as she kissed my neck, giggling with happiness. I couldn't help but smile and turn us over, hovering over her. But soon, my grin was wiped away, and I was looking down at her with a serious expression. "What's wrong?" she asked, running her fingers through my hair. I frowned, biting my lip. "I need to make amends, Katerina," I told her, meeting her eyes once more. She let out a small gasp. "No, I'm not ever going to be mean to you," she said, her voice strained with worry. I shook my head. "I saw what I did to you in that dream, Kat. I know how harsh I was. I saw it. And you need to hold me accountable. I'm not letting you leave this room until you understand how much I regret it." I told her and watched as her features smoothed over with sadness. Life isn't about getting even with the ones who hurt you, Cole. Sure, it can be tempting at times, but that's not what it's all about. Yes, you were unkind. Yes, you allowed others to be that way too. Still, I no longer hold a grudge against you for that, because I can see how much it's eating you up, she told me, her voice smooth and silky as she played with my hair. But I wasn't backing down. I wasn't going to let myself get away with it. I needed to get rid of this guilt, this regret that was buzzing like an annoying bee inside my head, reminding me that I was never going to be good enough for the girl in front of me. And before I could even finish that thought, she pinned me down, looking at me with fierce protection. "Stop," she said, passion dripping from the word. "You are worthy of me. Don't you ever say that you aren't, and don't you even think for a single second about feeling that way," she insisted. Her eyes were intense, and I wanted to smile at how protective and strong she was. "And she was mine?" I sighed with relief. "Promise me," she insisted. I grinned up at her, kissing her deeply. Pulling away, I nodded. "I promise," and she laughed and jumped up, running off to the bathroom. I leaned up, running my hands through my hair. I have one fiercely protective mate. I breathed, but still felt the corners of my mouth twitch. There was really only one thing bothering me. Quickly, putting my mental wall up so that Katerina couldn't hear my thoughts, my eyebrows furrowed together. How did she get out of the car? If I watched her give up right in front of me? And there it was. That jolt. Her thoughts cut off from the point where she stopped struggling, which means she has no recollection of what happens in the next 5 minutes or after that. And that's what has her alive to this very day. Someone saved her from that car crash. But who? Chapter 56. Katerina's PV. I was sitting in the tub, the water from the shower head rinsing over my body as I was deep in thought. It occurred to me that Cole hadn't given me the consequence he said he would. Suddenly, I felt on edge, searching for any hidden surprises or tricks he might have planned. I made a note to ask him about it when I got out, or I would worry over every little thing. Maybe he had forgotten about it? I mean, just minutes ago, he was practically begging me to hold him accountable so that he could feel just a little bit better about himself. I sighed, biting my lip. I couldn't be harsh with him. I loved him too much. I was strong, and with my gift, I would be stronger, but I didn't want to cause him any distress. The thought was unsettling. So I stopped thinking about it altogether. Instead, I started thinking about bubbles. I should let out my inner child for a while and have a bubble bath. Happy with my thoughts, I turned off the shower head and let the faucet run. Grabbing bubble bath from my little kit, I poured it under the running water. I curled my knees to my chest, feeling the water rise higher and higher. When it was just under my chest, I turned it off, seeing the white, lavender, and vanilla-smelling bubbles surrounding me. I took a deep breath, an ear-to-ear grin on my face. As I played with the soapy foam, I began thinking about how Cole had seen my nightmare. It was a little fuzzy to me since it was tampered with, but I knew it ended with my parents and started with my mistreatment by the Packs. Had Cole seen enough to realize how complex I was on the inside? Would he stay by my side? I wasn't going to think negatively. I had no reason to be down. I should be happy. Besides, Cole entering my dream might have been a good thing, because it meant I didn't have to find the words to tell him myself and risk a mental breakdown. I popped the bubbles around me, determined to think about smiles and laughs. Then, a song popped into my head, and I just had to sing the lyrics out from the top of my lungs. We're halfway there. Living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Halfway there. I wiggled around, water splashing over the sides of the tub, and I giggled before bringing my hand to my mouth, instantly regretting it. I spat out the soapy taste as best I could before grabbing a face cloth and wiping my mouth. Well, that was a smart move. My head snapped up to see Cole leaning against the doorframe, crossing his arms. I blushed 30 shades of red. And not just because he saw me pull a silly move, but because I was in the bath, bubbles being the only thing stopping him from seeing me. I have to say, he pushed off from the wall and began striding over to the tub. You look much, he removed his clothes, standing before me. Better than you do in my dreams. I definitely prefer the real thing. He smiled his heart-stopping smile, and I was speechless as he climbed into the bathtub with me, swishing the bubbles and water around, sitting at the opposite end, staring at me with a knowing look. The only thing I could really think of was how powerful and appealing he looked. I blushed deeper at my own thoughts, mentally thanking myself for putting up my wall before I got in here. When I met eyes with Cole again, he was still smiling, his hands on his knees as he leaned outwards, bubbles covering him. I shook myself mentally. So you never did give me the consequence for kissing you like that and stealing your car, I reminded him. But he avoided the question and smiled at me. Kat, do you think you could wash me? He asked, his voice low and inviting. I felt my heart race with anticipation, so I nodded quickly. He stood up before my hands touched him, though. Grabbing the scrubby, I squirted some soap onto it, stood up, and started washing his back. When it was covered with bubbles, and I was satisfied, I turned him around and started washing his chest, slowly, running it up and down. His breath was in my ear, and every time he breathed out, I felt more drawn to him. I moved my hand toward his lower body, but he stopped me with a smirk. I can do that by myself, he said. I didn't hide my disappointment as he started scrubbing himself, his movements deliberate. I wanted to be closer to him, to feel his skin against mine. He stopped after a while and just let the scrubby drop into the bathtub water with a splat. Can you do my hair, babe? He asked suddenly, and I nodded, a new smile on my face and a blush to my cheeks. He knelt, and I did too, but he moved away so we weren't in direct contact. I sighed and started washing his hair, massaging it with my nails. When I heard him make a sound of pleasure, even if it was only small, I grinned and felt a rush of excitement. When I was done, I turned on the shower head and rinsed the soap out. He laughed slightly at the feeling, and I bit back my own giggle as I rubbed out the rest of the bubbles. There, I said, and turned it off again. Do me? I batted my eyelashes, and he smirked. No can do. Sorry, he shrugged, and with that, stepped out of the shower, pulled a towel around his waist, and walked out of the bathroom. My eyes grew wide with shock. I wanted a connection with him. Didn't he see that? I glared at the door he just left. Quickly washing my hair as he had, I rinsed it out in record time, stepping out of the tub, draining it, and grabbing a towel for myself before trailing after him. He was fully clothed when I got into the room. He was drying his hair, meeting my eye with that same teasing smirk I loved. But I glared. "Why'd you do that?" I snapped. He shrugged, smirk still in place. "Do what?" he asked in an innocent voice. I threw my hands up dramatically. "Get me all worked up, then just walk away," I said, but it came out more sad than angry. He chuckled. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said, and stopped drying his hair, leaving it attractively messy. I just wanted to run my hands through it. "Cole, that's not nice," I whined. He chuckled again, and before I knew it, he had me pressed up against the wall, his minty cool breath washing over my face. "You, Miss Katerina, are not allowed to touch me, and I shall not touch you. Not until you express your desire, exactly how strong, and where you want it," he told me, that same heart-stopping smile on his lips. When I realized what he said, I stared at him in shock. But before I could reach out, he pulled away. "That's your consequence for me? That I have to express my desire for connection?" I yelled. He laughed again. "No. Well, yes. But not only do you have to express your desire for connection, but you have to be specific about it." He smirked again, before giving me a slight head nod and leaving the room. I stopped in my tracks. I stomped around the room, finding my clothes and slipping them on. Just then, he opened the door again, his head popping into the room. "And by the way, Kat, you smell extremely good right now. Time for school," he said, winked, and left again. I groaned and pulled on my clothes. I was so frustrated and disappointed. I was still yearning to touch him, and not to mention, I had forgotten all about school. What kind of mate says you can't touch them until you express your desire? Cole's that kind of mate. With a pout on my lips, I stormed downstairs with my backpack in hand to meet the gang. "Kat, there you are. Come on, we're gonna be late," Becca exaggerated. "Okay, I'm ready," I sighed. "Stupid, silly, mean jerk of a mate," I screamed in my head. "Now that's not very nice, babe," he breathed, suddenly behind me, his breath hitting my neck. I shuddered, feeling my skin warm up, and all too soon, he was walking away and out the door to the cars with everyone else. I groaned inwardly and followed them all. Chapter 57. Katerina's PV. I had grumpily gotten in the back seat of Joel's car with Rebecca. Cole had been in front with him, and Cliff and Stark took their own car, as did Ace and Renee and Elijah and Tamara. As if anyone cared about them, though. I was determined to keep a good mood, otherwise, anything people said today would make me feel distressed, and I couldn't build a good reputation for the entire year. Grade 11. This should be loads of fun. With Cole, Elijah, Ace, Stark, and Cliff all in a grade higher than Joel, Rebecca, Renee, Tamara, and me, well, what's bound to happen should be interesting, too. I wonder how much it's changed, how different it could be. Were kids the same? Were teachers the same? God, I was going to give myself a headache thinking about all this stuff. "Hey, you okay?" Becca nudged my shoulder, and I looked at her. "I guess so. It's just odd, you know? After all these years, going back to the same old school, I don't know what to expect. Especially since my mate is being difficult." I added the last part a little louder so he could hear me clearly. But all he did was laugh, Joel joining in, and I glared at them both. "I think it will go fine. With me being your best friend, and us both being strong as heck, nothing could go wrong, as long as annoying humans stay out of our faces," she said in a monotone, and I laughed at how blunt she was. And she was right. We were a powerful pair, and it would be hard to bother us in the end, because of all the confidence we both had built up. And for the first time since earlier this morning, I smiled a genuine smile, finally feeling somewhat happy about facing this place. Okay, I take it back. I was standing in front of the car, staring at the huge high school before me. It looked bigger, like more areas were added during the renovation. It still looked like death, though. Cheerleaders, jocks, nerds. The whole cliché played out right in front of me, and I felt a bit overwhelmed at the sight. Here. They were mailed to us a few days ago. Elijah said, passing around our schedules that were printed on a purple sheet of paper. Try not to cause trouble for anyone, you guys, please. He stressed, and I rolled my eyes, ignoring him before turning to Rebecca. English first period? I asked, hope in my voice. Her face fell, and small, sad features replaced it. She sighed. Yup, she shouted suddenly, and I breathed a sigh of relief. After talking to everyone, having 10 minutes before the bell, I found out who in the pack I would have classes with. And to say I was disappointed was saying very, very little. First period, English, with Rebecca. Second period, history, with no one. Lunch, with everyone. Fourth period, math, no one. Fifth/last period, food and nutrition, with Rebecca, Renee, and Joel. Since it was a semester school, we had 4 classes each semester for 2 semesters. Yes, I had Rebecca in 2 of my classes, but I was alone in 2 of them as well. It was going to be difficult having to sit there by myself and not know anyone. Trying to leave, the bell rang and everyone scattered to find the first period class. I linked arms with Rebecca and we walked off to English. It took us a while to find room 109, but we were just on time as we rushed through the door and to the only available seats in the back row. All right, class, now that everyone is here. The teacher gave us pointed looks. I'll start by saying, welcome, and I'm Mr. Beck, your new academic English teacher for the rest of the semester. We're going to start with a get-to-know-each-other exercise. Volunteers to go first, he asked the class. Rebecca's hand shot up faster than you could say, Barbara loves pigs, and so Mr. Beck called on her to start. Just say 3 things about yourself, and then it will go around the room, he told her, and she nodded. Okay, my name's Rebecca, I tend to be demanding. I'm currently taken, and I love learning about the elements, she said, and I couldn't help it, I laughed. Soon she joined in, and we were being shushed. I rolled my eyes but complied. It was my turn, so I cleared my throat. I'm Katerina. My favorite color is green. I love everything about winter, and I hate math. When I finished, a few people said little agreements about the math comments, but soon everyone else was going on about themselves, and I couldn't be bothered to pay attention, so I just trailed my finger across the desk. I waited the last few seconds for the bell to ring. When it finally rang, I quickly jumped out of my seat to leave. I sighed, knowing I had to go to a class by myself. Bye, Becca, I said in a dull tone, gave her a quick hug, and walked off to find my class. The halls were getting more and more deserted, and I still couldn't figure out which way I was supposed to go. I looked down at my schedule as I stepped down the stairs. A second too late, I realized a pencil was on the stairs. Stepping to avoid it, I ended up stumbling. Just before I fell, warm hands wrapped around my wrist and caught me. I looked up at a face I recognized. I took a second to take in his features. Brown hair that fell slightly over his eyes and forehead. Nice, hard jawline, glowing smile, braces, green eyes. I cocked my head to the side. Careful, love. Wouldn't want to break anything, would you? He asked, and I noticed his beautiful English accent. I laughed and shook my head, pulling away as he let go. No, wouldn't want that. Do I know you from somewhere? I asked him, biting my lip in confusion. He shrugged. Not that I know of, I'm Caden. He held out his hand and smiled. Katerina, I told him, placed my hand in his, and we shook. Nice to meet you, darling, but I think you'll be late for class, he smirked. What was it about him that seemed so familiar? And what was that smell? I blinked a few times. I needed to get to class. You're new too, huh? What class did you get? He asked and took my schedule from my hand. Same as me. Well, shall we suffer this journey together? He asked, holding out his arm. I grinned, blush lacing my cheeks as I nodded. Let's, I said, and linked arms with him as we walked in and out of the halls, finally finding room 256. We were naturally late, and the teacher, an old-looking person, scolded us for being 9 minutes tardy. We took our seats in the left-hand corner of the back of the room, and I mentally disciplined myself to avoid any more trouble on the first day of school. When Mrs. Beard started her lesson, not bothering to have us introduce ourselves, Caden began talking to me. So you're a werewolf too, then, he asked, and I was only shocked for a second before nodding. I knew I smelled something. I still didn't understand why he looked so familiar. He smiled at me, and I smiled back. Are you in a pack? I asked. And he shook his head. No, Mum and I just moved here. Haven't had a chance to get things organized really, but I can tell you are. Which one? He asked. It's complicated, I told him, feeling sadness wash over me. He lifted my chin and smiled. I'm sure I can keep up, love. Go on. I'm all ears. He told me in a soothing voice. Whatever made me do it didn't matter. His presence was calming. I opened up. I told him about my past, my parents' death, the difficult times I had with previous packs, and why I had to move back. I even told him about Melanie and the whole Cole and Elijah situation. It was a huge relief to talk to someone new. He just sat back, listening intently. When I was just about to finish, the bell rang and I laughed. Don't worry. We have the next class together too. After lunch, I mean. He chuckled and took my hands, helping me out of my chair, and we walked off into the halls. I started talking again, finishing up where I left off, and was finally done with my stories. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Caden laughs and smiles at me. Sounds complicated for sure. Is 2 packs living together rough? He asks, and I nod. Yeah, at first. But it is starting to get a bit more controlled with the new move and all. I smile. And Cole, are you 2 all right now? He asks. I squinted my eyes and thought. I guess you could say so. Yes, I told him, and he nodded. Right. Do you think things will work out for the better in the end? He asked me. I shrugged. I really don't know. Part of me is angry, part of me is sad. I wanted things to work out better with Cole. I have to keep reminding myself that we all deserve to be happy. And we can't help who we love. I told him honestly, and he grinned at me. I agree. And that pang of familiarity hits me again. We walked in through the cafeteria doors, and I instantly smelled a mix of my pack, my mate, and the food. Did you want to meet my pack? I asked him, raising an eyebrow. He chewed the inside of his cheek. Do you think they'd mind? He asked, his accent ringing with worry, and I laughed. No, not at all. Come on, love. I teased, grabbing his arm, and he chuckled, following behind me as I dragged him. Most of my friends were sitting around a large round table, so I led Caden up to them and smiled brightly. Guys, this is Caden. My lifesaver. I joked, and he did a small wave. Hiya, he says, and I see Rebecca's eyes light up as she hears his accent. Oh my God, she mouths to me, and I hold in a laugh as her gaze returns to Caden. He smiles at her and then me before laughing. So, Caden. This is Cliff, Stark, Joel, Renee, Ace, you've met Rebecca, and Cole. I finished. No, Elijah and Tamara, he smirked, and I rolled my eyes. Good riddance. I hear Rebecca say, and we took a seat. Instantly, we started talking again. Any siblings? I asked, and he shook his head no. No, just me, he smiled, and I frowned. I was hoping to hear more of your accent, I told him, and laughed when he nudged my shoulder. I spent most of the lunch hour talking to Caden. He was really great, and I pushed aside any odd sensations of recognizing him to the back of my mind. He got along with everyone in the pack, too, and I wondered if it would be too soon to offer him and his mom a spot in our pack. I liked talking to Caden. I liked that he had nothing to do with all the drama. He was like a form of safety. And if I could become this close with him in less than 2 hours, then obviously we were going to get along just fine. Sadly, my thoughts were interrupted by the thought of Cole, and I slowly turned my attention to him. How would he feel about Caden being in the pack? Because at this moment, he wasn't even meeting my gaze. All he was doing was giving Caden stern looks. I took a deep breath and joined the conversation again. Chapter 58. Katerina's PV. The day, surprisingly, went by extremely fast. It could be because each class was really only about getting to know each other for the most part, or about getting textbooks assigned to us. Sometimes during lunch, and through the rest of the classes, we talked to everyone in the school and told them about the party at our mansion. For the most part, everyone was very excited. Before I knew it, I was in food and nutrition with Rebecca, Joel, and Renee. The classroom was set up with 6 small round tables around the room and the teacher's desk at the front. Kitchens were lined up in a square and the fridges were in the middle, against the wall at the very back, too. So, tell me again why you took cooking? I asked Joel, and he glared at the ceiling, his back leaning against his chair. I thought that it meant I could eat endlessly. He sighed and put his fist to his cheek, leaning on his desk. Rebecca, Renee, and I all laughed at him. He grumbled under his breath, but Rebecca stopped it by leaning in and kissing him. I smiled at how cute they were when the teacher walked in. She had auburn hair, but her skin looked old though, so I wondered why she didn't have any gray hair. She was semi-slim, semi-chubby, and had a carry-on bag wheeled behind her. Good, looks like all my chairs are filled, she said, glancing around the room for a second before leaning her bag against the wall and standing in front of her desk, facing up. I'm gonna start by saying this. I don't care where you sit, as long as you don't talk when I'm talking and you listen when I want to talk, we will have no problems. I'm Mrs. Bensonlap. You can call me exactly that, otherwise I will not reply, and you will sit in your seat and feel foolish the entire time. She gave a small, forced smile, and I loved her already. A little bit about myself. I'm the only one in my struggling family to graduate and make something of my life. My dad's an overweight officer. I have a brother who follows in his footsteps, my sister who owns a novelty shop, and my mother, who doesn't believe in eating or drinking anything to do with dairy. Any questions? No. Great. I'm going to take attendance. If I get your name wrong, don't bother to correct me. I don't feel like losing my job for being physical with any of you today, she said, and I took a hint of her tangy, country accent as she sat down at her desk and started naming off names. I love this teacher. Becca grinned at me, and I nodded with one of my own. When our names were called, we said here and whatever, and soon we were handed a worksheet to work on for the rest of class. It was on health and wellness, and we were allowed to talk as long as we finished by the end of class. I was thankful it was the last period. So, Kaden, huh? Renee asked me. I shrugged, jotting down another answer. He seems cool, right? I asked her, meeting her eyes with a smile. Yeah, I like him, Rebecca said matter-of-factly, jumping in before Renee could answer. I have him in my homeroom class. He's a pretty nice guy, I'll admit, Joel said, and I laughed. His accent, though. I trailed off in a daze before shaking out of it. So he's not in a pack? Renee asked, and I shook my head. Nope, he just moved here with his mom, I told her and pointed to the answer for them to write down before continuing. I was thinking it would be cool if they joined our pack, but do you guys think that would be too sudden? Seeing as I only met him this morning, I asked, wanting their opinions. Becca shrugged, and Joel wrapped an arm around her. I don't think so. I mean. She lowered her voice. Werewolves are werewolves, and they aren't rogues. They're bound to be family sooner or later, she said, and I chewed the inside of my cheek. Yeah, that's true. But do you guys think Elijah would be okay with it? Or better yet, Cole? I asked, wide-eyed and worried. Well, Renee's voice got high and scratchy as she chewed her lip. He does seem kind of jealous, Cole, I haven't even seen Elijah, she said, and I looked at her, confused. Jealous? Why would he be jealous? We just admitted yesterday that we loved each other. I pursed my lips, realizing I just gave out a lot of information. Rebecca and Renee both grinned and squealed in their seats. Are you serious? They whispered/shouted together, and I blushed, ignoring them and jotting down another answer. As a result, Joel took my pencil and threw it across the room when Mrs. Bensonlap wasn't looking. I glared at him. Thanks, baby. Becca grinned at him, kissed his lip, then turned to me. Spill, she said, and I flinched at the demanding sound of it before sighing. Okay. So I was a little vulnerable yesterday, and I almost forced Cole into marking me out of emotion, and he didn't, claiming he loved me too much to do that to me while I was upset, and then I ended up crying in his arms for the rest of the night, and told him that I loved him too. I said, leaving out the details about my intense connection with him because I was upset about Melanie's situation and my own past. It's good to see you happy, Kat. I don't think any of us have forgiven Elijah for his betrayal, Joel said and shook his head. Rebecca gave me a knowing look, and I bit my lip. We were the only two who knew about Tamara's secret and that Elijah had a child with her while I was still dating him. I quickly changed the subject. So, do you guys really like Caden? Enough to accept him into our group. I asked, and they looked at each other, sharing a glance before turning to me with smiles and saying yes at the same time. That was the end of my sudden topic change when the bell rang, and we shuffled to hand in our sheets and leave the classroom. Do you have any classes with him? Joel asked, putting an arm around me and Rebecca, Ace suddenly folding his arms around Renee, startling her. I held back a laugh. Yep, 2. 2nd and 4th. I got his number if you wanted it, by the way. I told them. Ooh, I'm saving him as British hunk in my phone book. Becca said, and I laughed, texting them all the number and shaking my head. Leave it to Rebecca to pull something like that with her maid at her side, who, at the moment, had pinned her up against the lockers in a show of affection after growling about her being only his. I rolled my eyes at their relationship drama before walking away from Renee and Ace after a subtle goodbye. Suddenly, warm breath was on my neck, washing over my skin, making me get goosebumps and feel a chill and sending a rush of affection through me. Then Cole was in front of me with a grin. Hello, baby, he said, and I laughed, trying to hide my interest. Hello to you too, I told him, reaching for his hand, but he smirked and pulled away, standing in front of me and walking backwards. I frowned. Ready to express your desire yet? He asked, smirk still very obvious. I narrowed my eyes. Nope, I said as we pushed through the school's front doors and walked towards his car. All right, I can wait, he grinned and turned back around so he was at my side. I can't, so I think I might give this guy who gave me his number a call. I didn't have time to finish my sentence before he made a low protective sound, glaring fiercely at me. I suppressed a giggle. I was kidding, I didn't even get any numbers today. I wouldn't need them anyway. I told him, but he just glared at the ground. Not caring about his little game, I pushed him against the hood of his car and took his face in my hands. I love you, I told him, looking him directly in the eye. His lips twitched with a smile before going back to a frown. How can you love me? He whispered, his voice cracking. I looked at him, shocked for a second, and pushed him back again, pressing into his body, holding his face close to mine. Enough with this. How can I not love you, Cole? I don't care about the past, none of that matters anymore. It's what we're living in at the moment. Every time I'm near you, I feel a spark, and when you smile, oh God, Cole, everything around me disappears. It's you and me. I love you, I have always, always loved you. I told him. He frowned slightly. How did I get so lucky? He asked, and pushed my hair behind my ear, cupping my cheek with one hand, and holding my hand to his face with the other. Tears sprang in his eyes. Cole, I whispered, but he looked away, not keeping eye contact with me. Cole. I tried again, but he once again avoided my face. So I turned him forcefully, making him look at me. And when I saw it, my heart rate picked up. A single tear rolled down his pale cheek, his eyes the color of a storm as more filled his eyes. I took both his hands and put them against my heart. Do you feel that? I breathed, containing my own emotion. That right there is the rhythm of how you make my heart beat. How do you make it race? I told him. Without you, there wouldn't be a beat, Cole. Because without you, I wouldn't be living. I couldn't live without you. I love Y-, but his lips cut me off, meeting mine. With his eyes closed, he leaned his forehead against mine, pulling away from the kiss. I love you too, he said, and I smiled, wiping his eyes dry, kissing his cheeks lightly before pulling him against my chest into a hug. I'm not going anywhere, I whispered into his ear, and suddenly he chuckled. I pulled away amused. What's so funny, Mr. Knight? I asked, raising an eyebrow. He shook his head, pulling my waist towards him so our hips were close. I'm glad you broke the rules, he grinned, and I blushed, looking at the ground. So am I, otherwise, I looked up at him shyly. I'd miss your closeness too much, I told him honestly, and he smiled. Well, in that case, he grinned, and we climbed into the back seat of his car. I let out a nervous giggle as he pulled me close for a long moment of affection. About an hour later, Joel and Rebecca knocked hesitantly on the car window. I blushed, pulling away from Cole's embrace and burrowing my head in his chest, and it rumbled with laughter. Are you guys finished? Becca asked, her voice clearly teasing me. Oh. Kill me. I breathed and curled into a ball as Cole pulled away, clearly still laughing, as he got out of the car. No, we weren't, but we will continue at home, he said, sending me a playful wink. He climbed into the passenger seat, Joel into the driver's seat, and Becca into the back. I made sure not to make eye contact with her whatsoever. Only when I was sure she wasn't looking, I glanced sideways at her and gasped. You were marked. I shouted, and Cole broke out laughing again, making it Rebecca's turn to blush and Joel's turn to look proud. On the side of Becca's neck was a fresh mark, meaning he had claimed her as his mate officially. I was happy for her. So, when did this happen? I asked, and she looked at me with wide eyes. Huh, she asked, and I laughed. I'm so happy for you both, I spoke with all honesty. Everyone laughed, and soon I joined in. Our last period class, she said after a while, and I gasped in horror. Please, 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 tell me it wasn't in the classroom. I looked at her, and when she blushed, I knew it was. That is so. Oh my God, Becca. I have to sit there. I bellowed, and everyone started laughing at my outburst again. I glared fiercely. This isn't even funny, you guys, I muttered under my breath, and just then, we pulled into the parking lot of the lodge, and I walked out of the car. I was just more annoyed. I mean, really? In the kitchen? Grumpily, I made it to mine and Cole's room. He came in laughing, not too far behind me, that beautiful smile still on his face that I loved more than anything. For a split second, I felt like something was wrong. Something in his eyes made me feel like he was holding something back. I tried to peek into his head, but his mental wall was up. Maybe it's just more of him feeling like he didn't deserve me, and the fact that he was emotional in front of me earlier. I decided not to dwell on that thought and smiled at him. He matched my smile and pulled me into a hug, further relaxing me. So, since you pretty much influenced my earlier plans, he trailed off, holding me close and being very affectionate. I leaned against his chest, feeling a strong connection between us. I have a new plan, he told me, a mischievous grin on his face. What's this plan? I asked, trying to contain my curiosity. He shrugged, winked, and walked out of the room, leaving me breathless. I swallowed roughly before stepping into the bathroom to freshen up with a long, cool shower. Chapter 59. Katerina's PV. When I got out of the shower, it wasn't a surprise to see that Cole wasn't there and hadn't come back. Quickly, I got dressed in some of his comfortable clothes, taking in his warm, vanilla scent. I let my wet hair run in loose red curls down my back as I walked out of our bedroom, down the long halls of the lodge. I felt my phone buzz, so I took it out of my pocket to read that I had a text from Caden. Caden, are you alright? Me, yeah, why? Caden. No reason, was just wondering. Me, LOL, smiley face. I'm fine, T-checks. Are you coming to the pack house tonight? Caden, Mum said another time, but wants to know if you want to come over tonight. Me, for what? Caden, I told her about you, and she thinks she should meet you to see how you are before she meets the pack. Me, I'll let you know I have to deal with a few things. Caden, no worries, stay strong, love. Me, always. I smiled and put my phone away. Suddenly, a thought came to mind. I spun around and walked towards the staircase and up to the 3rd floor. After a while of roaming and trying to find where I was going, I stopped in front of room 304. Without giving myself time to think about it, I knocked a few times and stepped back, looking down at my feet, wondering why I was even coming here in the first place. I don't even know what gave me the sudden burst of confidence, but I couldn't dwell on that because the door was open and standing in front of me was a large, built man. After recognizing the same scent that was on Melanie, I knew I had found him, the one who had harmed her. I suppressed the urge to glare and spoke calmly. "Hello." I greeted him, and he looked down at me with a note of shock. "Hi," he asked. I shrugged and pushed past him. "Nice room," I commented, looking around before facing him. You must be the Luna," he said, running a hand through his hair. I cocked my head to the side. What have my friends been saying about me? I wondered before dismissing the thought. "So, how old are you?" I asked, taking a seat on his chair. "I'm sorry, who said you could even come in here, let alone ask me questions?" He asked me, and I rolled my eyes. "Luna, remember?" I replied, hiding my intense dislike for him. "I'm 22. He stated, giving me a long look. I nodded. "I see. And exactly how long have you been such a difficult individual?" I asked, finally letting my eyes narrow at him. He flinched for a second before stepping toward me, his face close to mine. "Don't test me, little girl." "Luna or not, I don't care," he asserted. "Are you done?" I asked, standing my ground. That was all it took. Wiggling my fingertips, I felt the air grow colder as I focused my energy. He stepped back, looking unsettled and holding his head. It was my turn to challenge him. "No, you don't test me. Listen here, and listen good. If you so much as touch," I held my anger in check. "Touch Melanie again, and I will ensure you face the full weight of justice." "Got it?" I challenged, using my authority to restrict his movement. He nodded slowly, and I stepped back. "Now you have a nice day," I told him, and with a slight wave, I left the room feeling satisfied. Now that I had that off my chest, I walked towards the elevators. It was about time for dinner, and I was absolutely starving. I took a minute to think. I felt like I was being too dependent on Cole lately. I shouldn't be so desperate for his attention. I should try to live up to being a good Luna, because if Cole accepts me, I'll be responsible for this pack just as much as he is. Suddenly, my bravery was gone, and I felt a wave of heavy emotion, which reminded me I had to talk to Tamara. I needed to encourage her to be honest with Elijah. I wondered if Melanie really knew Tamara was pregnant. I know that everyone else is wondering whether it's true or not, but Becca and I know the truth about the baby. I miss my mom more than anything in the entire world. I love the idea of being a mom like her. But it's Tamara's choice, and I know I shouldn't be involved, but it feels like I am. Elijah will lose yet another thing in his life, and this time, he won't even know it. That's where my frustration stems from. I had too much on my plate, the Caden thing, the Tamara thing, the Melanie thing, and my and Cole's relationship. Everything is jumbled. Guilt over my parents' death, my recovering relationship with Elijah, and my brother Ace. Not to mention, I'm positive Cole is keeping something from me. I saw it in his eyes earlier today. He has his mental wall up, which he never used to do. I was trying to hold everything together for everyone else, but who was helping me? I couldn't think about this any longer. I reached the lobby, waving hello to the members who greeted me, and walked into the meeting room. I saw Joel, Cliff, and Stark sitting on the couches, and I forced a smile. "Hey, kitty cat," Cliff says to me, and I smile back. "Hey, Cliff." I sit down, and they look at me suspiciously. Damn it, I scold myself. They all eye me now, and I feel like my privacy is being invaded. "Stay out of my head, guys," I tell them firmly. "Come on, Katerina. I'm tired of this. You never talk to any of us. Clearly, you aren't yourself," Joel says, his gaze softening. I frowned. "I can't talk about it, you guys," I told them, feeling a pang of regret. I was keeping things from them, and I hated it. "But you can talk about it with Rebecca," Cliff noted. "And Caden, whom you've known for not even a day," Joel added, and I bit my lip. Why did I tell Caden so much? I didn't understand why I opened up to him so quickly. I can't open up to Cliff or Joel. A lot of what I'm keeping isn't my secret to tell. I can't explain it, I told them. "We were there for you when you needed us," Cliff said, looking hurt. Stark just shook his head and left. Cliff paid no attention to him. Seriously, Kat. What is going on? You keep changing from one person to another, Joel noted. We're your protectors. Stop hiding things from us, Cliff added, and I nodded. I'm sorry. I'm trying here, guys. I told them. They were right. I was struggling with all these different roles. One minute I'm happy, and the next I'm in a confrontation. No matter how much they deserved to know, I wouldn't reveal Tamara or Melanie's secrets. I felt bad for telling Caden. I shouldn't have done that. Suddenly, Cliff slammed his hand on the desk in frustration. There you go again, thinking about Caden. It's odd how he pops into your mind when we talk about secrets, he says, and I feel the anger build in me. Where did all this hostility come from? I needed answers. I peered as hard as I could into Joel's mind. Glimpses of images floated around. I saw Cole, Cliff, and Joel in this exact room. They were arguing, and then Cole said something to them. They looked upset. I shook my head, trying to get a clearer image. Cole made the two of them swear not to tell me something. I couldn't hear the words, but I saw their lips moving. He used his alpha command to order them to do what? Then the images were gone, and I was back in the moment with Cliff and Joel yelling. You aren't even listening to us. What is wrong? Joel cried, and I saw the frustration in his eyes. I couldn't hold back anymore and just yelled enough. For a split second, I thought I deserved this. I was keeping things from them. I was trusting someone I didn't know over my protectors. But they were being so aggressive. I knew they heard my thoughts, and suddenly they were both trying to apologize. I just shook my head. You're right. You're my protectors, and I apologize for hurting you by not opening up, for making you feel like I trust Caden more, and for the lack of honesty. But these aren't my secrets to tell. I won't make the same mistake again. I took a deep breath and composed myself. I met their eyes again. I'll see myself out, I muttered and rushed out of the room. Staring at the floor, I took out my phone and sent a text. Me, I'll be there for dinner, save me a plate. I went back to my room to change. I put on a basic black sweater dress with long sleeves and some Converse. As I got into my car and began driving, I felt a rush of sadness. My phone buzzed again. Caden, see you there, and I know something is wrong. Hurry to me. I sighed and threw my phone onto the passenger seat. I tightened my hold on the steering wheel. They were hiding something from me. Cole, Cliff, and Joel. My partner and my protectors. They were keeping a major secret under an alpha order, and I wasn't supposed to know. Which is precisely why I was going to find out. No matter what it takes. Chapter 60. Cliff's PV. What just happened? I glanced at Joel, who looked about as stunned as I did. He still looked on edge. I ran a hand through my hair and plopped down on the couch of the alpha office. Katerina looked so cold. We brought that reaction out of her, and she left because of it. Maybe not like she did years ago, but she still ran. First, she ran to us. Now, she ran from us, and I didn't like this feeling. She's gonna come back, right? I mean, it's not like she's leaving us or anything, right? I asked, my voice small. I sure hope not, he says, sighing. But his frustration surfaced again. I'm just so tired of it, he shouted. I know, I whispered. I just wanted her to open up, to tell us what was wrong. She won't stop taking on the weight of the world on those shoulders, and we feel it just as much. I can't help but be frustrated that she hasn't remembered we're linked. This is hard on all of us. He ranted, tugging at his hair. I couldn't interrupt him. I couldn't add anything because that was exactly what I was thinking. We're her protectors, Cliff. She's supposed to trust us with anything totally, and she didn't. She doesn't, he concluded, his voice still tense. I sighed again. She'll be okay, Joel. If she's hurt, we'll feel it. I don't think she'll run again. I told him, but I didn't know if I was telling him to assure him or myself. And even then, it felt like a lie. We tried to pressure her. We know how sensitive she is with secrets. She didn't even call us by our names. She addressed us as the Betas. Did you see how angry she was? I said. I was calmer, but Joel groaned. We just wanted to help, and this is what we do instead. He mumbles, his regret coming out. I can't believe we got that angry, he says, and I nod. What the heck did you do? A voice bellowed. I snapped my gaze towards the person standing at the door, and I'm sure Joel followed suit. We didn't do anything, Joel replied, his defensiveness rising again. He was obviously nervous under his partner's gaze, but he wasn't going to give in. And I couldn't bring myself to tell her. We were both embarrassed, and one of the reasons Joel's upset at Kat is because she went to Rebecca, not us. That made him frustrated with his partner, too. Rebecca narrowed her eyes further. You're lying. You two did something to Kat. I just watched her storm out of here, really upset. She said deathly calm, her voice laced with tension, and Joel snapped. It's none of your business what happened. Stop getting in the way. He shouted, and she gasped slightly, before glaring hard at us again. I assume because she realized that this was partly about her and Katerina's friendship. She is my best friend. It is my business. She replied, her voice not breaking. I couldn't help but think to myself that sometimes that's the problem. Did she say anything to you? I asked, interrupting them both. Rebecca's eyes snapped towards me. She didn't even see me. She was oblivious to me calling her name. She yelled, Rebecca, leave. Cliff and I will handle this ourselves. You've done enough. Joel demanded, and I could tell he was using their partnership to make her surrender. Oh no. Dude, stop, I nudge him. It's like he's not even listening. He continues, though, and Rebecca starts to break under his command. Leave the room. He says, and she begins to reply, okay, I'll head back now. She growls, realizing Joel's actions and stopping herself. How dare you? She stated, eyeing her partner with sadness. Tell me what happened, or I'll let Cole and Elijah deal with you both. She said, her voice quiet but full of resolve. Nothing, she asked Joel specifically. I don't think she wanted to hear it from me. She had wide eyes for a split second before squinting. Fine, forget you both. Find elsewhere to sleep, Joel. She growled. And good luck to you both. She added, before shaking her head and leaving the room, checking her phone as she did. Soon she was gone. Joel groaned into his hands. I frown at him. What the heck, man? And he just shakes his head. Out of nowhere, there was a sensation running through my left hand and up to my shoulder. It was intense. Stark. Something's wrong. I quickly said goodbye to Joel, who was still too shocked to move, before stalking out of the room and running towards my room. I was so cold to him. He tried to stop this. He wanted to warn me not to go too far with Kat, not to push it too far with her, but I didn't listen, and I brushed him off. I told him to leave me alone, that I didn't need him, that he was only getting in the way. I remember his sad look before he just left. I wanted to scream. The guilt was setting in, and I felt sick to my stomach. I burst through the doors to our shared room and looked around nervously. He wasn't here. Where was he? I looked around the room, but his things were missing. I couldn't even form tears. He can't be gone. Please. 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 I shout. I licked my dry lips, finally feeling the moisture of tears. Bending over, I let out all my stress until there was nothing left, dry heaving and clenching my teeth. I wiped my mouth repeatedly, and in a blur, someone was in front of me. Cliff. My eyes snapped open. Stark. I blinked. His hands were on my cheeks, a worried look on his face. I couldn't make out a sentence. My throat was dry. His eyebrows furrowed before he tightened his hold, making me look at him. I was only grabbing my laundry. He said gently. I was trying to wrap my head around what I was hearing, but I felt pain. I breathed. Oh, that. He mumbled. I was angry. And decided it would be a good idea to hit the cement wall in the laundry room. He said, embarrassed. It wasn't. He concluded, and a laugh escaped me. I was so mean. I didn't mean anything I said. I state. He smiles at me. I know. But, if you don't mind, I want to remind you just how much you do need me. He breathes into my ear. I bit my lip, feeling the tension ease, and the next thing I knew, he was pulling my face towards his. Whoa, not this second. I shout, pulling away. I need to brush my teeth first, I mumble. He shakes his head at me and lets out a small laugh. If you must, ma love, he tells me, and I wink at him before jumping up and heading into the bathroom. I wanted this man. He was here, and he was mine. I grabbed the toothpaste and began brushing my teeth. I applied some deodorant quickly and left the bathroom. Stark was lying on the bed in just his boxers. Like what you see? He laughs, and I bite my lip. Take off your shirt. He tells me, and I do so without hesitation. Now sit here with me. He smirks, and I comply. He pulls me into the bed, just underneath him. I hold him close, embracing his shoulders. I love you, he whispers, moving close to me, and I smile. I love you too, I respond happily as we find our way back to each other. Katerina's PV. Here I was in front of Caden's house. I had been here for the past 10 minutes, trying to pull myself together to look presentable for his mother. It took me a while to find the address Caden had texted me, but I made it. I pinched my cheeks for color, looking into the mirror. Ready as you'll ever be, I muttered and stepped out of my car, hearing the beep as I locked it. I pulled my dress down and took deep breaths all the way to the front door. I left my phone in the car. I didn't need interruptions. I just needed some freedom right now. And maybe Caden. I sighed. I texted Rebecca a few minutes ago, letting her know where I was. She sent me a message saying she stood up to Joel and Cliff and that she is on my side. I knocked on the door and took a step back. When I met Braces and green eyes, I felt my whole body relax. At least it was the right house. He opened his arms for a hug, and I leapt into them, snuggling up to him. His hold tightened on me, and he whispered into my ear. I knew there was something wrong, ma love, and I let out a quiet sound of relief. Please don't make me cry, I've held it in for this long. I have to make a good first impression on your mom, I told him, pulling back. I had a real smile on my face as he looked down at me. Any meeting with you the first time will be a good one, let's go then. He grinned, holding out his elbow, and I wrapped my arm through it. He was wearing a black t-shirt and jeans. We walked into the dining room to see his mother placing food onto the table. When she saw me, she nearly dropped the dish in her hand with excitement. She and Caden shared a look, but she shrugged it off and placed the dish on the table. Katerina. Oh, how lovely to meet you, darling, she said, her accent matching Caden's perfectly. I felt so welcomed as she took me into a long hug. I smiled. You too, Mrs. Stern. I hugged her back before she pulled away. Please call me Liz. Sit, dinner is ready, she told me, holding me at arm's length before walking into the kitchen with a huge grin. Caden pulled out my chair for me, and I sat down, smiling at him. What about him and his mother made me so happy? I felt so at home. Caden sat down beside me, his mother across from us. Once dinner was served, homemade burgers and fries, I couldn't help but laugh and stare up at Liz for a moment before turning to Caden. I think I'm in love with your mom, Cade. This is my perfect first dinner. I told him, and he laughed loudly. Liz joined in, and I loved every minute of watching them together. Suddenly, she stopped and gave me a warm smile. Katerina, love, whatever boy did you wrong, you stand up to him for me. Make him understand, she said in a motherly tone, and I gave her a small smile. I sure will if you don't, Caden added, and I laughed, shaking my head. Yep, home, I muttered under my breath, enjoying my food while Liz grinned and Caden laughed. So, this is what family was. I couldn't help but think. Chapter 61. Rebecca's POV. I sniffle again, wiping my nose on the back of my hand. I cried out all my tears in the first 5 minutes of entering my room, so it's just sniffles at this point. My anger is just beneath the surface. I take in a shaky breath, closing my eyes for a moment. Rebecca, please, Joel asks once again. He's been trying for a bit now. My eyes brushed open, and I looked towards the closed door of our room. I sniffle again. I really should get some water. There was another minor knock. Joel was there, sitting outside the door, and I could tell. I couldn't let him in, though. The moment he were to step into this room would be the moment I surrender. I'd take him into my arms and tell him I forgive him. I didn't want to let myself be that weak. Not around him. And especially not after what he did. How could he use our connection to influence me? It's not like him. Frustration sure changes people, but should I forgive him? It seemed like lately everything and everyone was having a difficult time. Should I blame him? I feel like my mate has let me down. The idea of someone trying to control my actions, and what made it worse was that it was him. I halt my thoughts and bite my lip. I was upset and full of sadness. The man I love was frustrated enough to try to influence me, all because I'm in the way of his protecting Katerina. Was that it? Was there more he was upset at? Should I be concerned about his connection with Kat? She always came to me with her problems, sure, but I never wanted to be in the way of them. I sniffled. His being Katerina's protector meant I was no longer the only person he would jump in front of a threat for. And maybe I was overreacting, but it still hurt. I got one person for the rest of my life, one mate. One person who loves me, whom I would marry, and whose children I would have. And Joel got all of that as well, but after tonight, after using our connection like that, it feels like those things don't mean as much to him as they do to me. I still can't believe he did that. Would he do that to one of our babies? No. He would never. He was just angry. But would he? I sighed. Everyone has secrets. Beck, please. Let me in. We need to talk. Joel begs. And I couldn't pinpoint it. Maybe it was the tone of his voice, or the way he said the word need, but I panicked. I was going to give in to him. My throat closed up, the dryness of it scratching against itself. Water, I need water. I caught a glance of the minibar in the corner of the room. And before I could stop myself, I had a small bottle of a drink in my hand, opened. I want to feel something other than what I think right now. I tilted the bottle to my lips, drinking a few quick sips. It burned in a distracting way, and I took another sip. Once again, I looked towards the door to see Joel try the knob again. Rebecca, I'm here, I love you, please. He pleaded, and I took yet another small sip as guilty tears poured down my face. Stop. Everyone has their secrets. And I splayed my hand across my belly. I shouldn't be doing this. I was going to be a terrible mother. Here I am worrying about the kind of father Joel would be. Meanwhile, here I am. I shouldn't be doing this. Joel didn't know about the pregnancy, which made it more exhausting. Keeping it all in. I want a break. With that thought, I found myself taking a big enough gulp that the drink leaked from the corner of my mouth and onto my shirt. I stuck my hand to my mouth and started to cough, realizing again that I shouldn't be doing this. I threw the bottle at the wall, and it shattered. Shoot. I continue to feel sick. A louder bang on the bedroom door made me believe Joel was pushing against it. What was that sound? Are you okay? He yelled, and I shook my head and ran into the bathroom, slamming the door behind me and locking it. After sinking to the floor, I let go and breathed, not realizing I had been holding my breath. You shouldn't have done that, I whispered to myself. I lay down on the cold tiles, listening to the bedroom door open, only for Joel to begin knocking on the bathroom door. I put my head in my hands and began to weep. Rebecca. Joel's voice trails off from outside the door. And I hear my phone ring. Elijah's PV. I rubbed at my forehead, holding the phone to my ear, sitting in my desk chair. My dad was going on and on about responsibility on the other end of the call, and I just sighed and said, yes, Dad, I know, every once in a while to keep him happy. I was beyond stressed, and I really needed to go for a long run. Katerina was refusing to talk to me. Tamara has been acting strange, and it seems like everyone in this pack has gone silent. Sighing, I looked up in time to see Tamara standing at the doorway of my private office, dressed in a nightgown. I watched as she bit her lip and started walking over to me. Dad, I held my breath as she climbed into my lap. I'm gonna call you back. I snapped to my father and hung up my phone. I held onto her waist, wrapping my arms around her. Tamara, babe, is everything okay? I asked her and she didn't answer, just leaned against me. My attention was entirely on her. I probably should have questioned her sudden approach, but I didn't. She was my mate, first and always. She would be my mate. And I loved her more than anything in this entire world. Drama or no drama, I would love her. Her hand slid down my chest as she leaned into me. I leaned back, focusing on her. She seemed back to her old self, no longer avoiding me. Her presence was intense, and I wasn't stopping. Her gentle attention drew me closer to a response. Tamara. I breathed, eager for her. She stayed on my lap, smiling, focusing on me with a lot of affection. Wow. I exhaled, feeling the connection between us grow. I was still focused on her, hoping we could be closer, but she was taking her time. She just stayed on my lap, smiling, showing me affection. Tamara, please, I urged, and she laughed, this time sounding more full and happy. I felt her closeness, and I released another breath. I found my response again. How long was she going to continue? I started breathing heavier, feeling the draw of the bond. Tamara. Oh my goodness. I breathed and pressed myself into her. I felt the connection deeply. I was supposed to make her feel this way, not the other way around. This was too much, and yet I didn't want her to stop. She giggled, focusing on me, trailing kisses across my jaw, then finally meeting my lips. Feeling like I owed her my full attention, I focused entirely on this kiss. I held her face in my hands and pressed my lips against hers, running my hands over her cheeks, letting one hand go to circle her waist to bring her closer to me, and she held onto my shoulders. I gently touched her lip, and she smiled, opening her mouth slightly, and I responded, grinning as I wrapped her in my arms and brought her against my chest. She focused intently on my neck where our bond was. I responded again and focused, pulling her face toward mine. I leaned her back against my desk and moved closer, breathing heavy. She made me respond intensely, and I just wanted to be with her. She giggled, knowing that she was teasing me, and I couldn't help but smile down at her as I focused on her. How I had it in me to keep standing, I had no idea. My eagerness was becoming very strong. I needed this, but I needed to focus on her just as much. To make her feel as much as she made me feel. I pushed everything off my desk, hearing things fall around us, and I sat her on it. I focused on our connection, helping her find her own response, then leaned in close. And I did that over and over again. Focused, made her call my name, then leaned in and did it again. She pushed forward and pulled me into her embrace, urging me not to wait anymore, and I smiled down at her as we both breathed heavily. We stayed close on the desk, and I pushed further, connecting with her deeply, and she let out a breath of relief, and I laughed, causing her to join in. I love you, I told her seriously, and she blushed, nodding, pulling me closer. Our connection felt healed and whole. When I picked up the pace, she leaned up and wrapped her arms around my neck, burying her face in my shoulder, and I moved quickly. She was very responsive. I felt the intensity of the moment. She breathed in my ear, telling me she loved me, telling me not to stop. So I didn't. I focused on the moment, feeling her respond intensely, knowing she was ready. She held me close, and I felt the deep bond between us. I love you, she said again, and that's when I felt the tears run down her face. I pulled back slightly and looked into her crying eyes. What's wrong, baby? Hey, don't cry. Shoo. I hushed her, wiping at her cheeks. She shook her head, running her hands down my shoulders and arms, back up again to my face. I'm pregnant, she sobbed, and I felt her emotion shake me. A small gasp left my lips and my world spun. But how? I couldn't form a sentence. She laughed nervously. Well, I think you know how, she said in a raspy voice. I bit my lip. Tamara was pregnant. We were going to have a child. I hauled her into my arms and spun her around, feeling overjoyed. She gasped and giggled, clinging to me. I tripped, and we toppled into the chair. She fell into my lap, and I curled my fingers around her belly, smiling. Pregnant? I asked, and she nodded. Pregnant, she confirmed, and I wiped the last of her tears. I grew serious, taking her face in my hand. I'm going to do this right, Tamara. I'm not going to let you or this baby down, I won't. I love you so much, we'll do this right. I'll be the best dad. I love you. I pressed my lips to hers, folding my arms behind her shoulders and pulling her towards my chest. I rested my forehead against her and closed my eyes. I'll show you. It will work. We'll make it work. I promised. And we sat there, huddled in my office chair, thinking about the future as she cried and I held her tightly. Katerina's PV. After dinner, I tried to help Liz with the cleanup, but she insisted that Caden and I talk and that I should leave it all to her. After placing the dishes in the kitchen, I gave her a parting smile and Caden led me downstairs into the basement. You know, I have pepper spray, I teased, but all he did was chuckle. Believe me, love, you'll enjoy our time, he said, and then blushed as if realizing he had spoken his thoughts aloud. I laughed at the expression. I couldn't contain my smile. I'm only kidding, I assured him, and he ran a hand through his hair, nodding, before taking my hand and pulling me towards two beanbag chairs in front of a large TV surrounded by games. Fancy a game? He winked at me, and I grinned at the game case in front of him. I nodded quickly. Yes, I do fancy a game. I snatched it from him, put it in the console, grabbed a controller, and sat down. He watched me and sat in the other seat as the game started. That was intense, I told him, smirking. He rolled his eyes. Barbie, he murmured, and I laughed. Jealous that I won? I teased, and he tensed. Never speak of it, he told me, and I shook my head. Round 2. No. He cut me off, and I laughed again. Okay, Mr. Sore Loser, go get me a drink and some clothes, I told him, and he walked up the basement stairs. I sighed, leaning further into the chair. As much fun as I was having with Caden, the events of the past 24 hours were still in my mind, reminding me that not everything was this carefree. Things back home were indeed hectic. I knew that I would have to go back at some point, but it wasn't going to be tonight. I hadn't seen Cole since our last encounter, when he told me about his new plan. I don't even know what it is, because he didn't tell me. But I made the vow to myself that I couldn't be so dependent on him. No overly intense contact, maybe brief kisses, but that was it. I was going to be a Luna. Not only that, but he was hiding something from me. Something big, and mates shouldn't do that. So I wasn't going back tonight. He could sleep by himself. I would go to school with Caden tomorrow, then I would have the party. I felt my eyes sting, but I refused to cry. I was crying too much lately. So, we're going to have matching PJs tonight, love, Caden said awkwardly as he came down the basement stairs. Oh, did you have two of the same pair? I asked, and he bit his lip. Not exactly. You see, Mum hasn't done laundry, so all I have is one pair. You want to take the shirt? He blushed and threw me a baggy shirt. It was burgundy with a white collar. I glanced at him, confused, until I saw he had no shirt on and matching pants to the ones in my hand. I laughed, shaking my head. Let's go then, he said. I got up, holding the shirt, and walked behind him as he took me upstairs. We passed by Liz, who was carrying two pudding cups. I grinned and snatched both of them before Caden could get one. Hey, give me one, he shouted as I ran upstairs giggling. I heard Liz laughing behind me, and I grinned, feeling more at home again. Never, I said, and laughed as I ran up the rest of the stairs and into a bedroom filled with drawings. I stopped giggling and stood there stunned. These were amazing, black and white sketches posted all around the walls. Drawing pencils and paper were scattered across a desk with a laptop sitting in the corner. I looked around with wide eyes, turning to meet Caden's gaze. Sorry about the mess, he said, and bent down to pick up a few papers. I decided to help. Don't apologize. These are beautiful, Caden. You drew all these? I asked, and he nodded. It started as a few little things for Mum, then it became an obsession. He admitted with a laugh, and I smiled. I love them. Be right back. I told him, then walked into his bathroom and closed the door. Stripping out of my clothes, I pulled the shirt on. Bunching my clothes in my hands, I carried them out and placed them on the floor. It was dark in the room, with only a lamp by the bed on. I looked at Caden lying on the bed. He smiled at me, and I smiled back. The shirt reached down to my knees. I didn't feel nervous. I felt safe at home. It was an odd feeling. So, I'll take the chair. Before I could finish the sentence, Caden pulled me onto the bed beside him. "Shut up and go to sleep," he said, and I laughed as I turned around to face away from him. I turned off the lamp. I closed my eyes, accepting the darkness, and pulled the covers around us. I opened my eyes again and reached for the house phone on the end table. I picked it up and dialed the number I had in mind. It rang a few times before a groggy voice answered. "Becca?" I asked, and she gasped. "Kat, how are you?" she asked. I frowned. "Are you okay? Have you been drinking?" I asked slowly. She's not usually the type to drink out of nowhere. And there's a faint banging in the background. "Maybe a little. Not much though," she says quickly, her voice sounding weak. She had been crying. I frowned further, wishing I were there right now. I lower my voice and lean up in Caden's bed. He was sleeping softly beside me. "Becca, where are you? And what's that sound?" I asked her, turning my attention back to my phone call. "In the bathroom," she stated. "Why are you in the bathroom?" I ask and hear her humming. "Never mind." "Okay, Becca." I call out to her. "Hi," she laughs, and I sigh. "Okay, take the little cup from your bathroom sink and fill it with cold water. Drink it all, okay?" I tell her, trying to sound helpful. Then I hear running water. "Just go away already," she yells, her voice cracking, and the faint banging stops. I heard her cough before what sounded like her being sick. "Something's wrong with me," she whispers, and I try my best to stay strong. "No, nothing is wrong with you, Beck. I love you. Go to Joel, go see your mate." I urged her. "I can't. I just can't." She mumbles. "Why not? What's going on, Becca?" I ask, not liking this gut feeling. With a slight slur, she replies, "Nothing. I'll be fine. Stay safe," and the line goes dead. I close my eyes, feeling more tired than when I started. And now I was filled with worry too. I didn't even get a chance to talk to her about what I called her for, but it didn't matter. I tried to call Joel's phone, but it keeps ringing. I give up and put the phone back. I hope Joel finds her soon. The banging was most likely him. Maybe she just fell asleep. I groan aloud and snuggle up to my pillow. After a while, I finally drift off to sleep with the thought of my best friend in mind. Chapter 62. Katerina's PV. I chewed my nails, deciding what to do about my clothing. Caden and I woke up at 7:30. He was in the shower, and I was sitting on his bed, already showered and now needing something to wear. Liz said I could wear something of hers, but she was much bigger than I, and I wouldn't fit anything properly. Tilting my head from side to side, I felt the weight of my brain melting away with anxious thoughts. "Oh, I know." I jumped up off the bed and stepped around the drawings, standing before Caden's large dresser. I pulled open a drawer and pushed through the piles of clothes. I finally found a long-sleeve navy blue shirt, which was even better. I pulled the shirt on, and it came to mid-thigh. It fit almost perfectly, aside from the length. The sleeves were a little short, showing some of my wrist, but it still looked good. Going over to my pile of clothes, I grabbed my black belt and slipped it on, folding the shirt beneath it so it looked like a long dress. Looking in the mirror for a split second, I decided I looked fine and ran my fingers through my damp hair. Slipping into the same shoes I had worn last night, I went downstairs to give Caden some privacy. Liz had some blueberry pancakes set out on the dining room table when I got there. I grinned, feeling my stomach rumble, and took a seat. "Thank you for letting me spend the night. It was helpful," I told her as she took a seat with me. "Oh, it's no problem, darlin'. You're welcome anytime." "Oh, and happy birthday," she winks and smiles at me. I smile. "Thank you. I almost forgot about my birthday." I started thinking about what it'll be like, but I stopped myself. "Do you and Caden have any other family?" I ask, taking a bite. Liz laughs. No family. Caden wants a dog, but I haven't gotten around to it," Liz tells me. We both laughed, and I shook my head, that homey feeling radiating through me again. "I've always wanted a dog, but with the pack, some people just don't like the idea," I told her sadly. Just then, Caden came downstairs. "Everything all right here?" he asked, and nibbled on his dry pancake. I shook my head. "Yep, just fine. Come on, hurry up. we're gonna be late. I scolded him playfully, and he rolled his eyes. He grabs his bag, and I make sure I have my car keys when we leave. Bye, Mom. Kaden shouts, and she shouts back to us both. When we climbed into my car, I heard my ringtone end. Crap, I said, snatching it from the passenger seat. What's wrong? He asked, and I shook my head. 27 missed calls, text messages, and 6 voicemails. He glanced at the screen. Someone was blowing up your phone, he said, and I found myself grinning. I scrolled through the alerts. Rebecca called me 7 times. Joel called me 6 times. Cliff called me 6 times. Renee called me 4 times. Ace called me 3 times. And Melanie called me once. I felt a pang of something when I realized Cole hadn't called me to ask where I was. Surely, he should have noticed I was gone, right? Even Melanie called me. I felt exhausted, but I ignored it and went through the text messages. Rebecca, are you safe? Answer my calls, please. Where are you? You're scaring everyone. Cliff. Kat, I'm sorry. Please, pick up the phone. I'm sorry. Please just come home. Joel. I am so sorry. Come home, Kat, please. No one's heard from you. Please text someone. Ace. Where are you? Kat, you're scaring me. Please call someone. I sighed, feeling a pinch of guilt. After going through the voicemails, I realized all my happy birthday messages were left there. Rebecca left a voicemail that was mostly static, followed by another where she was screaming, "Happy birthday," in my ear. Cliff, Joel, and Ace all called me last night, urging for answers and sounding worried. They also wished me a happy birthday. Renee too. Melanie called me this morning, asking where I was and wishing me a happy birthday. I sighed, feeling a bit lonely that my own mate didn't bother to call. Everything okay, love? Kaden asked. I started the car. Yeah, everything is fine. Just some worried friends trying to get a hold of me. I said and attempted a smile. No Cole, he asked, and I shrugged. He must have been busy, I assured myself. I didn't want to let it ruin my day. I pulled into the school parking lot and parked. Kaden let out a sigh. All right then, see you after, he asks, and I laugh. Yeah, and I got out of the car. I walked off until I heard him call my name. I looked back, and he was smirking. He walked up towards me and said, "Nice shirt, babe. Happy birthday," and winked. I followed him, finally reaching the building. First things first, I had to find Rebecca. Scanning the crowd, I looked for my group of friends. I was a Luna. I was going to start acting like a strong Luna. I took a deep breath and walked down the halls to my classroom. I took my seat, hoping that Rebecca would be here, but she never showed. Not after attendance, not even after the late students arrived. She wasn't here, and that worried me. When I got to the second period, Kaden was in his usual seat. We were paired up for a project, so we hardly had a chance to talk. But when we did get the chance, I told him about the texts I got from Rebecca. We walked toward the cafeteria. I'm seriously starting to worry about her, I told him. He wrapped his arm around my shoulder as we walked in. Instantly, I smelt my friends. Looking up, I met eyes with Cliff, Joel, Renee, Ace, and Cole, no Rebecca. I sighed. Stop worrying, love, Kaden said, and I forced a smile. Kaden took my hand, pulling me towards the table. Hello, everyone. It seems Katerina here needs some cheering up. Any offers? Kaden asked. I bit back a laugh. Cade, I'm fine. Really, sit down. I told him, and he went to get food. I sat down beside Cole, and as I did, he moved away slightly, no happy birthday from him either. He's being distant again. I shook my head. Has anything really changed? Cliff's voice rang in my head. Kat, we're really sorry. We never meant to take it that far. We miss you. Please come home. Cliff gushed, and I looked up at him. Thank you, I replied through our connection, smiling slightly at him. I looked at Joel, and he nodded at me, showing he was sorry too. Next thing you know, Joel, Ace, Renee, and Cliff started singing Happy Birthday loud enough that everyone in the cafeteria could hear. But all I could do was force a smile, because Cole didn't even join in. He just sat back and watched everyone else. When they were finished, a piece of chocolate cake was placed in front of me. "Thank you guys, this is amazing," I said and got up to hug them. When I was about to sit back down, Cole added, "No hug for me," in a cocky tone. He gave me a grin, and he got up and wrapped his arms around me briefly. Caden came back with food, and we all sat down again. "Everything all right?" Caden whispered, and I shook my head, forcing another smile. He touched my wrist. "It'll be okay," he told me in a hushed voice. Caden made sure the conversation kept going, asking everyone about their travels and favorite things. Everyone was laughing and enjoying themselves. I watched as Cole got up and left the cafeteria. I frowned. What was up with him? The rest of the day consisted of everyone constantly apologizing and asking if I was okay. During the last period, I was distracted, barely paying attention to the lesson. When the bell went off, I got up quickly. As I left the room, someone was standing there in the hall. "Kat?" Joel called when he noticed I wasn't following. I shook my head at him. "You guys go ahead, I'll meet you by the cars," I told him. He gave me a quick hug and ran off. "So," I said slowly, and Tamara chuckled and hugged me. "Happy birthday, Kat. And I'm so sorry for everything. It wasn't fair to make you keep my secret," Tamara said, smiling. "Does this mean Elijah knows?" I asked her, and she nodded excitedly. "Yeah, he knows. He was so happy, Kat." The joy from him made me want to cry. It was perfect, and now you no longer have to keep my secret. She giggled, and I hugged her. It felt good to have that off my chest. I couldn't resent her, but I was so envious of her happiness. I wish I felt that way with my mate. "Congratulations." "I'm proud of you," I told her. "Thank you," she said as she walked away. I saw Elijah come up and spin her around in his arms. It made me smile knowing they were going to be okay. I was glad I didn't have to carry the burden of a secret anymore. Elijah caught my eye and mouthed, "Stay strong." I nodded back. I leaned my head against the lockers and bit my lip. "Someday we'll be happy like that," my wolf whispered. I walked out to meet my friends. They were all surrounding the cars, and I felt so much better. I walked up and told them, "Tamara is pregnant and Elijah knows, and they are so happy. That was what I couldn't tell you before, and I'm sorry." I breathed a sigh of relief and grinned. They all started asking questions, and the more I talked, the better I felt. I looked around at my pack. Renee, Ace, Joel, Cliff, Caden, Elijah, and Tamara were all there. But Cole was missing. I looked around the yard for him. Then my heart dropped. My mate was at a picnic bench across the parking lot, sitting with the people who used to treat me so poorly. His old friends. The ones who bullied me. And he was smiling. I felt like I should never have come back. It was better for Cole when I was the unwanted mate, not the woman he supposedly loved. I went to grab my car keys, but I realized I didn't have my bag. I must have left it in class. "Excuse me," I mumbled, my voice cracking. I began walking away from the cars. I just wanted to be alone. I started walking toward the school's front doors. I had to pass by the picnic table where Cole and his friends were. As expected, they snickered as I walked by. I felt that old pain all over again. What hurt most was that Cole did nothing to stop it. I looked over and met his eyes, but he looked away a second later. I felt sick. My nerves were frayed. I walked over to the table. When everyone got silent, I stood face to face with him. "Can I talk to you a moment?" I asked, and he stood up and followed me a short distance away. He looked like he was about to speak, but I cut him off. "I don't think we should see each other anymore. You were right to distance yourself. I'm sorry I caused you any trouble. Goodbye, Cole." I breathed out quickly and turned away before I could break down. I walked back into the school. I collected my bag and sat in the empty hall for 20 minutes before I decided to call Rebecca. I was so numb. She answered on the third ring. "Hey," she said. "Hi." I sniffled. "Are you okay?" We asked at the same time. "What happened last night?" I asked her. "I did something awful," she admitted. I heard her take a deep breath. "Last night, I asked Joel and Cliff why you were so upset. They refused to tell me. I confronted Joel and he got so intense. He told me it wasn't my business, and when I wouldn't listen, he used our connection to try to influence me. I'm so sorry. I resisted it. This isn't about him. It's about what I did, she said. Is this about you drinking last night? I ask her. Her voice breaks. I was just hurting. I felt like Joel had used me. I was too upset, and I just wanted to block it all out. I'm pregnant, Katerina, she sniffled. Rebecca, you were drinking last night, I stated, realizing the gravity of it. I heard her sobbing. I only just felt the first movement a few days ago, she whispered. It's gonna be okay, I tell her. Go to the doctor, please. The baby might be okay. I hear her name called in the background. You're already there, aren't you? I ask. I'll tell you what happens. I love you, Kat. And happy birthday, she said. Good luck, love. I love you too. I told her, and we hung up. I leaned my head against the lockers. Wow, I said. I gathered my things and headed to the front doors. I caught sight of Cole as I passed by the table and headed to my car. He looked distressed, but I just kept going. I didn't even look back. Chapter 63. Katerina's PV. I let Caden drive us to his place so he could grab what he wanted to wear tonight. We pulled up, he hopped out, and I waited in the car until he came out with a duffel bag not too long after. I let Caden drive again. The car was quiet until, out of nowhere, Caden says, "He doesn't deserve you." I frown. How do you always know when something has happened? I ask, and he shrugs in response. I just know you. And he doesn't deserve you. Don't let him ruin your night, Kat. You're going to look beautiful tonight, mate or not. And you can get any guy in the world. He winks at me, and I laugh. Thanks, Cade. Maybe someday I'll believe that. I gently touch his cheek, and he blushes. No problem. He breathes a small laugh, and I shake my head, looking out the window. It was a full moon tonight. I tuned in my hearing and listened to the howling of wolves and the paws rushing across the ground. It made me smile to think about shifting. I closed everything off and just listened to my wolf. How are you doing? I asked her. She whimpered. I understand why you make the choices you do. It just hurts. I frown, feeling guilty. I will always make mistakes with this whole mate thing. I hear a slight whimper from her. It's okay, Catty. We'll get through. Happy birthday. I smile to myself. Thank you. Doesn't feel like a pleasant day for either of us, though. Feels empty. I admitted, and she whimpered again. I was always hoping that Alpha Cole would change. I still feel his wolf's distress. I know the pain it caused him the day he distanced himself from us. I held on to that this entire time, and when we finally had him, he went back to his old ways. Her voice sounded so sad as she continued. I know now what we have to do, Catty. I listened closely to what she said, and it took all I had not to react. This was another secret to hold on to. But I agreed with her and left it at that. I tuned back into my surroundings. Nice chat? Caden asked, and I laughed. Yeah, nice. I lied and looked out the window to see the new pack house come into view. The lights from the window shone brightly. I realized that I just had to enjoy myself tonight, as Caden said. I couldn't let pointless things get to me because they just weren't worth it anymore. Caden pulled into the parking lot, came around to my side of the car, and held the door open for me. Thank you, sir. I grinned, and he bowed. No problem, darlin' Dot, he said and smiled back. I took his arm once again, and we started walking towards the doors. Let's go get ready, I tell him. We could hear the music blasting loudly. At any point in the night, you can come find me, and we'll escape to my house without question, all right? He told me, and I nodded. It takes us about 2 hours to get ready. We were both wearing black. I was feeling beautiful, my red hair falling down my back in curls. I applied more makeup than usual and did my best to put a smile on my face before turning toward Caden. We head down toward the party. We're standing just outside the doors when Caden smiles at me. Time to face the music, huh, he asks. He grabs my hand and I smile. He squeezes my hand and I squeeze back. I'm ready, I say, and I take a breath before we push open the doors and walk into the hectic party. The party was in full swing and everyone was dancing. Before I started doing the same thing, I wanted to find Rebecca to see how she was doing. I'll go find Beck, I shouted to Caden, and he nodded before gently kissing my cheek. I'll be here. Taking a drink from a server, I started walking around quickly, looking for my best friend. It took me a while before I found Rebecca in her room. She was lying down, staring at the ceiling. Rebecca? I asked slowly, and she looked over and smiled. I'm okay, she said. Who found you? I asked. Joel tried to get into the room. I had just made it into the bathroom before he got into the bedroom. He could hear me getting sick. After you and I hung up, I let Joel in. And then it was a mess of apologies. She finishes, turning to smile at me. I'm glad that you and the baby are okay. I smile back at her. Then she got serious. I haven't told Joel, she admitted. Why not? I asked. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a worried Joel. Rebecca straightened up and wiped her tears. Katerina, can you give Rebecca and me a moment? He asked, and I nodded, giving her one last look and a good luck smile as I left the room. Bumping into Caden on the way out, he smiled at me. Hello, love. Care to have a drink and then a dance? He laughed, and I took the bottle he had in his hand. Yes to the drink, no to the dancing, I told him, smirking, and I took my first sip. Rebecca's PV. I rubbed at my sore eyes, sitting face to face with the love of my life. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. I bit my lip, my eyes watering. Why are you hiding from me? He asked and rubbed his fingers along my knee in comfort. Because I don't know how you'll react when I tell you. I sobbed, leaning into him as he rubbed my back. React when you tell me what, Becca? Don't you understand how much I love you? You're my mate, my love. You're mine. I told you how sorry I was. Please believe me. He continues, I'm always going to be here for you. I'm not running, so please don't hide from me, baby. He whispered, and I shook my head against his shoulder. No, I say. No, what? He asked softly. No, I didn't know if you still loved me, I told him. He froze. How could you not know that? He said, his voice raising slightly. Because things were so intense last night. You were upset with me because Katerina could tell me everything. That wasn't my fault. I was just with her at the right time. It wasn't my fault. I cried, and he looked pained. I'll never be able to say the words that will make it better, but I promise I'm not going anywhere. I thought after last night you knew that. I told you I love you, he said and held me in his arms. I took a deep breath, and with everything in me, I told him. I'm pregnant with 2 pups. 2 of your pups. I told him hesitantly, and he stopped moving. Minutes passed by. Joel, are you okay? He suddenly grins at me. Hell yeah, I'm okay. He stands up quickly and ends up losing his balance for a second. I laughed. Are you okay? I ask again, and he still has that big grin. I'm perfect, he says, and I breathe a sigh of relief. Don't scare me like that. I laugh, and he laughs with me. I love you, he said, kneeling at the edge of the bed. I love you too, I said slowly. But I trailed off. What is it? He asked. I took a deep breath and bit my lip. I didn't think I could do it. I didn't think I would be a good mother or be able to handle the responsibility because of all the drama. I wanted a break and You decided you'd have a drink? He finishes for me. I look down and nod slowly. He lifts my chin to look at him. I went to the doctor today and they told me that these little ones. I touched my belly and he felt my hand. They will be healthy if I take care of myself. I smile at him. And stay away from the drinks, of course, he adds with a sad smile. I breathe out a gentle laugh. I'm so sorry, Joel. I really am. I tell him, and he smiles at me. You're going to be an amazing mother, Rebecca. And I'm going to be your husband and an amazing father to our pups. I gasp. Husband? I asked, and he winked before kissing me. I felt a bubble of warmth flood through my stomach. Someday. He promises, and I nod as he gently touches my belly. Someday soon. Starks, PV. I held Cliff up by his arm. Starky. He couldn't even form a proper sentence. He had so much to drink. God darn it. I laughed and helped him lean against me. Come on, we gotta get you back to the room, I told him, and he started laughing and stumbling as I led him back. Hey, Stark. I turned around to see Cole coming up. Hey, what's up, man? I asked. Have you seen Kat around? He asked, and I shook my head. Nope, I've been trying to watch Cliff. He's had a bit too much. I told him. Cliff spoke up. I love you. He mumbled, and I nodded, smiling. Even in this state, I felt the love from him. I know, I told him. Cole just laughed. How much has he had to drink? He asked. Quite a bit. I think he's a little more than intoxicated. I teased, and Cole grew wide-eyed. Yeah, I'd say. All right, man, thanks. Good luck, and text me if you see Kat, he said, and I nodded. Bye, Alpha, I called after him, and he walked away. I started walking with Cliff again. He was half asleep, leaning on me. I reached our room, and the door unlocked. I stepped in and decided to carry him to the bed. After I placed him there and looked down at him, I thought about how handsome he was. I headed to the bathroom to get some pills and a glass of water for him. Here, take these and drink this. He took them, following orders perfectly. I loved him so much. After the water was finished, he rubbed at his forehead. I smirked. You okay there, babe? I asked, and he nodded. My head hurts, he said, and I laughed. Yeah, that happens when you go over your limit, I told him. He looked at me. Are you going to stay here with me? He asked. There's no rush, Cliff. I love you and I'm here, I told him. He smiled and tugged my hand, so I lay beside him. He curled up against my side. I know how much you care for me. I love you too, and I want to be close, he said, and he moved closer to me. He looked at me with a smile. I return his smile and, breathing into his ear, I say, I'm going to get comfortable, and he lets out a small laugh as I settled in beside him. I was eager for closeness, for his love. I moved closer to him on the bed. I didn't want to overwhelm him. Like he read my mind, he spoke softly. The drink has made me a bit fuzzy, but I'm okay. Focus on us, he whispered as we touched. I felt a laugh escape. I want this to be slow, I whispered in his ear. He moaned softly and leaned against me, and I kissed him. The soft noise he made, the feel of our connection, everything was perfect. I moved my lips down his jaw and neck. I focused on him, wanting this to be sweet and slow for both of us. We continued to express our love, letting the world outside fade away until there was nothing but us. We moved together in the dim light, sharing our affection and deepening our bond. It was perfect. As I lay beside him, I gently touched his neck. I placed my mark there, claiming him officially. You're always going to be mine, Cliff Cohen, I told him. He blinked up at me with his soft brown eyes. And you'll always be mine, he agreed in a small voice. I love you, we said together, and we cuddled each other to sleep. Aces, PV. Beautiful. I couldn't describe Renee as anything but beautiful. Her eyes, her smile, her dimples. Everything about her spoke of family and love. I couldn't wait for the day when we started our own life together. I wish my parents were here to see her. I was taking her to my favorite spot to celebrate our 3rd anniversary. The cabin. The same cabin where I went with Kat and my parents every summer. I told her to dress elegantly, and here she was in a pale gray silk dress. We were on our way, sitting in the car, one hand holding hers, talking about our future. I felt safe and loved. Are you okay, love? She asked. Yes. I was thinking about what my parents would say if they saw me right now. I admitted. She smiled. They would be so proud of you and how much you've changed. How great a brother you've been. They would tell you how much they loved and missed you. I promise you, because that's exactly how I feel, she said, touching my hand. I grinned. How do I deserve this woman? I love you so much, I tell her. I know, and I love you too. Screech. The world started spinning as the car flipped over and over along the deserted road. Everything was going in slow motion, and suddenly we were suspended upside down, hanging by our seatbelts. Renee, are you okay? Baby? I called, and she coughed. I'm okay, she said hoarsely. I looked around, but it was dark. Renee cried out, and her sobbing snapped me back. What's wrong? What's hurt? I asked desperately. She gasped. My leg. This side of the car is crushed. I can't move it. She shouted, and I squeezed her hand. It's going to be okay. I love you, and it's going to be okay. I cried and held onto her hand. I was in shock. I didn't feel anything. I was numb. Are you hurt? She asked, and I shook my head. She didn't need the worry. I sniffled and squeezed her hand. No, I'm okay. Hey, baby, why don't you tell me something? How many kids did you say you wanted? I asked, trying to distract her. She sobbed. Think, baby, breathe, I told her. As many as you want, she offered. I had to keep her talking. Doesn't count. How many do you really want? Explain the life you want with me. I breathed, and she tried to smile. The car's broken headlights lit up the inside. I could see her. I want a large blue house with white shutters and a porch surrounding the house so we can chase our little pups around. I want land so we can shift and go on family runs and train our children in the ways of our kind. I want privacy, and I want a bunny rabbit named Snuffles. She laughed and cried out again at the pain. Keep going, baby, you're doing great, I assured her. I felt her hand shake in mine. Our girls will be twins, Sarah Beth and Lena. And our boy will be named after his daddy, because he will be just as strong. I'll be a stay-at-home mom, and you'll grow the food while I make dinner every night. And when we put the kids to sleep, you and I will sit on the back porch and watch the stars. She continued in a heartbreaking voice. Keep breathing, baby, stay with me. We'll talk about our wedding day and our first dance. Creating the baby's rooms together, and me hitting my thumb on a nail as you kiss away the pain. We both started laughing, but it hurt. Tears leaked out of my eyes, and I tried to shift closer to her. I love you, Renee. That sounds like a beautiful life. I love you. I told her. I love. She took a deep breath, her voice breaking. I love you too, Ace. Always and forever. Whatever happens, I'll be with you. She said, and she coughed again. I rubbed my thumb over her hand. Always and forever, baby. I agreed slowly, seeing black around the edges of my vision. I couldn't feel her hand moving anymore. Renee, I spoke her name as best I could, but everything was closing in. I felt my side become damp with blood. It'll be okay, I said, and finally accepted the darkness, holding onto my mate's hand. Chapter 64. Katerina's PV. Bottle to the lips, I sit with Caden in the hotel hallway as he runs his fingers through my hair. The feeling of being paid attention to felt nice. It made warmth spread through my body, yet I still had little shivers run down my spine. I didn't need a mate. I didn't need one when everyone around me, all my friends, my family, and my pack members were still alive and breathing and trying to help me through this life. I took my last sip and put the bottle behind Caden and me. We sit on the carpet, tangled together. He made a joke, and I laughed. I went to touch his face gently, and he playfully nipped my finger. He hugged me close, and I felt the affection. I needed this. I deserved this kind of treatment after everything, whether it was from a friend or a loved one. I've been through enough since the day I was born. He groaned suddenly. All right, love, I've got to use the restroom and call my mom to check in. Give me 20 minutes, yeah? He asked, and I nodded, grinning at his wobbling as he stood up. Sure, take your time. I giggled, and he winked before walking off to the bathroom a few halls over. I smiled broadly for the first time in a long time. Was this how it felt to be happy? Why was all I could talk about lately happiness? And the amount of it I had and didn't have? Katerina. Someone called, and I closed my eyes, feeling all that fleeting happiness crumble. Cole came into view, and I leaned up to scowl. That answered my question. My happiness was always going to be limited. I stood up with a slight stumble and started walking down the closest hallway as far away from my intoxicated mate as I could get. Cat baby, please. He shouted again, and I whirled around, halting his stance. I'm not your baby anymore, Cole. I don't care if it's been a few hours or weeks or years, I'm not yours. I told him and continued walking. He was stumbling, his voice cracking. I could smell how much he drank. It's that Caden kid. He's done something to you. He didn't ask it. He said it as if he knew, then looked down at the floor for a second. I shook my head and scoffed. Just then, Cole spun me around and pressed me against a wall, his face inches away from mine. The scent on his breath was strong, and it sobered me up. Cole, back away from me, I said, and he shook his head. What do I have to do to prove to you that I love you? Say I'm sorry? I've told you I am sorry so many times. He says. I cringed and turned my head so his nose was touching my cheek, not my own. I couldn't look at him. I shoved at his chest, and he stumbled away. You don't have to do anything to prove it to me because it's not provable. The second we get back to school, you act difficult and start treating me like you always used to. You're embarrassed by me. You never wanted me as a mate in the first place, Cole. Tell me this. If I had never run away, would you have changed your opinion of me? Would you have wanted me after a while? I asked in a calm voice. He swallowed. I don't know what would have happened. I just know what happened. I don't dislike you, I'm hurt. This has nothing to do with my feelings toward you. It's because you don't want me, Katerina. It's you who doesn't want me. You are no better than me, Kat. You're pulling away. You're running off with Caden, staying out all hours of the night, ignoring everyone around you, sleeping at his place, wearing his clothes to school. He speaks intensely. Why can't I be upset? Why can't I pull away too? Why can't I go back to my old friends, and why can't I make you as upset as you're making me by being with him? You don't love me like you say you do, Kat. Who are you really lying to? He said, his voice firm. I'm not lying to anyone, I said, and he chuckled, coming closer to me. His forehead was leaning against mine. You broke up with me, Katerina, because of him. He spoke the word him intensely and continued while I stood there in shock. You don't even know him, or what he's done. I know something you don't. I tried to protect you, to hide it from you. But you deserve to have your heart hurt like you're doing to me now, he says, and I gasp, watching him step back. I knew Cole was keeping something from me. Joel's and Cliff's thoughts proved that much, and now he's admitted it. He ordered them to keep a secret from me, one about Caden. I wasn't even angry at him at the moment. I was so focused on Cole. I pushed the Caden thing to the back of my head, vowing to address it with him later. I stared at Cole. How was he keeping something from me, protecting me? He knew how sensitive I was to honesty. My heart constricted. Why couldn't he let me be happy? I met his eyes, hoping to see anything guilty, but I caught sight of something I never wanted to. My breath grows shallow. What's that? I stuttered, pointing to his neck. He covers it up, frowning at me. You broke up with me for Caden, and I got close with Melanie. She needs a mate, and I can be that mate, he trails off. Everything felt empty. Empty yet filled with anger. I shook my head and pushed at his chest. Forget you, I said, and went again. Forget you, I hate that I love you. I cried and pushed at his chest, getting weaker and weaker, feeling myself drain until I felt something sting against my cheek. My arms dropped, and I held my palm over it, meeting eyes with a shocked Cole. Kat, I didn't. No, I stopped him, feeling all my strength disappear. He had hit me. He struck me. My mate had hit me. A single tear ran under my hand and against my skin, causing me to flinch. It stung. It must be really red. I bit my lip to keep from sobbing. I hope that sobered him up. I hope he realizes exactly what he just did. You really have picked up old habits, haven't you? Got your old friends back, got your old attitude back, and now you're hitting me again. All just like you used to, I said, and smeared a tear away. I can't believe I thought you would change, I said, hearing my voice crack. I'm sorry. He started to come towards me, but I rushed aside, holding my hands out and cried for him to stop. You're right, Melanie does need a mate. But so do I, Cole. And the funny thing is, I don't think she would even want you if she knew what you just did to me. I don't want you for what you just did to me. I've put up with the rejection you caused me, and I put up with the pain of you being with another. And I've put up with you treating me poorly, but I refuse to put up with this any longer. I'm done being weak for you. It's time I start being strong. Goodbye, Cole Knight. I took a deep breath, my wolf strong by my side. I, Katerina Bathas, formally reject you as my mate. I said in my strongest voice and pushed at his chest again, desperate to run away from my nightmare and find Caden. My tears were soaking my neck and my shirt. I could not stop crying. My eyes were so red that I probably looked exhausted. I couldn't focus on one thing for more than a second because my mind was replaying all the good and bad things that happened between Cole. I was destroyed. I rejected him, officially. I gasped when I saw Caden coming out of the bathroom. Caden! I shouted and lunged into his arms and sobbed. He picked me up, and I wrapped my legs around his waist as he held my back, shushing me softly. It'll be okay, Kat. I promise you, he said, and I nodded against his shoulder. Somehow, when we got outside, his mom was already waiting for us there, engine running. He placed me in my seat, then sat in his, closing the door. How do you do that? I sniffled. Do what? He asked. Always know. I cried, and he pulled me back into his arms. I just do, love, I told you. I do, he said, then met his mom's eyes for a split second. In the long car ride, I fell asleep. I just went limp in Caden's arms. He carried me to his room and placed me in his bed. I'm crying, and he's listening. So I took a breath and let everything go. I hate these moments, when all you want to do is cry until there is nothing left in you. But you still crave comfort like this when you're this broken. And it makes you cry harder. When was the exact moment that everyone decided my life was to be miserable? What could have started this? Running away? Meeting a new pack? Finding out secrets? Was falling in love with Cole all over again the wrong thing? What triggered this chain reaction of all things bad in my life? I shake my head, goosebumps rising on my skin. Caden lifted my chin. You still have me. You have so many loved ones, your friends and Ace. Hold on to knowing that your brother is in your life again, kinder to you. Hold on to knowing that you have caring people, he said. I couldn't help but smile at his attempt to make me happy. But I still felt sad. Tears leaked down my cheeks some more, and I looked at the clock. 10 minutes till the New Year's countdown begins. I had finally cracked. I love him, I sobbed, and Caden shook his head. No, you loved him. He told me, and I sighed. It's not that easy, I told him. He jumped up from the bed. Well, why not? Why can't it be that easy, Katerina? Tell me your power, darling. He said to me. What's that got to do with anything? I asked. Tell me your power, darling. He repeated, and I sighed. Winter, I said. All right, now name what happens during the winter time. He said, getting happier. It's cold and snowy. And the world freezes over. Oh my God. I finally caught on. You've done it before, Katerina. You know exactly what to do, how to let go of the pain. He said, his voice soft. I can freeze that part of my brain that feels anything for Cole night. I can make it go away. I say aloud, my hands shaking. Yes, you can. But first, dance with me, love. Caden told me and held out his hand. I shake my head. I don't dance, I admitted, and he tugged my hand, so I pressed up against his chest. Tonight you do, he whispered, and I leaned my head against his shoulder as he played some music. Caden gently held onto me as if I were delicate. We moved gracefully around the room. The soft hum of his voice was near my neck as his breath tickled my skin. And then he started singing. It seemed like time stopped. He sounded amazing. A smile laced my lips. He carried me away with the sound of his voice and twirled me as we danced to the beat. He sang, and I felt my body shake as he hummed the chorus. My tears were pouring down my cheeks as I took in the lyrics and let them process through my soul. His eyes met mine. His voice grew stronger, and the song came so easily to him. I swear I could see the music notes floating around us as we moved across the floor. I giggled as I spun, and he pulled me closer. He starts singing the chorus again. Things were getting more intense because we stopped moving, and so did everything around us. His eyes never left mine as he held my hand and wrapped his other arm around my waist. I looked at him in a way I had never looked at him before. I looked at him as more than a friend. It was growing on me, yet I felt it nonetheless. And as always, Caden knew how to make me feel better. He made a playful face, shaking his shoulders, and sang a joyful part of the song. He started singing with intensity as I laughed, and we continued to dance. I felt like I was in a movie, and it was a fantastic feeling. I started crying again, only this time, it was happy tears. Love me, Katerina. Love me. And as the song ended, he spun me slowly, one last time, and gently touched his lips to mine, the perfect ending. I was in awe. How could he change my mood so perfectly? Being with him made me feel safe. I have something to tell you. He breathed when he pulled away. Our foreheads lingered together. He looked serious for a moment, then smiled at me. You have to promise not to be upset, please, love? He asked, and I stared at him. Images of Cole run through my head, telling me that he knew something about Caden. And now, Caden is about to say something to me. I take a deep breath. I promise. He stroked my cheeks with both hands, chest to chest. I saved you, he said in a small voice. Save me from what? I asked in a husky tone. I saved you from the car crash, Katerina, because I couldn't lose you. He told me, and his tears fell down my cheeks. I couldn't think. And there it was, that strange sense of familiarity I felt the first day I met him. I knew I had recognized him then. I opened my mouth to speak, only to close it again. Voices downstairs got louder. You can't just come in here. I hear Liz yell. I look at the door, then at Caden. And like every other time in my life, I am interrupted. Cole bursts through the door, his face pale. When he catches my eye, he steps forward and falls to one knee. Marry me, Katerina, he says, his voice desperate. And the only thing I can do is stand there, my heart sinking.